This title is narrated with virtual voice, computer-generated narration for audiobooks. Pro Soaper by Jaunzemis. Part 1. My journey. Soap it up. Shoes with plastic plates. On the bottoms, I'd been heavily involved within the sport of aggressive inline skating. You might even say I was addicted. During recess, I'd switch out from my normal-size 32-inch waist pants into my gigantic-sized 46-inch, cannon-barreled, solo or JNCO jean skater pants and would strap on my blades, rollerblades, so I could bust out on the rails in the quad area of my high school. All of us who skated were addicted to grinding. Many normal people saw it as merely an activity, but to us skaters, it was a sport. And not just a mere sport, but rather a lifestyle and a way of being. Skating, and being a skater, or blader, was not just something that you do or become, but rather, it was something that you were 24/7. An identity. Skating was the way in which we expressed ourselves and our aggressive teenage nature to the world. An art form, if you will. And, when done properly, could almost be described as poetry in motion. People outside of the skating community didn't understand us. They didn't understand the ways in which we paraded around the school causing mayhem together, walking around together in huge packs, sagging in our baggy, saggy skater jeans, and baring the backs of our boxer shorts to the world, not giving a fuck. Our long, grimy hair, blowing in the wind, and our backpacks loosely hanging over one shoulder, displaying various skate company logos handwritten in either black Sharpie or white out, were merely hieroglyphics to them. They'd never felt the incredible rush of jumping up onto a handrail and nailing a 270 degrees backside royale to rewind and then landing it, and rolling away smoothly, or heard the loud, crunchy grind sound echoing out into the atmosphere after nailing a half-cab top sole to fakie across a freshly waxed curb or ledge. In passing, many rollerbladers and skateboarders alike would converse with one another, laughing and joking of magical/mythical shoes fashioned with grind plates, and how, if perhaps, someday they were ever to be invented, that we would all lace up and try to grind everything in sight. Some days during recess or lunch we'd even hand up on handrails and pretend we were grinding down them in our shoes. Other times we'd just take off our shoes altogether and slide on random things in our socks. Just imagine, bro, shoes with grind plates. Haha, we'd jokingly say to one another. Oh hell yeah, that shit would be so tight, man. It was just a random thought. A fun, goofy, playful idea. Little did I know that within just a few short months, that vision would soon transform into a living, breathing reality. Grind shoes were invented, and I didn't just master them. I ascended to become the greatest in the world, redefining the game forever, for decades to come. My best friend at the time, and skater buddy, Danny Lynch, just happened to be thumbing through the Manhattan Beach Reporter, the city of Manhattan Beach, California's weekly newspaper, and had stumbled upon a random sales ad. Did you see this ad yet? Danny asked, reaching over in my direction, handing me the Beach Reporter, which read, "Attention, aggressive inline skaters. Seeking anyone with aggressive skating experience to join the research and development/wear testing team for soap shoes. A new company staking claim that they developed a prototype model for the world's first grind shoe." This is it, I thought to myself excitedly. After that, everything changed. This book is the tale of my journey into the secret underground world of soap shoes. Soap shoes, video playlist on YouTube. Over 60+ hot soap shoe videos. Copy and paste link below. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=s jr-kitox8 and list =plzhsdgx 1 0 12 D78 LZMNN MLM2 et. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel for more exclusive content, bonus footage, and more. Click link below. www.youtube.com/Ryan Jaunzemis. Chapter 1. Picnic tables. The summer of 1996 was fading fast, and with it came the promise of change. Junior year at El Segundo High School loomed ahead, and for the first time, I was stepping onto the field as a first-string player on the varsity football team. Football emoji. I'd been a varsity track and field athlete since freshman year, dominating the 110-meter high hurdles. At 6 feet tall and a shredded 152 pounds, I was the team captain, the MVP, and the unstoppable force of varsity track and field. Track was just the beginning, though. I was also a force on the wrestling team, tearing it up on my Dyno VFR BMX bike and throwing down in the weight room. I trained in karate at a specialized martial arts school, honing discipline and precision when I wasn't in the chaos of my everyday life. Outside of sports, though, I thrived on the wild side, partying hard, drinking, smoking weed, and trying to hook up with any bitches I could. Life was raw, relentless, and I owned every reckless second of it. Life back then was a thrilling whirlwind of chaos and excitement. Every day a new, raw, untamed, wild and crazy adventure, chasing the next unforgettable high and leaving nothing but wreckage and crazy party memories in my wake. I'd played football my sophomore year, but our JV coach, Coach Cousins, who'd also taught freshman geography class, had developed a personal grudge and dislike against me and my circle of friends, mostly because we had the habit of causing ruckus during his class. And every other class for that matter? But still, of all the faculty members at El Segundo High School, Mr. Cousins was the biggest fucking prick of them all. My friends, Justin Elkins and Jose Ruiz, would hawk fat-ass loogies onto the door handle of Mr. Cousins' classroom just a few moments before he'd show up, so as to let us in after recess, thus setting him up so he'd get a giant goopy wad of phlegm in the palm of his right hand as he reached out to open the classroom door. Our generous repayment for his constant efforts in repeatedly sentencing us to detention, time and time again, middle finger emoji. We'd constantly ditch his class, or try to purposefully disrupt it, etc., by coming in late after trashing the fuck out of the boys' bathroom, or TPing the hallway lockers, toilet paper. We didn't care, though. We were young, and we didn't give a fuck. Justin, left. Jose, right. Simply put, we were just some crazy teenage boys trying to have fun, let loose, enjoy ourselves, have a good time, and try to make the most of our time spent locked down within the confines of the American educational system. Just kids being kids, but, in return, Mr. Cousins would go absolutely ballistic and would begin yelling and screaming at us, calling us fucking losers, and seemed to always be making a special effort in the attempts of leaving me to rot on the bench throughout the entire sophomore football season. The varsity track and field coach, Coach Smith, had taken over as the new head varsity football coach. Having run varsity track and field under him since my freshman year, I immediately had an in to the first-string defensive line as a defensive end. Scipio Stubbs, another track and field athlete, and I were the two fastest sprinters at my school, constantly competing with one another and tying every time we ran the 40-yard dash in as little as 4.6 seconds. For comparison, Deion Sanders of the NFL runs the 40-yard dash in approximately 4.1 seconds, just to give you an idea of how fast we were. I'd also already lettered my freshman and sophomore years and had already been given the position of varsity team captain at our school, so when Coach Smith took over, I was instantly put on the first string. "Cousins is a dick. Don't worry about that shit, man. I got cha," he told me. This was definitely one of those instances in life where it's not what you know, but rather WHO you know. I've never really been into organized mainstream sports myself. If you ever caught me at a bar on game day, I'm probably just there sipping on Budweiser or Blue Moon, munching on hot wings, and trying to pick up on girls. Every other guy at the bar is hypnotized by the game. But me? Nope, I'm on a mission. Generally to party and get laid. I'm cool with playing sports, and I love hanging with my guy friends and catching up. You know, throwing back a couple of beers, throwing the ball around, BB ching, etc., that sort of thing. But watching someone else do it? To just sit there on the sidelines and watch someone else have all the fun and get all the credit, fame, and glory? Nope, I just can't do it. Fuck that shit. I have to be in the action. I need to feel the exhilaration. I need to feel alive. I like to be the star and the center of attention. When it comes to sports, I've only ever been interested in ones that are not necessarily governed by rules and regulations, but rather guidelines. Free-form sports/activities such as martial arts, rollerblading, skateboarding, surfing, skiing, snowboarding, figure skating, gymnastics, playing on the bars and busting cherry drops or death drops. Gaming, picking up girls, pua, pick-up artistry, hacking or computer programming, yoga, free running or parkour, capture the flag, singing, karaoke, writing, freestyle rapping, music production, chess, and other things of that nature. I'm similar with that in my line of thinking with my religious and political views as well, as I've never been one for organized government. I've always been considered more of an anarchist and one for personal freedoms and for the power of choice for the people without the oppression of either someone or some corporate-controlled entity, etc., attempting to force/coerce their idealistic viewpoints of reality or their views on what is the quote-unquote truth onto the masses, as they attempt to socially engineer the ways in which individuals and our society as a whole should think, act, or behave, etc. I hate having someone over my head. I hate the antagonistic feeling of being micromanaged. I've never been into working underneath anyone else either, as I feel most comfortable doing things on my own and at my own pace. I've always been somewhat of a loner, and I enjoy going about my business, doing what I want, whenever I feel like it, or whenever the mood arises. One hot August afternoon while walking home from football practice, it was the beginning of Hell Week, I saw some rollerblader guy dressed up in all black, wearing a huge pair of Oakley-type sunglasses, the kind that have those reflective rainbow-ish, almost fluorescent, like looking lenses that cover up half your face. The rollerblader guy was flying down the street at what seemed like almost Mach 10. Then, out of nowhere, this guy jumped up onto the top of a nearby picnic table, rolled across the top of it, then proceeded to jump off of the end of it doing a 360-degree spin in the air, and then landed on the ground while nodding his head towards me, giving me a big smile and a thumbs up. He then continued skating onwards down the street. Whoa, what the fuck? That shit was tight, man, I thought to myself. I don't know why, but at the time I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. It literally stopped me dead in my tracks, and I knew I had to experience that moment again. But this time, in the first person. Fuck football, I gotta get some skates. When I got home, I blasted my way through the front door, dropped my backpack in the middle of the living room floor, and began begging my mom to please take me over to Big 5 Sporting Goods to buy me some skates. All right, she said, finally caving in, but nothing too expensive. I tore off my sweaty football gear and tossed it into the corner in my bedroom, never to be worn again, hopped into the shower, got dressed, and then headed out the door. When we arrived at Big 5, my mom found a hideous pair of girlish-looking green and purple skates with giant purple wheels and bright iridescent yellow laces, eye-catching nonetheless, but like that of a train wreck. How will I get myself out of this one? I wondered as she held up the skates, smiling at me, as if awaiting my approval. These are on sale for $39, she said, in an upbeat-like voice. What the fuck are those? Is she shopping for herself or just hoping to get off easy? Dude, Mom, those are girl skates, I harshly informed her. They look like something some old lady would wear to ride up and down the Venice Beach boardwalk. I pushed the skates away from me and gestured to her quickly with a fluttery-like hand motion, signaling her to put them back onto the shelf. But these are the ones, I told her as I picked up the single boot display model from the store shelf. They were Black Lightnings by Rollerblade. Solid black, black wheels, black laces, and they were name brand too. Not some off-brand/generic models from Target or Walmart, etc. Our family could never afford nice things growing up. My mom was a single parent. My dad took off when I was only 6 due to a bad gambling and alcohol problem. Our family could never afford things like Nikes, Reeboks, or any other name brand clothing. Our family always had to shop for generic brands from places like Walmart, Target, or Payless Shoes, etc., and I always got made fun of and picked on at school for my worthless attire. But these skates, I had to have them above all else. They shined ever so mysteriously in the light. I felt as if they were calling to me. $199. My mom yelled out in astonishment. Ryan, that's outrageous. I'll pay you back, I pleaded with her. The words spoken truly from the heart, but a pie crust promise nonetheless, coming from a 17-year-old dreamer with no car and no job. Ryan, you don't have a job, she exclaimed. She obviously wasn't buying my bullshit. Fuck, I was worried. I didn't know what to do. But a moment later, her flustered facial expression slowly began to dissolve. She sighed. I perked my head up anxiously, awaiting with anticipation as to her response. Oh, Mom, all right, she said, but you'd better pay me back. You can start by washing my car tomorrow morning. Yes, I thought. Things were working out perfectly. Thank you, I told her. I walked over and threw my arms around my mom's neck, giving her a big hug. After that, I was off and running. Well, skating, smiley face emoji. Moments later, we got into the car, the box of new skates resting comfortably on my lap. I was already planning on skating down to Center Street Elementary School, which was located just a few blocks down the street from my house, as I knew there was a wooden picnic table there located just inside of the kindergarten courtyard where I could lace up and practice throughout the night, completely undisturbed. I wonder if I should warm up first before I just go flying down the street and start doing 360 degrees everywhere? You better pay me back, Ryan. My mom reminded me, yet once again, her nagging was already beginning to irk me. Oh yeah, I know, I will, I told her. Honestly, I wasn't even really paying attention at this point. My mind was far too clouded with the anticipation as to the adventure lying ahead of me to have any kind of logical conversation about such things of that nature. I was off in Fantasyland again. I'm going to get so many girls. I thought to myself, the wheels in my head begin turning. I'll be rolling to school, jumping off picnic tables, doing 360 degrees and shit. Girls will be like, who is that guy? Oh my God, he's so fine. Hey Ryan, want to go to the prom with me? No, he's mine. He's mine. No, he's mine. He's mine. No, he's mine. Shit's gonna be so pimp, man. I went over the vision hundreds of times in my mind. When I arrived home, I rushed straight over to the wall phone in the corner of the kitchen to call up Danny Lynch, one of my best friends whom I'd grown up with. Danny and I had known one another since the 2nd grade, and I had to tell him about my new, wild and crazy idea about becoming the best rollerblader ever, and also to invite him along on the journey. Now most people might think I was nuts, absolutely fucking nuts. But not Danny. This type of venture was to be expected. Danny and I had grown up together. We'd met at the Child Development Center, CDC, in Manhattan Beach in 1988. At the time, I was in the 3rd grade and Danny was in 2nd grade. Danny and I were quite a creative force together. We'd sit around and come up with these elaborate ideas about what we wanted to do, or who we wanted to become, or how we wanted to be living. We'd then stop at nothing in order to accomplish whatever convoluted idea/vision we'd dreamt up. When Danny and I first met, we were both infatuated with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a cartoon from the early 1990s about 4 crime-fighting mutant turtles who had a huge appetite for pizza, which we did as well, and who practiced martial arts. After watching the show together one morning, Danny and I had decided, right then and there, that we were going to be ninjas too. Turtle emoji, turtle emoji, turtle emoji, turtle emoji, slice of pizza emoji. Now, most kids might have played pretend ninja for maybe a day or two, and then would have headed back to the swing set, but not us. Once we decided that we were going to be ninjas, it was ninja every day after that. Danny and I practicing with bow staffs in backyard, Redondo Beach, California. Danny and I would get together every day after elementary school and practice ninja. It didn't matter whether it was sparring, climbing up on random neighbors' rooftops and jumping off, backwards rationalizing our trespassing and mischief on private property by stating that it was our ninja quest in which had to be accomplished, or practicing gymnastics and learning how to do tricks like backflips or aerials, etc., or getting our parents to take us to the Home Depot so we could secretly buy wooden dowels, eye bolts, and pieces of chain link so that we could fashion together weapons like bow staffs, nunchucks, 3-sectional staffs, or plastic PVC pipes and end caps, so as to make homemade pipe bombs or smoke bombs/grenades, etc., just like in the anarchist cookbook. Text file I downloaded off the internet, or anything else of that nature. We even got my mom to take us on a trip down to Tijuana, Mexico, so we could stock up on firecrackers, M80s, and ninja stars, so as to build up yet an even greater ninja arsenal. Later on, my mom even enrolled me in an after-school karate program. By the time I was in high school, I was already a green belt in Shorin-ryo, a Japanese Okinawan style of karate, taking first place in both the California State and Pacific Regional Championships, 1994 and 1995. During this rollerblading venture, I put my martial arts training on hold to return to it later in my adult life, later earning black belts in both Shorin-ryu and Taekwondo, and have since ventured out into the world of MMA/cage fighting, boxing, along with various other styles of fighting. Our main objective at the time was to become the best ninjas ever, but, naturally, there were other days where we slightly detoured from our main objective to do other things. For example, one time Danny and I went to the movies and saw the movie Mall Rats, a movie about 2 guys, Jay and Silent Bob, who just hung out in the mall all day long, hence the title Mall Rats. As soon as the ending credits of the movie appeared on the screen, Danny and I looked over excitedly towards one another, thinking the exact same thing. Dude, We both yelled out in unison, "We have to be mall rats!" Immediately after the movie ended, we headed to the Manhattan Beach Mall so as to spend the remainder of our allowance on the purchasing of our new outfits. Our mall rat outfits. After we'd gotten dressed up in the identical attire of the characters in the movie, or as close to resembling Jay and Silent Bob as we could, we ran back to try to get more money from Danny's mom, Mary Ann, for food from the mall's food court, to which we succeeded. Then, just like in the movie, Danny and I walked down to the mall and just hung out. We hung out there all day long, smiley face emoji. In the movie Mallrats, the two main characters, Jay and Silent Bob, Jay is a laid-back stoner, and Silent Bob is a heavy-set mute who does not have any speaking lines throughout the film. Walk back and forth aimlessly throughout the mall, chilling, conversing with random strangers, and by the end of the film, unfoil a secret criminal plot and end up saving the mall and the world from certain disaster. One of their famous lines is, "I'm Jay, and this is Silent Bob." He don't talk much. After Jay delivers his introductory line, Silent Bob then nods his head in agreement. During our visit to the mall, Danny and I would continuously reenact this scene over and over and over again. We'd approach numerous passers-by, and I'd approach them and introduce ourselves. "Hey guys, how's your day going? I'm Ryan, and this is Silent Dan." He don't talk much. I'd say as Danny would stand there grinning and nodding his head in agreement. We actually met quite a few girls using this routine, who we'd then in turn invite to eat lunch with us at Hot Dog on a Stick inside of the mall's food court, then try and attempt to get their phone numbers and ask them out to the movies or something later that evening. Being that it was opening week for the film, none of the girls really got the joke. I assume they'd probably just thought we were two random, funny, outgoing, spontaneous guys, though really it made no difference whatsoever whether anyone else caught on to the joke or not, because as long as it was funny to us, that's all that ever really mattered. After a few days of playing mall rats, Danny and I would get bored and go back to practicing ninja, or we'd undoubtedly go off on some completely different adventure, to some other fantasy world. That was our mentality. That was us. That was life. My mom and I pulled up in the driveway at my house. I ran downstairs through the front door, heading straight towards the kitchen to grab the phone so I could call up Danny. "We're on our way, Ryan," Mary Ann told me. Danny and I had already planned to sleep over for that evening. "Wait, I need to speak to Daniel," I told her insistently. "Yo, sucka, what's up?" Danny said as Mary Ann handed him the phone. "Yo, it's me," I said. "Dude, I have the best idea ever," I told him. "We have to be the best rollerbladers." "Way I ha ha hot." He sounded excited, but slightly confused as to what I was talking about. I began explaining to him my idea about becoming the best rollerbladers ever, and told him about the mysterious skater I'd encountered earlier that afternoon, who was dressed in all black with the super cool big Oakley shades, who did the 360 degrees spin-off of the picnic table at Hilltop Park, and how we should go out and get the same exact clothes and shades and learn how to skate, and how it would be the coolest thing ever. "Doot," Danny said excitedly. "We're gonna be the best." He was totally down. The first thing we knew we had to do was get Danny some skates. We knew we'd have to convince Mary Ann to take us to Big Five somehow. Since she was dropping off Danny at my house that evening for a sleepover, a night we'd been excited about all week, we decided to use that opportunity. Our plan for the sleepover included scarfing down Domino's Pizza and playing Nintendo's Bionic Commando. Since the game didn't have a save option, we'd already decided we'd each chug a whole 2-liter bottle of Coke to try and get wired up on caffeine, hoping it would keep us up all night long to beat the entire game in one sitting. When Mary Ann arrived in her giant, monster-sized white Suburban, I put on my new skates and skated circles around the SUV, laughing, shouting about how much fun rollerblading was, and gushing over my brand new skates that my mom had just bought me. Meanwhile, Danny put on his best sad face, attempting to guilt-trip his mom. To our surprise, the plan worked perfectly. "Oh, Daniel, you want video games? You want Pogs? CD Walkmans? Now you want rollerblades?" Mary Ann shouted at him. "You're gonna leave me broke, Daniel." She was agitated. "Please, Mom," Danny pleaded with her. "Look how much fun Ryan is having." "I love my skates. Woo-hoo!" I shouted out as I zipped around Mary Ann's giant white Suburban. "Skating is the best thing ever." I skated up to the driver's side of the Suburban, forming an innocent look on my face, ready to put our premeditated plan of manipulation into action. "Oh, hi, Mary Ann," I said, waving towards her. We were about to lay it on thick. "Check out my brand new skates. My mom just bought them for me from Big Five. They're the best, I exclaimed. Can you please buy Daniel some skates too, so he can skate with me? I don't have any other friends that have skates. Yeah, Mom, please. Danny continued his rant. I need new skates right now. Ryan and I are going to be the best skaters ever. Oh, all right, Daniel, geez. She griped and caved in. Get in. Chink. The sound of the Suburban's doors unlocking for me to get in. We were on our way. I looked over towards Danny as he sat in the front passenger seat. His eyes grew wide with excitement, and a huge smile embellished his face. Yay! We both cheered out loud. I took off my skates and climbed up into the back seat of the Suburban. At that point, we knew our bionic commando session would have to be postponed until a later date, as we had some fat 360 degrees S to bust on some picnic tables. I accompanied Danny and Marianne to Big Five and continued to tell her how awesome I thought my skates were, and how cool it would be when Danny had his own pair so we could both skate all over town together. Looking back, we probably didn't even have to scheme as hard as we did. Marianne was probably happy enough that Danny would be out of the house and finally getting some exercise, as a few months back Danny and I had decided that after playing Nintendo's video game Paperboy, that we should both get paper routes too and become the best paperboys ever. After the video game had warped our young minds, the two of us went out and actually applied at the Daily Breeze, a major Los Angeles newspaper, and both got paper routes. We were supposed to be putting our money together so we could buy lighting equipment because we both wanted to build a dance studio in Danny's room so we could become the best breakdancers ever, as we had both been learning how to do flares, the worm, windmills, and various spins on our heads, along with a few other hip-hop dance moves that had recently become popular on MTV. This was back when music television still actually played music. Danny and I had saved up 2 months' worth of checks, totaling about $400 each, enough to buy a disco ball we'd been planning on hanging from Danny's bedroom ceiling, along with a few colored par lights, a fog machine, a bubble machine, and a stereo system with a built-in 400-disc CD changer from Radio Shack. But Danny, after cashing his paycheck and actually holding that much money in his hand, suddenly fell victim to his sweet tooth and randomly spent his entire wad on Reese's peanut butter cups and a Nintendo video game called Abadox. Danny had called me on the phone and told me he'd just bought Vanilla Ice's new Miami Drop Mix album, and I was planning on coming over the following weekend so we could bump the CD and practice our breakdancing moves. But later I came to find out that Danny actually had the mobile gas station convenience store cashier clerk special order him $3.50 worth of Reese's peanut butter cups just a few days prior. Sitting cluttered in the middle of Danny's bedroom floor was a small wooden pallet that he'd carried back home with a friend of his, which was surrounded by a wad of shrink wrap and a knee-high mountain of cluttered Reese's wrappers. Dude, I thought we were gonna break dance, I asked him. I was pissed. Abadox is so tight, Danny said to me out of the side of his Reese's-filled mouth. He was off in his own world, entranced within his video game. What happened, man? I asked him. Did you watch Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or something and decide you wanted your own chocolate factory? No, dude, just had to do it. Aha, he replied. I got some baseball cards too. Want some gum? I got 50 packs, dude. I'm gonna blow the biggest bubble ever. God damn it. Guy! I shouted as I left his house. I went on to practice dance moves by myself for a few weeks, while Danny was off flying around in his spaceship throughout the world of Abadox, drinking soda and devouring every last one of his peanut butter cups. He put on at least 20 pounds that month. Danny and I had both wanted to get the same skates, but Big Five was out of stock of rollerblades Lightnings. I must have bought the last pair. The only comparable skates were rollerblades boxcars. We both sat in the back seat of Marianne's Suburban, allowing her to chauffeur us around back to my house while we stared in awe at Danny's new boxcars. The boxcars looked identical to my Lightnings. Black boots, black laces, black frames, black wheels, except there was something different about these skates. Danny's skates had something on them that mine didn't have. Something that we'd never seen before. Peculiar white plastic plates that had been screwed onto the insides of the wheel chassis. We were both astonished as to what they were, or what they could be. What was the point of them? What was their purpose? Danny and I just stared at them with a loss for words. Roller skate emoji, thoughtful face emoji. What are those things for? I asked. I don't know, Danny said, puzzled. Extra support, maybe? Neither of us had any idea whatsoever as to what we were looking at, and we hadn't the faintest idea as to the new world that we were about to be entering into. The world of the aggressive inline skater. Marianne dropped us off, and we strapped on our skates, putting them back on. I felt they were a bit heavier than I had anticipated they would be, and I didn't honestly know if I would be able to jump all the way up onto the top part of the picnic table just yet without wiping out. So I decided to give myself a new goal to at least jump up to the bench part of the picnic table and 360 degrees off that. I figured that would be a good accomplishment, at least for my first day. After we'd strapped up Danny and I thought we should try and go all out and just bomb it down Holly Avenue, one of the steepest hills in El Segundo, on our way towards Center Street Elementary School. And of course, to anyone on planet Earth with any common sense whatsoever, we most obviously ate fucking shit. Danny and I were falling all over the place left and right. Neither of us had any idea what we were doing, and I was riding my brake on the back of my skates the whole entire way there. My knees, and the palms of my hands, were now dripping with blood and filled with small chunks of gravel from the asphalt on the street, though I just simply ignored the pain and wiped my hands across the fronts of my jean shorts and kept on cruising onwards. I didn't know how to stop or use the brake really, and I kept attempting to stop myself by crashing into the sidewalk, the part where the street would meet the concrete of the curb, with the toes of my skates, and I would try to stop my momentum by simply rolling off into random patches of grass in the fronts of people's houses so as to try and avoid injury. Finally, about 45 minutes later, scraped, bloody, and bruised, Danny and I had reached our destination, and then, for the remainder of the evening, we both practiced jumping up onto the bench portion of the picnic table, rolling across it, and trying to 360 degrees off of the far edge. First, by stepping up 1 foot at a time, and then, later, as the evening progressed, jumping up with both feet at the same time. Meanwhile, carefully critiquing each other on ways in which we could both improve our style and technique. A few grueling weeks passed by, but we'd finally gotten down all of the basic mows and had begun skating all over the South Bay. We both had humongous multicolored Oakley-type sunglasses, which we jacked from Safeway. Danny and I were always shoplifting random stuff for fun, like baseball cards, comic books, boxes of Red Vine licorice, or cans of Jolt Cola. We were grabbing onto the back bumpers of random cars, or on the tailgates of pickup trucks that had stopped momentarily in the middle of intersections, attempting to secretly hitch rides on them down the street, just like we'd seen Michael J. Fox's character, Marty McFly, do on his skateboard in the famous 1985 hit movie, Back to the Future. There we were, dressed in all black, riding down the streets of downtown Los Angeles on the backs of cars, rocking our imitation Oakley shades, jumping stairs, busting 360 degrees S, and bombing the steepest hills in town, the cool California ocean breeze blowing through our hair. At that point, we thought we were the best rollerbladers ever. Saturday mornings, we'd wake up early and skate the Strand, the bike path running parallel to the beach. We'd fly down the Strand like speed demons, cutting off all the bicyclists and flipping them off if any dared to get in our way. Middle finger emoji, bicyclist emoji. "Fuck you, motherfucker," Danny would yell out, as he threw up his middle finger towards random passers-by, as if he owned the road. Next, we unscrewed the brakes from our skates, as we thought they looked more stylish without the giant brakes sticking out from the back. We also thought that it might help us skate faster as well. We started learning how to skate backwards, how to roll on 1 foot, and began rounding up cardboard boxes and stealing the neighbor's metal garbage trash cans to line up down the middle of the street to jump over. I learned how to land a cartwheel on my skates and was even trying to do front flips. I couldn't get all the way around at first, so I started by doing somersaults in the grass at the park for practice. We'd occasionally run into other random kids on rollerblades as well, but they could barely skate down the street. Others could slightly do spins or dance moves. And in Venice Beach, we'd occasionally see guys on the Venice Beach boardwalk skating around in bright-colored fluorescent orange or green-colored skates, rocking spandex, and flamboyantly playing with hula hoops while they rotated their hips around with their shirts off. "Gay! Ha ha!" Danny yelled out laughing. "Oh hell no." Danny and I would laugh hysterically at the flamboyant group of skaters. We had cool black skates and cool shades, and we could both jump down like six stairs. I could even jump off the curb in front of my house and do a ninja jump kick. In our minds, we were the best, and we could fade any of these other wannabe skaters. But then, one day, everything changed. As Danny and I were bombing down Mariposa Avenue on our way to skate at my high school, as we wanted to practice jumping off some of the picnic tables that were there, assuming no one would be around, we were quickly met in confrontation, as out in front of my high school, we met another rollerblader. But this guy wasn't like the others. This guy was good. Really good. Look at those posers. A group of skateboarders and a few other kids on rollerblades shouted out. The group was pointing in our direction, and we didn't know what was going on. "Do you guys grind?" One of the skateboarders yelled out at us. Danny and I had absolutely no idea what he was asking us. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a goofy-looking, curly, red-haired, freckled kid wearing a pair of pink and purple rollerblades by Bauer skated up towards us. His skates looked like something you'd see a Barbie doll wearing, and he looked angry. Danny and I knew, girl skates or not, this guy was fronting like he was ready to try and start a fight with us. Danny and I knew it might be time to break out some of our ninja moves, so we both, still strapped in our rollerblades, rolled back into a fighting stance, ready to knuckle up and throw down. "Are you guys aggressive skaters?" the curly-haired, freckled rollerblader asked us in a big, tough guy-like voice. "Hell yeah, we're aggressive," Danny shouted back at him. "Well, kick your fucking ass, bitch." Nah, man. Do you grind? The rollerblader asked us. What the fuck is a grind? His name was Eric Hegland. He just transferred to my high school from up north, from Fremont, California, and was even in some of my classes, but I'd never spoken with him before. He stood in front of us trying to look tough, mad, dodging us in his pink and purple Barbie Bowers. Bah ha 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 ha! Danny and I burst into laughter. "Who is this kid?" The skateboarder started approaching Danny and I. We were being surrounded from all different angles. We didn't know what to expect. "Do you guys grind?" One of them yelled out again. "He's got grind plates!" Another one of them shouted out loud, pointing towards Danny's boxcars. We both looked down at the peculiar white plastic plates fastened to the wheel chassis of Danny's boxcars. "What? These?" Danny asked. "My extra support plates?" "Yeah, do you grind?" Eric asked us again. Danny and I looked towards one another, still confused as to what any of them were even talking about. "Can you even soul grind?" one of them asked. "Soul grind?" Danny and I replied in unison, looking towards one another in confusion. "What the fuck is a soul grind?" Danny asked. Eric rolled his eyes, shook his head, and quickly skated off. He looked frustrated. "Watch the master," one of the skateboarders said, pointing over towards Eric. Eric skated off in a circle, quickly building up momentum. The skateboarders all stood quietly, turning their attention towards him. For a second, it appeared as if Eric was going to attempt to jump over something, possibly a trash can, or perhaps do some kind of spin move, but there were no stairs around. Nothing but a driveway and a few trees and shrubs growing in front of the high school's auto shop. "What is this kid doing?" Danny muttered out of the corner of his mouth, bewildered-like. All of a sudden, Eric jumped up onto a small curb that the group of skateboarders had been sitting on just moments earlier. QSHHHHHHHHHHH. Danny and I both watched in amazement as Eric's skates locked onto the corner of the curb like a magnet. The speed Eric had mustered up was propelling him smoothly and quickly along the edge of the curb for what seemed like almost 20 feet or so before he finally jumped off of the curb, landing backwards, and then began rolling away smoothly. After executing his trick, Eric then looked over in our direction and flung his hands high up into the air. "What's up now, bitches?" Eric yelled out, as if challenging us. His words sounded like fighting words. "What CHA got, huh? Fuck these posers, man. They don't want none," one of the skateboarders yelled out. Danny and I looked over towards one another in astonishment. "Hold up, foo. I'll be back," I told Danny as I slowly began skating over towards Eric. I was curious. "How did you do that, kid?" I spoke to him softly and with a genuine level of sincerity in my voice. "That was really cool, man. Me and the homie, Danny, just got skates, and we've never seen anyone do anything like that before. That shit was ill, yo. Could you, teach us?" I wasn't sure if Eric was going to be a little punk bitch and try to swing at me or something. He seemed like a loose cannon ready to swing without warning or reason, but I had to know how he did that trick. Eric stood there before me tense for a few moments, but slowly began to ease up and lower his guard. "Haha, my bad, bro. I was hella ready to fight y'all," he began. "I thought y'all was like rival skaters trying to battle for turf," he told me as he took off one of his funny-looking pink and purple skates. Eric flipped the boot upside down and explained to us that what he did was called a soul grind, pointing towards the sole of his boot, which he referred to as the sole, and told us that he could also do a front-side grind as well, which he then demonstrated for us. Danny and I stood back and watched in amazement. I remembered when I was younger playing a Nintendo video game called T&C Surf, a game in which your character is a skateboard-riding gorilla who can jump up and do rail slides for bonus points, but I didn't think people could do stuff like that in real life. This whole grinding concept was completely outside of my reality. Growing up, I'd watch some of the neighborhood kids on my block with skateboards doing ollies and kickflips. I even had a skateboard myself, the Back to the Future A hoverboard look-alike skateboard deck, but the only thing I ever did on it trick-wise was roll off the curb in front of my house. Until later, when Danny and I unscrewed its metal trucks and wheels to see if we could actually try to make it fly by gluing it to my mom's living room house fan, and then cutting the cord and soldering all of its copper wiring to a 12-pack of D batteries that we had jacked from Ralph's Grocery Mart. Unfortunately, it didn't work too well, and my mom was fucking pissed. Eric invited Danny and I back to his place. He actually seemed like a pretty cool cat. Eric made us all a pitcher of ice-cold tropical punch, Kool-Aid, poured out a bag of Doritos, and told us all about the secret underground world of aggressive inline skating. He even let us borrow a skate video called VG3, an acronym for Video Groove, Volume 3, a film about aggressive inline skating. Danny and I, armed with our newfound knowledge of this secret underground subculture and Eric's VG3 VHS tape hot in our hands, quickly jumped on the next bus back to Danny's house in Manhattan Beach to watch the film over and over and over again, studying it meticulously till the very early hours the next morning. We both knew we had much work ahead of us. We slept very little that night, and the next afternoon we strapped on our skates and headed straight over to Safeway to jack what Eric had called paraffin wax. Eric told us that in order to grind a curb, a person has to wax it first, as he showed us the tiny piece of wax he'd kept in his pants pocket. All skaters keep a little chunk on them, man. He told us that and sandpaper. Sandpaper? I asked him, confused like. Or steel wool, whatever, he replied. Huh? I muttered out. I was totally lost. You guys got a lot to learn, man, Eric replied, as his eyes rolled back and he began shaking his head. He was obviously still frustrated with our level of ignorance. Danny and I found a long curb in the Safeway parking lot with no cars around, leaving us plenty of room to practice, but we had absolutely no idea how to wax a curb or even how much we were even supposed to use. I'm gonna wax up my skates too, Danny said. I want them to be extra slick so I can do the longest grind ever. Danny started rubbing the first brick of wax all over the bottoms of his skates. And after about half an hour later, we'd managed to rub the entire box, 4 single bricks, of paraffin wax into the cement, carefully covering every square inch of the curb. By the time we were done waxing it, the curb looked as if it had just been freshly painted white, and with the last little tiny chunk of wax in his hand, Danny wrote out the phrase, "Skate or die," into the black asphalt of the parking lot in front of our new curb, so as to claim our territory. I decided to go first. I rolled up to the curb and jumped up onto it a few times for practice, so as to see how I was supposed to lock in. I then skated alongside the curb and lifted up my skate running/dragging it along the edge of the curb, trying to understand the mechanics of everything, so as to see if I could get the gist of how it was going to feel when I actually tried to jump up onto it with speed. Is it slip? Danny asked. Hell yeah, it's slip, I replied. Aw yeah, Danny yelled out. We knew it was time to bust. I started slow at first, almost as if I was walking up to the curb in slow motion, stepping on slowly with my left foot first, followed by my right foot, locking into the front side grind position in which Eric had showed us, and then began slowly shifting my weight towards my right side. To my surprise, I glided across the top of the curb, only for a few inches, but sliding nonetheless, and then rolled off of the curb smoothly and continued rolling backwards, just as Eric had done. Dude, you just grinded, Danny shouted. Whoa, tight. I knew it was only for a few inches, but in that moment, I knew, technically, I'd just done my first grind, and felt in my mind that if I backed up about 20 feet or so, as I'd seen Eric do at the high school, that I should, theoretically, be able to build up enough speed and momentum which should naturally propel me completely across the entire freshly waxed curb. In my mind, it was just a simple calculation of physics and friction reduction between the two solid surfaces, so I backed up and then charged towards the curb. Ah, yee! Danny yelled out. QSHHHHHH! A loud, crunchy sound rang out. I fucking nailed it first try. Sliding across the top for about 5 feet or so, then rolling off backwards. The grind itself felt pretty comfortable. After that, I was so pumped up that I backed up even further so as to attempt to try it again, only this time with full force. QSHHHHHHHH. The sound rang out again as I slid along the freshly waxed curb, this time for almost 10 feet. Quost. It's crazy, man. It's like sliding on fucking glass, I shouted out. Sliding in my rollerblades across the heavily waxed curb felt so slippery that it had almost reminded me of the first time I'd ever tried on ice skates as a kid. There was so much wax on that curb looking back, I don't know if I was technically grinding the curb or just sliding across the top of it. But either way, I was making progress, and I knew if I worked hard at it every day that I'd soon master this trick. I had to do it. I had to be the best. I went to sit down on some nearby stairs to think about things, as I'm a hyper-introverted technical/logistical thinking person and always need time to compile together new information so as to make logical sense of it. Danny skated over to the curb and ran his freshly waxed skate over the top of it. Since I'd been practicing the frontside grind, Danny had decided to start with the soul grind trick Eric had showed us. Within just a few tries, Danny had slid even further than me. QS chach, chach, chach. The sound echoed out throughout the quiet parking lot. No, Danny had grinded almost 15 feet. Ah, yeah, I cheered. Man, that was fucking tight, dog. I'm the soul master, Danny said, placing his hands on his hips. He was beaming like a little schoolboy with an almost hubris-like level of pride from his accomplishment. That's it, I thought. I was getting jealous. Danny's arrogance had suddenly irked me, and I felt challenged. I had to be better. I quickly arose to my feet, and the battle had begun between us. Who would be the one to grind the whole entire curb first? Who would be the grind master? For what seemed like hours on end, Danny and I practiced and practiced, occasionally wiping out here and there, but progressing nonetheless. Our session continued until well after midnight. Curfew was at 10 p.m., so Danny and I would hide in the bushes by the Wells Fargo Bank as the mall's night security squad car did its rounds throughout the parking lot until we were both grinding the entire curb. Perfect, first time, every time. We were doing extremely well for our first day of actual aggressive skating, but after the moves we'd seen the other skaters doing in VG3, we knew we had a long way to go. In VG3, there were skaters doing cross-legged grinds down handrails, unity grinds, and we knew it was going to take some serious practice and commitment to get to that level of proficiency and consistency. We didn't know how we were going to do it, we just knew that we were going to do it, and that we had to do it. It was as if on some other level that destiny itself was calling upon us, and so, the adventure began. Check out this awesome playlist on YouTube featuring some of my best rollerblading highlights from 1996 and beyond. Fire emoji. Click here, fire emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=kppkn. KFV7P0 and list equals PLZHSDGX 1 0 TW5 Jatimbet NM_M. Want more rollerblading and soap shoe action? Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Ryan Jaunzemis. Chapter 2. Game Changer. Over the next few months, Danny and I were sessioning all over Los Angeles, attacking and destroying any handrail, ledge, curb, or planter we encountered. We also met a few new cool friends along the way. Paul Cifuentes, a quiet, cool Chilean kid from New York, who went to school with Danny at Miracosta High School, and Eddie Ramirez, a highly energetic, hot-tempered, comedic Latino kid who lived just down the street in Hawthorne, a few blocks away from my house in El Segundo, who was always down for whatever. Paul Cifuentes, left. Eddie Ramirez, right. Danny started skating with Paul more often, and I started kicking it with Eddie, as I was more of a night owl anyways, and it didn't matter what time of day or night it was, Eddie was always down to skate. He was addicted to it as much as I was, and he was good as fuck. At the time, Eddie was already busting out dropfish brains on handrails, which at the time was one of the most difficult tricks that had been developed within the realm of street skating. Eddie Ramirez, Soil Grind to Fakie, 15-step, John Adams Middle School, Santa Monica, California, 1997. Personally, I always liked skating with guys who were better than I was. I always thought it was a great way in which to be able to analyze how exactly they did things, as it would ultimately help to assist myself in my own personal development and evolution within the sport. We even still kick it all the way to this day in 2025. To left, Eddie and I kicking it for the holidays in Long Beach, Los Angeles, 2010. Within just a few short weeks' time of skating with Eddie, my game on the streets was quickly becoming airtight, and people were starting to take notice. Both Paul and Eddie would later join us on the soap team as well. Danny and I were getting exceedingly good at a remarkably fast pace. I'd unitied, topside sold, and drop fish-brained the 25-step handrail at the Hacienda Hotel in El Segundo. Drop sold a kinked rail that had a 2-story drop on the other side. 540 degrees and Misty flipped an 8-stair gap and had drop rocket fish-brained the 13-step rail at Recreation Park. These were pro-level tricks. Jaunzemis, drop Macchio, 25-step handrail. Hacienda Hotel, El Segundo, California, 1998. I was busting alley-oop maquias and kind grinds down the Ocean Park rails in Santa Monica, and during my lunch break at school, I'd strap up and practice 540 degrees in the 8-stair gap in front of my high school. My mom and Marianne began altering weekends so as to chauffeur Danny and I back and forth to the Edge, a brand new skate park that had recently been built out in Irwindale, California, so we could start learning how to skate, vert, short for vertical or half-pipe skating. I'd been doing flips most of my life throughout my various martial arts and gymnastics classes, so it was no surprise that vert skating just came naturally to me. My first day at the Edge, I'd already built up to dropping in on the 12 half-pipe, and was landing McTwists, Misty flips, and Bio 540 degrees S, and was busting Misty flips on the main launch/transition box. Jaunzemis, Misty flip on main launch box. The Edge. Skate Park, Irwindale, California, 1997. While I was practicing vert and transitions, Danny was busting topside acids and sidewalks on the fun box, his 2 main power moves. Everyone on the streets all agreed that Danny had the cleanest topside acids, flawlessly executed perfectly, first time, every time. Danny Lynch, topside acid sole, bottom, sidewalk, fun box. The Edge Skate Park, Irwindale, California, 1997. Dude, Danny said, as we took a break to grab some Gatorade, we're gonna be skating in the fucking X Games next. Jaunzemis, McTwist, in Skating Bowl, Skate Park of Tampa, Florida, 2005. Our journey led us far beyond the familiar confines of ordinary curbs or neighborhood handrails. We diligently hunted for skate parks, discovered concrete bowls, drained forgotten backyard pools, and began transforming ordinary spaces into arenas of possibility. Skating was never simply just about the tricks, it was about freedom of expression, creativity, and the relentless pursuit of something more. Grinding the same rail or perfecting tricks in the same exact spot eventually felt hollow, like repeating the same one-note song without ever hitting the chorus. We craved variety, the unexpected, and the challenge of unfamiliar territory. Skating needed to evolve, to become a story told through motion. It wasn't just about conquering the rail, it was about conquering the environment. Every new location was like a blank canvas, a new unexplored level in a video game just waiting for our wheels to carve a masterpiece. Some days, it was the smooth expanse of a polished wooden bowl where speed and momentum dictated every move. Other days, it was the jagged imperfection of a weathered street curb, daring us to tame its rough edges. Each spot had its own rhythm, its own soul, and we adapted to them all. Danny and I became explorers of concrete jungles, searching for the next untamed frontier. Skate parks and cement playgrounds became our proving grounds, places to sharpen our instincts and push our boundaries. We believed in the logic of the grind. If you could master the art of vert skating, flips, stalls, and the raw chaos of a halfpipe, then conquering the streets was a given. The streets were the ultimate arena, an unpredictable battlefield of cracks, slopes, and obstacles that demanded precision and guts. Mastery of the park meant we could glide down a city street like kings of the pavement, turning every curb, ledge, and staircase into our personal stage. We weren't just rolling through the city, we were carving our names into its very fabric. For us, skating wasn't just a sport, it was a declaration, a way to etch our names into the urban landscape. We weren't just skaters, we were storytellers, weaving legends with every grind, spin, and leap. I just met up with Eric during our lunch break from school, as the two of us had planned on strapping up and heading over to session the bike rack out in the quad area. I'd gotten all geared up in the new pair of white Majestics that I'd recently bought, and was rocking a brand new pair of baggy blue JNCO jeans. A fresh white tee displaying a giant round logo on the back for Boss speed bearings, which I'd recently purchased from the Roller Skates of America store over in Hawthorne, and had topped off the outfit with a white visor that I'd since covered with a bunch of Senate Ha logo stickers. All of a sudden, just moments into our session, a few freshman poser skateboarders approached us and started throwing giant dirt clods at us. One struck Eric on the side of his face, while another exploded on impact all over my brand new fresh white tee. I was pissed. Peep-poof! The sound of the colliding dirt clod against Eric's face. A huge cloud of dust and sand flew everywhere. Oh no, he didn't. Yo man, what the fuck? Yo, fuck you, you fucking four-wheeled fairies, Eric yelled out at the skateboarders as he began dusting himself off. Fuck you, you fruit-booting faggots, the skateboarders yelled back. I didn't really give a fuck about my t-shirt, as I had a change of clothes in my locker, but I don't like people messing with my friends, and I had to represent for my crew. I quickly dusted myself off, rolled up, and then jumped on drop sole onto the triple kink rail in the quad, busting out perfect and landing rewind right next to one of the skateboarders. Upon landing, I then turned in such a way, arcing, as to roll right into him, knocking him over onto the blacktop. So long, sucka, ha-ha. Yo, what the fuck, faggot? The skateboarder yelled out at me as he picked himself up off of the ground. What's up now, you fucking board banger? I yelled back, throwing my hands high up in the air, letting him know I was ready to throw down. Yeah, fuck y'all little freshmen, Eric shouted as he ran up and shoved one of them in the back. The little skateboarder dropped his backpack and his other friends took off running. I skated over towards him and grabbed his backpack up off of the ground. Gimme that back, the little skateboarder yelled at me. Oh, we'll take that, Eric told him, backing me up. I quickly unzipped the skateboarder's backpack as Eric held the little poser back, and I shook it upside down all over the place, dumping out all of its contents. Books, folders, pens, papers, and pencils were being flung all over the blacktop. Then I flung his backpack up off into the quad. Fight! 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 The chanting of other nearby school kids. People were starting to crowd around us from all different directions. You fucking want some, bitch, I threatened him, balling up my fists. Fuck you guys, the little skateboarder shouted back at us as he scurried around, trying to pick up his belongings before he ran off. God damn, you're on fire, Jaunzy, Eric told me. We gotta let these board bangers know what's up. Fuck yeah, dog, I agreed. Dude, Eric yelled out excitedly, you gotta bust the auditorium rail, bro. Whoa, I thought, looking over towards the rail that lead down from the backstage of the high school's auditorium. Aight, I agreed. Fuck it, I'll bust. Eric held out his hand to bump my fist so as to pay his respects and wish me good luck. Dude, Eric said, if you fucking bust this shit, man. Oh my god, man, dude, that shit will be fucking hella tight, bro. I skated over towards the rail and started walking up the steep metal steps. I was still a bit nervous by the challenge Eric had proposed, but in my mind, I was already committed to the execution of my trick. Many of us skaters had laughed and joked about busting the auditorium rail on numerous occasions, but none of us had ever seriously thought about doing it for real. I'd never even walked up those stairs before. The auditorium rail seemed like a death-defying rail with a 2-story drop on one side, with a horribly worn-out and rusted diamond plate roll-up. I reached the roll-up at the top and footed the rail with my skate to see how slip it would be. Luckily enough, the rail had been coated in a flat-based beige-colored paint. I knew the flat-based paint would help me to control the speed of my descent. If it had been slick enamel-based paint, then the rail, at that level of slant, would have been way too fast for my new skates, and would have required a good bit of sanding first. I didn't even hand up, I was just running on adrenaline. I positioned myself back into the corner, next to the auditorium's back door and the guard railing, which was attached to the brick wall, and then pushed off the guard with my hands so as to help me to roll up more quickly. Helping me to compensate for the measly little 3 feet of shitty rusty roll-up, I rolled over the bumpy diamond plating and jumped on the rail drop sole and fucking nailed it. First try. Clang, coos h, the sound of my skates connecting onto the metal rail and then grinding downwards. I slid down the rail fast but smooth, landing forwards on the blacktop. I didn't even care about trying to land fakie. At that point, I just wanted to land the trick and be able to live to tell the tale. Jaunzemis, drop sole grind, 13-step auditorium rail. With 2-story drop. On the other side, El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1998. This photo is from a future skating session. Holy shit, Jaunzy! Eric screamed out. Eric was completely blown away, along with the rest of the crowd that had been slowly drawing near. After landing my trick, I slowly turned around to receive a small standing ovation and applause by a few fellow students who were there to witness the event. I started setting my alarm for 3 a.m. so I could be up into the high school by 4 a.m. to meet up with my homie, Jose, who'd also recently begun skating. The most awesome thing about Jose was that he didn't give a fuck whatsoever. He would try to bust anything. Most guys work up to busting out bigger tricks, but not Jose. I'd bust a backslide then, Jose would take the challenge and try to bust out a backslide. Jose Ruiz, Drop Rocket Fishbrain, Picnic Bench, El Segundo High School. El Segundo, California, 1996. Jose and I were always challenging each other back and forth by playing POSCR, a skater game in which the first skater does a trick, then the second skater must perform the same trick. If the second skater completes the grind challenge, then it becomes his turn, and he gets to choose a new grind, so as to re-challenge the first skater. But if the second skater wipes out, he gets a P, and the first skater gets to choose another grind challenge to play for the letter O, followed by the letter S, and so on and so forth. Whoever spells out the word poser first loses. After I wore through my lightnings, I'd gotten K2s. Once I'd worn through my K2s, my mom got me oxygens, argons 1.1, and a pair of White Rose's Majestic 12s, and I gave my old K2s to Jose. The great thing for Jose was that my K2s were already worn in, meaning they already had a groove worn into the frame, thus making it easier for Jose to lock into the correct position so as to stick his grinds. Along with mine and Eddie's training and advice, Jose actually strapped up and backslid to fakie a small 6-step handrail on his very first day skating. Absolutely amazing. Jose Ruiz, backslide to fakie, 6-step handrail. El Segundo High School. El Segundo, California, 1996. The new Oxygen Argons quickly became my all-time favorite skates. There was just something different about the plastic. They just made me feel as if I had more control of my grinding speed. I'd gotten other skates too. Fifth Elements, White Rose's Majestic 12s, Chris Edwards Chocolates, and Red Oxygen Argons as well. Along with a few others. Some my mom had bought for me, while others I got used from other skaters. Some were in great condition, while others were well worn in and smelled of putrid, disgusting skater foot odor. I'd wanted to get my hands on all of the different models of skates, in all different colors as well, as I'm like a female when it comes to footwear, so I could find out which ones worked best for me. Being that I didn't have much money, I started using my old Sega Genesis and Nintendo video games for barter. I found that the Rose's models worked great for curbs and ledges, but seemed to lack the speed control I was looking for on handrails. It seemed as if they were fashioned from a different type of plastic, though they were smoother in their street riding and more stylish looking. The Argons looked like giant fucking moon boots, and at times I felt slightly self-conscious wearing them around girls. I began bringing different pairs of skates with me to sessions in my new Senate backpack that I'd recently bought, dependent upon what types of surfaces we'd be grinding that particular day. Danny and I had made friends with tons of other skaters as well, all who had various assortments of skate videos, in which we quickly borrowed any and all we could get our hands on. I'd connect both mine and Danny's visors together via red, white, and yellow RCA cables and dub us both personal copies. Within a very short time, Danny and I owned virtually every skate video that had ever been made. Our names were beginning to circulate throughout the skating community all over Los Angeles, and soon after that, everyone was wanting to skate with us. People that I didn't even know started looking me up in the yellow pages and calling my house phone, asking me questions like, "Hey, is this Ryan John Say Smith? I heard you were a pro skater. Do you know what kind of grind plates are the best? Or, where are you and Danny skating today? Who the fuck is this?" In a very short time, huge 20 to 50 plus man sessions began happening at various high schools that we'd be skating at. One weekend, Danny and I would tell everyone that the session would be at San Pedro High School. The next weekend, we'd tell everyone it was going to be at Redondo Beach High School. The next weekend, it would be University High School, UNI, in Los Angeles. Then Pershing Square, in downtown Los Angeles. Mira Costa High School, Ethel Dwyer Middle School in Huntington Beach. Ocean Park in Santa Monica. Belmont Shores, UC Irvine, UCI, UCLA. Cal State Long Beach, San Pedro High School. Malibu, Pepperdine University, and tons of other awesome skating spots, all with their own individual famous skating obstacles, such as UCLA's famous kinked rail we called the Blue Beast, or UNI's famous kinked rail known in the skating community as the 2020, along with the famous graffiti ledges known as the Pit, which was located on the famous and iconic Venice Beach Boardwalk. Along the way, we met up with tons of other skaters and a guy named Reiner, a Filipino skater who was busting crazy new school grinds like rough Mises and 450 degrees royales on handrails, who introduced us to his crew and tons of other new skaters. Soon we'd all be rolling 100 to 150 plus deep. It was like a huge rolling rollerblading army. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop torque sole, to mute grab, to fakie, over planter, 9-step handrail. Manhattan Beach Corporate Towers, Manhattan Beach, California, 1997. If we weren't out sessioning, there'd also always be a house party or kickback over at Eddie's new skater friend, Ian's house in Gardena. We'd be having a skate video marathon watching endless hours of Mad Beef, Mr. Moose Knuckles, Hoax 3, Nickel and Dime, and the newest skate video at the time, Elements, all the while stuffing our faces with Domino's pizza, hot wings, and chugging Coca-Cola, Mountain Dew, or other flavored energy drinks. Skating became life, and life became skating. The weeks continued to pass by. Jose and I kept at it every morning. We'd be out on Main Street in El Segundo in front of the high school at 4 a.m. in the morning, busting drop rocket fish brains on bus benches and sessioning the ledges in the quad by the girls' gym. I'd wait for random girls to walk by and look over towards us, then I'd bust out a hat behind the back royale, a trick where while grinding an object a skater takes off his hat with one hand, then switches it behind his back to his other hand, then places his hat back on top of his head. Girls would watch and giggle and wave back to us. The attention from the girls always got me all cranked and pumped up so as to then bust out even harder. Sometimes, even just something as simple as a smile or a wave from a hot, beautiful young girl can perk me up even better than a morning shot of Starbucks espresso. I stopped eating lunch and started ditching class early to skate around town, and my name was beginning to circulate heavily throughout my high school. I was starting to get mad props from random people passing by in the hallways. "What up, Ryan?" I'd hear them screaming out, or "Ruler Blader," etc. It was crazy. Random people that I'd never even seen or met before would be walking by in the hallways, holding up their hands, awaiting a high five back from M. Girls would be trying to get my friends to introduce me to them. Eric and Jose would be telling me in between class that they heard so-and-so thought I was cute, or that so-and-so's friend thought I was sexy. Cool, I thought. However, on the flip side, I'd also get comments like, "Fuck you, roller faggot," or "roller fairy," or "fruit booter," or "get a fucking skateboard, fag," or some other spiteful remark from some random SK8RH8R slang for skater hater. I didn't mind though. To be quite honest, in some ways I thought it was rather amusing. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop macchio to fakie, 13-step handrail. Recreation Park, El Segundo, California, 1998. I could clearly see that whatever I was doing was creating some sort of big emotional impact, so I continued on doing my thing, though it was interesting to hear so many diverse reactions. It seemed there was no middle ground on the opinions of rollerblading and aggressive skating. It was either something one absolutely loved or something one absolutely hated. In many ways, I felt as if it was like being part of a tribe, or a family, or a gang, or possibly even a cult, one with an aggressive, us versus them, and shoot first, ask questions later, street-like mentality. This tribe was ready to throw down if anyone outside of the skating community came at us foul or incorrectly. One thing was definitely for certain, and that was that things were beginning to become really intense, really fast. And I could feel it. A wave was being created, and I'd planned on 100% riding out this wave wherever it was going to take me. I was focused like a laser. I couldn't even concentrate in class anymore. Skating was consuming my mind, and I was starting to receive detention on a daily basis for passing notes back and forth in class with fellow skaters. By late October of 1996, it was time for El Segundo High School's homecoming dance, and I had, who I thought was the hottest girl at my high school, Janine, a girl I'd had a crush on since 9th grade, standing right there in front of me, staring me right in the face, and totally checking me out. I was in such utter disbelief as to the changes that were occurring in my reality that I couldn't even comprehend that what was happening was in fact actually really happening. Janine was this gorgeous little blonde freshman cheerleader who I'd met through my friend Dawan Robinson, aka DJ, a few years earlier. This was a girl I'd been wanting to hook up with for like 2 years. My big secret crush at the time. Janine and I hung out a few times before at some random house parties and get-togethers, or at her place after school jumping on her giant 14-foot trampoline in her backyard, But she always had a boyfriend or something else going on at the time, or the conversation would just be too awkward and would never seem to go anywhere. Mostly, I'm guessing because I was so shy and awkward. "Dude, she's waiting for you, BRO!" Eric shouted at me against the blaring music as he pushed my shoulders from the backside. "No, she's not, dude," I said in disbelief. I couldn't believe it, but at the same time I had this tiny little inkling inside of me, telling me this could be it. I looked over in Janine's direction, and in a single moment I'd noticed her astonishingly bright blue eyes were transfixed upon me from across the room. She was looking directly at me and smiling, then slowly dropped her eyes downward towards the ground as she continued dancing on seductively amidst the black/ultraviolet light. "Dude, she wants you, BRO!" Eric shouted at me again as he continued to push me in her direction. He'd been hearing me go on and on about her for months on end. "Dude, she's like the finest girl at our school. Are you fucking with me, bro?" I asked him again in disbelief. I was totally bitching out. "BRO." Eric put his hand on my shoulder and looked me dead in the eyes. "You're the man right now, bro. She's waiting for you, dude. Trust me. I swear to God, man, just go dance with her." "You think so?" I muttered out. I was still unsure of his judgment, but I was willing to take the dare. Eric cocked his head towards one side. "Dude, stop being a fag," he told me as he continued pushing me in her direction. Go," he continued. I was nervous. My heart began pounding. "Breathe, baby, breathe." I felt the fear, but I took a step forward anyways. I was trying to quiet my mind, hoping to eliminate any negative internal dialogue as I approached. "Okay, I got this, man." I managed to get myself across the room so that I could ask Janine for a dance. Dado, do you wanna dance with me?" I managed to mutter out in a sheepishly high-pitched voice. I knew it wasn't much of a line, but it was the best I could muster up within the moment, though to my surprise, Janine's eyes instantly lit up, and she instantly threw her arms around my neck tightly. I felt relieved. Yes, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I was bubbling over inside, feeling giddy, like that of a little schoolgirl. I put my hands around Janine's waist tightly and held her close. She was still wearing her blue and gold ESHS cheerleading outfit from the homecoming game earlier that evening. The sweet, soft, sugary scent of vanilla perfume radiated off of the fabric as her body pressed up against mine. She rested her head softly against my right shoulder. Perfect height, in heels too, no doubt. She looked so beautiful and literally had me melting inside, but I managed to keep my composure. She started slowly grinding her hips against me. I could smell the fresh scent of her shampoo as her silky blonde hair brushed over my face. She began slowly kissing my neck, softly, seductively, erotically. The pleasure began sending shivers up and down my spine. I was entranced. It felt almost hypnotic with the strobe lights and music blaring. All of a sudden, the DJ switched the slower song that we'd been dancing to one of the songs that Jose and I had requested earlier that evening. Tag teams, whoop there it is, and the beat was thumping. We began grinding even harder. I tilted my head inwards towards Janine's lips, and we began heavily making out. My eyes were closed, but I could see the flashes and shimmering of light from the strobes and lasers through my eyelids. I felt lighter than air, and she began running her hands through my hair. Then we started making out even harder. "Aw, shift-you-fived, Jaunzemis!" Eric and Jose yelled out, throwing their hands up in the air. "Erg hop fuck, pa-poo-poo-cha," Jose shouted out, giving me the hand. He was waving his hands up and down while making a noise with his mouth, sounding like that of a hip-hop drum beat. "That shit deserves it, foo!" I could hear my boys cheering me on amidst the blaring music. I stepped back, taking Janine by the hand, and began leading her off the dance floor and over towards a small platform in the back of the high school's cafeteria so we could sit down and chat and get to know each other a bit better. As I lead Janine through the crowd, I looked back and caught sight of Eric giving me a big smile along with his nod of approval and a big thumbs up. It seemed as though he was giving me my man card back. I smiled and winked back, raising my hand high above the crowd, giving him a big thumbs up back as Janine and I slowly disappeared into the thick white mist of smoke which was being expelled from the DJ's fog machine. I smiled and took a quick second to breathe and take in the moment. An overwhelming sense of euphoria began to envelope me. I felt happy. This is my day. Check out this awesome playlist on YouTube featuring some of my best rollerblading highlights from 1996 and beyond. Fire emoji. Click here, fire emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals kppkn. KFV 7P0 and list equals PLZHSDGX 1 0 FT KW 5 Jatimbet NM_M. Want more rollerblading and soap shoe action? Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Ryan. Jaunzemis. Chapter 3. Metamorphosis. Venturing out further into the world of aggressive inline skating, I'd soon begun meeting these sponsored professionals. Justin and I ran into Arlo Eisenberg, the creator of a skate company called Senate, which at the time was the biggest skate company in the aggressive skating industry, inside of a blockbuster video in Hermosa Beach. It was pretty exciting. Justin and I were standing in line. I was buying Aqua's new album, Aquarium, which featured the new hit single, Barbie Girl, which has since been my second favorite music album of all time, next to Tupac's famous album, All Eyes on Me, and a replacement copy of Ace of Base's 1993 album, The Sign, as my last one had gotten all scratched up. Arlo had just happened to be standing right in front of Justin and I in the checkout line. I'd recognized him by his bald head steez. Arlo Eisenberg? What? Crazy! Ha-ha! I said, just a tad starstruck. What's up, man? Arlo replied. Arlo and I began briefly chatting for a few moments about skating. I asked him what was it like to be one of the most famous and influential skaters within the skating community, and what was it like to own such an awesome and successful company. And also, I asked if he had any secret tips and tricks for success out there on the streets. Arlo gave me a brief bit of secret inside information, then boasted that his company, Senate, was now worth over $10 million. So fucking sick, I thought. Arlo then joked with me a bit, mentioning I ought to cover up my girlish pop music CDs with something a bit more manly and hardcore, at least until I'd reach the register. Oh, Aqua? Yeah, kinda fruity, but it's cool, bud, Arlo said as he winked at me. I mean, I guess if I were gonna buy some of that Aqua shit, I'd probably cover it up with some Slayer or something while I walked around the store. Then when I got to the register, I'd just tell them that I'd changed my mind or something, then just give it back to them. Jackass, ha-ha, I said, laughing, lightly punching Arlo on his shoulder. You're a ball-buster. That's funny, though. He seemed like a cool dude. I also met Randy Spicer, aka Roadhouse, who was sponsored by Senate. He told me they paid him a six-figure salary just to skate around representing them by sporting their clothing and other products. Senate made t-shirts, hoodies, and sweatshirts. Pants, backpacks, skate wheels, skates, grind plates, and other things of that nature. And competed in skating competitions such as the X Games, the Extreme Games, and NISS, the National Inline Skating Series, pronounced NIS. Basically a walking billboard for Senate, a poster boy in a sense. Danny and I had spoken about sponsorship, and we knew that was the direction in which we had to go. One day, while sessioning with Danny at American Martyrs, a local church in Manhattan Beach, we ran into a pro skater named Daniel Hendershot, who was sponsored by a skate company called Team Paradise. Hendershot was all geared up, head to toe in all Team Paradise gear. He was wearing Team Paradise pants, a TP t-shirt, a TP belt, TP wrist guards. He'd even stuck a few TP stickers on the boots and on the chassis of his skates. Danny and I had shopped at the Team Paradise store after a recent skating session at Ethel Dwyer Middle School in Huntington Beach. Their shop was conveniently located in the same lot as the Senate skate shop, and they'd also just recently opened up a second smaller shop in Manhattan Beach. Hendershot was skating by himself. Danny and I had been giving each other shoulder-ups on a small white square rail that had been freshly painted with slick white enamel-based paint, and we both had kept slipping out of our lock-in positions. Hendershot rolled over and slowly began walking up the stairs towards us. "Can I get a hit?" Hendershot asked, entering our session. "Yeah," Danny replied, "but it's super slip." "Oh, it's cool," Hendershot replied. "Who is this poser?" Hendershot approached the white square rail and jumped on Royale, nailing it perfect, first try, and landing fakie. Landing fakie means to land backwards and keep rolling backwards. "Whoa," I shouted out, "that was dope." Hendershot's style was clean and smooth. Danny and I stood back watching him skate. His level of skill and consistency would far surpass ours at that time. First, he jumped on the rail and royaled it. Then he walked back up the stairs and rolled up and unitied it. Then, he alley-oop porn starred it. Every trick was flawlessly executed. First time, every time. This guy is fucking sick, yo. Peace ST, Danny whispered to me as Hendershot was heading back up the stairs. Yo, Ryan. This dude is pro. I know, dude, I whispered back. Shit's crazy, foo. And check out the size of his groove. Fuck, I know, dude, Danny replied. Shit is fat. Danny and I told Hendershot about a big green 30-step handrail that was just down the street behind the Manhattan Village Mall, in a private, ritzy residential community called the Manhattan Village. One of my karate friends, Laura Brown, lived there, and would always sneak Danny and I into the community pool after hours so we could continue our ninja quests at night. We'd all climb onto the roof and jump off the rafters into the pool, doing flips, ninja kicks, and other stunts, or we'd jack a fifth of peppermint schnapps from the Holly Main liquor store in El Segundo, then go chill and drink in Laura's jacuzzi until 4 a.m. in the morning. Hendershot knew exactly which rail we were referring to, so I called up Laura from a nearby payphone and told her to tell the security guard at the gate we were going to stop by. Yo, Laura, what up? I began. Hey, can you tell the security guy at the gate that me and some friends are gonna stop by? We want to skate that big green rail by your house. Hey, what's up? Sure, Laura replied. Let's practice some karate soon. Sounds good, I agreed. Immediately upon arrival, Hendershot was already trying to jump on Unity. Danny and I sat back and watched quietly. Why don't you just royale it? I asked him. Hendershot had been trying to Unity the green 30-step handrail for about half an hour, but was only getting down about 1/4 of the way. Danny and I were getting bored, assuming he wasn't going to stick his trick. Dude, Danny whispered to me, you could probably even Unity this shit, Ryan. Maybe this guy is just dressed like he's pro. I mean, he's good and all, but maybe he's really just a poser. I wondered. I don't want to royale it, Hendershot replied. I want to Unity it. I royaled it last week, now it's time for Unity. Then I want to do Unity to Soul. Then I want to do Unity to Soul, to switch Soul to Rewind. Whoa, damn, this guy has a plan. At the time, I'd not thought too seriously about switch-ups, switching up from one trick to the next. At the time, Unities and Fishbrains were still new-school tricks done mainly on shorter rails. I'd done both on the 25-step at the Hacienda Hotel, but what he was talking about, at the time, was in a whole other realm. At that time, in 1996, in the aggressive skating community, one would earn more respect from peers on the streets by front-siding an incredibly long rail. The way Dave Kalish, a pro Senate rider, had down on the famous skate video, Mad Beef, rather than performing a more advanced/technical trick on a shorter rail, at least within the community of the skaters that we hung out with, but then, something dawned on me. This guy is in the inner circle. He's a pro, and hangs out with other pros. They're the ones leading the direction of this sport, and the 8 things he's doing are probably going to be the next big movement. Maybe I'm thinking too much old school style. Fuck that. I need to be thinking new school baby. Only the strong survive. Adapt or die. At that profound paramount realization, I let go of my ego and sat back on some nearby steps to observe Hendershot further, taking mental notes in my head, if you will. After that day, I started focusing on much more advanced tricks that the pros were doing in the newer skate videos. Farfanugins, ally-op, or reverse royales, negative grinds, grinding on the area of the skate that is like the inner sole. Dar where your big toe and ball of your foot was. Rough grinds, grinding on the area of the heel of your skates. And all of the lines and switch-ups, a line, is a series of tricks, grinding a rail, then skating further, and grinding another object, such as a curb or ledge, etc. In the new skate videos, sometimes, on even the shortest rails, I'd see a skater do a rough grind, and he would barely even chink the rail, barely touch it, and I thought it was completely whack. Personally, I'd rather just bust a long, solid grind down a big-ass handrail, as I knew that if a hot girl were watching me skate, that I'd get way more props and respect from her. Rather than if I just chinked a short 3-step rail, or rather than trying something more technical like a fast plant to ally oop kakio, to Savannah on a little curb, or on a shorter 10-step handrail. But then, I realized, that's how sports evolve. I thought back to that mysterious skater who 360 degrees D off of the picnic table, and I began to realize that this whole entire skating venture I was on was once just a mere thought in my mind, a vision I'd since turned into a physical reality, one in which I was now living. In essence, I could have still been playing football. Weird, the wheels in my head were turning. I felt as if I was literally choosing what I wanted my life to be like, and then living it. With all the new data I've picked up along the way so far, what would I look like if I was, like, the best skater in the world? How would I dress? How would I act? What kind of tricks would I be doing? If I step it up right now, I could change my future. Instead of being just some average skater, I could be a pro. This could be fucking career. In that moment, deep within my mind's eye, across the scroll of my mind, I saw a vision of myself rocking my new sponsor's clothing, head to toe, skating an endless line and switching up every single trick, jumping off rails and doing flips and shit, busting solos and monkey plants over walls and becoming a master at everything. Just as in my martial arts training where I'd learned to use weapons, with the mindset of, a weapon is just an extension of the body, my skates would now be thought of in the same fashion. Shit, I need to practice and get good right now, I thought to myself as I stood up suddenly. Hey fellas, peace out. I gotta bounce, I yelled out to Danny and Hendershot. I gotta go do some, stuff. Dude, I thought we were gonna go get some Whoppers at Burger King in a minute, Danny asked me confused like. Yeah, I gotta bounce. I'll hit you up tomorrow, bro, I told him. I needed some me time so as to collect my thoughts. So, surged with the energy from the newfound vision I'd formed in my head, I skated like greased lightning to the nearest bus stop. Heading back home in a fury to watch some skate videos and think about how I'd go about accomplishing my new dream and vision and continue heading along the path towards skating mastery. What's up with your boy? Hendershot asked Danny. I don't know, man, Danny replied. He always does this gay-ass shit. He just takes off out of nowhere. We all met up the next day, and Hendershot took Danny and I over to the new Team Paradise shop in Manhattan Beach. Hendershot had recently gotten his picture published in the TP catalog and had wanted to show it off to us. Dude, mad props, man, Danny said, bumping a fist onto Hendershot's shoulder. That shit is sick. I need to get some new wheels, new bearings, and a few shirts, man, Hendershot shouted to the TP store clerk. The clerk gave him whatever he asked for. Then Hendershot walked out of the shop handing me the bag. Damn, now that's pimp. I've got boxes of wheels at my house, man, he told us, but you guys are cool. Try these out. Shit will tighten up your skating game. I looked down at the worn-down, multicolored Roadhouse Crayola grind wheels I was using. Yeah, haha. They look a little worn down, I replied, trying to act nonchalant. Truthfully, I hadn't ever even changed, nor even rotated them yet, and they'd been on for weeks. Forget grind wheels, man. Hendershot told me, that shit is old school. It's all about riding 4 down now. 4 down, I asked him. I'd remembered a commercial on VG4 that mentioned the phrase 4 down, but I never really understood what it was referring to. I just figured it was some new skate company or something. 4 down, bro, Hendershot continued, grabbing the bag back from my hand and reaching inside, pulling out a pack of 4 medium-sized skate wheels as he explained the concept to me. 4 wheels down, my dude. It turned out that 4 down was a slang term in the skating community meaning all 4 wheels. 4 medium-sized wheels were touching the ground at the same time, thus allowing the rider more control and traction, but still would leave adequate enough space between the 2 middle wheels so as to be able to lock onto a curb or handrail rather than the old-school style which was known as anti-rockering, which is using 2 bigger wheels on the outside and 2 smaller grind wheels on the inside. Hendershot reached inside of his bag and handed Danny and I each a set of 8 Senate 62mm low-rider wheels and a pack of brand-new Ebec 7 Boss Speed bearings, all brand new and unopened, a retail value of over $150, easy for each of us. Danny's eyes grew wide, and his mouth animatedly dropped to the floor like that of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. "Doo!" Danny said, awestruck by the free gift. That's tight. Thanks, man. Good looking out, I told him. I didn't have a job, my mom gave me allowance, but I nickeled and dimed it, mostly on random stupid shit, and to come up with an extra chunk of change for things like wheels that were about $40 a pop was a big pain in the fucking ass. Plus, I absolutely hated doing maintenance on my skates. I just wanted to fucking skate. I'd never even bought new wheels before. I'd just rotate the ones that I had every few weeks or so until they were worn out. Then eventually I'd either try to borrow money from my mom to buy new skates or trade things such as video games to fellow skaters for their old skates. Ride 4 down, Hendershot told us again. It's way better, dude. The upgrade resulted in a much smoother ride. Hendershot also hooked us up with some brand new Team Paradise t-shirts and a few hundred TP stickers, which Danny immediately began sticking on every handrail and around every spot that we sessioned at, as if tribally marking our territory. This action was known in the skating community as stickering. "No big deal," Hendershot replied. "When you're sponsored, they give you whatever you want." At that point, Danny and I knew exactly what we had to do. We had to get sponsored. Wow! I thought after seeing sponsorship firsthand. "Dude, to have a company looking out for you like that," I said to Danny. "Giving a motherfucker free clothes and free fucking skate wheels and shit." "We have to go pro, dude," Danny exclaimed. "Dude, I can't be affording fucking wheels and shit, but if we get sponsored, we can just get the shit for free. And if we get paid 6 figures like Roadhouse was saying, we won't even have to get jobs after high school. Skating would just be our full-time job, dude. We'd be like professional athletes, just like that pro skateboarder dude, Tony Hawk." "Yeah, fuck that," Danny said, his face and lips squinched up like a lemon, disgustedly shaking his head. "That dude doesn't work," Danny continued. "He probably just skateboards around all day. And he's like 40. Dude makes fucking millions, man," I began. "I was at Walmart with Jose jacking some condoms, 'cause we was about to fill them up with water to throw them at 8th graders, and I saw Tony Hawk vitamins there. Man, homeboy probably makes bank, yo. WHA ha ha hot. Tony Hawk 8TA, mins. BA, ha 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 ha." Danny laughed out loud. "Gay, hey, hey, ha ha. Yeah, they're like those little Flintstones vitamins, man, ha ha. Actually, I jacked a bottle just to try 'em out. The grape ones were tight, yo. But seriously, dog, we just wake up, get some Starbucks and grab a bagel with cream cheese and shit and go session every day. Because fuck, man, I ain't even trying to do no motherfucking 9 to 5 bullshit after high school, you know, man? Dude, I got some ideas." I continued ranting on. "Dude," Danny said, "we need to start filming our sponsor video today." I sighed. "Dude, I got my camcorder, but I don't got any more blank 8mm tapes," I exclaimed. "Well," Danny began contemplating. Danny stood and thought for a moment. I assumed he was formulating a plot to see if he could borrow more money from his mom or something, but a few seconds later he sneakily suggested, "Safeway?" He was obviously insinuating a quick jack move. "Safeway, ha ha," I replied enthusiastically, nodding my head up and down in agreement. Our plan was formulating quickly. "Do," we both said in unison. At that, we both strapped on our blades and headed out. At that point, skating wasn't about fun anymore. It began to become more like a job. Every day began to become all about filming our sponsor videos. It got to the point where I wouldn't even do a trick if it wasn't going to be filmed, as I didn't see a point. I didn't just want to do a trick for fun, I wanted to get sponsored and get paid for my efforts. I needed to make content. Even if I was skating by myself, I'd set up my camcorder on my tripod and record my session. I soon came to the realization and mentality that I'd be graduating in less than a year and a half, and after that, I'd have to either be sponsored, making big bucks, or I'd have to settle for working 40 hours a week. 40 hours a week. Fuck that motherfucking shit. I can't be no bitch like that. It wasn't that I came to dislike skating, as I still loved it, but I knew if I didn't start taking things way more seriously and go pro, that it would soon be the end of my skating days, and I'd have to end up quitting anyways and get a damn job. We started filming everywhere we went. Whatever handrail, ledge, planter, or even the measliest little curb, it didn't matter. All I knew was that I needed to gather as much footage as I could get, ASAP. Skating without the camera was easily risking the opportunity of possibly missing out on a great shot. I was taking it super serious. In my mind, lacing up my skates was now synonymous with punching a time clock and going to work. If I wasn't skating with Danny or Eddie, then I was with Eric or Jose, or with a few of my new skater friends, Craig Reynolds and John Carson. John was a younger, clean-cut Filipino kid who could bust out all kinds of new school tricks, and Craig, a quiet, skinny 7th-grade grommet, short skater, standing no more than 4 tall at the time, who could secretly bust out like no other. These kids had skill. John Carson, negative mistrial to fakie, 8-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1998. Craig Reynolds, left, unity to fakie, 6-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1996. Right, soul grind to rewind, 10-step nipple rail. Hacienda Hotel, El Segundo, California, 1997. Both Craig and John were trying seriously to get sponsored themselves. They both lived only a few blocks from my house, so we all teamed up and skated around sessioning handrails, taking turns filming one another. Later, my younger brother Randall, who was a previous roller hockey player, would later go out and buy a pair of Majestic 12s himself and would learn how to grind, and began coming out with us to bust a few rails, and would also help me out with some of the video production as well. Randall Jaunzemis, drop sole grind to rewind, 25-step handrail. Hacienda Hotel, El Segundo, California, 1998. Let's go, stop skating here, Craig would say in a whiny, high-pitched, childlike voice. Craig never seemed amused and was always on his own agenda. Craig would always show up to session wearing the same old pair of torn brown Roses pants and either a green Senate logo hat or a blue medium hat, with either a blue or white 976 shirt with the picture of a little Lego man wearing rollerblades and grinding a little Lego rail. "Don't you ever do laundry, Foo?" I asked him jokingly. "Hey," Craig said in a serious-like tone, completely oblivious to my ball-breaking sarcasm. "Are you filming?" "Yeah, it's recording, dude," I replied. "Okay, film this," he said, as he began his line. Craig busted out a fat wheelbarrow to fakie, followed by a 360 degrees solo, then ended it by busting a unity to fakie down a 4-gap 4-kinked ledge at Recreation Park. Craig Reynolds line skating. Left wheelbarrow to fakie on ledge. Right, unity grind to fakie, 4-gap 4-kinked ledge. Recreation Park, El Segundo, California, 1997. Regardless of Craig's age, small, scrawny size, or sloppy appearance, he could tear it up on the streets like no other. Craig had this poker face about him. Just when you thought you'd seen all of his tricks, boom. Right out of left field he'd come busting out something completely new. I learned a lot of stuff from Craig. Craig wasn't a show-off skater at all, and he never really talked all that much, if at all. You could tell he was in his head all the time. Craig lived with his dad just a block away from my house. He never really said much about him, other than that he was an asshole. I didn't know what he was thinking about half of the time, or if he was even really consciously there or not. It always seemed like something was bothering him. His head was in the clouds. But, as soon as I'd turn the camera, Craig would come out of his shell and bust out. It would always surprise everyone in the session. As time went on, it seemed that some of the guys would start to lose sight of the mission to film, and would begin to start skating around purposelessly. I knew they weren't taking it as serious as I was, but I didn't let it slow me down. Whenever the guys would lighten up, I'd just bounce from the session with my camera and my tripod and go off skating on my own. I didn't have time to dilly-dally around. I had a mission to accomplish, period. I had to be pro. Ryan Jaunzemis, top, drop rocket fishbrain to rewind, 13-step handrail. Recreation Park, El Segundo, California, 1998. Bottom, wheelbarrow to fakie, slanted beveled ledge. El Segundo Police Station, El Segundo, California, 1997. Jose was still down. He was getting really good again after recovering from his latest injury. Jose had recently fractured his elbow and had to stop skating for 6 weeks. We'd drawn Senate logos all over his hard cast, but as soon as he got it off, he was in a soft sling, skating around, busting out, and rocking one big-ass elbow pad, so as to help protect his still healing elbow. Jose Ruiz, drop sole grind to fakie, 10-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1997. "Erg fuck dog, that shit was tight," I yelled out. People sitting in the grass out in front of the high school sat quietly eating lunch while watching Jose and I take turns sessioning the 8-step handrail out in front. A second later, a set of 2 girls walked by in passing. "He's dumb," one of the girls randomly blurted out. "He's gonna break his other elbow." "Yeah, I think that's stupid," the other girl replied. "Who the fuck are these 2 bitches?" I wondered. "We're aggressive skaters, foo," Jose yelled back to the 2 girls. "We don't give a fuck what you think." The 2 girls shook their heads, disgusted-like, and continued walking down the stairs. "B.A., ha 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 ha," I laughed out loud, almost pissing myself as his comment came straight out of left field. "Yo, fuck this shit, Johnsy," Jose said as he approached the rail. The girls had walked just about halfway down the steps as Jose rolled up to the rail and jumped on backslide to fakie, busting out, "Perfect." Clang! Coos huckle! Jews landing and locking onto the rail and grinding downwards. Jose Ruiz, backslide to fakie, 8-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1997. "Oh my God!" the girls shrieked in surprise. Jose, landing in front of the 2 girls, still rolling fakie, threw up both hands into two West Side hand signs. "Represent? Foo! What? Jose yelled out. Jose didn't give a fuck what the two girls thought, his words spoken like that of a true, aggressive inline skater. Unfortunately, a few weeks later, while sessioning the Peach Rail, a kinked rail with a bump on it at Recreation Park, Jose had tried to royale through the kink and over the bump across the flat, but his right boot got caught, and his forward momentum flung him off the rail down hard onto the pavement. "Ka-crack-ick!" A bone-shattering sound echoed out throughout the playground. Craig and I both knew this was no bullshit fall. Jose had just broken his femur. Jose laid motionless on the ground. No tears, no words, no sounds. He just laid there. A sad, solemn, and disappointed look embellished his face. Craig and I skated as fast as we could to a nearby payphone so as to call for an ambulance. But after that accident, Jose would be stuck at home in a wheelchair for the next 6 months. We were sad. We'd lost a great soldier from our crew that day. After the accident, along with everyone else's constant flaking, the crew became pretty much Craig, my brother Randall, and myself. We'd be out for 12, sometimes even 15 to 18, plus hours a day, skating nonstop, practicing, and getting good. The guys would tell me things like, "Ryan, just chill, man. Just have fun." "Dude, we're talking fucking 6 figures here, guys. You guys gotta start thinking like them Navy SEALs, man." 6 months of pain for a lifetime of pride and respect. I tried to tell them, but they didn't want to listen. "Dude, Danny's way too much of an oaf anyway to be pro," Craig would say jokingly. "He can't even 540 degrees because he's too fat. That's why he just does those gay-ass sidewalks all day. He's too lazy to do real grinds, so he just slides down rails on his shins." Haha, I replied. "That's funny, foo. This foo be straight clowning." I decided to change my look. I felt that when I looked into the mirror, I still saw too much preppy-ass white boy, and I wanted to start representing this new breed of aggressive skater that was emerging from within me. I walked down to the grocery store and bought a gallon jug of Clorox bleach and rubbed it into my hair, letting it burn for about an hour and a half or so, until my hair turned white, and I bought some super baggy-ass size 46-inch Cannon Barrel Solo jeans from the indoor swap meet over in Gardena, and started wearing a big-ass double-chain wallet. After that, I got my mom to drive me down to the Senate store in Huntington Beach, and I bought myself a gray Senate, a logo sweatshirt, along with wheels, hats, and other skater apparel. I attached a Senate lowrider wheel on my keychain and had even bought some chain link from the Ace hardware store and ran it through a skate wheel, which I then had the hardware shop manager weld the chain back together and placed it around my neck and wore it as a necklace to school so I could represent skater life to the fullest. Imagine that, wearing a skate wheel around your neck. Talk about being too cool for school. "Gotta be pro," I said to myself in the mirror. Ryan Jaunzemis, topside acid soul grind to rewind, 10-step nipple rail. Hacienda Hotel, El Segundo, California, winter, 1997. Ryan Jaunzemis line skating. Top, drop rocket macchio to fakie, 15-step guardrail. With 2-story drop on the other side. Bottom, mid-vert mute grab over ledge. El Segundo Middle School, El Segundo, California, 1997. This new identity in which I'd formed for myself had definitely begun to help me stand out, but at the same time, it had also begun to single me out. In the 90s, rollerbladers and skateboarders typically didn't get along, and El Segundo was predominantly known as a skateboarding town. Rollerbladers were a minority and weren't particularly welcome there. To an outsider, rollerblading and skateboarding might seem like two sides of the same coin, united under the banner of extreme sports. But within the world of skating, the divide runs deep. Two tribes locked in an unspoken rivalry. As someone heavily immersed within the rollerblading subculture, I understood why the two worlds clashed at their very core. And now, with my name echoing through the halls of my high school as the best rollerblader in El Segundo, I had unknowingly painted a target on my back. Within the skateboarding community, I now wasn't just another skater, I was the enemy. There are unspoken street politics that dictate how these two subcultures interact. Take rollerblading, for example. When performing a soul grind, a rollerblader needs wax not just on the top surface of an object, but also on the underside. This ensures that both the sole of the boot and the wheel chassis can glide smoothly, reducing friction and making the grind possible. Without sufficient wax on both surfaces, a proper grind becomes almost impossible. At slower speeds, a rollerblader will stick to an object rather than slide, while at faster speeds, the momentum might fling them forward uncontrollably. On the other hand, too much wax on the top surface of an object can be just as hazardous, causing the skater to slip out of their lock-in position. They might start to slide across the top, a move where a skater glides on the side of their boot or wheels, or worse, lose control entirely and end up flat on their back. This is how injuries happen. When it comes to handrails, the stakes are even higher. Applying wax to an unpainted metal handrail drastically reduces friction between the sole of the boot, the plastic chassis, and the rail itself. While this increases the grind speed, it can quickly render the rail too fast, uncontrollable, and dangerously unpredictable, turning a single mistake into something potentially catastrophic, even fatal. On the flip side, skateboarders typically need just a small amount of wax on metal rails. Unlike rollerbladers who slide with plastic on metal, skateboarders are grinding with wood on metal or metal on metal, depending on the type of grind and whether they're using wooden decks or metal wheel trucks. This difference in surface-to-surface contact naturally alters the friction, which in turn affects the speed and control of the grind. From a rollerblader's perspective, skateboarders are constantly over-waxing handrails, especially the metal coping at skate parks. The biggest offenders? The noobs and the posers. I was guilty of this myself when I was a noob. I'd bet money that the Safeway curb is still dripping with wax. Overwaxing can cause rollerbladers to slip out and get injured due to the reduced friction, which quickly frustrates them, as they're forced to use sandpaper to scrape off the skateboarder's excess wax. When it comes to curbs, skateboarders tend to wax the top edge, sometimes applying up to 8 or even 10 inches of wax for smooth tail slides, while completely ignoring the underside. This creates a dangerous situation for rollerbladers, as it causes the chassis to stick on the downside while the top becomes too slick. And when grinding on metal trucks, skateboarders often only wax the corner edge of the curb where the cement meets the metal, completely neglecting both the top and the bottom surfaces. There are countless waxing techniques for different tricks across both sports, and without a proper understanding of why people are doing what they're doing, it's easy for arguments, and even physical confrontations, to break out. As a rollerblader, it's common to come across a handrail with a layer of wax left behind from a previous skateboard session. To make the rail usable again, the rollerblader has to break out sandpaper or steel wool to scrub off the waxy residue, allowing for a smoother, more controllable grind. This, of course, frustrates the skateboarders, who now have to re-wax the rail in their next session, which in turn pisses off the rollerbladers, who will have to go through the same process all over again. And so on and so forth. No one in the skating community, whether a rollerblader, skateboarder, soaper, or anyone else who grinds, wants to deal with prep work just to get to the session. We all want to roll up, session hard, bust out, and throw down our best tricks. Having to stop mid-flow to redo a rail? That's enough to drive anyone mad. I've spent countless hours testing different grits of sandpaper to fine-tune a rail's speed to absolute perfection, only to show up the next morning and find it coated with wax. Sometimes for a legitimate reason, like smoothing out a flat section on a kinked rail for cleaner transitions, but more often than not, because of poser skateboarders trying to screw with us. These guys will cake layers of wax onto rails just to make them impossible for rollerbladers to grind. I've had to break out sandpaper and razor blades just to strip all that mess off and start from scratch. And then there's the ultimate offense, the thing skateboarders are notoriously known for, destroying grindable objects completely. Most curbs, in their natural form, are squared off with clean, solid edges where the vertical and horizontal planes meet, ideal for locking in with the soles of rollerblades. But skateboarders? Not only do they overwax these curbs, they batter them to death with the relentless impact of their metal trucks. The sharp collisions begin to wear down those perfect edges at an alarming rate, rounding them out until they're unusable. I've seen perfectly good curbs completely worn down in just a few months. Over time, they become ground down and rounded off, losing their sharp, functional edges. For skateboarders, this is a win. The rounded curb becomes a perfect fit to lock their wheel trucks into for 50-50 grinds. But for rollerbladers, it's a disaster. With no defined edge left to lock into, the curb becomes utterly useless. It's not just an inconvenience, it's complete destruction of a once perfect spot. To make matters worse, rollerbladers are often unfairly blamed for the damage done to these grindable surfaces by skaters. Take this for example. One time, a cop ticketed a fellow rollerblader from my crew, claiming his grinds were responsible for damaging a nearby stucco ledge. The truth? It was the skateboarders who'd been grinding that ledge to death. We rollerbladers were only there to hit the handrail next to it. But no, we got blamed anyway. Just another case of SKET RH8RZ skater haters targeting rollerbladers for crimes we didn't commit. There were only a handful of us rollerbladers in El Segundo at the time. Many fistfights and territory wars were going on time and time again between our two communities. In these days, El Segundo was a battleground, a powder keg of rivalries waiting to explode. The rollerbladers were few in number, a small but fiercely loyal crew, navigating a world dominated by skateboarders who ruled the streets with an iron grip. Fistfights and territory wars weren't just occasional. They were the norm, a constant struggle for respect and space. The air at school crackled with tension, and the hallways felt more like trenches than a place for learning. Eric was no stranger to this climate, but that day, as he leaned into his locker to put away his books, he had no idea the storm brewing behind him. A group of skateboarders swaggered past, their laughter sharp and mocking. One of them suddenly shoved Eric hard into the lockers with a loud clang that echoed down the hallway. Dazed, Eric turned to face his aggressor, only to be met with a fist crashing straight into his face. The fight had found him, and the battle lines were drawn. Whack! The sound of one of the skateboarder's fists decking Eric directly in the face. "Fucking roller faggot!" the skateboarder yelled out as he and his friends ran off and disappeared amongst the sea of passersby in the halls. Eric was left walking around with a huge black eye for the next 2 weeks. Eric was a junior that year, a transfer student from Fremont, California, and it was his first year at El Segundo. He didn't even know who the skateboarder was. It was just a hate crime. Sometimes, it was just little things, minor aggravated assaults, a shove in the hallways, a stink bomb in one of our lockers, or perhaps a pencil, or an eraser flung at the backs of one of our heads during class. Other times, there were full-on brawls. We were having an awesome session one afternoon at the high school. We'd been skating with pros, Matt Andrews, and a few other famous skaters who were sponsored by some big-name skate companies. Many of them were skaters that we'd seen in VG4 and other various skate videos. It was awesome to see their levels of skill and proficiency and ask them questions about their journey within the skating community. "These rails look kinda whack, but whatever," one of the pros said in regard to the 10-step rail in the corner of the El Segundo High School quad, in which we called the corner rail, right before he rolled up and nailed a topside sunny day grind to rewind, first try. "Hey, it's all right," he said, as he landed fakie and rolled off. "What about that gold rail over there?" he asked me. Holy shit, I thought to myself. I was in shock because, at the time, I hadn't even attempted that trick on a curb, let alone a full-sized handrail. A topside sunny day, forward topside porn star, or over porn star, was one of the new school tricks that had only recently emerged in the skating community. But what amazed me even more wasn't just the trick itself. It was the fact that if I had considered trying it on a handrail, that particular rail would have been the last one I'd choose. The corner rail in the quad, the one Matt Andrews grinded on the right side, was surrounded by dense, green, prickly bushes, with sprinkler heads protruding from the ground beside a partially broken, jagged brick wall on the far side. Overall, it was a hazardous setup, yet he executed the trick flawlessly on his first attempt. Impressive. A few skateboarders showed up and started standing around mad dodging us, and started throwing rocks, empty bottles, and anything else that they could find sitting around nearby. "Fucking fruita booters!" one of the skateboarders yelled out as he threw an empty metal trash can in our direction. Boom! The loud crashing sound of the metal trash can landing against the blacktop reverberated out throughout the quad area. "Ha-ha! There's those fucking roller faggots!" one of the skateboarders yelled out. "Ah ha ha!" another one shouted out, "and there's that faggot guy, Ryan J. Ha-ha! Ryan J. Bah ha ha!" Another one of them yelled out. "More like Ryan Gay. Ha-ha! Get a fucking skateboard, faggot!" another one yelled out. All of a sudden, a giant rock came whizzing towards us and impacted on the brick wall behind us. Pop! The sound of the rock hitting the wall and ricocheting back off into the bushes. "What the fuck is their problem, man?" Matt Andrews turned and asked me. We were trying to grind the rails, but apparently the skateboarders were now trying to film their sponsor videos as well. World Industries, a big-name skateboarding company, was rumored to have recently set up a shop in the middle of El Segundo. Craig and I had found it on one of our recent skating ventures. They had a small fun box out front and a crazy 12-step slanted ledge that was slickened and stained black with hardcore skate wax, only on its top side, of course. Craig and I tried waxing the downside so that we could try and soul grind down it, but were quickly chased out by a group of poser skateboarders who'd been hanging out behind the shop drinking beers and smoking weed. One of the skateboarders threw a half-full Heineken bottle at Craig, which exploded violently in the middle of the street behind us. Shrapnel of sharp green-colored glass exploded everywhere. And then, another one landed right in front of me. Pop! The sound of the sharp green glass Heineken bottle exploding upon impact. "Erg fuck!" I yelled out as I tried to cover up my eyes. There were like 20 of them. Craig and I were way outnumbered. We didn't even look back, we just skated off as fast as we could. Once the skateboarders had heard word that companies would sponsor skaters and give them free skate wheels and six-figure incomes, they'd all decided that they too would try and go pro as well. It had appeared as if I'd set some kind of precedence at my school to become pro. We began to notice that all the poser skateboarders had begun bringing handheld camcorders with them to school, trying to make sponsor videos for World Industries and other various skateboarding companies. Companies such as Birdhouse, Etnies, America, Vans, and a handful of others. They'd all begun fantasizing about getting free skateboard wheels, custom signature series skateboard decks, and spoke of becoming the next Tony Hawk. One of the skateboarders walked up to us with his board in hand. I didn't know if he was going to try to hit one of us over the head with it. He looked like he was ready to crack some skulls. "Who sexy kinked-out?" The sound of the skateboarder hawking a fat loogie and spitting it right at Craig. "Aha! Fuck you, Craig the Peg!" the skateboarder yelled out. "The fuck's your problem, man?" asked Craig in a whimpering voice, as he tried wiping the giant glob of phlegm from his 976 shirt off onto the brick wall behind us. "Get the fuck out of here, you fucking roller queers!" he yelled at us. "I don't want you in my shot." The skateboarder backed up to get speed and started trying to ollie the 10 stairs next to the corner rail we were sessioning. "Hey you, roller fags, get out of the fucking way!" the skateboarder's camera guy yelled at us. Bill Grumman, a skater friend of Craig's, yelled back at him, "Fuck you, you fucking board bangers!" Clack! The sound of another jagged golf ball-sized rock soaring past our heads and impacting onto the brick wall behind us. Tension began building in the air quickly. I felt as if shit was about to go down. Big time. "Go fuck yourself, you fucking four-wheeled faggots," Eric shouted back. Fuck, so much for skating today, I guess. I knew from experience there was about to be a war, so Eric and I boned out. "There's like fucking 30 of them, bro," Eric said to me. "Haha, Captain Obvious over here," I jokingly replied to Eric's comment. "Aha, up yours, Jaunzemis?" Eric replied as we started heading down the stairs. Eric and I looked out over the quad towards the football field and saw even more of them were coming. They were running towards us with their boards in their hands held high, anxiously awaiting to whack one of us across the face. "Fuck, man, these motherfuckers always gotta fuck shit up for us," I said to Eric. Skateboarders always seem to travel in huge packs. There were only 7 or 8 of us rollerbladers that day: Eric, Danny, Craig, Bill, myself, and the 3 or 4 pros, versus possibly 30 or more of them. Skateboarders also never seem to want to fight one-on-one, they always attack in swarms, and when you've got 10+ pounds of rollerblade boots, plus plastic ratcheted around your feet and ankles, and are rolling around on 8 wheels, it's quite difficult to stand toe-to-toe in a fight. A skateboarder can easily jump off of his board, pick it up, and then run up and use it to crack you in the face. If a rollerblader does manage to bend down and uncrank his bindings and unlace his boots in advance, he's still then left to fight only in his socks, thus placing the skateboarder at a much better tactical advantage. Every rollerblader knows this. It had happened before while sessioning with friends in downtown Los Angeles near Pershing Square. After I dropped Rocket Fishbrained the multi-kinked Pershing Square rail to rewind, a rollerblader buddy of ours got whacked across the face. We had to drag him off to the nearby hospital after a dispute with a group of rival skateboarders there. Skateboarders tend to retaliate in a fashion similar to the Sand People in the movie Star Wars. On the streets, if you fuck with one skateboarder, they'll quickly come back soon, and in greater numbers. It was literally like small gang wars. Eric and I skated off towards Recreation Park. Craig and Danny followed, but the pros didn't know our rendezvous point over at the Rec Park skating circle by the 4-Gap 4, and were quickly lost. We never saw them again that night. The skateboarders continued their pursuit, chasing us eastbound down Pine Avenue, the street running parallel to Rec Park in El Segundo. We stopped momentarily to sit down and rest on some steps in front of the George E. Gordon clubhouse near the playground, but all of a sudden, one of them, a guy named Oscar Yanez, saw us and got right up in my face. "What's up, motherfucker? You socked my homie?" Oscar yelled out as he shoved me back into a nearby planter. I didn't know what homie he was referring to, but I could smell the booze on his breath, and I knew it was on. I didn't waste any time trying to diffuse the situation with kind words. I glanced down, quickly remembering I'd been wearing my Harbinger wrist guards, a double leather wrist wraparound with a hard plastic crowbar-shaped inlet used to protect one's wrists during a fall. This will do, I thought to myself, and then, in a flash, whack! The sound of my wrist guard striking Oscar directly in the face, right over his forehead. I palm struck Oscar straight in his forehead as hard as I could, causing a nasty, small, bloody gash to tear open right above his left eye, which would later require 7 stitches to seal back up. Oscar dropped down to the pavement, either unconscious or just plain drunk, but I knew the war was far from over. Meanwhile, other skateboarders who were also nearby within the vicinity who'd seen the incident began closing in on Eric and myself. "They're over here. They socked up the homie Oscar. Let's fuck you him up." The other skateboarders shouted out. "It's on now, motherfucker," Eric Jemerson yelled out, one of Oscar's homeboys from a small local gang in El Segundo, in which they were both said to be affiliated with. Jemerson was running down the stairs towards me with his fists balled up ready to swing. "Ryan, look out!" Eric yelled out. I looked up quickly, noticing that more punk skateboarders were coming down the stairs. One of them was carrying a red metal bat. "This way, fool!" Eric yelled out, motioning me with his right hand to quickly follow him down the path so as to cut through the park. There were way too many of them. All we could do was skate away like little bitches. They chased us for about another block or so, but then let up. It's usually easy to outrun a skateboarder, as they're attached to their skateboards like that of a parent to their child. A skateboarder never leaves his board just lying around to chase after you. They may run a few feet, but having to lug around that heavy board will eventually slow them down, usually. Eric and I took off at light speed, quickly disappearing into the night. We headed straight for the back exit of the park by the Jocelyn Center so that we could lose them amongst the trees and slip out the back through the winding corridors near the underground racquetball courts. Craig headed up Grand Avenue back towards his house, while Eric and I met up with Danny at mine. Danny was already spending the night, and Eric didn't want to skate back across town by himself, so my mom told him that he was welcome to crash on the couch bed in the living room. My mom made us all a glass of Lipton's chamomile tea with cream and sugar, and the 3 of us sat up all night playing Bionic Commando on my NES, chatting about the fight. "Harbinger," Danny said, laughing out loud. "Haha, tight," referring to my wrist guards. "Dude, he was knocked out cold." "It was hella tight. You should have seen it, bro," Eric replied. He was still hyped up from the evening's incident. "Hella, B.A. ha ha ha." Danny burst out laughing again. Eric was always saying, "Hella, hella this .. hella that." He always told us, it's a NorCal thing, Northern California. Except for when he was in the presence of his mom. In those instances, he'd just say, hecka, instead. "Yo, fuck that foo," I said. "What was his name? Oscar? He's like a fucking sophomore or something? I don't even know this fucking guy." "Man, that fucking plywood pusher had a fucking bat, man," Eric added. "That's fucking crazy," Danny replied, as he stood there flabbergastedly shaking his head in confusion. We called up Jose to tell him about the incident. "Or get, fuck those fucking board banger faggots," Jose yelled out. "Shit, Jaunzy, we can't just take this shit lightly, foo. These motherfuckers got bats and shit? Ah, hell no. We gotta protect ourselves, man, and the fucking camera." "Yeah, I feel you, dog," I replied. "Hey, I'm not joking, Ryan. This is serious, foo," Jose continued. "We might have to get the fucking heat, foo." The next week at school, a group of us were eating lunch behind the gymnasium, a private hangout spot I'd found just for us rollerbladers, but apparently it wasn't so private anymore. Group pic. Far left, Daniel Caballero, Jose's little brother. Top, Ryan Jaunzemis. To left, Kevin Siegel. To right, Jose Ruiz. Bottom left, Kevin Petrasek. Bottom right, Greg Kuntz, 1997. I was hanging out with Eric and Jose and a few other skater friends of ours on our crew, Kevin Petrasek, Kevin Siegel, Greg Kuntz, Will, a.k.a. Lanky, Daniel Caballero, Jose's little brother, and a few others. We'd hang out, eat lunch, and talk about skating, or about which girls at our school we wished we could bang. Typical guy talk. I just pulled out a huge 12-inch hot pastrami Subway sandwich from my backpack that I'd picked up earlier that day before school. It had been sitting in my backpack for most of the day and had since gone cold. I decided to apply an extra packet of salt on top of the kung fu-sized grip of pickles Subway's illustrious sandwich artist had placed inside. The salty, tangy mixture between the thinly sliced pastrami, mustard, and mayonnaise spread, along with the overly excessive amount of pickles in which I'd purposefully requested between 2 slices of white bread, had always been an irresistible favorite treat to me. Everything was chill, but a moment later we saw a group of angry skateboarders approaching us. There they were, slowly marching up towards us like soldiers. 60 or 70 pissed-off-looking skateboarder punks from my school storming into our territory, their boards held high in the air ready to crack some rollerblader skulls. The 8 or 9 of us that were there were completely outnumbered once again. We were surrounded. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no teachers or anyone else in sight. They'd cornered us. We were fucked, and we knew it. "You're gonna get it now, you fucking fruit booters," I heard one of the little posers say. "You socked up the homie?" Another skateboarder said. He was implying about the recent incident with Oscar the week before. I knew this had to be retaliation. They knew that I was the leader of the group, and I could feel all their eyes transfixed upon me. Oscar stepped his way through the crowd of little minions and got right up in my face. I could see the freshly woven stitches that had been sewn directly through the center of where his left eyebrow used to be. It looked as though the surgeon had to shave off most of his eyebrow to mend the wound, and it looked fucking nasty. Just the mere sight of it made my stomach cringe. "What's up now, bitch?" Oscar shouted as he stood before me with a stone-cold look plastered upon his face. I could see in my peripheral vision that both of Oscar's hands were clenched tightly into fists. I knew he meant business. My brain was on overdrive trying to figure a way out of this situation. I knew if I'd swung, we'd have then had his entire posse to deal with. They'd jump me and everyone else on my crew, and from the logistical advantage, they'd have definitely knocked the living shit out of us. Fuck, what do I do? I stood up, balls out, showing no fear. "I never socked your homeboy, dog," I began to tell him. "I didn't even know what you were talking about the other night." He stood there staring me down. "You got in my face, dog. What would you have done?" I asked him as if thinking I might somehow be able to logically de-escalate the situation, attempting to talk him down from the cloud of anger in which he was presently consumed within. "You fucking cold-cocked me, homie," he replied. The stink of his breath was right in my face. It was as if he'd not brushed his teeth within weeks. The foul, disgusting odor reeked of garlic and onion, as if the man had just eaten a mouthful of sour cream and onion-dipped chips. He was so close that I could see small orangish-looking particles of something stuck between his teeth and gums. Carrot, perhaps, or possibly the reminiscence of some cup-o noodle soup from the school's cafeteria. My heart was beating in my chest. My martial arts training was telling me to look for any signs of potential big movements from his hands, arms, or shoulders, so that I could block any first initial strikes or attacks. If I was going to go down, then I was going to go down swinging. I knew he was not a skilled fighter simply by instinct, but in this instance, he and his crew held the more tactical advantage simply from their current positioning and strength in numbers. Oscar stepped towards me and got right up in my face. My back was now pressed up firmly against the wall behind me. This could be a checkmate. "You fucking cold-cocked me, homie," he shouted out a second time, as if he thought he didn't make himself clear enough the first time. I was confused at first. I didn't know if he was waiting for me to throw the first punch or not. What was he trying to accomplish here, I wondered. Apparently, not only was he a pussy, as to have felt the need to bring so much excessive back up, but apparently he seemed not quite so intelligent either. I didn't quite understand his motive or the response to what he was looking for. Did he want me to apologize or to do something? I couldn't quite figure it out. "What would you do if someone got up in your face, doggy?" I asked him again, attempting to stay calm and rational. "You think you could beat me in a real fight, bitch?" he shouted. At this point, it finally started to dawn on me what he wanted. I began to realize he'd simply felt dissed amongst his peers, as if he was trying to keep his rep by getting up in my grill. I decided to play into his little game in hopes of diffusing the dispute amongst us and both of our crews. "Naw, man." I raised my voice. I was speaking almost obliquely towards the small army standing behind him, making it very clear so that all of his little plywood-pushing friends would hear when I said, "It's not even like that foo. You're a big guy. You'd probably whoop my ass. I ain't even trying to have no beef with you, Holmes." Which was actually the truth. I wasn't trying to have any beef with anyone. All I wanted to do was skate, make my sponsor video, and bang hot chicks. "Yeah, that's what I thought, foo," he yelled back towards me in a big tough guy voice. "I'd fuck you up, homie." Ah ha ha. The little freshman skateboarders behind him all begin laughing. "See, you don't want none of this." One of the little posers shouted out, "Ha ha!" fucking roller faggots. Then, to our surprise, they all just turned around and started slowly walking away. Yo, what the fuck? We all said, looking towards each other, confused, like. All of us sat back in silence for a moment. We'd all thought we were about to be pulverized. Eric turned slowly in my direction and placed his hand on my shoulder. Hey, Jaunzy, Eric said to me consolingly. Fuck that little faggot. He's just trying to act fucking tough in front of his fucking posse. When we catch him alone in the halls, we'll whoop that motherfucker's ass. I knew that was true, and I knew we'd catch up with him sooner or later, but I wondered to myself if it was a bitch move for me to back down from the confrontation. I knew if I'd swung at that moment, I'd be starting a war in which I couldn't win. At least in that moment. It was as if somewhere deep in the back of my mind, I'd kept hearing the grandfather's voice from the movie Three Ninjas, telling me, never fight unless you're sure you can win. I knew if I'd swung, out of either my own pride or anger, that my friends would have all gotten jumped. Had I swung, that would have been like a giant green light signaling the little army of punk skateboarders to start running up and cracking some skulls. In the end, I just figured I took one for the team, so I decided to shrug it off and forget that it ever happened. Whatever, they can either love me or hate me. Fuck it. Either way, I'm still gonna keep doing my thing. Whatever, fuck I said to Eric. I shrugged my shoulders, rolled my eyes, and continued eating my pastrami sandwich. Left, Jose Ruiz. Right, Ryan Jaunzemis, 1997. Ryan Jaunzemis, Unity to Rewind, 6-step handrail. First Coastal Bank, El Segundo, California, 1996. Ryan Jaunzemis, Acid Sidewalk to Rewind, 2020 Kinked Rail. University High School, UNI, Los Angeles, California, 1997. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale to Rewind, 10-step handrail. El Segundo Police Station, El Segundo, California, 1998. Question mark. Step into the chaos of the 90s. Fire emoji. Check out this wild YouTube playlist packed with 80+ insane high school antics from the mid to late 90s. Watch as my friends and I trash bathrooms, run amok, and turn our school into total mayhem. This is the unfiltered, raw reality of what life was really like back in the day. Pure 90s rebellion at its finest. Question mark. Click here, clapperboard emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch. Question mark V equals W9 Padeok 8HG and list equals PLZHSDGX 1 0 Zeipstein 7 J0BH 7QN_Z. Weka. Question mark. Want more insane throwback action? Police light emoji. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel for even more madness. www.youtube.com/Ryan Jaunzemis. Question mark. Over 80+ videos of raw 90s nostalgia. Don't miss out. Fire emoji. Chapter 4. A plateau. I was focused like a laser, although simultaneously, I was also beginning to feel much pain and frustration in my efforts. Skating was the only thing on my mind, and I was taking it super serious and trying to go pro, but several other things were also quickly piling themselves onto my plate. In the latter half of my junior year, I was introduced to a girl named Sarah Laurie, who'd eventually become my wife, and mother to my two wonderful children, Aaron and Aiden. Sarah was a quiet, soft-spoken, 16-year-old, sexy-looking, blue-eyed brunette who spoke with a British accent, who'd recently transferred to our school from England after her parents had gotten divorced. Sarah's mother, Barbara, lived in Newcastle upon Tyne, a famous city in northern England known greatly the world over for its fabulous nightlife, and her father, Malcolm, had moved to, of all places, El Segundo. Funny how things work out sometimes. Sarah hung out with Marissa Smith and Karen Shepard, a few female friends within my social circle. Karen and her boyfriend at the time, Damian Paganelli, helped to set the two of us up. Sarah and I had been talking for the past few days and had been passing notes back and forth during class. Sarah was the hopeless romantic type, quite like myself at that age, and were both instantly attracted to one another, though at the time, both too scared to make the first move. Karen asked if the two of us had wanted to grab some Burger King after school. I knew exactly what was going on. The setup was almost too perfect. Karen and Damian pulled up in front of my house later that evening in Damian's pimped-out black 4x4 Chevy Blazer. His stereo was bumping. You could probably hear it 2 to 3 blocks away. Karen and Damian were chatting in the front seat, while Sarah was sitting quietly in the back seat to my left, her hands folded together in her lap. On the drive over to Burger King, we'd both slowly begin leaning in towards one another until our shoulders were touching. No words had yet been spoken other than my, "What's up?" greeting. Sarah had plenty of room to move, had she wanted to, but was still allowing the physical contact to continue, and I knew it was totally on. Moments later, out of nowhere, Sarah and I both turned inwards towards one another as if our minds had connected on some greater unconscious level, and we started making out like crazy. Karen and Damien began cheering us on. After dinner, Sarah and I exchanged phone numbers, which we'd wrote down on the backs of our Burger King crowns, given to us by Karen and Damien. Shortly thereafter, we'd become boyfriend and girlfriend. Sarah and I were inseparable at the time and could never keep our hands off each other. If we weren't together in real life, then we'd be sneaking our parents' cordless phones into our bedrooms at night and would be gabbing sweet nothings to each other throughout all hours of the evening. The only issues for me was that, now that I had a steady girlfriend, I knew I was going to have to find some sort of steady income so that we'd be able to go out and do stuff. Ryan Jaunzemis and Sarah Laurie. Prom, 1998. Ryan Jaunzemis and Sarah Laurie. New Year's house party. Deck, 31, 1998. Ryan Jaunzemis and Sarah Laurie. House party, November, 1998. Ryan Jaunzemis in back, Jose Ruiz in front, Sarah Laurie to right. Goofing off in behavioral science class, 1997. Ryan Jaunzemis and Sarah Laurie. Dive Devil, Magic Mountain. August 15, 1997. My good friend, Brian Agee, had just recently gotten a job at Scoops, a new ice cream shop which recently opened over on Main Street, in El Segundo, just a few blocks from the high school, and wanted to help me get a job there. He told me he'd introduce me to Mitchell Dishman, the store's new manager. "Hey Johnsy, just bring a resume or something, man," Brian told me, "and don't be acting all ghetto and shit. It's all good, man, good looking out." I told him, "I'll meet you down there after school, doggy." Ryan Jaunzemis, Scoops Ice Cream Shop, El Segundo, California, 1997. I knew it was scooping ice cream, and I wouldn't need a resume, as I thought it would be a bit too much, but I brought Sarah along as eye candy anyways, as I knew having a pretty girl on my arm would help me to look a bit more credible and presentable. To no surprise, it worked like a charm. "Whoa, bro, your girl is really hot, man," Mitchell told me. Mitchell was a tall, red-headed, cocky college kid who went to Loyola Marymount University, LMU. He was perhaps 22 years old at the time. He was a total stoner, and obviously a trust fund baby. His parents had just bought the property and had since placed him in charge. Mitchell continued. "Anyways, bro, it pays $6.75 an hour, and you and your girl could eat as much ice cream as you want. I don't give a fuck. Just don't be bringing all your friends down here and be giving them free shit, okay? Oh, and be on time and shit. I don't want to have to cut class to have to fucking drive all the way back over here and cover your shift and shit. You can start today if you want. I'll just tell Brian to train you." Gay? I was happy that I had gotten the job, but what in the fuck can you buy for $6 an hour? Oh well, it's only temporary. I figured it couldn't be that difficult. I did feel it was a bit demeaning, but I knew it was only temporary until I could get sponsored, so I filled out the application. Sarah seemed pleased. At the time, Sarah was managing a small tanning salon called Bronze Buns on the east side of El Segundo, and had been paying for all of our recent outings for the past few weeks. I was glad I'd now be able to financially contribute to the relationship as well. I began ditching class to take extra shifts at Scoops. I tried to take any shifts that were available, but there were a few other kids who were also working there as well, who were also trying to get their hustle on. Some days I'd get lucky and get the all-day shifts there, where I'd open the shop at noon and work sometimes until 2 a.m., minus 14 straight hours. The shop closed at 10 p.m. on weekdays and midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, but it would sometimes take hours to close, as there was sweeping, moping, drain scrubbing, toilet cleaning, till counting, ordering and restocking, wiping down windows, and all kinds of other gay-ass shit. Unfortunately, even with a 14-hour shift at $6.75 an hour, that was still only $94.50 a day. And after tax deductions, and some other kinds of bullshit called FICA, Medicare, Social Security, and whatever other government scams that were being taken out and deducted, my grueling day of hard manual labor ended up only being about $50 bucks. The fuck is this shit? I fumed with anger as I stared down at the shitty little pay stub in which I held in my hands. Fucking worthless. This is gay as fuck. A nice meal out with drinks for two at Olive Garden, Outback, Red Lobster, or any other fucking restaurant for that matter, was still more than I could afford, and I felt like a broke-ass little bitch. I didn't want my woman to see me as less of a man, as I still didn't have a real job yet. It felt fucking embarrassing. Fuck this motherfucking shit. I scrub drains. I'm cleaning a fucking toilet. I spend my whole day working and I'm still fucking broke as fuck. I just want to fucking skate. I shouldn't have to deal with this stupid fucking shit. Ryan Jaunzemis, rocking a dark green Senate Kill shirt, 1997. I stormed down Main Street spitting on random people, running my house keys along car doors and ripping off the paint, and kicking over random trash cans on my way to the bank so I could cash my measly $263 paycheck for 2 weeks of hard, demeaning, manual fucking labor. I gotta do something to get some real money, fast. I'd never been in a tanning bed before, and I was white as fuck, other than the farmer's tan in which I'd gotten from skating around outside all day. Sarah had suggested to me that a tan might help my new look as a pro skater, as it would complement my newly bleached blonde hair, so as to give me that full California beach look. After I'd walk Sarah to work after school, she'd flip the power switch off and on, which would reset the beds and allow for her to sneak me into a bed so I could tan for free without registering the bed use on the computer. Sarah handed me a pair of hot pink UV protection eye goggles. "Try these on, hun. They're definitely you." "Haha," she told me sarcastically. "Haha. Ah, look at that. Somebody's funny today," I replied with a slight smirk on my face as I held up the girlish pink goggles so as to model them for her. "Love ya, moi," she said, blowing me a kiss as she headed back toward the front desk to flip the switch. I got undressed and lay naked in the tanning bed, wearing nothing but the funny-looking fluorescent pink goggles Sarah had given me to protect my eyes from the sunbed's ultraviolet rays, and thought about ways in which I could start trying to earn more money. Suddenly, I sparked an idea. After I got finished with my tan, I got out of the bed and told Sarah that since she was the manager, that she should just hire me so I could have a second job to supplicate the inadequate income which I was receiving from my job at Scoops. She sighed, her lips pursed together, and her eyes began shifting upwards towards the right as she slowly contemplated the idea. "Well, actually," she began, "the owner was just talking about hiring another person. I'll tell her I've found someone." "Sweet. There's that little saying again, it's not what you know, it's WHO you know." And, at that, my life quickly became simplified into skating, Sarah, Scoops, bronze buns, sleeping, and I tried to fit in school if I had any extra time, energy, or days off. Sarah and I had a little routine after closing up bronze buns together at night. Sometimes, instead of heading straight home, we'd stop by the Hacienda Hotel for a milkshake or swing by the taco shop next door, where her friend worked and would hook us up with free food. Afterward, we'd walk back to my place, the cool night air making the journey feel almost cinematic, like a scene out of a late-night adventure, only we got to experience. Back at my house, we'd slide the living room door shut, keeping everything as low-key as possible. I'd put on this late-night music channel on DirecTV, one with an animated raindrop screensaver, gentle ripples forming in puddles, perfectly matching the ambient, atmospheric music it played. The soundscape was hypnotic, a mix of soft beats, piano, and Spanish guitar, setting the perfect tone for what came next. We'd lay together on the living room floor, always careful to stay as silent as possible. My mom was just in the next room. The thrill of it, the hushed whispers, the way we moved in near silence, only heightened everything. And when the night was over, Sarah would call a taxi to take her back to Hillcrest, near the beach, slipping away just as quietly as when we'd arrived. At some point I began to realize that my rollerblading career was just not going to pan out. I loved skating, I loved grinding, I loved the feeling I got after busting out on a handrail. I loved that loud, crunchy grind sound, as I glided along the surface of a freshly waxed curb. I loved walking through the halls during lunch breaks, sagging in my size 46-inch black cannon barrel solo jeans, bearing the backs of my boxer shorts to the world, with my skates tied loosely together by their laces hanging over my shoulder. I loved being a skater, but I knew the clock was ticking and I was getting tired. I wasn't getting enough sleep at night, and I was dragging ass at work. When I finally had time to strap up and go skating, I was just too tired to bust. All I wanted to do was sleep and was becoming depressed. I started calling in sick to work and school so I could stay home and smoke pot, flower, and try to relax and catch up on sleep, but at a whopping $20 to $25 a gram for chronic, it was quickly beginning to hurt my pocketbook. Sarah was paying for all our evenings out again. We both had a huge passion for munching Chinese food, specifically orange chicken and egg-fried rice, and had been going out to eat every chance we got. I knew if I didn't get sponsored soon, I was going to be stuck pigeonholed into a bullshit 9-to-5 job scooping fucking ice cream and mopping a goddamn floor for a living, or some other menial bullshit job. I grew tired, angry, bitter, and resentful. I shouldn't have to deal with this shit. I got so much fucking talent and no one even fucking knows it. How the fuck can I get my name out there, man? Fuck. The hardest thing I realized and was forced to accept was the fact that I just got into the skating game too late. From where I was athletically, I believe I could have been one of the best in the world had I kept it up. But I wasn't doing it for the love anymore. At this point, I was simply doing it to try to get a damn job. Becoming pro was a way in which I hoped would help me to climb out of the pit of poverty in which I was living. A way to let people know that I was the man. I was almost 18 now. I wasn't a kid anymore. I was smoking more and more weed and started hanging out on the block with hardcore gangsters and drug dealers on the west side of town. I was now even selling weed, coke, mushrooms, and paper acid tabs to try to earn a little bit of extra money. My mom started finding drugs in my room and was threatening to kick me out if I didn't stop. But I enjoyed getting high, and I got a thrill from hustling on the block and being the dope man, as it was getting me more and more respect when I showed up at local house parties in town. People were coming to greet me at the door because they knew I was the man with the party favors. Hot girls from school would flock to greet me with open arms, big hugs, and white lines in their eyes. I felt like a gangster, and had no intention of stopping. Jaunzemis, smoking a joint, 1998. I started writing new rap songs about selling weed, and began passing out my mixtapes at parties. People all over El Segundo were driving around bumping my music, which started building me an even bigger rep in town, and also began bringing more clientele to serve. I started thinking about possibly growing my own weed and becoming a big-time hustler. I knew sooner or later I was going to have to get my own place, so I could live without the oppression or judgment I was getting from my mom about my choice of lifestyle. Jaunzemis, recording music at 6 Point Studios, Gardena, California, 2000 and 2001. I was stressed. I needed some kind of stability. I needed some kind of solid brand name to stand behind me who'd have my back. I started researching sponsorship and began to take notice of all the professional basketball players who were sponsored by Nike or Adidas, amongst other big-name companies, who were covered head to toe in their brands' names and representing them to the fullest. I'd noticed it was like a status symbol. In my opinion, being sponsored screams out the message, I'm so dope at what I do that I got the biggest brand name companies in the entire world paying me millions of dollars just to advertise their shit. How pimp could you get? Sponsorship was like being paid to be a walking advertisement, a poster boy, a spokesperson, etc. Being sponsored would be the tightest job in the world. I could do this shit. This is what I was made for. In fact, I'd realized I was already doing it. I looked in the mirror and had noticed I was covered head to toe in Senate gear. I was wearing their sweatshirts, their hats, their belt buckles, and riding on their wheels, except I wasn't getting paid for it. In actuality, I was giving them free advertisement. Holy fuck, I'm just a fucking customer. Roadhouse is getting paid like a motherfucker because of dudes like me who be buying all their gear and shit. Fuck. The economics of the situation finally dawned upon me. All of a sudden, I was able to see through the marketing matrix. I finally realized that sponsorship money doesn't just appear out of thin air, and that this is a business. This is economics. And rather than mainstream television commercials, our underground community marketed their products via actual people. It was all just a marketing gimmick. I didn't care all that much because I thought skater gear was tight and I still wanted to represent my community. But after I watched an interview on MTV about professionals representing sponsors and how they talked about how the human body is, quote-unquote, looked at as real estate, from a marketing perspective/standpoint, by commercial advertisers, t-shirt companies and other things of that nature, etc., and how business is business and that you can't be doing anything for free. That makes sense. I mean, if I'm advertising someone's shit, then I'd expect to get paid for it. I wouldn't work 40 hours a week and then on payday tell Mitch something like, "Yo, Mitch, you know all that work I did here the last 2 weeks? Don't even worry about it, brah. You don't have to pay me for that shit. It's cool." I decided I'd stop wearing brand name clothing altogether, at least for the time being, with the new mindset that if someone wanted me to rock their gear, then they were going to have to cut me a motherfucking check. At the time, I didn't necessarily care about what company it was at first. Although I did want to be sponsored by a name brand that I at least thought was cool and that I respected, as I did have my standards and particulars. But at this point, I figured any sponsorship would be better than none, because at least then, it would keep me paid and keep me in the skating game. I figured if I could get to that point, then I'd be getting paid to skate rather than just being a regular teenager who was just skating around for fun. That way, I wouldn't have to scoop any more fucking ice cream, scrub drains, and mop motherfucking floors. Once I get sponsored, I could just skate all day. I'll get them 6 figures and that 100K stacked up in the motherfucking bank. I'll get a pimped out pad with my gal, get that fucking full-stocked bar, get that music production studio, and invite all the homies over to get high and drop tracks. Life will be good, man. I'll blow some trees, skate when I feel like it, work on my demo, and represent to the fullest. That's what I wanted. That was my dream. And I was ready to do whatever it was going to take for me to fucking get there. Many of the tricks and techniques I was pulling off might have been considered extremely advanced by most. The problem was, the so-called professionals had already been doing these same tricks years earlier. The guys who were already pro weren't necessarily more athletic or superior, they had just discovered the sport sooner. I had skated with tons of pros, and their abilities weren't out of reach. They simply had a head start. Had I started at the same time, with the same level of commitment and consistency, I would have been right there with them. No matter how good I got on the streets, it always felt as if the pros were always still 10 steps ahead. Eventually, I just adopted the mindset of, charge it to the game. They had got on that first wave of the sport. It wasn't my fault. It was just the way life played out. I didn't have the luxury of spending 3 to 5 years hanging out at my mom's house, rent-free, skating all day just to get good. I wasn't some 12-year-old kid with endless free time. I was nearly 18, and with the way things were going at home, I knew I could be thrown out on the streets at any moment. "Ryan, skating is a fad. You need to get a real job," my mom would tell me. I thought about it. I didn't like the idea, but I started to try and face facts. Aggressive inline skating, like skateboarding and BMX bike riding, even though they may have national competitions like the X Games and NISS, Extreme Games and the National Inline Skating Series, etc., amongst others, are just not huge, mainstream corporate money-generating entities such as professional baseball, football, or basketball. The skating community was still underground, and I had a feeling it would be off the market within the next few years. It was disappointing to view sports purely from a money-making perspective. I never intended for it to come to that. Before the reality of real life set in. Before I had to think about paying bills and rent. Before I realized that one day I'd have to grow up and get a damn job, I did it purely for the love. I just wanted to be a kid, skating for fun, because there was nothing better than busting a rail. I started missing the good old days, before everything got so complicated. I wished life could have been easier. That I could just skate all day, smoke pot, bang my chick, and enjoy being a teenager without the weight of the world creeping in. A few weeks passed, and rumors began circulating throughout the skating community about a new company that had just released a special skate shoe, one equipped with plastic grind plates on the bottoms. Danny mentioned that he had spotted an ad for these shoes in the newspaper. They were called soap shoes, designed with concaved, screw-in plastic grind plates, allowing the wearer to mimic the movements of aggressive inline skating and skateboarding, all without the need for skates or a board. Could this be it? Could this be the opportunity I was looking for? Before the thought had even fully surfaced, a spine-tingling wave of exhilaration rushed through me. It was as if the universe itself was signaling that this was it, the opportunity I'd been waiting for. This is it. This could be my big break. With my rollerblading background, I knew mastering tricks in these shoes wouldn't be a problem. This time, I had a tactical advantage. I could learn and perfect these moves at a rate far beyond any other up-and-coming soaper. All I had to do was jump on the bandwagon, get my hands on a pair, buy them, or even steal them if I had to, and practice all day, every day. If I bust out every day in these shoes, in a year or so from now, my skill level is going to be like light years ahead of anyone else. I'm going to fucking kill it. The evil genius in my head continued devising my new plan of attack. Shit, I said out loud, suddenly coming to yet an even greater realization. If this company is for real and is really going to be trying to sell their product professionally, then these shoes are going to have real commercials on primetime television with people busting out dopey tricks. I'm going to have to step my game up big time. I imagined that, given their novelty and almost toy-like nature, these shoes wouldn't just be stocked in major footwear retailers like Foot Locker and The Athlete's Foot. but would also find their way into Toys R Us, KB Toys, FAO, Schwartz, and other major toy stores worldwide. Fuck this six-figure bullshit, man. If I get this gig, I'm gonna be a fucking millionaire, man. My face will be everywhere, and I'll be getting paid like a motherfucker. Fuck, man, maybe even fucking Nike will endorse me. I began pacing in circles, my mind racing with infinite possibilities. I pictured Nike entering the game, crafting their own high-performance grind shoes, sleek, stylish, and engineered for the elite. I imagined myself at the center of it all, signing multi-million-dollar contracts, getting flown across the globe for sponsorship deals, and grinding rails on all 7 continents, from the bustling streets of Tokyo to the icy outposts of Antarctica. I could see my face plastered across the covers of Sports Illustrated and Time magazine, hailed as the pioneer of a revolution in extreme sports. My name would be synonymous with the movement, a legend in the making. This is it. This is my big break. It has to be. This time it's gonna be me leading and innovating this new sport, and I'm gonna make it fucking dope. I went into my bedroom, stuck my earplugs into my ears, covered my eyes with my white bandana, closed the mini blinds, shut off the lights, and sat down Indian style on my floor to meditate and visualize, trying to get a clearer picture in my mind of what the future may have in store. My mind quickly began envisioning tricks no one else could have possibly even contemplated or dreamt of. Instantly, I was imagining how I'd apply martial arts and gymnastics to do grinds with spins and backflips in the middle of them, grinding down handrails with drops so high they seemed to defy gravity. And the craziest thing is that, in time, most of it actually happened. I ended up doing things on soap shoes so advanced that no one, not even in the present day, decades later, would ever catch up to. By the time I retired from the sport of soaping, I would have been grinding down handrails with 3-story drops on the other side. I would have busted savannas and backslides through kinks, been on TV, been featured in tons of soap videos and commercials, been given endless boxes of free clothes, hats, t-shirts, and countless pairs of free shoes. I would have been seen and heard about worldwide in numerous publications, websites, and podcasts, had my inbox flooded with soap shoe fan mail, been making $200 an hour, had my own corner office at Soap Shoe's corporate office, gone on a national tour, been given free hotel rooms, free food, free alcohol, banged tons of hot random soap groupies, and would have busted out on rails down staircases that some people were even too scared to walk down. Shit was about to get real. Avenue C Stairs, 72 steps, 1010 Esplanade, Redondo Beach, California, 90277. And now, it is with great honor and pleasure that I have the opportunity to welcome you all along with me on my journey into the world of soap shoes. Enter the world of soap shoes, fire emoji. Step back into the golden era of soaping with this epic YouTube playlist, over 60+ legendary videos showcasing the greatest soapers of all time. Watch the original soap shoe commercials, jaw-dropping grinds, and exclusive interviews with the best in the game. This is the real history of soap shoes, the tricks, the culture, the legends. Click below to watch. Clapperboard emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=s. JR Kitox 8 and list equals PLZHSDGX 1 0 12 D78 Eljmn MLM2 et. Chapter 5. A change in footwear. In December of 1997, I bought my first pair of soaps from Danny's friend Kenny Ord for $10 bucks, the Blue Scabs. Kenny didn't skate or soap, he was just a homie, and had told me that he'd bought them a few weeks prior when he saw them in the Journeys store at the South Bay Galleria Mall in Redondo Beach. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop Macchio, top left. Paul Cifuentes, drop Soul Grind, top right and bottom left. Kenny Ord, bottom right. Ocean Park, Hotchkiss Park, Santa Monica, California, 1997. Kenny drove a brand new, pimped-out silver Honda Civic with custom rims, a custom-built twin 5-inch exhaust pipes, with an all-black raced-out interior. Shit was fucking dope. We all called it the G-Ride. Danny, Paul, Eddie and I would pitch in for gas money, and Kenny would cart us all around to different skate spots, and would also help us out with filming. Kenny is the one responsible for an estimated 80 to 90% of all of the soaping clips that were ever filmed in 8mm format. We all owe Kenny a great deal of respect and admiration for his help. My soaps were awesome. Soaping was like grinding in rollerblades, but without wheels. Except for the fact they didn't have a soul feature, at least as of yet. You could grind on virtually anything. All of a sudden, I was able to grind on objects that would never have been accessible in the world of inline skating. I think that's why the shoes were so appealing to both rollerbladers and skateboarders alike, as one could now grind on anything. I was sliding across bulldozers, trucks, countertops, anything I felt like. Birdbaths, brick walls, even the cash counter at the local Burger King, nothing was off limits. In many ways, I saw soaping as even more aggressive than rollerblading or skateboarding. Jaunzemis, frontside to fakie on a slanted brick ledge. In front of a residential yard. El Segundo, California, 1997. Jaunzemis, frontside to fakie on an In-N-Out burger metal counter. Las Vegas, Nevada, 2018. Note: if you look at both of these pictures, one of me sliding a slanted brick ledge in front of someone's house and the other grinding across the metal counter at In-N-Out Burger, you'll notice these are tricks unique to soaping. Unlike rollerblading or skateboarding, where you're strapped into wheels or carrying a board, soap shoes let you grind objects that would normally be off-limits. You can't just walk into a fast food joint with rollerblades or casually grind a birdbath in someone's front yard without drawing attention. But with soaps, you can slide on almost anything, anytime, living up to what soap stands for. Slide on anything possible. The type of plastic that the grind plates were fashioned from didn't even require wax to slide on most objects, even on the most roughest brick walls. And best of all, you could rock soaps in class and represent to everyone that you were a skater. Plus, later on, after I got on the soap team, when I did still skate, it was nice to finally be able to tell people I was a quote-unquote paid professional rollerblader and was sponsored by soap shoes. Later on, I'd thought somewhat of continuing to skate and to use soap as the basis of my credibility, to which would have, in my opinion, acted as a resume of sorts, so I could send my skating sponsor video to Senate, and would then be able to tell them I was in fact already sponsored by soap shoes and was looking to further expand. However, I ended up just having way too much fun just soaping around, and quickly forgot much about skating altogether. Why settle for just being one of the many pro rollerbladers when I have the opportunity sitting right in front of me of possibly becoming the best soaper of all time? On my way to school, I might spot a slidable surface on someone's front porch, something I'd never even be able to access if I were wearing skates. But with soap shoes, I'd just run up, jump on, and start sliding across it. Passers-by would be like, "What the fuck? It was awesome!" And the best part? No one who saw me grinding had any fucking idea whatsoever how I was even pulling it off. The confused looks on people's faces? Fucking priceless. "How are you sliding across that thing, son?" Old people would ask me. "They're soap shoes," I'd tell them. "Oh wow. Do they have real soap on them?" they'd reply. "Haha, dumbass." Some people I messed around with even more and began telling them things such as, "I'm a wizard," and that "I have magical powers," which left them even more confused and walking away scratching their heads. Haha, what a sucker. No object was to be left ungrinded. The marble counters inside of the Bank of America or the cash register counter inside of a Burger King, irresistible. If there was a planter in the middle of someone's front yard, or perhaps a fountain, or a bird bath, or anything else of that nature, I'd just waltz my way right through a person's front gate and grind it. I was down to grind anything. The back bumper of someone's car while they were stopped for a second at a red light? No problem. One night I even backside torqued across the trunk of a parked police car. Right before I pissed on it and then ran off. Fuck the police. QS the quick, slick, soapy grinding sound as I'd bust out on anything in my path. Fuck yeah. Jaunzemis, backslide to fakie across the push bumper of a police car. Las Vegas, Nevada, 2014. This was what being a soaper was all about, the outward physical expression of my aggressive, hardcore, I don't give a fuck, teenage nature. All the pain in my life, all the anger bottled up inside me, any stress I was dealing with would just, poof, disappear. Soaping gave me the freedom to unleash my aggression upon the world and truly express myself. It felt good to be a soaper. During recess and lunch breaks, I no longer had to waste time making unnecessary trips back and forth to my locker, switching between shoes and skates, lacing up, strapping in, and then repeating the whole process after recess. Now, I could just walk straight out into the quad and bust a handrail on the spot. I was grinding everything in my path. Ledges, picnic tables, bleachers. I even grinded the lunch counters in the school cafeteria. After Jose healed up from his injury, he showed back up at school rocking a fat Senate Ha logo tattoo on his right shoulder and a fresh pair of soap shoes cleans. The two of us would sprint into the cafeteria, launching onto the metal lunch counter with a frontside grind, right past a line of unsuspecting freshmen waiting for their food. Trays went flying, cheap processed cafeteria slop, and steaming hot cup of noodle soup splattering everywhere. Absolute chaos. Fuck, Jose and I would yell out, fucking freshman faggots. Haha, fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck you, you fucking soper fags. The little freshmen would scream back at us as they'd scurry around quickly looking for napkins to wipe the juice off their soup, soaking Stüssy 8-ball or cheek sliver t-shirts while they tried picking up their spilled lunch trays. Shit was funny as fuck. We were pissing off a lot of people. I even launched onto my photography teacher Mr. Carson's desk and grinded across it right in the middle of class. Mr. Carson, a man in his late 60s with white hair, giant Coke bottle glasses, and a voice that was basically a real-life version of Hank Hill from King of the Hill, was in the middle of a lecture about shutter speed, lighting aperture, and some other photography fiddle-faddle that I couldn't care less about at the time. Suddenly, an urge sparked inside me. I had to grind something. Anything. Without a second thought, I stood up from my desk, adrenaline surging through me. Yo, fuck this shit. I leapt up from my seat, sprinted across the classroom, and launched into a fat backside grind straight across the front of Mr. Carson's desk, completely out of nowhere. The entire class erupted into wild, hyena-like laughter as we all turned to see Mr. Carson's face transform into a brilliant shade of red, like a carnival-style candied apple. Fuck, I yelled out. Had to do it, man. Aha. Oh. Drawled in his slow, all right, that'll be detention for you again, Mr. Jaunzemis. His thick, redneck-like accent carried no amusement, just pure, exhausted disappointment. Mr. Carson had already grown a personal dislike for me and my friends after Justin, Jose, and I had hawked huge, slimy green loogies onto his doorknob, just as we did to Mr. Cousins. We used to get such a huge rise out of watching a teacher open up their door to let students in, only to look down at their hand in utter bewilderedness and confusion to realize just seconds later they'd apparently stuck their hand into a huge, slick, and slimy splooge of snot. Not to mention the stink bombs Justin would buy from the ice cream man at lunchtime, which he'd use to fumigate the photo lab's darkroom during the middle of class. This was Justin's retaliation for the suspension Mr. Carson had given him recently after he'd caught Justin jacking off in the dark room. Justin had forgot to lock the door, and Mr. Carson, along with several other students from class standing behind him, opened the door, flipped on the lights, to find Justin sprawled out on the dark room's floor with his pants and boxer shorts around his ankles and his dick in his hand. 7 a.m., Carson yelled out. Fuck that shit, I replied in my defiant skater disposition. Oh, I gotta go use the bathroom, it's an emergency. I walked back and grabbed a large wooden paddle that I'd almost knocked off the desk while grinding it, the student's bathroom hall pass. I picked it up like nothing had happened, gave Carson a blank stare, and then casually strolled out the front door of the photography annex like I was on a lunch break. Meanwhile, Carson stood there, all red-faced and flustered, probably gripping his desk like he was about to have an aneurysm. He fumbled for the phone with his trembling hands and called the office, reporting me for truancy, as if I just committed a goddamn felony or something. A while later, the school snitched to my mom, who, of course, went full momzilla on me when I got home. She yelled, lectured, and hit me with the classic, "How do you expect to get into a good college and find a real job if all you do is slide around on furniture like a damn hooligan?" But honestly, I just stood there, nodding along, waiting for her to run out of steam, because at the end of the day, I still didn't give a single fuck. I was a soper. My mission? Slide on anything and everything possible. Mr. Carson's desk? Fair game? As far as I was concerned, I was just doing my job. I wasn't some honor roll nerd planning for the future. I was out there living that soap life, one reckless grind at a time. Now, the shoes I bought from Kenny were already pretty beat up, like seriously worn in. The left one even had a hole straight through the side, which was weird as hell, considering Kenny didn't even soap. How the fuck did these shoes get trashed so bad? Had he been moonwalking through a cheese grater? The whole thing was just peculiar. These shoes have a pretty fat ass groove. That's fucking weird. Kenny couldn't have grinded in them this much, could he? What the hell? Every time I jumped on a rail, I could feel the friction grinding right through that hole, slowly cooking up a giant blister on the side of my left foot. I wanted a fresh pair of soaps, but little did I know that busted-up groove and that weird-ass puncture hole were about to become a blessing in disguise. Ouch, fuck, I yelled out. Yo, fuck this shit. Grinding down that rail with the hole in my shoe hurt like a bitch, but then, like a flash of genius, a brilliant idea sparked in my head. It was so innovative that it would later land me a sponsorship with soap. The hole in the side of my shoe was becoming a real problem. If I wanted to pull off royales and unity grinds without totally wrecking my foot, I had to find a way to patch it up and reduce the friction. That's when a light bulb went off. I grabbed some duct tape and slapped a few layers inside and outside the shoe to seal the hole. The result? Well, it looked like absolute shit. The shoes now had this ghetto, DIY vibe, as if I was trying to fix a pair of hand-me-down thrift store sneakers. They were ugly as fuck, and I was pissed. Fucking raggedy-ass shoes. God damn it. I decided to match the duct tape on the other side too, just to make it look like I was doing it for style and expression. Maybe people would think it was some new skater fad or trend. At least, that's what I was hoping for. In reality, though, it just made my shoes look even more like a sad DIY project gone wrong. But hey, if I couldn't make them look fresh, at least I could pretend it was all part of the plan. I guess I could just tell girls it's like a skater thing, or some shit like that. I'm sure no one will even notice. I began backwards rationalizing to myself. There was a fad in the rollerblading community where skaters would wrap duct tape around the bottoms of their pant legs to prevent them from tearing or rolling over their shoes. We all rocked those gigantic baggy pants, which helped with flexibility for bigger jumps and tricks. After all, it's way harder to launch off stairs or hit a huge mute grab when you're stuck in tight-ass pants. The bagginess also gave us enough room to wear knee pads underneath. At the time, most skaters wore boneless knee pads under their jeans, never over them. Wearing them over your pants would cut off circulation and mess with your jump flexibility. Plus, it just made you look like a poser. I went back out grinding in the quad after I'd went to duct tape the hole in my shoes, and I jumped on a little curb royale, but this time, something felt different. The duct tape had not only stopped the friction and the rubbing against my foot, but it had also slowed down my overall speed, not by much, but I could definitely, 100% tell the difference. I ran over to the 10-step corner rail in the quad and footed it. This is when you lift your foot and run the grind plate over the rail to feel its speed. If it's rough, like on a rusty rail, it'll slow you down, but if it's slick like enamel, you'll slip off unless you rough it up with sandpaper or steel wool, etc. I wanted to see if it was ready to grind, or if some stupid poser skateboarders had waxed it, in which case I'd need to sand it down. Earlier that day, before I slapped on the duct tape, the rail was way too fast. But with the tape now in place, I hand-up royaled it, sliding down slowly, smoothly, and comfortably, all the way to the end. Then, I hopped off backwards, sticking a clean fakey dismount. Holy shit! I ran back up to the top of the corner rail and jumped on royale. This time dismounting rewind style by spinning off 270 degrees to my right and landing on the ground backwards in the fakey position, walking away smoothly. This is it. This is the fucking answer. Holy fuck. I'd finally figured it out. It seemed like Soap had designed the shoes with too much power. In that moment, I felt like Rick Moranis in Honey. I shrunk the kids. You know, the mad scientist who invents a laser-powered shrinking machine that's too powerful to control, until a random apple falls in front of the laser, acting as a resistor and dialing down the energy, making everything work. Well, the duct tape was my apple. Everything changed after that day. I discovered the secret to soaping. All I had to do was increase the level of friction between the object and the grind plate itself. The stock grind plates were way too slick and powerful for the big boot tricks down lengthy handrails. But just like in rollerblading, the more you grind, or run your chassis across a rough-edged ledge, the quicker you develop a groove in the chassis. This groove can eventually wear all the way down to the boot itself. It's that groove that allows a skater to lock into a trick, where the rider grinds on the boot and slides slowly and controllably enough to nail the trick. With Kenny's pre-groove shoes combined with the duct tape I'd slapped on the sides, I was now able to jump onto any rail in whatever grind position I chose. As long as I locked into the groove and held my balance, the duct tape, acting as a resistor, kept me stuck to the rail, while the remaining plastic on the grind plates let me glide smoothly down. With all three elements working together, I'd unlocked a secret formula that would let me pull off tricks other soapers couldn't, because stock soaps were never designed for this kind of aggression. It was like a car's audio system. Stock is good, but when you upgrade, you can outperform anything. My supercharged soaps were now the equivalent of a souped-up ride. It felt like the movie Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, too. The secret of the ooze, except this time, it was the secret of the groove. I took off my left shoe and held up high up in front of me. Only the strong shall survive, I declared to myself, basking in my own genius. I took a deep breath, slowly inhaling through my nose, then exhaling through my mouth, letting the rhythm of the moment sink in. I smiled, scanning my surroundings, letting the rush of euphoria slowly flood my body. I could feel it. This was the moment, the one that marked the beginning of my rise to the top. Yeah, boy. Soap had designed shoes to mimic aggressive skating and skateboarding. They'd created shoes for kids to mess around on, maybe do some cute little frontside grinds on curbs, but I saw a much bigger picture. What I was doing wasn't any different than what DJs did back in the 70s and 80s, taking basic equipment, experimenting, pushing it to its limits, and creating something new. In their case, new sounds. In mine, a new sport. Is that cheating? Nah, my friend. Only a hater would call it cheating. What I was doing? That was raw innovation. What I brought to soap shoes was the definition of sports evolution. I needed a minute to take everything in. Going back to class felt pointless. This discovery was way too big to just brush off. So I decided to ditch for the rest of the day. I swung by my locker, dropped off my book bag, hit the bathroom for a piss, and then, for shits and giggles, pulled the fire alarm, just like me and my crew did on the regular. After that, I headed home, lit up a fat bowl of chronic, and tried to meditate, hoping to put everything into perspective. Man, fuck this school shit, homie. I'm gonna be the soap master. Ryan Jaunzemis, Unity to Rewind. Malibu Castle, Redondo Beach, California, 1998. Chapter 6. The plot thickens. Love and marriage, goes together like a horse and carriage. The familiar jingle played from the TV in the background, another rerun of Married, with children on Fox. I just sprayed some Pam into a small metal baking tray, hanging out and playing Master Chef with myself. Mint chocolate chip cookies were on the menu, fresh out of my new Easy Bake Oven. But just as I was getting into it, the phone rang. Bang! The sound of the wall phone in the kitchen was ringing. Hello? I answered. Yo. A voice spoke. It was Danny. Want to go soaping? Yeah, I'm down. I just gotta get a shower and shit, I replied. I got showered and dressed, then took the bus over to Danny's house. But when I got there, he was acting kind of distant. I gotta tell you something, man, he said downheartedly. His tone led me quickly to the notion that something was up. Now, it just so happened that Danny and Paul, my so-called loyal and trusted friends, the ones I thought were in this skating game with me, had actually stumbled upon the ad that Soap had placed in the Manhattan Beach Reporter almost 3 months prior. The ad that Danny had showed me was actually the more recent ad, and that he and Paul were actually already sponsored by Soap, and I never even knew about it. That's actually how Kenny got those soaps that you bought from him. They were my old pair that Soap gave me, said Danny. What? I replied. I'd already tested them, so I gave them to Kenny. Once I'd worn through them, I've already got like 5 pairs. Danny told me as he pointed downwards toward the shiny new pair of black cleans on his feet. Yo, are you fucking kidding me, bro? I questioned him. I was outraged. Dude, he said, me and Paul found the ad together, and we thought if we told you, you'd just go down there by yourself and try to beat us out of the position. I mean, we want to get sponsored just as bad as you, dude. Danny walked over to his closet and pulled out yet another brand new pair of soaps, brand new white scabs, the yellow warning label and soap key still attached. He then showed me his soap journal they'd given him to fill out. What objects did you slide on today? The first question read. Danny had penciled in, curbs, a ledge, logs, other cool stuff. Logs? I asked. Yeah, dude. There were these uncut logs inside of Home Depot. Me and Paul busted out until some SK8RH8RZ kicked us out. This is fucked up dog, I said. Danny had apologized profusely, but I was still pissed. Man, y'all are some scandalous-ass bitches, I told him. I understood where he was coming from, but at the same time, I still felt it was really shady of them, as I thought best friends were supposed to tell each other everything. Danny's apology sounded quite sincere, and he told me that he could get me onto the soap team the following day. I already told the head dude about you, man. Danny informed me. He wants to meet you, dude. Danny and I met up with Paul and went to skate and soap at West High. I hadn't skated with either of them in quite some time. Danny asked if I was filming. I hit the record button on my Sony 8mm Handycam and I told him to bust. Right off the bat, he jumped on the double rail we decided to session, and topside Sunny Day'd it to rewind, first try. Flawless. Danny Lynch, topside Sunny Day to rewind. West Torrance High School, Torrance, California, 1997. Unfadable, Paul yelled out. Danny ran back up the stairs. He was on fire. Got a bust, he shouted out. I hit record on the camera again. Danny rolled up to the double rail and busted out his new Sunny Day grind once again. But this time, he busted it, alley-oop to fakie. Danny Lynch, alley-oop topside Sunny Day to fakie. West Torrance High School, Torrance, California, 1997. Oh my God! A few nearby poser rollerbladers shouted out. There's pros sessioning the double rails. That guy just busted out alley-oop porn star. I came back at Danny with a Mizu to Royale switch up to fakie, followed by a drop rocket fishbrain to fakie. Then Danny came back at me with a topside acid to backside Royale to fakie. Clean as can be. The battle was on. We were beginning to draw a crowd. After sessioning the double rail, we went to go session some ledges. Paul Cifuentes, sweat stance on ledge. West Torrance High School, Torrance, California, 1997. Paul was busting out sweat stances and kind grinds on some ledges. Paul's grinds had precision, style, and swagger. The last time I'd skated with Paul, he could barely even Royale a curb. They'd both obviously been getting good secretly. But then, when they put on their soaps, I was shocked. As we came upon some new ledges, both Danny AMD Paul began busting out tricks I didn't even yet know existed. Skating at West High School. Watch the full video here on YouTube. Right pointing finger emoji, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals foevens b foo. Danny jumped up onto a ledge like he was doing a frontside grind, except his back foot was trailing in back on top of the ledge, on the toe of his shoe. Whoa! Danny Lynch, drag queen. To rewind, curved ledge. Redondo Beach, California, 1997. Yo, what the fuck? I shouted out. What was that shit, dude? That was a drag queen, Danny replied. I invented it. What? I replied. That shit was tight, foo? Yep, Danny continued on, cocky and arrogant as ever, thinking he was Mr. Cool. And check this one out, dude. This one's called a drag king. Danny jumped on the curb doing what appeared to be a sort of kind grind stance, except his trailing foot was sliding on the top side of the curb, on the heel of his shoe. Paul then proceeded to bust out a 270 degrees backside Savannah on a ledge nearby. What that fuck? I couldn't believe it. My friends had been busting out sick grinds like this before I'd ever even put on a pair of soaps. I felt a deep pang of sadness and betrayal. It wasn't just that they had kept it from me, it was the fact that they had known for months and never once thought to clue me in. I didn't quite know if I could trust them again after this. It made me question everything, our friendship, our loyalty, and whether we were truly in this together. I knew I'd have to watch my back from now on, but at the same time, if we were all going to be on the same team, I'd most likely have to forgive and forget, at least for now. I'll just keep an eye out, just in case one of these foos tries to double-cross me or some shit. I rolled back with Danny to his house after our session at West High. I have something else to show you as well, dude, he told me. Oh, what's that? I answered back sarcastically. You accidentally got sponsored by Senate 2 and forgot to tell me, fucker. I was still a bit butthurt from our discussion earlier. No, chill, man, Danny shouted. I already told you that I was sorry. But for real, dude, check this shit out. Danny walked over, closed his bedroom door, and reached up to grab his black JanSport backpack off the hook. He unzipped it, reached inside, and pulled out a black VHS tape. I jacked it from the soap factory for you, dude. Are you ready to see your competition? Danny asked me. I was puzzled. I didn't yet know where he was going with this. Danny reached over, placed the VHS tape into the VCR, and pressed play. Seconds later, a multicolored rainbowish image flickered onto the screen. The TV was still a bit fuzzy and needed a slight adjustment, so Danny spun the tracking dial. As the static cleared, the image of a spiky, red-haired, surfer-looking kid emerged on the screen. That's Brendan Smith, Danny exclaimed. He's on the soap team, too, and he knows the secret about getting a groove. He's already busting out royales on rails with 2 story drops. The one over at your middle school, dude? Yo, what the fuck? I said, astonished. I was shocked to see that the video had been shot at the Richmond Street Middle School, in El Segundo of all places, on the guard ledge with the same rail I'd just recently dropped rocket macchioed in my skates. This was on my home turf. To me, it felt almost like it was a setup, as if this Brendan character was somehow calling me out. I wondered if Danny was also in on these shenanigans as well. These motherfuckers. You didn't fucking film this shit too, and not tell me about it, did you, foo? That's fucked up, I questioned him. This is right by my fucking house, bro. How in the fuck would he even know about that spot unless you told him about it? Nah, dude, I wouldn't do that. Danny told me. I met him at a soap meeting. He said he used to be a pro rollerblader and was sponsored by some companies. He knows all the skate spots around here. He's like a rich preppy boy from Redondo Beach or some shit. Where did you get this shit, man? I asked him. I told you, I jacked it from the soap factory, Danny replied. Brendan turned it in last week at the meeting we had to go to. I watched the tape closely. My eyes focused on Brendan as he approached the guard ledge and jumped on Royale. I had anticipated he was going to Royale the handrail that was attached to the guard, but no, he royaled the actual guard ledge itself. Holy shit, I shouted out. Yeah, dude, Danny added. He busts fat. Yo, can you rewind that real quick? I asked him. I watched the video a few more times over and over so as to study my new opponent. He was good, and I have to admit, I was a bit intimidated. Can I borrow this shit, you? I asked Danny. I need to make a dub. Yeah, man, that's why I jacked it for you, Danny replied. I ejected the tape from Danny's VCR and dropped it deep into the left front pants pocket of my baggy black Solo jeans. This dude's game is tight. I'm gonna have to step it up, big time. I jumped on the 232 bus heading northbound back up Sepulveda Boulevard, heading back towards my house, staring off quietly out of the cheap plastic graffiti-etched windows towards the Chevron refinery to the left. It shouldn't be that hard for me to get to that level of consistency. Shit, I could take this foo. I did so regret the fact that Brendan was already doing such advanced tricks because it made me feel as if I was back in the same category in which I'd been in when I was rollerblading. I wanted to be the best. Still, though, I knew I had to accept the situation for what it was, and I knew I couldn't stop at anything if I was to be serious about accomplishing my mission. Nothing wrong with a little friendly competition. The dude might even be a cool cat. Maybe I can even learn something from the dude. I got home and tore open a fresh pack of Marlboro Reds I'd kept hidden inside a hollowed-out book my grandmother had handmade for me. As a kid, I used it to stash my allowance from my younger brother Randall. She'd probably turn over in her grave if she knew I later used it to hide cigarettes, weed, and handfuls of LSD-dipped sugar cubes reserved for special occasions. I grabbed my notebook and a pen, lit up a Marlboro Red, and popped in the VHS tape. Brendan's video ran about 30 minutes, various clips of him, soaping, and rollerblading. He was good, a pro in the making. Brendan Smith, top Royale down 15-step handrail, with two-story drop on the other side. Rec Park, El Segundo, California, 1997. Bottom left, cross grab fast slide to fakie. Redondo Beach High School, Redondo Beach, California, 1997. Bottom right, switch backslide to fakie. Roy O. Anderson Elementary School, Newport Beach, California, 1998. Something felt off. If this tape had reached my hands, there had to be a reason. Whoever this Brendan guy was, he wasn't just good, he was soap's golden boy, their number one. Whatever he'd done, or had yet to do, set the bar for every future soaper. But bars weren't meant to be admired. They were meant to be broken. All I had to do was outshine him, outgrind him, and take the top spot for myself. One-up every trick, every stunt, every line he thought made him untouchable. If he was the king, then I was coming for the throne. At that thought, my mind caught fire. This wasn't just a game anymore. This was destiny. Visions of my future flashed across the scroll of my mind. Bold, vivid, undeniable. I saw myself lounging in a steaming jacuzzi on a new future soap commercial, surrounded by hot, young, sexy, sun-kissed soap groupies draped in barely their bikinis, their bodies glistening under the neon glow of my success. Dark black shades with chromed-out Sopo logos sat on my face like a crown, a monstrous golden chain around my neck, swinging a massive gold-plated soap shoe pendant like a medal of honor. They leaned in close, their lips brushing my ears, whispering in hushed, breathy voices about how bad they wanted to rub my sexy feet feet that had just conquered the biggest, gnarliest rail ever touched by a soaper. Shit, I wouldn't just be a soap legend, I'd be the soap pimp. The thought sent a raw surge of energy through my body, electrifying every nerve. I had no choice. If I wanted this future, if I wanted the crown, I had to lock in, study every move, and destroy the competition. This fucking Brendan guy is going down, foo! I got this. So I sat there, channeling my inner Sun Tzu, absorbing every second of footage, dissecting Brendan's tricks like a battle strategist, preparing to outplay, outshine, and overthrow the reigning champ. By the time I was done, he wouldn't know what hit him. Soap, or be soaped. My mind was on overdrive. I needed to blaze one up, sink into the moment, and let my vision sharpen. If I could just tap into that next level of clarity, I knew I'd see my path to the top laid out right in front of me. But shit, my head stash was cached. I'd already smoked through it from the flour I'd been selling. No way was I rolling into this day empty-handed. Screw it. I called in sick from school again, grabbed my phone, and hit up Damien. Yo, can you hook up buds? I asked him. Oh, faux show man, what cha need dog? He asked me. I could always count on Damien to come through. Yeah, like 2 dubs of that purple shit I got from you last, Holmes, I replied. Man, that shit is gone dog. He replied, but I got something new though. It's even better. You'll like it. It's like fucking like dark green, with like fucking purplish like hairs and shit bro. Fucking bomb. Cool, I answered. Alright, cool man, Damien replied. I'm actually just over here off of Lincoln, so I'm gonna roll through in a hot minute. About 15 minutes later, Damien pulled up in his black blazer, his subwoofers rattling the pavement as he rolled to a stop. He reached into his pocket and handed me 2 small, separate 1-gram baggies, each one imprinted with tiny green marijuana leaves, his usual signature deal. The plastic crinkled between my fingers as I held them up to the light, the vibrant green buds inside catching the glow of the afternoon sun. I popped one open, bringing it up to my nose to inspect the product, letting the pungent, skunky aroma hit me full force. Smells dank bro, I muttered, already feeling the anticipation settle in after inhaling the weed's pungent aroma. I was pleased. I slipped Damien 2 folded-up $20 bills, gave him some props, and thanked him for coming through so quickly. Good looking out, homie, I told him. Oh yeah, he said, I almost forgot. Oh shit, what's up? I replied. I got you a little fucking present, bro, he said, smirking as he reached into his pocket. I watched, curious, as he pulled out a small, gleaming object and placed it in my hand. To my surprise, it was a blue aluminum pipe, the same one I'd been eyeing at a head shop in Venice Beach the last time we'd smoked out together a few weeks back. No way, dude. Sweet, I shouted. Thanks, man. That's fucking dope, bro. I turned it over in my fingers, admiring the metallic sheen. Hell yeah, bro, Damien replied. Just make sure to hide it from your moms, yo. Damien was a cool Italian cat, a real chill guy. I was with him the first time I ever got stoned. We were driving through the massive underground tunnel at Los Angeles International Airport, bumping Eazy-E's song, Down to the Last Roach, and smoking out like gangstas. We'd always get high and cruise around the South Bay, either riding out down the freeways, getting blitzed out of our fucking minds in his new Blazer, or his brand new Lincoln Town car, or we'd chill at his place, smoking hash rocks he'd have imported from Amsterdam through a friend. We'd try to sneak into his grandfather's liquor cabinet while watching late-night Cinemax, Skinamax, as we called it, or catch the Adam and Eve Spice Channel on his black box. Yeah, so supposedly I'm getting sponsored by this new company, Soap Shoes, tomorrow, so I'll be doing that shit. I told him. I'm supposed to meet up with Homeboy over there tomorrow to see if the shit is legit, so I'll hit you up next week or something, and we'll kick it, Holmes. Faux show. Good job, dog. You've been working hard for that shit. He said, all right then, I'm out. Ladies. I would have liked to chill, but I needed to get some work done. Weed had always been my motivating drug. I'd pack a bowl of chronic and just think things through, but I could only get in my zone when no one else was around, and I knew, for certain, 100%, that I wouldn't be interrupted. I don't typically enjoy socializing when I'm high. It's never really been my thing. I tend to get reticent and go deep into my own head. Plus, I like to talk to myself out loud. It helps me verbalize my thoughts, feelings, and ideas. But from someone else's perspective, I probably just look like a crazy person, and I'd rather not be judged for it. There have been plenty of times when I'd be at some random house party, getting high with friends, when a huge jolt of inspiration would hit me. Maybe it was a life-changing realization, or I'd come up with a fresh hook for a rap song I was working on, or whatever else, and I'd have to dip out of the party to go, well, do my thing. Either that, or I'd just prefer to chill, smoke out, and spend the whole day making music and writing rhymes. I packed a fat bowl in my new blue aluminum pipe and blazed it to the dome, but this time, something was really different about the high. I don't know if it was the weed or just the mood I was in, but this high was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before, and probably wouldn't again, at least not with weed. I was hallucinating, full-on visuals. But the best part? I was energized and motivated. This weed was the bomb. I'd close my eyes and see full-color, kaleidoscopic images of myself in those shoes, of what I was supposed to do in them. It was like I was watching a movie in my head, but I was the director. I could control it, see whatever I wanted. It was intense. I saw myself pulling off insane tricks on soaps. No trick was ever simple. Every move I made had a spin, a flow, a style. It was either a spin into the trick or out of it, always something that made it stand out, something that gave it that wow factor. When I busted a trick, I wanted people to stop and stare, mouths open, thinking, holy shit, this guy is pro. Ryan Jaunzemis left mute to disaster royale to 270 degrees mute out. Down 10-step handrail. Redondo Beach High School. Redondo Beach, California, 1997. Middle, royale to 270 degrees stale Japan out on flat rail, El Segundo, California, 1997. Right, drop front side to 270 degrees mute out on rooftop ledge. West High School, CA, 1998. I was curious to see where this high was going to take me, so I packed another bowl and hit the pipe a few more times. Then, it got really intense. At that point, the voices in my head started echoing, the walls began to breathe, and random objects started speaking to me. Everything felt liquid like, it was awesome. I was pacing around my mom's house, having full-on conversations with random pieces of furniture. The intensity kept building, so much so that I had to shut all the windows, doors, and mini blinds, and turn off every single light just to make sure nobody was spying on me. I was definitely paranoid, but it didn't kill the buzz. In fact, I was still strangely amused, enjoying the surreal experience as it unfolded. I locked myself in my room and flopped back onto my waterbed. It felt like I was lying on a cloud, weightless and floating. I stared at the new blue lava lamp my mom had given me for Christmas, watching as the blobs of gel morphed into bright blue soap O's, spinning and swirling around inside. The colors and movement were hypnotic. I closed my eyes, trying to relax, but the voices returned, echoing in my mind. I focused, listening intently, desperate to catch the whispers and jot them down before they slipped away. Whatever they do, do it. Do the switch. Do a 270 degrees. Do a 270 degrees to rewind. Do it backside. Do a 270 degrees mute, 270 degrees out. Do it blindside. Do a 270 degrees stale Japan out, etc., 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 etc. The voices in my head would say. What the fuck is this? Haha. The voices went on, to which I internalized the meaning as, learn every variation of every trick, so that I'd become unstoppable. How could anyone touch me if I could do every single trick, and do it consistently, and do it both ways? Both ways meaning right side and left side, regular and goofy-footed, or regular stance plus switch stance. And, when it came to line soaping, I knew the key had to be fluency. Every trick had to flow seamlessly into the next, like an unstoppable force. I imagined a perfect chain of movements that didn't just connect, but fused together. Each link in the chain had to be as solid as the one before it because, like any chain, it's only as strong as its weakest link. So, I closed my eyes and imagined myself executing each trick flawlessly, one after another, like I was on autopilot, but with an intensity that left no room for mistakes. I envisioned grinding down a handrail, feeling the smooth, cold metal under my soaps, my body in complete control as I slid down the rail like it was part of me. But I didn't just stop there. The moment my feet hit the ground, I was already in motion to the next trick. No pause, no hesitation. I transitioned effortlessly, like a fluid wave crashing into the next obstacle. I'd spot a ledge coming up and, without breaking rhythm, I'd launch straight into a grind on it. Every move was instinctive, like my mind and body were one. Smooth, calculated, precise. It wasn't about completing a single trick. It was about chaining them together, creating an uninterrupted flow of motion, where one trick melted into the next. As I kept walking, each obstacle became an opportunity. I could see myself hopping onto a curb and immediately pushing into a grind on a nearby planter. There were no breaks, no pauses for breath, just continuous motion, like I was caught in a whirlwind of pure adrenaline. The line wasn't just a series of obstacles, it was a symphony, and I was the conductor, making every movement and transition hit with precision and power. Each trick bled into the next, and with every seamless link in the chain, I could almost hear the rush of the wind and feel the ground vibrate beneath my feet. It was as if I was creating my own reality, one perfect grind after another, unstoppable and infinite. I lay there on my bed for what felt like hours on end, lost in thought, pondering life and all the endless possibilities. What would it take to become the best of the best in the world of soaping? What kind of tricks or stunts would a true professional soaper be pulling off? What sets him apart from the average kid just sliding around on curbs and shit for fun? What's gonna make me famous and put me on TV? What's gonna get me paid? What's gonna make me remembered and unforgettable? I was building and crafting images in my mind at what felt like hyperspeed, desperately trying to record as much of the data as I could in that moment. I was completely in the zone. If only my hand could keep up with the fucking thoughts racing through my head. Fuck, I wish I could just plug a machine into the back of my skull that would record these sounds and images straight from my mind. I was taking this seriously, like really seriously. This wasn't just some passing thought. It was a potential money-making goldmine and a once-in-a-lifetime shot at fame and superstardom. Fuck, man, if I raise the motherfucking bar high enough, these motherfuckers might just end up making a fucking movie about this shit someday. To me, this was not to be taken lightly. This was war. Danny had mentioned some rumors floating around. Apparently, Soap was planning a team photo shoot soon, and he overheard them saying they'd be paying $200 an hour. I'm gonna fucking kill it on these shoes. I was pumped. All of a sudden, I was so hyped that I ran upstairs to practice on my little hot rail in the driveway, only to realize, a second too late, that I was still way too high to be doing this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up, there's no way I can fucking soap right now. I'm way too fucking high. Ha. Nah, fuck this. I gotta put this shit on pause for a minute until I come down. I took a deep breath, though I really did want to start practicing right then and there. I need to just chill for a minute. I lit up a cigarette and stared at the little hot rail in my driveway, watching it slowly twist and distort into various shapes and patterns. I was just kind of tripping out on it, lost in the moment. I'm making a promise to myself right now. Once I come down from this high, I'm out here practicing. No fucking bullshit. I took one last drag of my cigarette and flicked it out into the middle of the street and walked back downstairs. I don't even remember what kind of trip I was on. All I remember after walking back into the house was grabbing every pillow in the house, couch cushions and all, and piling them up to make myself a giant bed right in the middle of my bedroom floor. Then I plugged in my fan, positioned it just right, and let the wind blow into my face. It felt like I was floating on a giant cloud. In that moment, I swear, I felt like God. I turned on one of my old Nintendo games, Secret of Mana, and soared around on the dragon, flying all over the world of Mana. It felt like I was really flying, like I was actually in the game. It was intense. After that, I must have passed out on the floor for about 4 to 5 hours, because when I finally woke up, it was already dark outside. But even after a whole day of being completely stoned out of my mind, I kept my promise. I slipped on my soaps, headed upstairs, and got ready to put my battle plan into action. Ready to master the art of soaping? Small blue diamond emoji. If you've made it this far, you've already been immersed in the raw world of soaping, grinds, transitions, and all the underground lingo. But do you really know what a bio corkscrew is? Or what makes a trick blindside or topside? Introducing the new Soap Shoes Trictionary, version 2.0 collision emoji. The ultimate guide to soaping, the tricks, the mindset, and the language of the sport. Whether you're a seasoned soaper or just starting out, this 132-page, full-color glossary breaks down every grind, jump, stunt, grab, aerial move, obstacle, and more in the soaping world. What's inside? Fire emoji. White check mark emoji. Every soaping trick and term explained. White check mark emoji. The origins of grinds, stunts, and skate-inspired moves. White check mark emoji. The full lexicon of soapers, finally decoded. Lace up your soaps and get ready to grind like never before. Right pointing finger emoji? Get your copy now. https://a.co/d/8g0pu. Question mark. The new Soap Shoes Trictionary, version 2.0, open book emoji. Available now. Question mark paperback, $29.95. Kindle ebook, $2.99. Audiobook, $3.99. Headphone emoji. Question mark. Get it today on Amazon. Fire emoji. Right pointing finger emoji. https://www.amazon.com/new soapshoes. Trictionary version /DP/1-499-520654. Epic fan shoutout. Celebratory gesture emoji. Fire emoji. Big thanks to Joseph Jersey Rica for grabbing a copy of the new Soap Shoes Trictionary, version 2.0, and going the extra mile. He sent it my way to get it personally autographed, pen emoji, collision emoji. Not only did I sign his book in gold Sharpie, but I also hooked him up with a pair of signed soap grind plates for that extra touch of soaping history. Respect, Jersey. Keep grinding. Athletic shoe emoji, fire emoji. I consider soaping a sport, a lifestyle, and a beautiful art form. And when done properly, could almost be described as poetry in motion. Ryan Jaunzemis, Pro Soaper. Chapter 7. Getting good secretly. Definitely time to call in sick to work, I thought to myself. So, I'm not gonna be able to make it into work this week, man. I gotta, study for, finals and shit, man. I told Mitchell. I cut my hours back from scoops and bronze buns and started calling in sick from school on Mondays and Fridays so that I could guarantee myself an undisturbed 4-day weekend so that I could focus solely on soaping. For the rest of the semester, I was in the streets non-stop, soaping roughly 12 to 18 plus hours each day, fueled mostly on coffee, strawberry Nestle Quick, donuts, strawberry Pop-Tarts, leftover pepperoni pizza, and water from random people's garden hoses and drinking fountains. The inadequate levels of nutrition kept me sluggish and lethargic in my performance, and it oftentimes very headachy, though I managed to push forward and progress as much as I could in the battle to get good. I would pack my backpack up and leave early in the mornings, and generally wouldn't return home until I was ready to finally crash out. If I was soaping near the high school, I'd just stop by and crash over at Brian's house, as he only lived a few blocks away over on Arena Street. His mom, Bonnie, would always shop at Costco and stock up their pantry with tons and tons of all different sorts of junk food, candy, chips, and sodas for us to munch on. Brian and I would stay up half the night stuffing our faces with ding-dongs and animal crackers, jumping around on his bed, and having pillow fights while blasting Britney Spears' Hit Me Baby One More Time. We'd make prank phone calls, ordering pizzas, late-night plumbers, male strippers, and flatbed tow trucks to Justin's house. His dad would get pissed. It was fucking hilarious. During the week, I'd be out after school until around 12 to 1 a.m., always keeping an eye out for El Segundo's finest since it was way past curfew. My grades were already poor, and my new schedule was only making them drop even faster. Not that I really cared. When I actually did attend class, I was always half asleep. Between trying to go pro and spending time with Sarah, I had no time for school. Even though my absences were technically excused, since I had called in sick myself, a loophole I exploited after discovering that in California, once you turn 18, you can legally excuse your own absences. Our principal, Mrs. Knight, started threatening to attendants, fail me if I exceeded 30 days of absence, even though they were excused absences. If that happened, I'd have to repeat 12th grade. Honestly, if I had thought about it a little more, I totally would have taken her up on the offer, an extra year of screwing off and hanging out with my friends. Sign me the fuck up. The school faculty was disgusted with my academic performance, and the school counselor even gave me an F in open period on my permanent transcript. Open period isn't even a class. It's just a time gap between classes that's supposed to be marked as N/A. I proudly pranced around the school, showing off my fucked up report card to all of my skater friends, who gave me mad props for keeping shit gangsta, along with the F- that Mr. Carson had given me in photography. F is the lowest letter grade you can even get on a transcript, but Mr. Carson told me he was putting the minus on there, quote unquote, just to fuck with me. Then, with a wink and a smart-ass tone, he added, We'll see you next year, buddy. Asshole. With the exception of Mrs. Green's art class, there was no homework in art, just drawing and playing with clay and stuff, and track and field. The coach liked me and didn't care if I showed up for practice. As long as I showed up on Thursdays and won my hurdle race to score varsity points for our school, I barely managed to graduate by the seat of my baggy ass pants with a 1.83 GPA. My mom was fucking pissed. You'll never get into any real college now, Ryan, my mom scolded. You might as well start looking at El Camino, a nearby community college. I'm not going to college, Mom, I exclaimed. I'm gonna get fucking sponsored and be a professional athlete. I'm gonna be making fucking millions. Why would I waste my time in fucking school when I could be out on the streets getting good? El Segundo High School Class of 1998 Graduation Ceremony. Left, Sarah Laurie. Right, Ryan Jaunzemis. May 1998. I didn't raise you like this. You were a student. Blah, blah, blah. She went on yelling. Your room's a disaster area. You've got light, bright pieces and those micro machines all over the house. There's green and blue Play-Doh stuck in my brand new carpet. There are dishes everywhere. Blah, blah, blah. And you're smoking pot. Blah, blah, blah. She went on, but I'd already tuned her out. I glanced at the time on my pager, waiting for her to finish her rant so I could head back upstairs to practice. Danny's stepdad, Steve, had recently made us each brand new hot rails to train on, and I was fine-tuning my true spin alley-oop cheese grater to Savannah to fakie before taking it to a real rail. Honestly, I just didn't give a fuck about grades, homework, or anything like that. To me, high school was a time to be a kid, have fun, and live my best life. I just wanted to skate, soap, get high, get laid, hang out with my homeboys, go to house parties, and live it up to the fullest. I wanted to drink 40 ounces and roll chronic blunts on the Venice Beach boardwalk, eat 99-cent, giant slice of pizza from the pizzeria on the corner, and bust out on my soaps in the pit. I wanted to experiment with hallucinogens and fry on acid at Disneyland, or get wasted and throw bonfires down at Dockweiler Beach. I didn't care about learning my times tables, or the Pythagorean theorem, or the 3.1, 4, 15, 1, something whatever sequential order of gay-ass pie, or any of the other random, irrelevant, and unnecessary information in which the government attempts to fill the American educational curriculum. I don't care about this shit. If I ever decided to get a job in computers, then yeah, that's great, but I'm a fucking skater. I need classes like weight training to help me become stronger and jump higher, or marketing to help me better self-promote, or video production, or gymnastics. Why don't they offer more types of classes like that would be relevant to what I wanted to do? This system of education is designed to make you fucking fail. Not everyone wants to work at fucking Mickey D's. Why the fuck are they trying to shove this shit down my throat? I had my own life, I had my own dreams, and I wasn't going to be put into a box, or be categorized, or labeled as something that I wasn't. I had a girlfriend, I had a life, and I didn't have time to do things like read The Catcher in the Rye, and I didn't give a shit why the caged bird sings. I just wanted to lace up and bust a fucking rail. I just wanted everyone to leave me the fuck alone. Either support me with my dreams or piss the fuck off. You only live once, I shouted at her. I'm just trying to enjoy myself and have a good time. I'm only 18, it's not like I'm fucking 40 or some shit. That attitude of yours is what's gonna get you kicked out of here, Ryan, she yelled back at me. My eyes rolled back into my head. I didn't want to listen to her bitch anymore, so I walked off into the kitchen, mixed myself up a pitcher of cherry Kool-Aid, this time adding 3 full cups of sugar, thus making it sickeningly sweet like syrup to pump myself up with a super intense sugar rush in hopes that it would help me bust out better. Grabbed the cordless phone and then headed back upstairs to practice. As my friend Justin always says, fuck a job. I didn't give a shit anyway. I already knew I was going pro for sure, either that or I'd just keep selling dope on the street. The visions in my head continued forming. I was visualizing the white and gold Ryan Jaunzemis Pro Model Signature Series, soap shoes with a lighted, battery-operated Sopo logo, cool green LED lights that could be clicked on and off, complete with white-colored, glow-in-the-dark green grind plates. And I saw visions of people rocking my face on their t-shirts and having beautiful women all over me. The life of a rock star, or better yet, a soap star. That was where I was heading. That was the life that I wanted. I could see visions of myself at the conventions, autographing fan shoes and signing contracts for Nintendo to use my likeness in their new Soap Shoes video game. A game I had imagined where kids could choose their favorite soaper, like me, Danny, Paul, Brendan, or Eddie, or create their own character avatar, and pretend grind in their own living rooms by jumping up and down on Nintendo's power pad. This shit had to work out. There was no going back. Rollerblading was in the rear view, and the longer I stayed away, the further behind I'd fall. I wasn't about to end up with a shit job after high school, slinging tools on a construction site or roofing houses under the scorching California sun, or worse, running the streets hustling dope. I needed to go pro, make a name for myself, and live the dream, or else I'd be stuck in a life I couldn't even stomach. There was no plan B. This was it. Soap or die. I was feeling pissed off, so I called up Jose on the cordless phone to vent. I'm sick of this shit, man. How come motherfuckers is always hating on me and shit? What the fuck did I ever do to them? I just want to fucking bust, man, I asked him as I stood there in the driveway, in front of my new hot rail, sipping on my sickeningly sweet glass of ice-cold cherry Kool-Aid. Yo, fuck everybody, foo, Jose told me. People are always gonna hate, man. These motherfuckers got their own idea of who they want you to be, but fuck 'em, man. You just gotta do you, Jaunzy. You've come a long way, bro. Don't give up, man. Shit, man. I'd come fucking soap it up with you, but I'm fucking grounded for 2 more weeks for getting caught fucking smoking again. Haha, fuck, man. When you get ungrounded, we gotta swank my mom's new Avalon for the weekend and hit up fucking Vegas. Foo. I'm gonna grind down the side of the fucking Luxor, man, I told him. Arg fuck. Hell yeah, Jaunzy, he said. That shit will be fucking tight, foo. I'll fucking film that shit. My mom would tell me that sliding around on tennis shoes was not going to last another year, but I just tuned her out, as I had no intention of listening to another word of negativity from anyone. Anything I've ever set my mind to, I've dominated, because success is all about focus and belief. Never let anyone tell you, no, you can't do that. Fuck that shit. You can do anything you set your mind to. Never let anyone stand in your way, and I mean anyone. Not your parents, teachers, police officers, government officials, religious teachings, bosses, so-called friends, society's expectations, mainstream media, jealous haters, or even your own self-doubt. It doesn't fucking matter. You have to follow your dreams, no matter what. To me, life is like a movie, and in my movie, I'm the main character. I'm the hero, the rock star, the one who saves the world and gets the girl in the end, and then some. Everyone else? Just extras on my movie set? If someone plays a starring role in my story, it's because I allowed them to join my cast. Most people will live and die without ever having actually lived. I see so many people trapped in the same meaningless existence, blind to their true potential, suffering, grinding paycheck to paycheck, slaving away at a soul-crushing 9-to-5 job that they fucking hate, working as a cog in someone else's machine, making a rich man richer, while they sink deeper and deeper into the pit of poverty, regret, and wasted potential. I watch the government brainwashing the populace, telling them what is right and what is wrong. I see them shoving their version of reality down everyone's throat, molding the public to think, act, and obey in ways that serve only them. But I made a decision long ago. I will be the one who dictates reality, and I will never let it be dictated unto me. In my world, I am the master of my own fate. I stand firm in my choices, and I submit to no one. I follow my own rules. I chase my dreams, my ambitions, and my desires. And those who choose to walk beside me are welcomed with open arms. As for those who would oppose me, simply put, I shall turn my back on them and continue building my legacy, unbothered and unshaken. I waste no time on revenge, for I've learned that success, not violence, is the ultimate revenge. There is no greater punishment for a hater than to watch me rise beyond their reach, leaving them to choke on their own mediocrity. I believe that most people have no clue what's really happening in the world. They exist in their own happy, naive little bubble, not necessarily by choice, but because they've been programmed to stay blind, obedient, and complacent in their own lives. Most people wake up every morning to the sound of an alarm clock just to drag themselves to a 9-to-5 prison where they sit behind a desk in some small shitty cubicle, grinding away for someone else's fortune. Their diet? Pure fucking poison. Fast food, sugary soda, tap water, cigarettes, alcohol, garbage that keeps them weak, numb, and distracted. Their minds? Hijacked. They spend their days entranced, mindlessly scrolling their iPhones and Androids, shoving Big Pharma's pills down their throats just to get through another miserable day. At night, they go home to be brainwashed and self-medicate with TV programming, soaking in whatever lies and distractions are slowly spoon-fed to them. Then, more and more alcohol, or more late-night fast food from Mickey D's or Jack in the Crack. More escapism. And when they finally collapse into bed, their sleep is dirty, shallow, restless, and broken. But it doesn't matter, because the next morning, the cycle repeats. Day after day, year after year. A lifetime spent as a slave to the system. And in the end, they die with nothing, not a legacy, not even the awareness that there was always a way out. That the matrix they lived in was never unbreakable. That they had the power to wake up, but instead, they slept through their own existence. Since most people aren't doing anything substantial or worthwhile in their own lives, they often then feel that you don't deserve to achieve success or anything meaningful in your life either. When you step up and strive forward, you shatter the frame that a hater has boxed you into. And the moment this happens, they will scramble to shove you back down as quickly as possible. It's just like the crab in a bucket scenario. Drop one crab into a bucket, and it'll instinctively climb up the side and escape. No resistance, no struggle, freedom. Simple. But the moment you drop two crabs into that same bucket, a twisted phenomenon unfolds. As one crab tries to climb out, the other will relentlessly try and pull it back down. Over and over again, every time. And here's the tragic part, both crabs could have easily escaped together. If just one crab had stopped fighting and instead pushed the other up from underneath, that first crab could have reached the top. And then, instead of scurrying off selfishly, imagine if that first crab turned back, reached down, and pulled the second crab up with him. Just like that, both crabs would then be free. But that's not what happens. Instead, they pull each other down. Not because they have to, not because the bucket is inescapable, but because they've been mentally conditioned to believe that if they can't have freedom, neither can anyone else. This is exactly how haters operate. Instead of working together, instead of learning from success, they waste all their energy dragging others down. But deep inside, they know the truth. It was never the bucket that trapped them. It was their own mindset all along. Miserable people will always try to bring you down. Since they don't have the strength to accomplish anything in their own lives, they convince themselves that you don't deserve to achieve success either. And what's even worse, most haters actually get some twisted, sick satisfaction from watching you fail. But here's the truth, they don't want you to realize. They're not actually trying to stop you. They're trying to justify their own failure. They see you rising, and it forces them to confront the reality of their own excuses, their own laziness, their own wasted potential. Your ambition makes them uncomfortable because deep down, they know they could have done more, but they didn't. So they'll try to keep you small. They'll tell you to be realistic. They'll mock you, laugh at you, tell you to grow up. Don't listen to them, because the moment you start living for their approval, you've already lost. You need to understand something right now. The masses are programmed to stay in their lane, to follow the script they were handed at birth. Go to school, get a safe job, pay your bills, die quietly, never question the system, never break free, never dare to be more. But you're not like them. If you're even reading this, it means something deep inside of you is waking up. It means you already know that this world was not designed to reward the average. It was built to be controlled by the few, by those who had the balls and the courage to take what they wanted, to create their own reality instead of living in someone else's. So the question is, will you be one of them? Or will you settle? Will you spend your life watching others live the dream that could have been yours? Because here's the real secret. Success isn't given, it's taken. And the only thing standing between you and the life you deserve is whether or not you have the fucking guts to go out there and get it. Because in the end, when the world is silent, and it's just you and your reflection in the mirror, there will be no one to blame. No one to point fingers at. No excuses left to hide behind. Just you. And you'll either be staring at a warrior, someone who refused to settle, refused to break, refused to let this world tell them what they could or couldn't be. Or you'll be looking at someone who let fear win. The choice is yours. Check out this epic Soap or Die fan art by soap fan and tattoo artist Pascal Debras. At Pascal_Debras. This artwork was so incredible that I decided to turn it into a poster and make it available for purchase. On my Redbubble store, framed picture emoji. Want to hang this masterpiece on your wall and rep the soap life? Or get it as a t-shirt, hat, coffee mug, etc. Grab it here. Right pointing finger emoji, https://www.redbubble.com/i/poster/Ryan Jaunzemis soap, or dye weaponized t-shirt by Jaunzemis/344-13720.e 40HW. Question mark. Unlock the ultimate soap shoes collector's edition, glowing star emoji. Ready to take your soap shoes journey to the next level? Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks isn't just a book, it's an exclusive 5-in-1 collector's bundle packed with insider secrets, legendary stories, and rare knowledge you won't find anywhere else. Sparkles emoji. What's inside? Sparkles emoji. Question mark. Pro Soaper, the ultimate autobiography. The definitive story of Ryan Jaunzemis, the undisputed greatest soaper of all time. From underground skater to soap shoes legend, his rise, fall, and ultimate legacy revealed. Question mark. Where is Ryan now? The mind-blowing sequel. Ryan's journey beyond soaping. From gangsta rapper to Navy veteran, recording engineer to Las Vegas #1 dating coach, and banging over 200+ women, this is the next chapter in the legend. Question mark. The new Soap Shoes Trictionary 2.0. The most complete guide to every soap shoe trick and term. A must-have for serious soapers. Books emoji, light bulb emoji. Question mark. 10 top secret tricks. Unlock game-changing techniques. From mental hacks to mastering your craft in soaping and beyond. Diet, training, motivation, next-level performance unlocked. Question mark. Bust. The hidden chapter. Master the art of focus, self-discipline, and clarity to dominate sports, work, and life itself. Gemstone emoji, sparkles emoji. Question mark. Why you need this book. Fire emoji. White check mark emoji, limited collector's edition. Once it's gone, it's gone. White check mark emoji, personal handwritten letter, a rare, one-of-a-kind keepsake. White check mark emoji, the ultimate soap shoes playbook. Master the game and own a piece of history. Don't miss your chance to own the most legendary soaping collection ever created. Athletic shoe emoji, fire emoji. Question mark. Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks, open book emoji. Available now. Books emoji. Paperback, $97. Kindle ebook, $2.99. Audiobook, $3.99. Headphone emoji. Question mark. Buy now. On Amazon, fire emoji, right pointing finger emoji, https://www.amazon.com/soapshoes, secret tips, tricks, /DP/149-278-2866. Question mark. Epic fan, testimonial. Greg Krellin, at GregKrellin1, reviews my new book, Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks. After diving deep into the Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks book, Greg Krellin, an avid soaper from Melbourne, Australia, shares his thoughts and personal insights on the incredible value this book brings to serious soapers like you. In fact, the review was so good that I had to mirror it on my YouTube channel, movie camera emoji. Greg's review covers everything from the secret tips and tricks to the amazing techniques that transformed his soap shoe game. Don't just take my word for it, see what Greg has to say, eyes emoji. Thanks, Greg, and much love, red heart emoji. Question mark. Watch Greg's full review here on YouTube. Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks. Book review, fan-made video by Greg Krellin1, athletic shoe emoji, sparkles emoji, open book emoji. Right pointing finger emoji? Click to watch. https://www.youtube.com/watch. Question mark. V equals NTG5SFOS. Chapter 8. No looking back. My mom was at work all day with the car, so Danny got his mom to pick me up and take us down to Soap's corporate office in Torrance. I was heading there to meet with Ben Kelly, the head of Soap's research and development team, for my interview to join the Soap team, my sponsor video hot in hand. I'd sequenced my sponsor video to Tupac's infamous retaliation track, Hit 'Em Up, his straight-up diss at Biggie Smalls and Bad Boy Entertainment, because I wanted these motherfuckers at Soap to know I wasn't just playing around. I had my first and last name captioned in bold, embossed white Garamond font with a slight black shadow and outline, positioned in the lower third on the right-hand side of the screen, following the format of many aggressive skate videos I'd pirated. Then I showed Ben the shoes I'd rigged up with duct tape. I started breaking down my theories and philosophies on speed control, explaining how it all came down to increasing or reducing surface friction. Meanwhile, Danny turned in his weekly soap journal, grabbed another free pair of shoes, a box of t-shirts, and some soap stickers. Then we headed outside to hit the rail out front. The soap factory had this small white rail out front that we all used to session on. Downstairs, there was a secret room, its walls covered in graffiti to give it that fresh, new school hip-hop vibe. The setup was sick. Leather couches, reclining chairs, a big screen TV, a vending machine, and right in the center, a hot rail just begging to be hit. It was a soaper's paradise. The room was designed as a spot for the wear testing team to kick back, session together, or throw down their best moves in front of Ben and the corporate crew, giving them a better perspective on marketing. Ben then led me to the conference room, where we sat down in private to watch my sponsor video. Ben bobbed his head to the music, clearly vibing with my moves, and seemed genuinely intrigued by my ideas. He told me straight up that I had, quote, mad skills, and with the level of talent and passion I brought, he'd love to have me on the team. But then came the catch. Soap wasn't really looking for skaters with insane skill. What they wanted were die-hard fans of the product, people willing to slide around, for free, and fill out wear testing journals with honest feedback. And to top it off, he made it clear that, for the most part, the gig was unpaid. Sure, there would be the occasional paid photo shoot or video session, but those would only happen about once a month. The rest of the time? Completely unpaid. Basically, I'd be busting my ass, practicing and getting good, for free. In exchange for unlimited pairs of soap shoes and t-shirts, they expected us to spend all day sliding, practicing, and submitting video footage, essentially working for free to help them perfect their product. We kicked back as Ben pulled up some fresh, uncut footage from the upcoming soap commercial they were about to drop. Soap Shoes, 1997, International Sales Commercial. Digitally remastered. Watch now, on YouTube, right pointing finger emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch?b=90b5qzm1bf0. One clip stood out. An insanely sick shot of Brendan royaling down a lifeguard tower rail. Beautiful. Perfect execution. Clean as hell. Except, you couldn't even see his face. It was a damn silhouette shot. Brendan Smith, royale to rewind down lifeguard tower rail. Manhattan Beach, California, 1997. Jesus, really? Would it have been so hard to just throw the dude's fucking name in the corner of the video and give him some fucking goddamn recognition? Same story with Danny. They had this really dope shot of him roiling down the curvy creature, a famous ledge on the north end of the Hermosa Beach Strand, but once again, no names in the lower third, no credit roll, no recognition of any kind. Danny Lynch, royale on curved ledge, aka the curvy creature. The Strand, Hermosa Beach, California, 1997. The rest of the shots in the video were just quick snippets and close-up shots of the shoes instead of full-body action shots. It was like the shoes themselves were the stars of the show, not the soaper. And sure, I got it, they were trying to push the product for advertising purposes, but I didn't appreciate it in the least. Not only that, but I knew damn well it wouldn't sell as well as it could have. For example, in rollerblading, the focus is on the skater himself. Like, damn son, look at John Julio busting that rail. That's dope. I want to bust out fat like John Julio. Versus, let's say, hey, look, skates that slide. Wow, and they're black. And they have laces. Oh my god, wow, look at those shiny black skates. I wonder what model or SKU number they are. I mean, what in the actual fuck? It was fucking stupid. But at the time, I genuinely believed I could persuade and convince them to tweak a few of their marketing strategies. I tried explaining to Ben about a concept known as social proof, which is basically turning a product into something valuable by having hot chicks stare at the person wearing it. For example, imagine a guy in a soda commercial drinking a soda. Now picture the same guy drinking that soda, but with a super hot chick eyeing him up and licking her lips while he does it. Which one do you think would sell more? I told Ben that if you want to sell these shoes to kids and teenage boys, your primary market, you need professionals like me and the team wearing the shoes while surrounded by hot chicks. That's how social proof works. It makes other guys think, if it works for these guys and helps them get girls, it must be cool. And just like that, more kids will be buying the shoes. Nike, for example, has made billions of dollars, but it's not because their shoes are magical. It's because they know how to use social proof and fantasy marketing. Take the basketball player, Michael Jordan, for example. He doesn't just wear Nike shoes. He's in commercials where he's rocking them while making a huge slam dunk surrounded by hot chicks. This makes guys think, if I wear those shoes, I'll be able to jump up super high like him and make slam dunks and get all the girls. It's not about the shoes, it's about the status, social proof, and the feelings that comes with them. Wow, that's interesting stuff, man, Ben said. But that's all marketing. I'm the research and development manager for product design. My job is to organize the feedback and constructive criticism from you kids in order for the company to design better products. The marketing and advertising people are the ones who make up how to sell it. Yeah, I get that, man, but do you feel what I'm saying, though? I asked after explaining a few basic marketing concepts to him. Well, personally, I don't, really see it as a sport, Ben replied. But if you wanted to get things changed, then you'd have to talk to marketing. Ben was trying to explain to me, very politely, and in the nicest way possible, that the things I was bringing up had absolutely nothing to do with his specific job or department. But at the time, I was oblivious. It was basically the equivalent of walking into a grocery store, tossing my car keys at a cashier, and saying, "Yo, dog, can you park this out front real quick? I'll be back in 5. I just need to get some groceries." Imagine being that cashier, just trying to make it through another fucking shift, scanning milk and eggs, and suddenly some clueless douchebag rolls up expecting you to valet his car. You'd be like, "Bro, I'm just here to scan your fucking groceries, not parallel park your piece of shit car." Or picture an electrician in a grocery store, up on a giant ladder, fixing a light fixture. Then some customer strolls up all casual like, "Hey, the toilet's clogged in the men's restroom. Can you go fix it?" Now imagine the slow, defeated turn of his head as he climbs all the way back down the ladder, takes off his gloves, and just stares at you, dead inside, like, "Bro, do I look like a fucking plumber to you? You want me to what? Snake a toilet? With what, my voltage tester? Dude, go call a fucking plumber or go talk to the fucking manager. Hell, bring it up at the next town hall meeting for all I give a fuck. But don't talk to me about this. I just fucking work here, bro." This was well beyond Ben's role at Soap, but in my head, I figured, hey, close enough. So I hit him with, "All right, cool. So can you introduce me to the marketing team real quick?" "Sure," Ben replied. Ben walked me down the hall and introduced me to a few members of Soap's marketing department, then told me to meet back with him in a few minutes. At that, I tried to explain these extremely straightforward novice-level marketing principles to them, thinking they'd get it right away. The best response I got? "Yeah, that's good stuff. Cool, man." Or even better, "Yeah, I like Nike too, man. I love Nike Airs. They make you jump higher, right? Reebok pumps are cool too." Great, just what I fucking needed, a bunch of fucking monkeys working in marketing who didn't know a fucking thing about marketing. Obviously, idiots. I'm standing in front of a group of uneducated fucking clowns sitting on what could easily be considered a potential fucking gold mine. And these assholes have no clue what to do with it. Holy shit, I was beyond frustrated. Sex sells, I told them, especially when you're marketing to teenage boys. Look at all the beer commercials, man. It's always a bunch of frat guys or dudes in their peer groups cracking open a beer and bam, suddenly every sorority girl on campus is all over them. In the consumer's mind, it's like, hey, if I drink this beer, maybe I'll get the girl. If you want to sell these shoes, you need me doing some flashy tricks in them. Then zoom in on me holding up my new signature series, Jaunzemis white and gold soap shoes, while I'm in a jacuzzi with 2 hot high school cheerleaders in soap shoe bikinis rubbing my shoulders. You need a face, you need sex, you need action, and you need adventure. This is bigger than just a product, guys. Mark my words, this is going to turn into a massive underground subculture, and you can't just show some random dude sliding around in Hawaiian shirts at the beach. Haha, yeah, man. Soap cheerleaders, I like that. That'd be cool, man. They replied, but that's about as much as I got out of them. Cool, so are you guys interested in hiring models and setting up a photo shoot for that? I asked, opening my backpack and pulling out a folder with a list of local modeling agencies my mom had Xeroxed from the yellow pages at her work. They probably thought I was just making conversation, but I wasn't fucking around. I meant business. Along with the list of agencies, I'd also included a few pencil sketches, highly detailed, mind you, illustrating exactly what I had in mind. Me chilling in a rooftop jacuzzi with 2 hot blonde high school cheerleaders rocking Soap-branded bikinis, the Soap-O logo proudly displayed on their tops. I'd be posted up in the middle, rocking some sick Oakley shades, a massive gangster-looking gold chain, and a giant gold soap shoe pendant with downtown LA in the background, sipping mixed drinks, smoking a cigarette, looking like the absolute soap shoe pimp. What I got back was the same brainwash spiel that Chris Morris, the CEO of Soap Shoes, had clearly programmed into their heads. Well, that's not really the image we're trying to portray. We don't want to be a mainstream seller. We want to keep it underground. We'd rather have our product advertised just by word of mouth, they told me. Word of mouth? I asked, absolutely baffled. Wait a minute, are you guys fucking for real with this shit? Word of mouth marketing? Yeah, to keep it underground and cool and stuff. We don't want it to just be an overnight fad, they replied. My eyes began slowly rolling into the back of my head once again. Oh my God, gay. I excused myself to the restroom to cool off and try to gather my thoughts for a possible better pitch. When I came back, I attempted to explain that marketing isn't just about the product itself, but the feeling behind it. For example, I'll never forget that rollerblader with the sick Oakley shades who nailed a perfect 360 degrees off a picnic table. It wasn't about the skates. Hell, they could have been any brand for all I knew at the time. What mattered was the feeling I got watching him. I didn't just want the skates. I wanted to feel what he felt. I wanted to be that cool guy. That feeling, not the skates, was why I dropped $200 on my first pair. Okay, technically, my mom's $200. It wasn't the product, it was the emotion behind it. When I finally got to Big Five and bought those black rollerblade lightnings, it wasn't about their performance. It was the brand, Rollerblade. A name, a status symbol, a stamp of validation I never had growing up. If you buy these cool black skates, you'll feel cool, just like that cool guy you saw. It wasn't just about skating, or the specs or features, like the exact size of the wheels, or how fast the bearings were. It was about how the brand and product made me feel. And that's where so many brands get it wrong. Soap did this all the time, going on and on about polyurethane, material specs, and how the shoes were intricately crafted in China. But no kid gave a shit about that. Nobody was sitting around thinking, wow, I can't wait to lace up my finely engineered polyurethane grind shoes today. No, what kids cared about was sliding big rails, having fun, and getting that feeling. Because at the end of the day, that's what mattered. And let's be real, most guys, whether they're rollerbladers, skateboarders, soapers, surfers, or BMX riders, or any extreme sports athletes, etc., aren't just in it for the tricks. They're in it for the attention, the respect, the validation, the chance to bust huge tricks and look cool in front of their friends, and, more importantly, impress girls. Because that's what really sells. The feeling. Nike Airs, Reebok pumps, and LA Gear lights made millions because they understood the power of feeling. The Air Pockets and Nike Airs, or the pump and Reebok pumps, didn't really make you jump higher, but when pro athletes wore them on commercials, it made you feel like you could. Lacing up those shoes didn't just mean wearing sneakers, it meant you were channeling a pro basketball player. By sponsoring athletes and using social proof, they convinced you that buying the same shoes would make you run faster, jump higher, get all the girls, and be just like your idols. Michael Jordan, Shaq, Iverson, whoever. For example, I could have bought any grind wheels, Kryptonics, Roses, mediums, didn't matter. The only ones I ever bought were Roadhouse's Criolas. Why? First, I met Roadhouse in real life, and he seemed like a cool guy. Second, I loved the way he skated. His part in VG3 with the Michael Jackson ABC song always got me hyped to skate. Wearing Criolas felt like a natural choice. It made me feel comfortable and confident in spending my money on his product. It was the same with the Senate Ha logo sweatshirt. Senate, in my eyes, was the best, and I felt proud to rock their gear. But why were they the best? Why is anything the best? Because everyone said so. The brand name was worn by the best skaters in the world, and people value what others value. Even knowing all this myself, I'm still susceptible to falling for certain marketing gimmicks because, at the end of the day, I'm still human. I have hardwired responses like anyone else. There might have been other skate companies that made higher quality products, but because we see the best skaters in the world using Senate's gear, because we see Roadhouse rocking Senate shirts and John Julio sporting Senate pants, we naturally assume it must be the best, and then we want to buy those products. It's the same with any other product as well. All of the marketing tactics I've mentioned are scientifically backed facts. This is what marketing and advertising research is all about. A multi-billion-dollar industry, by the way. I wasn't just pulling this stuff randomly out of my ass. But hey, what did I know? I was just some punk skater kid with long bleached blonde hair, drowning in baggy ass pants, talking with a new school hip-hop accent. So obviously, I couldn't possibly have a clue what I was talking about, right? This was basic level marketing. I hadn't attended any formal training. To me, it was just common sense, or maybe a combination of things I'd picked up along the way. Sales and marketing books I randomly flipped through in the school library during lunch or while skipping class. Or maybe I was just a natural. Who knows? Either way, these guys should have known better. They were supposedly college-educated professionals. Talking to the marketing team at Soap felt like talking to a fucking brick wall. So I gave up on them for now and met back up with Ben in his office to finish the rest of my tour. Ben and I walked slowly through the cold, eerie hallways of the soap factory. The freshly painted black walls contrasted with the dingy gray carpet. Cheap, thin, and without underlay. It looked like something you'd find on sale at an outlet store for 25 cents a yard. The dark, dreary hallway didn't exactly evoke the happy, vibrant image Soap was trying to project. Instead, it felt more like a dungeon, quiet, ominous, and ghostly. The only sounds in the factory were the sales reps taking shipment orders from their cubicles. It was otherwise dead quiet. Soap was very selective about their partnerships. They only distributed their shoes to retailers like Journeys or smaller mom-and-pop shops. Why not distribute to Foot Locker or Athlete's Foot? I asked Ben. Well, Ben hesitated, knowing where this was going. We don't want it to be a fad, Ryan. If we distribute to big-name stores like Foot Locker, we might make a lot of money up front, but people will just see it as another trend, and it'll fizzle out. We're in this for longevity. That's why we want to sell the shoes through more underground shops like Journeys, Pacific Sunwear, and Gadzooks in the mall. My eyes glazed over at his words. Clearly, he had fallen under Chris Morris's spell. You can suck my longevity, I muttered under my breath. What was that? Ben asked. Oh, nothing, haha. I replied. I was just thinking about something that happened last week. How does this fucking Chris Morris guy have such control over these foos? They can't all think about soap the same way, can they? Every one of them sounds like they've been rehearsing the same lines and canned responses. They're like fucking robots. I couldn't help but wonder, could I learn these brainwashing techniques too? What if I could use it to convince young, hot girls that getting into bed with me was not only good for their health, but maybe even improved their skin complexion? Or something like that? I had to admire Morris's ability to influence these people, but I wondered if it was the man himself, or his position in the company, and maybe his financial clout. People start acting differently when they're around those perceived to have more money, power, status, or success. It's like they become lemmings, just following the leader. Despite the idealistic nonsense and marketing fluff they were spouting, I sat down with Ben in his office. I signed all the release forms, modeling release, I-4, I-9, tax paperwork, a release of liability in case I got injured, and an entire folder of what felt like meaningless paperwork. My heart sank thinking about all the rainforests being destroyed in South America for this stuff. Sign here, Ben said, pointing to the lines. And here, and here, and here. He guided me through the endless paperwork, each page feeling like it would never end. After what felt like an eternity of signing my name over and over on forms I had zero interest in reading, Ben finally reached out with a grin plastered across his face. Welcome aboard, he said, as he opened his filing drawer and handed me yet another stack of papers. Oh, Jesus, I groaned. What now? The sarcasm slipped out, and Ben chuckled. Haha, nah, man, no more paperwork, he said. This is your wear testing journal. He handed me a small, stapled pamphlet, the same one Danny had shown me earlier. The journal had a few basic questions I was supposed to answer after each grinding session. How did your shoes feel? What did you slide on? What reactions did you get from your shoes? Easy enough. Ben tossed me a black soap hat and an olive green soap shirt, then pointed to a door with a full-length mirror on it beside his desk. With his country Ohio accent, he said, Grab yourself a pair, man. I slapped the soap hat on my head, backwards of course, and unfolded the t-shirt, holding it up to get a closer look. It was the green Soap Shoes Methodology tee, the same one I'd seen Brendan rocking in his sponsor video. The Methodology t-shirt had 5 symbols on it: a cross, 3 wavy lines, a star, a square, and the Soap O logo referencing a circle. The design was inspired by the opening scene in Ghostbusters, where Peter Venkman holds up cards to test a person's psychic ability, though really, He's just trying to get a date. I turned, pulled the shirt over my head, and stared at myself in Ben's mirror. I got sponsored. A rush of energy shot through me. I opened the door and stepped into a closet brimming with boxes of brand new soap shoes, each containing a different model or size. It was a glorious sight, a bit like Alice falling into the rabbit hole. I couldn't help but wonder how deep this rabbit hole might go. The closet was stocked with shoes from soap's first release, the cleans and the scabs in various colors, like black, white, sand, and navy. I wasn't sure which pair to grab, but I wanted something that would match my new shirt and hat. "Could I have any pair I want?" I asked Ben, feeling like a kid who'd just been set loose in a candy store. "Yeah," Ben replied, "just grab the ones in your size. Make sure to fill out your journal every time you wear them. And when you're ready for new shoes or grind plates, just bring them back with your journal so I can examine them, take pictures, and stuff. Then you can grab a new pair." I reached up and pulled a pair of size 11 black cleans from the shelf. Holding them, I felt like I was about to open the Ark of the Covenant. The box was bright yellow and blue, adorned with a silhouetted image of some unknown soaper performing a backside backslide on a ledge. The box was bright yellow and blue, featuring a silhouetted image of an unknown soaper performing a backside backslide on a ledge. Who was this person? There was no recognition of any kind. I asked Ben who the guy on the box was. He laughed and said, "Oh, haha, they did a photo shoot for that a couple of months ago with some kid. I think he was a rollerblader or something." Once again I felt disgusted, and I felt for the guy. All they had to do was print a simple acknowledgement somewhere on the box. Soap shoe, professional rider, Bob Smith, or whatever the guy's name was. Just some kind of recognition or acknowledgement. I was beyond excited to be getting free shoes, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the thought. What if that was my fate? Landing the cover of an iconic shoebox, only for no one to know who I was or to receive any credit. Just imagine, this guy got up that morning for a photo shoot, got dressed, went out, and busted out fat tricks, only for his image to be used to sell shoes without so much as a mention of his name. They profited off his skills, and he got nothing in return, other than maybe a few bucks for gas money and a pair of shoes. It was messed up. I wasn't sure if my mind was starting to run wild, or if I was having some sort of an acid flashback, but it felt like beams of bright white light began emanating from within the shoebox. I slowly lifted the lid, and as I did, I swear I began hearing the soft sounds of harmonious, almost otherworldly choir voices, like something straight out of a dream. It was as if the universe itself was applauding the moment. My moment. The smell of fresh rubber and new shoes filled the air, amplifying the surreal feeling of stepping into something bigger than just a new pair of shoes. It felt like a rite of passage, something much more than a mere purchase. The brand new black cleans, along with the other shoes in the lockup, must have been fresh from the warehouse. The tags were still attached, along with the soap hex key used to attach and detach the grind plates, both secured by a plastic zip ring. The shoes were unlaced, with the tissue paper still tightly stuffed inside, preserving their pristine form. A bright yellow warning sticker was still attached to the bottoms of the grind plates, cautioning the wearer that grinding could be potentially dangerous and urging the use of proper protective equipment. It was a reminder that this wasn't just some casual footwear, it was the gear for a thrilling, edge-of-danger sport. The presence of the warning sticker made it feel even more official, almost like a secret society's initiation, and in that moment, I felt like I was about to be a part of something much bigger than I had ever imagined. Warning label? Protective equipment? Haha, psych, that's so gay. The laces slid through the holes with a sharp, crisp sound that resonated in the quiet room, each movement perfectly calculated. My fingers moved with the precision of a craftsman, threading the laces through, making sure every turn, every pull, was deliberate. There was no room for imperfection now. These shoes were no longer just footwear. They were a symbol, a manifestation of everything I'd worked so hard for. No longer just a skater, I was now an athlete, a sponsored one at that. Every detail of this moment mattered. As I laced them, I felt the rhythm of the task take over. Right over left, the repetition became almost hypnotic, like a mantra to steady my mind and sharpen my focus. With every movement, I was locking in more than just the laces. I was locking in my commitment, my place in this new world. No twists, no frills, no mistakes. Every inch of these shoes had to be perfect. The laces, the fit, the feel, it all had to be flawless. When I finished, I tied the bow in one clean motion, like I was sealing my fate. I stood there for a moment, taking in the shoes in front of me, New, pristine, almost glowing in the dim light of the room. There was an unspoken weight to them. It wasn't just about skating anymore, it was about something bigger. It was about representing more than just myself. It was about the grind, the literal grind, the endless pursuit of pushing boundaries. The world I was about to enter wasn't just a place for tricks and stunts, it was a stage for greatness, for something that would leave a mark. I felt the shift in the air. This wasn't a random pair of shoes. These were my shoes. They weren't just for grinding, they were for creating history. And as I took my first step forward, I knew it. The world would never be the same. Every grind, every slide, every trick from this point on would carry more weight, more meaning. This was the beginning of something epic. Yo, I gotta take a piss, man. I'll be back. I told Ben as I excused myself to the restroom for a quick vanity check in private. Yeah, boy, I said out loud as I waltzed my way into the restroom. It's about that time. I looked back at my reflection in the mirror and smiled to myself. Whoa, this shit is fucking awesome. I stood there, staring at my reflection, feeling like something had shifted. This wasn't just about new gear. It was like I had stepped into a whole new realm of possibilities. I wasn't just some rollerblader anymore, I was a pro soaper. The new look was undeniably powerful. The black soap shoes, crisp and sharp against the clean lines of my olive green methodology shirt, the fresh black cap perched backwards on my head like a symbol of my transformation. The synergy between my gear and the way I moved felt almost otherworldly, like I'd just unlocked a new level in a game. For a second, I let my mind drift back to something I'd always loved as a kid, The Legend of Zelda. I couldn't help but draw a comparison to Link's journey, specifically that moment when he finds the magical blue or red rings that change his tunic color and amplify his abilities. That's what I felt like right now. I'd just found my own magical gear. This wasn't just about skating anymore. This was about power, about preserving my own momentum and skill, just like those rings had done for Link. I gazed at the mirror, admiring the new outfit. It was more than just a t-shirt and shoes. It was a symbol of how far I'd come in this crazy skating game. Each piece of my new look told a story of dedication, of hours spent grinding, of pushing myself to become better. I could see it in my posture, in the way I stood taller now, in the confidence radiating from me. I'd done it. I had earned this spot, this status, this level of respect. A new wave of excitement washed over me. This wasn't the finish line. This was just the beginning. The game had changed, and I was ready to rise to meet it. This was what it felt like to be a pro. This was my moment to make it all count. I'm on my way, I said to myself in the mirror. I balled up both of my hands into fists and placed my knuckles onto my reflection's knuckles in the mirror and stared back at myself. Let's do this, I said to myself out loud. I finished my positive self-talk and returned to Ben's office. Oh, hold up, I almost forgot, Ben told me. Ben threw me a soap lanyard to wear around my neck, similar to those worn by business professionals attending business seminars or trade shows, typically used to hold pictures, credentials, or other personal identification. Fashion-wise, other people back in the 90s also used them as a means of attaching their house and car keys. You can wear your soap key on it, man. Haha, Ben said, chuckling. Soap shoe hex key, a small Allen key with a key handle. Featuring the soap logo. Used to swap out old grind plates for new ones on the bottoms. Of soap shoes. Pictured, soap hex key. For grind plate replacement. It's perfect, I replied, looking down at the lanyard in my hands. Thank you. I attached my soap key onto the lanyard clip and placed it around my neck, later to be known internationally as my signature soap key steez. Steez was 90s slang for style. Dude, I'm pumped, man. I gotta go grind something, I told Ben. Have fun, man. Haha. We'll see you at the next meeting on Wednesday. He told me as he laughed again. I think he felt my enthusiasm was amusing. I shook Ben's hand and I left his office, heading straight downstairs to the back of the warehouse, as I still had some unfinished business to handle before meeting back up with Danny to head home. While walking around on my tour, I'd noticed a bandsaw and a disc sander in the warehouse. Apparently, the warehouse team was required to destroy any defective pairs of shoes by running them through the bandsaw, as per OSHA's quality control regulations. A small stockpile of soaps that had been recently cut in half stood nearby, waiting to soon be bagged up and thrown away. I shook all of the warehouse workers' hands and told them that it was my first day on the job with the wear testing team and that I needed to use their disc sander. Suit yourself, they told me. Did you need any help? Nah, I'm certified. I told them, I took woodshop and auto shop in high school, but Ben mentioned you guys might have a kitchen down here or something. Yeah, right through there, bud. Help yourself. They told me. The warehouse manager showed me to the kitchen and left me to my business. I quickly raided the fridge, stuffing my backpack full of Cokes, Sprites, hot chocolate packets, and blueberry muffins, while making myself right at home sanding away at my new grind plates. I worked on them until I'd worn in a suitable groove on all four sides, all the way to the rubber. To have actually worn away that much hard plastic by just grinding on curbs would have taken months of sessioning, if not years. Ryan Jaunzemis, using a disc sander to grind down Soap Shoe's grind plates all the way to the rubber, creating a bigger groove for better lock-in. On handrails, curbs, ledges, and planters. Soap Shoe corporate offices and warehouse, Torrance, California, 1997. A sequence shot of Ryan Jaunzemis demonstrating, running out of groove, manually grinding down the plastic grind plate of a soap shoe by rubbing it along a rough ledge. This process can take several hours due to the hardness of the plastic, but with a disc sander, it can be done in just 5 to 10 minutes. Once I finished, I walked downstairs and met up with Danny, who was outside grinding on the white ledges in front of the soap factory. We paged Mary Ann so she would know to come and pick us up. Later that week, I requested a meeting with the president and CEO of Soap Shoes, Chris Morris. I needed to ask him why we were called Soap's Wear Testing Team members rather than Sponsored or Pro Team. I had to get his answer as to why he wouldn't consider us sponsored professionals, especially since I was now officially being given free skate shoes and clothes and was about to be doing paid photo/video shoots. I was having a serious battle of integrity with myself as I struggled to tell people on the streets that I was now a legitimate professional or sponsored skater. The whole Wear Testing Team title felt less prestigious, and I didn't want to have to explain for 5 minutes why I wasn't a quote-unquote pro just because of some stupid fucking corporate semantics. When someone would ask me if I was sponsored, especially since I was decked out in soap gear, I just wanted to say, yeah, I'm sponsored, and have that be the end of it. No complications, no backstory. I wanted them to nod and say, oh cool, and that would be it. They would automatically know I was pro, and I would get the respect on the streets that I knew I deserved. Simple, clean, no questions asked. I didn't want to have to answer their question with a, well, you see, I'm not really technically sponsored. I mean, I am, but I'm not. You see, I'm on what's called Soap's Wear Testing Team. It means I get free shoes to test out, plus free clothes, and I get paid for doing photo/video shoots for commercials and stuff. I knew if I had to explain it like that, I'd look like a complete idiot. It would definitely strip me of all my street cred. I could have lied and just said that I was sponsored, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted it to feel natural. I didn't want to tarnish the authenticity of my experience. So I needed to figure out his logic, to understand why he felt the way he did and, if I could, try and convince him otherwise. But then again, as I thought about it, would it really even matter in the end? Was the label really going to define me, or was it just something I was making too big of a deal out of? Well, Morris began, we don't have a quote-unquote pro team per se because we don't want to consider soaping as a sport. Chris Morris, CEO of Soap Shoes, featured in Clinic in a Can. A 19-minute deep dive into the origins of soap shoes. In this rare footage, Morris breaks down the history of sliding. How people have always loved to glide across floors, down mountains, and along rails, leading to the creation of grindable shoes. The video also includes never-before-seen shots inside Soap's corporate office, behind-the-scenes marketing discussions, and underground clips of soapers pushing the limits. Click to watch and step into the world of soap shoes. Right pointing finger emoji, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals G72, K4W9 fake. But it is a sport, I replied, my frustration rising. Do you mean you as a person don't think it's a sport, or are you speaking on behalf of the company's viewpoint? Well, I don't really think that walking down the street is a sport, he told me. It was the standard response I would hear over and over again throughout Soap's corporate headquarters by all of its zombified automaton employees who were obviously just following suit, as they were entranced under the hypnotic powers of its corporate leader, just as I had expected. Previously assuming I'd be dealing with this corporate brainwashed mentality, I'd brought with me my Webster's American Heritage Dictionary that my mom had given me for Christmas a few years prior, bookmarked on the S page, containing the definition of the word, sport, which read, Sport. A competitive physical activity, an individual or group competitive activity involving physical exertion or skill, and sometimes engaged in professionally. It's competitive, I sweat, and there's a fucking team. Sounds like a fucking sport to me, jackass. If we need to add a scoring system, we can do that too. Oh wait, we already do. It's called plain SKAT, SOAP, or POSER? This guy was doing my fucking head in. So you're telling me that if I stand there and throw a fucking ball through a fucking hoop, you consider me playing a quote-unquote sport? But if I set the ball down on the ground and then jump on a handrail, then that is apparently not a sport. Where the fuck is the logic in that shit? What part of the word sport does this fucking moron not understand? I began trying to educate Morris, but he wasn't even paying attention. Morris just sat there in his own little world, swiveling around in circles like a 3-year-old child in his cheaply upholstered black upright leather office chair. Yeah, well, we just don't really think it's a sport. It's just supposed to be a funner way to get from point A to point B, Morris replied. Fucking corporate white people. It was as if it was a pre-rehearsed answer. Morris had literally said the same thing twice. I was literally talking to a brick wall. Could he not even contemplate the simple fact or possibility that perhaps not everyone perceived soaping in the same light as he did? You small-minded fuck. Well, we may start a soap team sometime in the future. Morris did finally mention. I heard that, and I knew that that would be as far as this discussion would go for that day, so I thanked Morris for his time and left his office to restock my backpack full of Cokes from the kitchen again. Holy shit, goddamnite, motherfucker! I was speaking out loud to myself in a frustrated rage. Idiots, I yelled out. Fucking idiots. I swear to God, I said, slamming my fist down on the kitchen countertop, which instantly emitted a small shockwave vibration, rattling the various containers and condiments that had been randomly left out along the countertop. I opened the refrigerator door and cracked open a Coke. Cough. Being cracked. Fuck, I yelled out. I was frustrated. I shook my head back and forth and took a giant swig of my soda. I've always found it difficult to be in the presence of one to whom I could not see eye to eye with, and I could already tell that he and I were not going to get along. Morris and I had two very clashing personalities, seeing two completely separate viewpoints of reality and with two very different goals in mind. His of generating income and selling a product, and mine of acquiring power, fame, recognition, superstardom, street cred, and beautiful women. I didn't know what to do next. I felt pissed off, angry, and discouraged. I proceeded to fill my pockets up with a few more cans of Coke, stuffed a few of the blueberry muffins and hot chocolate packets into my backpack, along with my Webster's dictionary, and walked back to the bus stop to head back home. Waste of a fucking day, god damn it. Ben called me up the next morning while I was eating breakfast and asked me to be a part of their new sales video, the same one that he had showed me the rough cut of in Soap's conference room. It pays $200 an hour, Ben began. And the shoot should take an estimated 4 to 6 hours or so. Now this is more like it. Instantly, I felt a surge of energy that began soaring through my body. I started feeling alive, energetic, and awake. The sensation was like that of a small shock-wave vibration rippling throughout my body and up my spine. My hair and the top of my head began feeling tingly, and I could feel pins and needles in my fingertips. I felt as if I were standing on the edge of time, fully engulfed in this sudden state of euphoria. The force was flowing to me, and through me. Yeah, motherfucker. I quickly began envisioning my face printed on the Wheaties cereal box that was sitting behind the bowl of cereal I'd been eating. I thought to myself, dropping my spoon mid-bite as an idea began forming in my head. I got up from my chair and walked over to open one of the kitchen cabinets. I took out a pair of scissors and a roll of Scotch tape, deciding I was going to cut out a picture of myself soaping and stick it on the front of the Wheaties box to help motivate me in the mornings. Sarah had recently bought a brand new 35mm Kodak camera and had been coming out to take a few still shots of me. I cut out a shot in which she had captured me, unitying down the corner rail in the quad, and stuck it on the front of the box. Then I grabbed a black Sharpie to add the word soap, changing the title on the Wheaties box to now read, Wheaties, the breakfast of soap champions. Yeah, I like that. I finished my cereal, left my dishes in the sink for my mom to clean up later, and placed the new and improved Wheaties box back in the pantry. Then I headed upstairs to practice on my hot rail. We all arrived at Ben's house on the morning of the photo shoot. Ben had a 14-foot trampoline set up in the loft of his house, and we were all hanging around, jumping up and down, attempting to kick the rafters of Ben's framed ceiling. Brendan threw everyone's soaps on the trampoline and started jumping all over the place. Shoes were flying in every direction. It was like jumping around in a giant movie theater popcorn machine. "Soap shoes! Woo-hoo!" Brendan yelled out as he bounced about the trampoline. "What the fuck, dude? This dude's fucking weird." Ben snapped a few Polaroids of us all jumping around, and then we all fell back laughing hysterically. Then Brendan stood up quickly. "Let's go warm up," Brendan shouted out insistently. He sounded pumped. At that time, the soap team consisted of Brendan, Danny, Paul, myself, and Ben would occasionally come out to slide around with us as well. But Ben was an old-school rollerblader in his late 30s from the days of Mad Beef, and he didn't really seem to know anything at all about the new school grinds like Unities and Fish Brains. The group proceeded over to Anderson Park, which was just down the street from Ben's house in Redondo Beach, to warm up on some ledges before Todd Grossman, Soap's hired cameraman from Bandwagon Productions, showed up to begin the filming. Brendan was doing some backside royals on a curvy ledge, and I was off in the distance warming up by practicing some Unity stalls up and down a nearby stairway, attempting to solidify my lock-in position even better. I would jump from one stair up to the next stair, while each time landing in the Unity grind position, and once I'd reached the top step, I would walk back down the stairs and then repeat the exercise. Ben walked over curiously to see what I was up to. "Hey, Ryan," he shouted out loud in his normal Midwestern Ohio-like tone, "those shoes aren't made for those Indian-style grinds. You just gotta jump on and ride it out like a surfboard man." Oh my God, this old guy isn't seriously trying to give me advice on grinding, is he? Haha, psych. Ben ran off towards the little curvy ledge and jumped on backside as if to show me what he was talking about by example, though he quickly slipped out and fell down, landing right on his ribs. As his shoes were brand new, straight out of the box, and had not yet been worn in with a proper groove. "Whoa, haha, well 5-5 iPod man," shouted Brendan in his West Coast white boy surfer dialect. "Haha, I'm okay, man," Ben said, chuckling as he dusted himself off. "Those tricks are for posers, man. I gotta be more innovative. I gotta be different. I gotta stand out. I gotta be the best. I gotta take this sport further than it was ever thought possible. That's what's gonna get me paid, and that's what's gonna get me fucking laid," I thought to myself as I continued my stalling exercise back up the stairway. Todd arrived shortly thereafter, carrying a brand new professional-level Sony camcorder attached with a giant fisheye lens, the same style that I had seen Brian Bell using when I skated with him and his crew at UNI High School in Los Angeles. I had my doubts at first, but I could now see that this shit was definitely legit. I've been into videography since I was 8 years old, when my mom bought our first family VHS camcorder, a monstrous-sized machine in which I'd lug around on my right shoulder filming various home videos of Danny and I practicing our ninja moves in his backyard. So I knew this video equipment was not for making kiddie-level homemade soaping movies to bring with me to show and tell to school on Friday morning. This shit was the real fucking deal. We all piled up into Ben's car, and he drove us to the University of Southern California, USC, which had been the dedicated spot for the photo shoot chosen by Danny and myself, as we'd previously skated there. I was pumped. I was focused. I was in the zone. I even did a fucking stretch routine complete with a few push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping jacks beforehand. As soon as the camera was rolling, I busted out a fat backslide to fakie down a 10-step indoor handrail for my first trick. Being the new guy on the team, I knew it would set the tone for the day. Ryan Jaunzemis, backslide to fakie, USC, University of Southern California. CA 1997. The backslide to fakie I busted was fat as fuck, flawlessly executed. But there was a problem. A big problem. In filming terms, what Todd Grossman, our esteemed cameraman, had captured was what we call an ass shot. Instead of filming from the front or at an angle that would actually make the trick look cool, Todd was squatting down at the bottom of the rail, laser focused on getting a close-up of my shoes sliding rather than, me, the actual soaper. So even though I had just nailed an insanely difficult trick, sliding on one foot down a 10-step handrail, the footage we got was basically a giant, cinematic masterpiece of my butt. No face, no style, just a glorious shot of my backside descending majestically down the rail. I was pissed. I ran back up the stairs quickly after my dismount, trying to explain, "Hey, can you film it from this side? hoping he'd at least switch angles so you could actually see me and not just my rear end. But Todd and Ben weren't having it. Nah, bro, it looked dope. Let's move on to the next rail and get more footage. Then, as if to rub salt in the wound, hey Brendan, why don't you go hit that rail over there? I was fuming, absolutely fuming. After that, we headed outside, where I busted out a fat royale down a steep, slick, red 20-step handrail. Ben was shocked at my performance, and at that moment, Brendan quickly realized I was a force not to be underestimated. The competition between us had officially begun. Of course, Todd, true to form, once again filmed me from the rear, blessing us with yet another ass shot. At this point, I had to wonder if he just had some artistic vision I wasn't seeing. Amazingly though, despite the questionable camera work, this particular clip of me somehow made its way into the hands of Sega a few years later. And as fate would have it, they ended up digitally recreating it for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. If you've ever played the game, there's a scene where Sonic, rocking soap shoes, slides down a steep red rail. They just added in a scenic ocean background. But, yep, that was me. My trick, my style, immortalized in a video game. Pretty epic, right? Unfortunately, at the time, I had unknowingly signed a modeling release, basically handing over all the rights to my image. And soap? Yeah, they made an unbelievable amount of money selling my likeness. Me? Didn't see a single fucking penny from that deal. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale Tufekci, USC, University of Southern California, CA, 1997. Soap Shoes, 1997 International Sales Commercial. Watch the full video digitally remastered on YouTube. Right pointing finger emoji, https://www.youtube.com/watch. $V equals 90B5QZM 1BF0. Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Ryan Jaunzemis. The real-life inspiration behind Sonic's grinding. In the late 90s, Soap Shoes, a company specializing in grindable footwear, hired me for promotional demos and video shoots, capturing my signature grinding techniques on camera. Unbeknownst to me at the time, my footage and images were later sold to Sega, who used them as a reference to animate Sonic's grinding mechanics in Sonic Adventure 2. Notice the striking similarities. Sonic's posture, arm positioning, and even the camera angles in these scenes match my real-life grinds almost exactly. The top left and bottom right images showcase Sonic sliding down rails in ways that mirror my movements in the top right and bottom left images filmed years earlier. These similarities are no coincidence. Sega used these references to shape Sonic's now iconic grinding style. While I never received direct credit or compensation for my likeness being used, this moment remains an important and ironic piece of history in both extreme sports and gaming culture. My movements helped define Sonic's 3D-era gameplay, meaning that, in a way, every time Sonic grinds a rail, a piece of my legacy lives on. Disclaimer: Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic Adventure 2 are trademarks of Sega. These images are presented for comparison and educational purposes under fair use. Brendan and I were battling it out all day. He'd bust out a trick, and then I'd immediately try to outdo him, busting the same trick, but switch, thinking I'd one-up him. Take that, Smithy boy! But no, my relentless attempts to outshine the master were always met with Brendan pulling some new jaw-dropping move, like a switch, 270 degrees backside, right after I thought I had him. It was as if he had an endless bag of tricks, and every time I thought I was catching up, he pulled something that left me in the dust. Fuck, man, this guy is good. Brendan Smith, Royale Tufekci down slanted beveled ledge. With two-story drop on the other side. USC, University of Southern California, CA, 1997. Brendan Smith, Royale Tufekci down 6/6 kinked rail. USC, University of Southern California, CA, 1997. The atmosphere was electric as we stood in front of the 1515 kinked rail. The slick white enamel-based paint reflected the sun, making the rail look like a near-impossible challenge. The downtown LA skyline served as the perfect backdrop, and the Los Angeles Convention Center stood tall behind us, adding to the grandeur of the moment. It was the kind of spot that screamed history in the making. Danny and Paul sat on the sidelines, watching us, while Brendan and I exchanged looks, knowing exactly what was at stake. This wasn't just about the trick anymore, it was about who would solidify their place in soap shoe history. Whoever landed this trick on film would be immortalized as the first international soap star. Ben and Todd were positioned across the street, their cameras set up for the perfect shot. Every angle had to be just right. This wasn't just another rail. This was the centerpiece of the commercial. We knew it. This would be the footage played over and over again at every trade show, looping in every retail store that carried soap shoes across the world. It would define the brand, launch soap into mainstream culture, and make one of us an icon. The tension was palpable. I could feel the weight of it all on my shoulders. This was the moment. Brendan and I, for what seemed like hours, continuously took turns back and forth, attempting to grind this giant white beast of a rail. The freshly applied white enamel-based paint was super slick, and it was forcing even my superior worn-in groove and extra layer of duct tape to slip out of my lock-in position. Brendan and I were getting tired, our faces soaking wet and pouring with sweat. Our foreheads were leaking like Niagara Falls. My soap t-shirt was drenched front to back. No matter how hard we tried to hold a royale stance the whole way down, we would undoubtedly continue slipping out. I needed a drink, but there was no water fountain in sight, and the ice chest we had been wheeling around with us all day, which had been stocked full of sodas and Gatorade, was now bone dry. The sun was beginning to set, and we would soon be out of light for filming. Brendan and I were about to shake hands and call it a day, as it had been an incredible battle between the two of us. We'd both pushed each other to exceed our previous athletic limitations. We'd both grinded down the rail and through the kink, and about 3/4 of the way down the second half, but neither one of us had managed to stick on long enough to execute a proper dismount that was video-worthy. Everyone was tired and ready to call it a day, but then, all of a sudden, Todd shouted out from across the street, "Last time, guys!" and rolling. There was a hush in the air as Brendan nailed that final attempt. The sheer intensity of his focus and the effort it took to get that grind just right had left everyone speechless. The white enamel rail had been a battle for both of us, slick, unforgiving, and seemingly designed to thwart every attempt. Dripping with sweat and perspiration, Brendan approached the massive white kinked 1515 rail, his eyes burning with raw determination. There was no hesitation, only the fierce will to conquer the beast. Without a moment's doubt, he jumped onto the rail in a flawless royale, riding the great white beast all the way down to the bottom. As he smoothly dismounted, gliding off the end, he kept walking with an effortless confidence that made it look almost too easy. Danny, Paul, and I stood frozen in complete silence, mesmerized by what we'd just witnessed. It was like watching poetry in motion, as though the very essence of the moment had been captured in time. As Brendan slid down the rail, everything around us seemed to pause. Each movement, each shift in his body, was a perfect harmony of skill, power, and absolute precision. The camera rolled, immortalizing the clean grind, the seamless dismount, and the quiet strength in his stride as he walked past. It was a moment that transcended soaping. It was a declaration of what was possible when passion and dedication collided. Danny, Paul, and I stood there, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. Brendan had just pulled off something extraordinary. This wasn't just about landing a trick. This was about breaking barriers, taking a sport we loved and elevating it to new heights. It wasn't just about a single trick. It was a testament to what could be achieved when pushing oneself beyond our limits. I stood there, humbled and inspired. Brendan had earned that moment. The battle had been fierce, a true test of skill and spirit, but it had pushed both of us to places we never thought we could reach. As the team stood in awe of what had just unfolded, I knew we had just witnessed something legendary, a moment that would be remembered long after the camera stopped rolling. "That's the one, man," Ben said, his voice thick with admiration, the weight of the achievement settling over all of us. "You guys crushed it." This wasn't just sliding down a rail and making a home video. This was for an international sales commercial. It was the undeniable realization that what we had just witnessed would be preserved and live on. That trick, that moment, wasn't just a personal triumph. It was a defining moment for soap, a new standard for what we could achieve together. I walked over to shake Brendan's hand. The man had clearly conquered the day and earned mine, as well as everyone else's respect. Brendan Smith, Royale down the White Beast, a 2020 kinked rail. Los Angeles Convention Center, California, 1997. Oh my God! The sounds of everyone cheering and clapping out loud. Hell yeah! That was dope. We all cheered Brendan on as we walked down the stairs to greet him afterward, his eyes wide, grinning with a huge smile, beaming and overjoyed in his moment of triumph. It was clear the photo shoot had reached its conclusion. The curtain had closed on this show, for now, and there would be no encore presentation for this day. It was, as they say, all that she wrote. I was happy for Brendan and gave him some well-deserved props along with a hearty handshake. He'd slayed the white beast through the heart with his flawless royale. But I also knew, in the back of my mind, the repercussions it would have on my soaping career shortly thereafter. I knew that the stunt he'd just pulled would retain him his number one spot on our team. Morris and everyone else at Soap were already on Brendan's jock. "Brendan's the man. Brendan's the best," Ben and Morris would say. That's how we heard them talking about him at the office during casual conversation, and I knew that this stunt would raise his value in their eyes even higher. I knew I would have to practice even harder and step my game up to an even greater level if I still wanted to take the number one position on the team and in the world. Danny walked over and placed his hand on my shoulder consolingly. "You should have just busted that shit, man," he said to me. "It's all good, man," I replied as I bumped his fist. "I'll get my chance." Ben and Todd started heading back over, and the guys began packing up, talking amongst each other. I lit up a fresh Marlboro Red and stood there silently for a few moments, slowly inhaling the warm smoke into my lungs, then exhaling it back out into the air. Did I do the best I could today? Did I give it my all? I thought to myself in silence. I was analyzing all the various details in my mind, mistakes, successes, every single minute detail. Should I have drunk more water? Could I have been in better shape? Could I have eaten better? Fuck. I wonder. "Hey, Ryan," Ben yelled out. "Wadu up," I replied back. "We're heading out, man," he said. "Fo-sho, I'm coming. I'll be right there," I answered. I was still transfixed in the moment, trying to put things into perspective. Next time, baby, next time. I flicked the burning cigarette into the street, watching it spin once before it hit the pavement, its red glow briefly lighting the dark concrete. My eyes, heavy with thought, shifted toward the horizon where the sunset painted the sky in layers of deep orange and purple. The sun sank lower and lower, casting long shadows across the towering skyline of downtown Los Angeles. The city, alive with its own rhythm, seemed to pause for a moment as the day faded into night, an almost cinematic stillness that felt surreal. I stood there, caught between two worlds, one of fierce competition and one of quiet reflection. I'm not going to beat myself up about this. I'll just keep pushing forward. Fuck it, it's all good. I told myself, the words hanging in the air like a promise. I inhaled deeply, the cool evening air filling my lungs, and then I exhaled, letting the tension slip away. I clenched my fists, tightening every muscle in my body, and hardened my resolve. The weight of the day, of everything that had just happened, still buzzed through me, but it wasn't going to break me. I wasn't done. Without a word, I turned and walked back toward the guys. The night was just beginning, but all I could think about was getting home. My body screamed for rest, for release. We all piled into the car, drained but satisfied, the weariness of the day hanging on us like a heavy cloak. When we finally arrived, I didn't waste any time. A hot shower to wash away the grime, the sweat, the exhaustion. Then I'd pack a bowl, fire it up, and feel the weight of the world drift away. I'd pour myself an ice-cold glass of Henny and Coke, letting the ice clink against the glass, the cool liquid burning its way down. Another cigarette, lit with deliberate ease, and then total collapse. My relaxing waterbed would welcome me with open arms as I passed the fuck out, lost to the world for just a few hours, before the fight, the grind, the hustle, all started again. One battle doesn't win a war, I muttered to myself, the words carrying weight like a battle cry. Brendan, you may have won today's battle, but I'm coming for you on the next one. Left, Brendan Smith. Upper left, Ryan Jaunzemis. Upper right, Paul Cifuentes. Right, Danny Lynch. Group pick, the original Soap Shoe Team reunion. Question mark, holiday house party, Brendan's house, Redondo Beach, California, 2009, Christmas tree, emoji, fire, emoji. Question mark, 1997, Soap Shoes, international sales, commercial. Digitally remastered, fire emoji. Watch the original Soap Team, including Ryan Jaunzemis, Brendan Smith, Danny Lynch, Paul Cifuentes, and Ben Kelly, as they introduce Soap Shoes to the world. This legendary 3-minute sales video, filmed across Los Angeles and the South Bay, captures the raw energy and innovation that defined the soap movement. But this wasn't just some throwaway promo, it was the video that launched a global phenomenon. Played at every major trade show, sent to every soap retailer worldwide, and contractually required to run on loop in stores, this video was impossible to miss. Picture walking into Journeys, Pacific Sunwear, or Gadzooks and seeing a soap display rack, stacked with shoes and built with an embedded TV and VCR, blasting this video non-stop. Whether you were passing by or trying on a pair, it burned itself into your brain. And it wasn't just in the US. This setup was in France, China, and all across Europe, ensuring millions saw it over and over again. Now digitally remastered with names and recognition added. Don't miss this piece of history. Play button emoji. Watch now on YouTube. Right pointing finger emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals 90B5QZM 1BF0. Chapter 9. Pro status. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop backslide rocket, with grab, to fakie. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1998. My mother had insistently told me, over and over again, that to be considered a quote-unquote professional in any field or industry, one must first generate some kind of monetary income, even if it's just a single penny. And she wasn't wrong. The definition of professional doesn't mean being the absolute best. It simply means you get paid for what you do. If you're not getting paid, then it's just a hobby. Monetary compensation is what separates an amateur with a hobby from a professional. When I told my mom I'd gotten sponsored by soap, she didn't seem all that thrilled. But as soon as I mentioned that the gig was actually paying money, she lightened up, just a tad. But that still didn't stop her from hounding me about getting a real job, though. After our first photo shoot for the 1997 Soap Shoes International Sales commercial wrapped up, I found myself pacing back and forth around my mailbox upstairs for the next few days. I was anxiously awaiting my first paycheck from soap to arrive. Fuck man, I want to see that motherfucking money, dog. I want to know that I'm a fucking pro, for real. I'd planned to cash my paycheck and then show off the pay stub to Brian, Jose, and Justin so we could perform our ritualistic pa-poo-poo-cha, our "it deserves it" ceremony, something we simply called the hand. In our social circle, whenever one of us achieved something monumental, whether it was getting our driver's license, a new car, losing our virginity, hooking up with a new girl, or landing something else of significance, we'd give the hand. The ritual was simple. We'd extend one or both hands, palms down, and then raise and lower them in a slow, continuous motion, almost like bowing in respect. At the same time, we'd chant a rhythmic beat that sounded like a tribal drum. Pa-poo-poo-cha, pa-poo-poo-cha, pa-poo-poo-cha. Then came the declaration. For example, "Arg fuck, you got your fucking driver's license, foo. That shit deserves it." Or, "Day William, foo, you got a new pair of skates. Yo dog, that shit fucking deserves it." Pa-poo-poo-cha. It was our way of showing respect, hyping each other up, and recognizing each other's accomplishments. To write some badass tattoo flash art that I drew. Respect. Pa-poo-poo-cha, it deserves it. Finally, like 2 fucking weeks later or some shit, an envelope arrived in the mail from Artemis Innovations, soap's mother/parent company. I tore it open, and inside was a $1,200 paycheck for the 6 hours I'd worked. After taxes, FICA, Medicare, and whatever other government money-grabbing bullshit thing jiggers, it came out to around $900 and some change. $1,000 a day? And she wants me to get a regular job? She can kiss my fucking ass. Fuck that shit. Scooping ice cream for $6.75 an hour would have taken me like 6 fucking weeks or more to make that much money. Be a rock star, or scoop ice cream and mop the fucking floor? I fucking wonder. Now in a much more upbeat, elated, and enthusiastic mood, I grabbed a dub sack of Chronic from my hollowed-out book in the closet. Soaped my way down to the bank to cash my paycheck, and then headed over to my friend Scott Borchardt's house to see if he wanted to get blitzed and ride out. Getting blitzed, or baked, were the new cool slang words for smoking weed and getting high at the time. There was never much for teenagers to do in the South Bay, aside from hanging out at the beach all day or getting wasted at a local house party at night. One of our favorite pastimes? Hotboxing the car while aimlessly driving around. We'd fly through the hairpin turns of the Palos Verdes cliffs, pushing past 100 miles per hour, stereo blasting in Scott's new blue Hyundai. Or we'd put the pedal to the metal, trying to hit 120 miles per hour as we tore down the isolated carpool lane on the 110 South, straight out of downtown LA. To an outsider, We probably looked like a bunch of reckless, obnoxious teens, getting high and driving around like maniacs. But to me, it was like fucking Disneyland. A real-life roller coaster adventure. As I've mentioned before, I'm naturally a hyper-introverted person. I'm at times overly analytical and constantly stuck in my own head. When I'm high, I don't really like talking to people. It just fucks with my mode. But Scott was different. He never really wanted to have deep conversations or get all existential. He just wanted to smoke, drive, and feel the rush of speed. And that worked perfectly for me. All I ever wanted to do was get high, zone out, and think about life. Brainstorm. Plan for the future. Get motivated. Put in work, that sort of thing. So, blazing with Scott? Always a solid plan. But on this particular night, something was different. I had a shit ton of money in my back pocket, and I felt like fucking celebrating from my big win. I was carrying around the $900 in cash, feeling like a goddamn baller, and I wanted to party. So, I called up Danny, told him I had some buds, and asked if he wanted to link up and toke with Scott and me. Sure, Danny replied. After scooping up Danny, the three of us drove around for a while, packing bowls and hotboxing Scott's car with clouds of thick white marijuana smoke. Scott always kept his micro-sized, crimson-colored acrylic water bong stashed in a small nylon bag, strung atop the passenger seat's headrest, a strategic hiding spot. We got rolled a lot. Getting rolled was slang for getting pulled over by the cops, especially when cruising around El Segundo late at night, so keeping it concealed was a must. Blitzed out of our fucking minds, we aimlessly roamed through Santa Monica, Bel Air, and down Melrose Avenue, our usual go-to spots to ride out to. I always loved those late-night rides, windows down, a cig in my hand, my mind floating, the cool California ocean breeze rushing in, the city lights stretching endlessly into the night. It all felt so cinematic. I'd take slow drags, feeling the moment, and then smoothly flick the ashes out the top of Scott's moonroof, watching them glowing vibrantly, slowly scattering, and then disappearing off into the wind. The city at night was a kaleidoscope of neon, motion, and energy, and we were floating through it, higher than the downtown LA skyline itself. We weaved our way through Melrose, rolling past designer boutiques and tattoo parlors, the storefronts glowing like embers in the dark. The streets were alive, models and punks, rock stars, hookers, and runaways, all blending into the endless current of Hollywood's nocturnal pulse. We snaked up deep into the Hollywood Hills, where the city stretched out below us like a field of fallen stars, flickering against the black velvet of the sky. From up here, the air felt lighter, the world quieter, just the hum of the car and the low thump of bass vibrating through the seats. Winding up past the Getty Center, the freeway felt like a portal, each curve pulling us deeper into some dreamscape, where headlights turned into streaks of light, and time felt slow and syrupy. The windows were fogged up from the thick, lingering smoke, our laughter carving through it in brief bursts before dissolving into the music. Sunset Boulevard shimmered beneath us, the billboards flashing with movie posters and lingerie ads, the streets lined with velvet-roped clubs. From there, we shot down to Venice Beach, cruising along the coast, past the looming silhouette of the Santa Monica Pier, its Ferris wheel glowing like a giant UFO hovering over the ocean. The scent of salt and street food mixed with the faint aroma of burnt resin in our clothes. We rolled the windows all the way down, letting the soft, salty ocean wind crash into us, cold and electric, snapping us back into the moment. The waves were invisible in the darkness, but we could hear them. Slow, rhythmic, endless, and in that moment, it felt like the whole city was ours. "Bro, let's stop here and go get some fucking Mickey's 40 ounces of foo," I told Scott. "I want to get faded as fuck and walk around 3rd Street Promenade, yo." Scott drove us over to Santa Monica's 3rd Street Promenade. Since he was already over 21, I broke a $100 bill at a local shop and gave him a 20 to grab us all some 40s. "Meet us back here in a few minutes, bro," I instructed him, pointing to a nearby kiosk. I didn't want the liquor store clerk questioning him about Danny and me being underage. Danny and I were high as fuck and had lost track of time. The two of us had wandered off around 3rd Street, and then, right there, inside the Journey store, we saw a video playing. Danny and I stood across the way, noticing a video playing on a screen inside the store. It looked like a skate video, skaters grinding on handrails. "A skate video," I said excitedly, pointing toward Journeys. "Dude, let's go check it out," Danny replied. As we walked closer, we quickly realized it wasn't a rollerblading video at all. It was a soap video, our video. The new soap video, the one we just filmed only a few weeks earlier, had already been edited, mass-duplicated, and shipped out to retail stores. I saw myself on the TV screen and gasped. "That's US, dude!" Danny screamed, jumping up and down like a little kid, pointing wildly at the screen. "Oh my fucking God," I shouted. "Dude," Danny yelled in disbelief, "we're fucking famous, BRO! We're fucking famous, haha! Oh my God!" I was completely shocked. "And we're high," Danny continued, laughing hysterically. "We're famous and we're high at the same time. Haha, oh my God, duo-d, I'm so baked." The moment was intense, almost surreal. I felt like I was inside of a fucking cartoon. Danny and I walked into Journeys and introduced ourselves as the guys on the video. "That's you guys?" the store manager asked, his eyes widening in surprise. "Yeah, we're pros," Danny said nonchalantly. He blew across his fingernails and rubbed them over his collarbone in a classic too cool for school fashion. Then, with effortless swagger, he pointed down at his feet, proudly showing off his new soaps. The response was amazing. The store clerks were shaking our hands, telling us how much they loved our product, while a few little kids tugged at our baggy pant legs, bombarding us with questions like, "How do you do those big, huge handrails?" and, "Can I see your soaps?" At that moment, I knew. We had truly arrived. I was standing in a store with buku bucks in my back pocket, watching myself grind on TV in a professional video, one that I'd actually gotten paid for. I felt like a pro, and I wanted more. A few weeks later, Ben called me up and asked if I wanted to be in the next soap video, The Trictionary. Not a soap commercial, but an instructional video meant to educate corporate non-skater type sales reps around the world on the different names of grinds, tricks, and stunts, etc. Danny and I were to be the two stars of it. I'd been practicing non-stop every day and had become extremely proficient at executing my tricks with consistency. The moment the camera started rolling, I went through each grind one by one, landing every single trick flawlessly on my first attempt. I started with the basics, hitting a clean frontside grind landing forward, then a frontside grind to fakie, landing backwards. From there, I moved on to a frontside to rewind, followed by a frontside to 270 degrees mute out, then a frontside to 270 degrees stale Japan, then a frontside to 270 degrees Liu Kang, then a frontside to 270 degrees parallel grab, then a frontside to zero spin mute, and so on and so forth, each trick executed with absolute precision, just like a true Grandmaster level professional should. "What's with all the frontsides, man?" Ben asked, sounding impatient. "We're running out of time." "What?" I replied, confused. "What are you talking about? I thought you wanted all the tricks, man." "Well, yeah, but you've already done like 10 frontsides," Ben shot back. "I'm sure we got one good one in there. Why don't you do that tilted grind, or that cool Indian-style one you do?" What the fuck? I thought. I still had to do frontside to backflip, then run through all of them meaning switch stance from my other foot, or goofy-footed, and then all of the 270 degrees backside versions. I was getting frustrated. Soap's ignorance was going to blow this shoot. I was on fire, and I wanted to lay down everything I could for the world to see, but I don't think Ben understood my vision or what I was trying to get at. After the frontsides, my plan was to go through every variation of backside grinds, then every variation of royales, unities, UFOs, backslides, sidewalks, Vernugens, and beyond. After that, I was ready to move on to ledges, throwing down drag kings, drag queens, acid boardwalks, cess slides, and toe slides. Then, I had lines, switch-ups, jumps, mid-vair, hand plants, and spins all lined up, ready to blow minds. Fuck it. I started doing a few royales, a backside UFO, and then a few unities. Ben and I then went over to a ledge, and I executed a few monkey plants and mid-vair, along with some new school secret moves that I'd been working on, like unity to backside royal to rewind, true spin drag king to savannah to fakie, and backside drag queen to true spin savannah to fakie. I would have kept going, but then, out of nowhere, Ben told me he was out of time. What the fuck, bro? Ben shook my hand, thanked me for my time, and left. Gay. I was fucking heated. I stood there in the middle of the El Segundo high school quad area after Ben took off, thinking to myself, what the fuck? What a fucking motherfucker. I didn't know there was a budget for the film. I thought that Soap was serious about making a great full-length video production. I went to bed extra early at 6 p.m. the night before, woke up extra early, and slammed 3 fucking cups of coffee so I'd be ready to bust out at my best all day long. I even packed a backpack full of fucking Gatorade powder in a plastic sports bottle and a handful of fucking and power bars to help keep me going strong all day long. Here's the thing. In the world of street skating and aggressive inline, or soaping, it's a competitive, cutthroat world. We judge each other under a microscope. If you mess up or don't come correct, your reputation is on the line, especially when you're competing for the throne of soap. If I'm gunning for the #1 spot, I can't just throw together a bunch of random tricks. This full-length trick documentary was supposed to showcase every single move, and I needed to execute each trick perfectly. If I didn't, I risked looking like a fucking poser, like I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted every trick to be flawless, every variation of every trick. One where I landed it forward, one where I landed it backward, one with a spin on the dismount, and so on and so forth. I needed to have it all. This wasn't just about doing a few tricks here and there. I was building a catalog to prove to the public, to everyone watching, that I was the real deal. That I was a professional. I had also thought this was going to be an ongoing project, but Ben didn't tell me it was just going to be a quick 4-hour shoot. He didn't mention that also, after that, he was going to shoot Danny for another 4 hours and then wrap it up. No, that was not what I signed up for. I'd been mentally prepared for an all-day shoot, planning to soap for 20 hours straight if necessary. I expected to be clocking in $200 an hour for shooting time, yes, but I also had every intention of getting every variation of every trick. I'd meticulously planned my entire day around this. I was beyond furious. I felt betrayed. Everything I'd put into preparing for this, getting up early, mentally and physically priming myself, packing my bag, preparing to go all in, just felt like a fucking waste. My time, my energy, my entire day, it was all gone, flushed down the drain. God damn it, that fucking motherfucker just wasted my whole entire fucking day. A few days later, I got an $800 paycheck. After taxes, it was like $600 something for the 4-hour video shoot, but I was pissed off because I'd planned on going for 20 hours. I was going to give soap everything I had, as I wanted to help make a really great product that I could be proud to stand behind. Ben called Danny and me into the office to see the final cut of the Trictionary. Danny and I watched it together in horror. "So what do you think, fellas?" Ben asked us. "What the fuck is this shit, man?" Soap had edited down my part to about 30 seconds of footage and had only used my most basic tricks. They even mislabeled half of my tricks redundantly in the lower third captioning. For example, my royales, backside royales, and 270 degrees backside royales were mislabeled as frontside royal, leaving the letter E off the end of royale. A royal isn't even a name of a trick. It's not a fucking royal, it's a royale, pronounced royal. My unity was labeled as frontside unity to fakie, which, yes, I did land fakie backwards, but one wouldn't specify a regular unity as a frontside unity, as it would be a redundancy. We already know it's frontside or facing front, so it's just called a unity, or in this case, unity to fakie, not frontside unity. This was unnecessary and came off as quite poserish on my behalf. And my backside UFO, or UFO, was simply labeled UFO without the proper capitalization for the acronym, which, in my opinion, took away from some of the trick's power and finesse. Soap was also all over the place with the lower third text, no consistency whatsoever. Some words were white, some were black, some were shifted slightly in random spots on the screen. It looked like absolute shit, and made the Trictionary look even more unprofessional. How fucking hard is it to set a text box in one single place and keep it there? Were they editing this fucking garbage in Microsoft Paint? I was doing cleaner, more consistent video editing when I was 8 years old than these so-called professionals at Soap. I was pissed. Watch the newly digitally remastered 1998 Soap Shoes Trictionary, fire emoji. In this version, I've corrected the trick names, sharpened the images, and enhanced the audio for a cleaner, crisper experience. Click below to watch, down pointing finger emoji, https://www.youtube.com/watch, V = 4 Zixa. Key 29E. Ryan Jaunzemis, Unity to Fakie, 8-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, CA, 1998. I was upset because it was mislabeled with the redundancy of frontside unity rather than just unity to fakie. Watch the original version here, down pointing finger emoji. https:// www.youtube.com/watch?v equals zoo0 ign 4 far. Ryan Jaunzemis, backside royale to fakie, 10-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo CA, 1998. I was upset because they'd misspelled royale as royal. Ryan Jaunzemis, backside UFO to fakie, 10-step handrail. El Segundo High School, El Segundo CA, 1998. I was upset because UFO should have been backside UFO to fakie. In Danny's section, they somehow managed to completely botch the trick names. They mislabeled his Farforgnugan and backside Farforgnugan as full torques and even misspelled Savannah, labeling it as Savannah. First of all, I get that Farforgnugan might be a tough word to spell, but anyone with half a brain could have just watched a damn Volkswagen commercial and copied it verbatim. It's called spell check, people. Secondly, there's no such thing as a full torque. Like, what? Where the hell did they pull that out of? Their asses? We told them, multiple fucking times, it's called a Farforgnugan, not some made-up nonsense. The trick basically looks like an alley-oop royale, and if they'd actually paid attention, they'd know that. And as for Savannah, how do you screw that up? There's no such thing as a Savannah. They could have cracked open a damn Webster's dictionary and learned how to spell it, or, better yet, asked literally anyone in the aggressive skating community. But no, instead, we get this jumbled mess of made-up trick names. Classic. And to make it even worse, his entire section was filmed on some measly little park bench on the Hermosa Beach Strand, Indiana, black and white, no less. Are you fucking kidding me? Danny had just recently fucking royaled to fakie the giant green double heart attack kinked rail at Mira Costa High School. This Trictionary video was way below our standards and did not, in any way whatsoever, reflect our advanced professional level of knowledge, skill, or proficiency within our art form. Top, Danny Lynch, backside backslide to fakie. Middle, backside torque. Bottom, switch backside Farforgnugan. Danny Lynch, royale to fakie, double heart attack kinked rail, 7/7/7. Mira Costa High School, Manhattan Beach, California, 1998. Heart attack kink. A type of kinked rail where the slanted section transitions into a flat walkway, but instead of immediately slanting downward again for the next staircase section. It drops several inches before continuing the decline. Much like how a heart monitor flatlines before restarting. This is one of the most advanced tricks in soaping. To grind a heart attack kink, you must step down with your front foot onto the next slanted section while your back foot completely leaves the rail, dropping several inches before reconnecting and continuing the slide. Also referred to as a forward transfer. This particular rail at Mira Costa High School in Manhattan Beach is a double heart attack kink, a 7-gap 7-gap 7, meaning there are two of these obstacles to encounter, exponentially increasing the difficulty. Yet, Danny still managed to conquer this green double heart attack kink rail flawlessly. Fire emoji, athletic shoe emoji, fire emoji. We had given soap pages upon pages of notes and interviews with all the correct information, yet it seemed like they'd completely blown off and disregarded everything we'd given them, like none of it even mattered. We were rightfully pissed the fuck off. You can't release this, dude, I told Ben. Anyone who knows anything about aggressive inline skating or soaping would never take this fucking video seriously. Yeah, dude, it's making us look like posers, Danny chimed in, just as frustrated. When can we schedule a reshoot? I demanded. Well, the video is just for kids and for the sales reps and stuff, and they don't really need to know all of those different technical types of things, Ben said. Most people are just doing front sides on them anyway, so we don't need to use every single move. Oh, you're the only one just doing front sides, dude, I shot back. These fucking guys, this is fucking ridiculous. If you don't take yourself seriously, then who the hell else is going to? Again, it's one of those marketing principles that soap must have completely overlooked. The simple truth is, in life, if you take yourself more seriously and act like a rock star, then people will treat you like a rock star. But if you walk around with your head down like you're a worthless piece of shit, then people will treat you exactly as such. People judge others based on how they carry themselves, so why would you ever aim low? This was deeply saddening. You have to understand, behind the scenes, we were out there doing real shit. Huge grinds on huge handrails, some with death-defying, multi-story level drops on the other side, putting our bodies and lives on the line, pushing the limits of what was possible. But in the public eye, soap was making us look like posers, just some kids sliding around on little fucking bus benches and shit, like we didn't even belong in the game. And to make it worse, they couldn't even be bothered to spell check the trick names correctly. How the fuck do you put out a so-called trictionary and not even know what the hell you're talking about? Whatever soap released with our names attached to it would ultimately define how people saw and perceived us. I didn't want people thinking Ryan Jaunzemis was just some guy who didn't even know how to spell Royale. And Danny? He sure as hell didn't want to be known as the guy who just slides around on little bus benches. He had thrown down big tricks, and he wanted the world to see them. This wasn't just unfair, it was a fucking betrayal. We had poured everything into this, and they were throwing it all away. We were the real deal, but they were making us look like fucking amateurs. We wanted our skill, talent, and dedication to be showcased. Instead, soap was painting us as half-assed, clueless nobodies. You fucking idiots! My eyes started rolling back, deeply into the furthest depths of my skull. I was furiously pissed. That night, I tried to relax and shake off my disappointment. I poured myself a stiff glass of Yukon Jack on the rocks in a small rocks glass and packed a fat bowl of Chronic in my new ice cube-filled blue acrylic water bong. Since my mom was out of town for work at an out-of-state conference, I decided to treat the place like my own little apartment. I closed up all the windows, mini blinds, and doors, ready to hotbox the living room while I binge-watched some soap videos. Normally, if I wanted to get high at home, I'd have to sneak into the neighbor's laundry room or walk up the street to Hilltop Park and use my sneak-a-toe keychain. Sitting there alone, fully in the zone, jamming out to Sublime's 40 Ounces to Freedom album, I reviewed everything that had been recorded so far. For hours, I sat on my couch, taking rigorous notes and transcribing every idea I could muster up, ways to improve my skill and performance and such. Page after page filled up quickly with ideas, information, and drawings that seemed to seep directly into my brain, straight from the ether. It was as if the marijuana smoke had connected me with the divine. By morning, I'd written pages and pages of notes, coming up with new ways I wanted to perform tricks, ways to specifically position my hands to make the grinds more visually compelling, and other ideas for improving the tricks themselves. I'd drawn out specific angles and different ways I wanted my tricks filmed. I'd noticed that many of the camera shots being used were taken from the rear, what we called ass shots, and in my opinion, they needed to be done away with completely, especially during royales and backslides. Visually, and again, in my opinion, they looked better filmed from the front or from below the rail. I began choreographing in my mind all the ways I wanted the camera placed. For example, I wanted rolling shots where the cameraman would be on rollerblades to make the footage smoother, or rent a small mini gib for smoother aerial shots. I envisioned 2 man stunts, like having Danny wear all black shades and lean on the edge of the same rail while I royale down it, then jump off the end, bio 540 degrees ing over him. He'd throw up a hang loose gesture or hold up a soap shoe in his left hand while pointing at it with his right, nodding his head like a fucking badass. I wanted 4 hot high school girls dressed up in custom knitted white, blue, and silver cheerleading outfits with Soap's O logos embroidered on the front, holding bright blue pom-poms for the in-between transition shots. And I wanted Soap to contact the Goodyear blimp to have them write "Soap it up," or "Play with yourself." Soap's new slogan, on the scrolling marquee. I thought it would look badass during the credits of our next big soap video. I was aiming to make this shit big and set the right vibe. I drew out colored pictures with markers of my new imagined glow-in-the-dark soap grind plate idea and sketched special metal/sulfur points on the grind plates to make the shoes be able to spark and crackle while grinding. I also drew up a few designs for soaps with plastic guards over the heels and toes to help the wearer bust out cleaner AWOLs, wheelbarrows, felonies, tea kettles, drag queens, and drag king-style grinds. I wanted to find 5 parallel rails on a single stairway, 1 for each of us. Danny, Brendan, Paul, Eddie, and myself, so we could all hit them simultaneously. Synchronized swimming? Fuck no. I wanted synchronized soaping in the next video, and I wanted to do it at night, wearing glow-in-the-dark green laces in our shoes and glow-in-the-dark soap shirts with bright glowing Soap O logos. Example of green glow-in-the-dark laces, left, sparkles emoji. And blue LED light-up rope laces, right, blue circle emoji. I wanted to deliver a show to the fans that they'd never forget. I wanted to give them the real deal. I told Danny and the guys about my ideas, and they were all in. They knew it would bring a whole new level of fun and excitement to our sport. I wanted to start doing rail transfers, jumping from one rail to another, which was running parallel to it, blending elements of gymnastics, ninja moves, freestyle walking, and parkour. I dreamed of jumping off a 2-story building, or better yet, backflipping off of one. I actually got a video of me backflipping off my neighbor's 1-story garage, but Soap wouldn't endorse it, fearing it might encourage kids to try it out and risk a lawsuit. I imagined doing a shot at my school's pool, the El Segundo plunge, wearing cool board shorts or a wetsuit, where I'd drop frontside onto the high dive and then bio corkscrew or 1080 degrees mute or 1080 degrees stale Japan off the end and land in the water. I wanted to start filming reverse gravity grinds, running super fast, and then jumping onto the bottom part of a rail and then grinding up it, rather than down it. I dreamed of setting rails and ledges on fire with lighter fluid and busting out some night shots. I wanted a group skydiving scene where the parachute bursts open to reveal a giant Soap O logo. I envisioned Soap hiring someone to create a giant ice sculpture of a brick ledge for us to grind across. I wanted Soap to send us on a full-on world tour, so we could soap the enormous carved boulders at Stonehenge and the pyramids of Giza. I dreamed of us traveling to the Athenian Acropolis in Greece, busting out on the ledges of the Parthenon, and then flying over to Vatican City to get shots of us grinding on the pews in the Sistine Chapel. I wanted to visit Area 51 in Nevada, or Roswell, New Mexico, and bust out a sick UFO grind in front of the welcome sign for tourists. I wasn't even sure if there was a rail or curb out there, but I was just throwing random ideas around, letting my mind run wild with possibilities. I was sitting there on my couch, high as fuck. A voice in my head started drumming along, building a rhythm. Gotta get better. Gotta get better. Gotta get better. Gotta get better, repeating like a mantra. I stepped out onto the patio, pulled out a fresh Marlboro Red from my pocket, and lit it up. The glowing tip burned as I stared off into the moonlight, which glistened over the 3 big buildings in El Segundo, off Sepulveda Boulevard. The Soap video was still looping in the background. The same slow, irritating music Soap had picked for the video, a song titled Lusty by Lamb, echoing throughout the space. Just another reminder of how everything felt off. All alone, in this heat. The lyrics began. What the fuck? Why didn't they use rap, rock, or something more edgy from mainstream radio? Idiots! What the hell is this crap? This music has got to be changed. It's fucking with my high. I was faded, feeling edgy, and my irritation was creeping in. I went back inside to mute the TV and tossed on Masta Ace's Sittin' on Chrome album, blasting the song, Born to Roll. I slouched on the couch, watching the same damn video over and over, jotting down any random thoughts or ideas that popped into my head, until I eventually passed out. When I awoke the following afternoon, I snatched up some gas money and quarters from my mom's change jar atop her windowsill and called Danny. We had Kenny scoop us up, along with Eddie and Paul. Brendan was busy with his girlfriend Jen, and we headed over to Soap at Ethel Dwyer Middle School in Huntington Beach to test out some of my new choreographed ideas. Eddie and Paul had just swapped out their grind plates and didn't quite have the full groove yet, so they couldn't do any backslides. But Kenny got some great footage of Danny and me doing synchronized backslides and a few shots of Danny lying under a rail while I roiled over the top of him, with him throwing up a cool hang-loose hand gesture. Afterwards, we hit up the 24-hour fitness gym, scored some $10 guest day passes, and waxed up the wooden bench inside of their hot sauna. The wax was dripping down the floor from the dry heat. Then, Danny, wearing nothing but a white towel around his waist, busted out a sick backside grind on the wooden bench, throwing up a cool hang-loose gesture while he did it. The shots looked sick. Dope, I yelled out. Pa-poo-poo-cha, that shit deserves it, dog. After our session, we all stopped by the soap factory to turn in our soap journals for the week. Here are out soap journals for the week, we began. And also, we have some great new ideas and footage to share. We tried to show the marketing team our new video, along with my list of drawings and ideas. I was expecting a big payment advance, thinking this would finally get us a real budget approved so we could start filming a proper soap video, finally. But, once again, Soap hit us with the same bullshit disappointing line. They told us that we were definitely welcome to do these more extreme activities on our own, but it just wasn't the direction they wanted for Soap. Just have fun, guys, slide around, they told us. Gay. Right, Ryan Jaunzemis. Left, Danny Lynch. Synchronized backslides to fakie. Ethel Dwyer Middle School, Huntington Beach, California, 1998. Question mark, Soap shoes, top secret interviews, Season 1, fire emoji. A must watch for every soaper. Join pro soaper Ryan Jaunzemis in this exclusive monthly video interview series featuring some of the top soapers in the soaping community. Get insider stories, pro tips, and behind-the-scenes knowledge straight from the legends themselves. Question mark. Watch the entire first season now. White check mark emoji, Episode 1. Greg Krellin. White check mark emoji, Episode 2. Joey Barbera. White check mark emoji, Episode 3. Jose Ruiz. White check mark emoji, Episode 4. Derek Brooks. White check mark emoji, Episode 5. Jason Clam. White check mark emoji, Episode 6. Danny Lynch. White check mark emoji, Episode 7. Joseph Rica. Question mark, don't miss out. Click now to watch the pros in action. Collision emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch ?v equals 10j. Kior 5 PKQ and list equals PLZH SDGX 1 0 WPCK GUX 9S2 GR8 JWG4 GHCH and index equals 1. Fun grind challenge, fire emoji, devilish face emoji. One of the sickest things about soaping is that it gives you access to insane spots that might be impossible to hit with rollerblades, skateboards, or a BMX bike. Think about it. There are rails, ledges, countertops, and obstacles everywhere, but in most places, you'd get kicked out in just seconds. No way are you rolling into Disneyland, a grocery store, or inside of a corporate building with a pair of skates. But with soaps, you're a ghost. Your grind plates are stealthy, and security doesn't even know what's coming. So, here's your challenge. Look at these 3 memes and imagine yourself rocking a pair of fresh new soaps. What trick would you throw down? 1. Rooftop rails. Look at these rails up on the rooftop. How would you grind them? Would you go for an undergrind? Grinding the lower part of the rail, like an under royale, or perhaps a front side across the top? And the real question, how the hell are you getting up there? 2. Veggie counterledge. Imagine this. You're in a grocery store, and right next to the fresh produce, there's a perfect metal edge just begging to be shredded. Do you hit a smooth backside grind? A unity? A backside UFO? 3. Cafeteria grind spot. Check out that prime smooth aluminum ledge in the cafeteria where people dump their trays. How would you grind it? Acid boardwalk to rewind? A clean backside backslide? Backside fast slide? Does it sound crazy to grind on objects like this? Good, that's the point. Remember, SOAP stands for slide on anything possible. If it's got an edge, a rail, or even a hint of grindability, it's fair game. Finding and shredding spots like these is what soaping is all about. No limits, no rules, just fun, creativity, and chaos. Cool face emoji. Fire emoji. Chapter 10. Grounded. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royal Cess, slide across a picnic table. Place down a flight of stairs. University High School, UNI, Los Angeles, California, 1998. Soap had scheduled another big photo shoot coming up for their 1998 international sales commercial video, and I ripped it up yet again, this time at University High School, aka UNI, in Los Angeles. I backside unity'd to rewind the 10-step there. The cleanest one I'd ever done. Nailed it first try. I also front-sided the double kinked rail and busted out a few backside backslides, backside savannas, backside UFOs, and had hit a Royale Cess slide to fakie across the top of the picnic table that we'd placed down a small flight of stairs. I thought my talent would have won them over this time. But after watching the final cut of the video just a few weeks later, I felt completely outcast. The whole film seemed to revolve around Brendan. Soap had dressed Brendan in a giant pink bunny costume, clearly aiming to market to a younger audience. Genius if they were trying to sell soaps to a 4-year-old. Was that really their goal? This was a huge WTF moment for me. Brendan dressed as a giant pink soap bunny, frontside. Ocean Park Rail. Ocean Park, Hotchkiss Park, Santa Monica, California, 1998. I wasn't hating on Brendan. Danny and I had been the main focal points of the most recent video, The Trictionary, and I had no problem sharing the spotlight with a fellow team member. But something wasn't right. I could feel it. I could tell something foul was going on behind the scenes because this turned out to be a multi-part shoot. I'd never even been informed that there was a second, let alone a third day of filming. And yet, all the other guys had been invited. Soap had Danny dressed in a dog outfit, left, or maybe it was supposed to be a polar bear? I'm not really sure. Paul was a lion, right, and Eddie wore a gorilla suit, center. It felt like some weird inside joke I wasn't in on, like they had deliberately kept me out of the loop. The beat began playing. They used 2 songs for this video, Go by Tones on Tail and Amoeba by Adolescence. Oh haha, that's cute. You guys are dressed up as animals. Which one is you? Sarah asked as I showed her a copy of the VHS tape a few weeks later. I'm not in it, I replied. Wait, what? What do you mean you're not in it? Where the fuck were you? Sarah questioned, knowing damn well I'd never miss out on a photo shoot. Dude, they didn't even tell me about that shit, I told her, shaking my head. What? She shouted, her head cocked back in shock. Oh, fuck that shit. Recently, I'd been getting a lot of mean mugs and dirty looks from the staff, and I started to wonder if they were silently trying to shut me out. The thoughts had begun festering in my mind, along with the fact that nobody else on the team even bothered to call me, either A, to inform me about the shoot, or B, to ask me where in the fuck I was. Every single one of them knew there was no way I'd miss out on a paid, professional photo opportunity, especially for a video product that would be shipped internationally to every soap shoe retailer on the planet. And yet, somehow, I was completely cut out. I wasn't stupid. I knew exactly what was going on here, and quickly interpreted this bullshit backstabbing event as a personal attack. Fuck these motherfuckers. It seemed my illustrious soapy nemesis now had the entire marketing staff wrapped around his little pink bunny pinky, as if he'd collected their souls and somehow strung them one by one around it, like the puka shell beads he always wore around his neck. I had to admit, I was impressed by his game. Bravo, Mr. Smith. Well played, well played. Of course, I knew this wasn't all his doing. This animal costume stunt, along with the business of cutting me out of the video, had obviously been expertly orchestrated and conglomerated by Chris Morris himself and the rest of Soap's marketing team. But if they thought this was going to break me, they had another fucking thing coming. This wasn't a setback. This was fucking rage fuel. I wasn't going to let them bring me down, not even for a second. This incident would only force me to step up my game even harder. Now it was on. And now it was war. House party. Left, Brendan Smith. Right, Ryan Jaunzemis. Ben's on Brendan's jocks so hard, Eddie said. They probably suck each other's dicks and shit. What do you care, man? They gave you the soapbox. I shot back. They obviously like you. Eddie had been one of the first in the group to get his picture on the new Soap Shoes box. A few weeks prior, Soap had done a private photo shoot with him and used a shot of him roiling down a black curved rail in downtown Los Angeles in the new white and gray Bolter model shoes, rocking his brand new silver Sony DJ headphones around his neck. It was fucking sick. Soap Shoes shoebox. Featured pro rider Eddie Ramirez, Royale Tafaki. Downtown Los Angeles, California, 1998. Eddie Ramirez, drag queen on slanted ledge. Venice Beach Boardwalk, Venice Beach, California, 1998. Yeah, but you could just tell though, bro. He's like their fucking golden boy, Eddie said. I mean, maybe if you cut that mop on your head, dog. Ha ha, fuck you, foo, I laughed. Eddie was always clowning and talking shit. Come on, foo, give the janitor back his mop, haha. He kept going. I had my hair platinum bleached blonde, grown out past my chin, parted straight down the middle, and shaved with a razor underneath. It really did look like a mop. Fuck you, homo, I shot back, flipping him the bird. Naw, homie, Eddie exclaimed. On the rails, though, I think it's your image, man. I mean, Brendan's got that preppy-ass white boy look that them suits in the office be likin'. I mean, I know you like dressing skaterish and all, and I respect you for keeping it real, but I bet if you was more clean-cut and shit, then they might pick you for more shit. 'Cause I mean, you gotta remember that this is a job, and even though we're pro, they still have a business to run. To them, we're just models that they be using to market their shoes. They don't see it like we do. They're not skaters, foo. Oh, word up, foo, I replied. I feel you, but that's not how real skaters dress, and I see soaping as an extension of the skating community. I gotta keep it real and lead by example, and I hope their fucking marketing team is smart enough to eventually catch on. And yeah, maybe that's stupid of me, but in the end, I'm still gonna be the realest motherfucker to ever ride these shoes. I'd rather get the respect from my fans for keeping shit real than throwing on a button-up and being a motherfucking sellout. You feel me? Fo show. I feel you, homie, he said. Eddie spoke his piece, but he knew I was stuck in my ways and that there was no arguing with me. We had a meeting at SOAP, where Ben introduced us to a few new members of the wear testing team. First was EJ Stüssy, who was around 12 or 13 at the time. He could jump way higher than most kids his age and could bust out some sick Farvernugens on his express models, as seen in his section on Relate videos too. Note, Farfegnugen, or how we started spelling it on the streets, Farfegnugen, Farfeg, or even just Farf for short. The original spelling, Farforgnugen, with the accent marks, felt like too much for both the rollerblading and soaping communities. That's why, in later skate videos, you'll see everyone spelling it Nugen or Nugen. However, for the sake of consistency in this book, it will be spelled in its traditional form, Farforgnugen. Then there was Joey Barbera, also seen in his section on Relate videos too, who was about 17. He was specifically testing out the broadsides, SOAP's new take on adding a sole plate down the middle of the shoe, allowing the wearer to bust sole grind type tricks similar to those done on rollerblades. The bottom of the shoe now resembled a giant T or cross, with the regular grind plate running left to right and the sole plate running toe to heel. He told us all that he planned on becoming a master at sole grind tricks. And in my opinion, he absolutely did. Left, Ryan Jaunzemis. Right, Joey Barbera. SOAP Shoes Reunion Party, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada, 2015. Each Stüssy, top, backside Farfegnugen. Bottom, backside down artistic object. https://www.youtube.com/watch ?V equals J55 now 9 Jude at 15:13. Joey Barbera, top, kind grind to fakie. Bottom alley oop fishbrain to fakie. Redondo Beach High School, Redondo Beach, California, 1998. https://www.youtube.com/watch ?V equals J55 na 9 Jude at 26:35. Next, there was Chris Fox, a skateboarder who was breaking in his new killer bees, the yellow and black scabs. Tyler Wheatrich, who had a background in aggressive inline skating. And then there was Sandy Murray, a younger 13-year-old girl, the first female pro soaper, an athlete and videographer. She was testing out SOAP's new baby blue cleans, designed specifically for girls. We all shook hands, chatted for a bit, packed a cooler full of sodas, and then headed out for a full-on soaping session. Paul Cifuentes, kind grind to fakie. University of California, UCI, Irvine, California, 1998. https://www.youtube.com/watch ?V equals J55 na 9 Jude 8:25. SOAP did a few more photo shoots over the next few months. They dressed up Danny as Austin Powers for a short soap film called Shag This, which guest starred professional motorcycle rider Mike Metzger and featured Kylie Wheatrich, Tyler's sister, in an Austin Powers-like satire. They also put Danny on the new soap poster, busting out a sole grind to rewind down the El Porto rail in Manhattan Beach in his new broadsides. I later had him autograph it and hung it on my bedroom wall for support. He signed it, Yo Sucka, Danny Lynch, the Master. SOAP Shoes poster advertising their new dark blue squeaky cleans plus white, BBK, Ben B. Kelly, grind plates. Featuring SOAP Shoes pro rider, Paul Cifuentes. Frontside, Angels Gate Park, Korean Bell of Friendship, San Pedro, California, 1998. Danny Lynch in Shag This, 1998. Click here to watch the full 10-minute movie. https://www.youtube.com/watch ?V equals 3OE, SD, PKG. SOAP Shoes poster advertising their new broadsides. With a sole plate feature. Featuring SOAP Shoes pro rider, Danny Lynch. El Porto, Manhattan Beach, California, 1998. Next, SOAP filmed 2 holiday sales videos, version 1 and version 2, alternate version, starring Brendan dressed as Santa Claus. SOAP had fashioned black rubber boots with cutout bottoms, and Brendan busted out in them. Soon after, Brendan did a private photo shoot for the next shoebox, busting out in Belmont Shores while performing a huge backside royale on one of the famous ledges there next to the beach. Brendan Smith dressed as Santa Claus, Royale. San Pedro High School, San Pedro, California, 1998. SOAP Shoes shoebox, featuring pro rider Brendan Smith. Backside Royale to fakie on ledge with 2-story drop on the other side. Belmont Shore, California, 1998. Soap shoes poster featuring pro rider Brendan Smith. Sequence shot, backside to frontside rail transfer. El Porto, Manhattan Beach, California, 1998. Brendan Smith, Royale to fakie. El Porto, Manhattan Beach, California, 1998. Brendan Smith, fast slide to fakie. Recreation Park, El Segundo, California, 1998. Something about the shoebox has always seemed off to me. Eddie's box was blue, the original box with the unknown soaper was black and white, and Brendan's was this weird sepia tone. Why weren't they in full color at the highest quality? It didn't make sense. Curious, I asked Ben at Soap about it. It's always money, he replied. You see, if we sell shoes for, let's say, $80 a pair, we don't get to keep that full $80. We might only get half, or even less, like $30 or $40, because we have to pay for production, shipping, distribution, and employees. If we print all the boxes in full color, that costs way more in ink. So now, instead of making $30 or $40 a pair, we're maybe making 25 or even 20. And honestly, people don't really care that much anyway. Yeah, but if it only cuts a couple of bucks, and you guys are making millions, why not just spend the extra bit to have a better product? I asked. Ben shrugged. Well, you know, rich people don't get rich by giving away things for free. Man, that's fucking stupid, I replied. Just spend the extra bit so you have a solid product you can actually stand behind. Then more people will buy it, and you'll make even more money. You guys are fucking cheapskates, and it makes us look bad. Paul got the shoot for the next shoebox and did a poster shoot busting a fat frontside grind, and Soap wasn't calling me for anything. It seemed like literally months had passed by. I had no idea what was going on. I never even saw the guys much anymore, until one day Danny hit me up to brag about a new venture that him, Paul, and Brendan had been working on. The sound of my pager vibrating in my right front pen. 796, 6020? Ditch boy Danny Lynch mob. Wonder what he wants? I called back Danny after I got home from the new cordless phone in my bedroom. Yo, sucka, Danny answered. What up, foo? What you been up to, man? I asked him. Just been soapin'. Chillin', Danny replied. Cool, I said. Cool was the new way to say cool at the time. Yeah, me, Paul, and Brendan started our own soap company. It's pretty tight. We've been getting good, he informed me. Tight, I replied. Yeah, it's called Relate, he told me. Sounds cool. I'm down. I'll help you guys out, I offered. Yeah, I don't know if it's chill, he muttered. Huh? I replied. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know if you could be a part of it, because we all invested some la, for equipment and stuff, he replied. Gay? Okay, whatever. Have fun with that, I guess, I said. Yeah, we will, Danny replied smugly. What the fuck? What a fucking ass clown. Did he just call me to gloat? Yeah, we're just busting out all day, every day, he continued. Gotta make a soap video and sell it on the internet. Brendan said he's gonna edit it and sell them for $17 a piece. $17 times 1 million copies is $17 million, and we're just gonna split it 3 ways. It's gonna be tight. Okay, cool dudes, I replied. What the fuck? Dude calls me to brag or some shit? Gay, fuck them. Okay, cool man, I gotta go get good. Ladies, I told him as I hung up the phone. Ladies, or L8Z was the cool way to say later, or catch you later. I was a little butthurt by the phone call and Danny's shitty, scandalous, braggart attitude, but I managed to quickly shrug it off. After that, I just went out to hit the streets even harder. I was still practicing every day, and I was still going to Soap's office every week to see Ben, and to turn in my weekly soap journals, and was slowly building up a fucking stockpile of free soaps. I now had about 60+ pairs or so stashed up in my closet and scattered here and there throughout the rest of the house. I would go out with Craig, who was getting really good. Craig had recently backslid and unitied the 13th step at Recreation Park and was starting to build up a good bit of street cred in El Segundo. I'd even wrote, directed, filmed, and edited a sick-ass sponsor video for him, in which I'd added in sick transitions and synced to Daz Dillinger's song in California, and had turned it into Ben, who did finally sit down and watch it, but just didn't really seem all that interested. Scenes from Craig Reynolds' soap sponsor video that I edited. Top right, Royale to Rewind, El Segundo Police Station. Bottom left, Royale to Rewind, Recreation Park. Bottom right, backslide to Fakey, El Segundo High School. El Segundo, California, 1998. Well, you know, he began. I instantly knew where this conversation was going, which was to absolutely fucking nowhere. We don't really need any more people on the team right now. What the fuck? You just added on like 10 new motherfucking guys. What the fuck? Fucking haters. A few weeks later, I received a phone call out of the blue, and Ben asked me if I wanted to do a photo shoot in downtown Los Angeles the following week for their upcoming 1999 promo video. Yes, finally. Time to make some motherfucking loot, baby. I was excited. All of my friends on my crew in El Segundo knew that I'd been busting out better than ever and was ready to rock it. We arrived in downtown Los Angeles on the morning of the photo shoot. I was drinking a venti iced Americano from Starbucks and was warming up on a 20-step handrail. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear, the air was still, and the sun's rays were warm on my face. And rolling, shouted Todd. The camera was on. It was time to bust. Clang! QS. Oh. I ran up to the rail and unitied it, first try, but I landed forwards and had slightly stutter-stepped on my landing. Tight, yelled Todd. Not tight, I thought to myself as I ran back up the stairs in a fury. I had intended to land fakey, backwards, for better style points for the video. All right, we're rolling, shouted Todd. I ran up and jumped up on the rail, unity grind. Clang! A loud sound rang out. My Unity's front foot grind plate stuck to the rail, and I was instantly flung forward. The force of gravity pulled me back down towards the earth, hard and fast, on a one-way trip towards the cement stairs below. Snap! A loud cracking sound like that of the breaking in half of a celery stalk. A super intense rush of pain surged throughout my entire body like lightning. Ah, F you, fuck, holy shit! I knew it was over, I could feel it. I'd just broken my right ankle. After being flung from the rail, my foot had apparently landed right on the edge of one of the cement steps on the side of my right ankle, which immediately broke it upon impact, right at the fucking beginning of the photo shoot. It was the same technicality in which I dealt with twice before, back when I was on rollerblades. I'd been skating with Craig, attempting to unity the corner rail in the quad, and the same thing had happened. I was thrown to the ground down a flight of 10 steps, landing directly on my face, gashing open a giant hole in my chin, impacting my jaw, and fracturing 12 teeth. Little Craig had to practically take me by the hand to help me skate down to the El Segundo Fire Department so that I could be rushed in an ambulance to the hospital, so as to get stitches. I was spitting out chunks of broken teeth and blood the whole way there. The second time it had happened was when I was attempting to unity the 2020 at University High School, UNI, in Los Angeles. I had unitied down the first 20 steps and had hit the kink, and then continued grinding through the flat. But then my front boot got stuck on the downward transition of the flat, which flung me forward, throwing me down the remaining 20 steps. I landed somewhere down in the lower part of the stairway and continued rolling down to the cold, hard asphalt below, delivering yet another giant gash through the bottom of my chin, on the other side, fracturing 8 more teeth. All I can remember was the pain exploding throughout my entire body. I remember the agony. I couldn't even move. I wanted to grab onto my ankle, but the pain was so excruciating that I couldn't even bear to touch it, let alone even move. Ben helped me to elevate my foot and undo the lacing of my shoe. After a few minutes of struggling, we managed to get my foot out of the shoe, and we saw that my ankle had swelled up so large, it appeared as if I had stuffed a giant cantaloupe or grapefruit down inside of my sock. I've had my share of sprained ankles in the past, and I remember the pain, but nothing like this. I might not be able to grind for months. I thought, I'm out of the game. It's over. That's it. I'll be laid out in the fucking hospital or on bed rest while the rest of these guys will be out getting good. They'll surpass my skill and it'll be over for me. I'm done. Fuck. I almost cried that day, not from the pain, but rather from the feeling of failure. I lied down in the back of Ben's car holding a few chunks of ice on my ankle from the ice chest, which we'd stocked full of Gatorade for the shoot. Ben drove me back to my mom's house so that she could take me to the hospital, and in the next moment, I found myself strapped up and confined in a black orthopedic shoe. This is so fucking gay. I filed for disability the following day over the phone, but they only approved me for $60 fucking dollars a week. How the fuck can they do this to people? I thought. I gotta pay fucking rent. I'd recently gotten a part-time job at Rite Aid as a 1-hour photo technician, but since I couldn't work due to my injury, I was also forced to file for unemployment, which I thought might have been a nice vacation. But I soon found out they didn't pay shit either. "And what do you do for work, sir?" the unemployment lady asked me. "I'm a professional soaper," I replied. "Oh, I don't know if I heard you correctly, sir. A soap? Soaper? Soap opera?" She asked me confused like, "No, a soaper," I replied. "What?" she asked again. "A soaper? Soap, I yelled out. "Fucking dumbass." "Excuse me, sir, can you clarify?" she asked. I said, pausing for just a moment to think. How the fuck can I word this so this fucking idiot unemployment bitch can understand? I'm a model," I continued. "You're a model?" she questioned. "Yeah, I model shoes," I replied. "You model shoes?" she asked confused like. "Yeah, I have really pretty feet," I replied sarcastically. "I see," she replied. "Ryan, be serious," Sarah yelled out. I covered the phone with my left hand. "Babe," I said to Sarah, "who gives a fuck? These people are fucking idiots." I spent the next 6 long, boring-ass weeks on the couch, smoking pot, drinking beers, popping prescribed Vicodin, and playing Street Fighter II and F-Zero on my Super Nintendo. Sarah had to work overtime at Bronze Buns to cover our food, rent, phone bill, and other expenses. The worst part? When people came over to party, I just had to sit there watching, everyone laughing, dancing under the disco ball I'd recently hung from the ceiling, while I was stuck in fucking spectator mode on the couch like a little bitch. I felt like a kid on timeout. Like I was fucking grounded or some shit. "Hey, Lieutenant Dan, want me to get you a beer?" asked Justin, in his usual sarcastic demeanor. "Uh-huh, thanks, faggot," I replied as I flipped him off, cracking a crooked smile. "Here, fag, ha-ha," Justin said, as he reached out to hand me an ice-cold Budweiser from my fridge. "Oh, wait. Hold up, let me crack that open for you there, cripple." QSSH, the sound of Justin cracking open an ice-cold can of Budweiser for me. "You should get a little bell and go beg for change in front of Ralph's like those fucking Vietnam vets and shit." "Ha-ha," he said jokingly. "Oh my god. Ha-ha, you're such a fucking asshole." "Ha-ha, fucking hilarious. That shit's funny as fuck, bro," I replied. "For real though, cheer up, man. Things will get better," he told me consolingly. I smiled, but at the end of the day, after everyone left, I was still just stuck there all by myself, just hobbling around my living room. Justin moved over to an apartment in Hermosa Beach with his dad, Bill, and drove a sleek red convertible Sunbird that he'd bought from Brendan for $3,500, the one seen in all the original soap videos. He'd pimped it out with a brand new Sony Explode CD player from Best Buy, 4 6x9s, and two 10-inch subwoofers in the trunk. This shit bumped. Justin Elkins, in his red Pontiac Sunbird convertible, throwing up a West Side hand gesture, ready to ride out. Bumping his new system. CD player in the dash. 210 banging Sony Explode subwoofers in the trunk. Car emoji, musical notes emoji, cool face emoji. Justin stole a bunch of his dad's CDs and DVDs of his shelf and ordered a stack of free CDs from Columbia House and BMG Music. Bill was fucking pissed when he found out later. At the time, CH and BMG were offering 10 free CDs to anyone who signed up for their customer mailing list. Justin simply changed his name repeatedly, ordering for himself, me, his dad, etc., and ended up receiving literally hundreds of free CDs. He'd then sell them all back to the warehouse, a music store, or Tower Records for cash. For example, for CDs in new condition, like Britney Spears or New Kids on the Block, they'd give you $8 cash. $8 times 10 CDs? Easiest $80 you'd ever make. Optical disc emoji, dollar bills, face emoji. Then we'd call up Pink-Dot, the world's first grocery delivery service, which let you order anything you wanted by phone. Beer, cigarettes, groceries, whatever. We'd stock up on Heineken, call the gang over, and throw a party. Chips, sodas, snacks, condoms, bitches insist. What can you do, right? We'd blow all the money ordering everything. Domino's, Pizza Hut, you name it. We filmed everything. The house parties, videos of us doing cocaine, girls stripping and getting railed out in the bathroom or on the couch. Even me taking a fat shit off the third-floor balcony? Unfortunately, that case of high 8mm tapes didn't survive 20 years of being stored in a hot garage. Good times, though. XD. He'd also recently broken into a neighbor's house. Someone we knew was selling ecstasy pills, and found over $3,000 in cash tucked away in one of the top dresser drawers. Since we knew this guy was just slinging drugs, we figured we could rob him without any issues. What's he going to do? Tell the cops someone stole his drug money? After that, he'd roll through to my place like a baller, carrying cases upon cases of Budweiser or Mike's Hard Lemonade, a few 8 balls of cocaine, ketamine spachine, and cartons of Marlboro cigarettes. And he even called up Eddie and treated us all to hookers and a small shopping spree at the mall for new clothing and accessories, like a bedazzled, iced-out bud leaf necklace. Even more good times. Haha. XD. Ryan Jaunzemis, right. Brian Agee, center. Justin Elkins, left. Video of us breaking into El Segundo Middle School during its renovation, which was later confiscated by the ESPD. We all ended up in court, but all charges were dropped. Justin Elkins, left, cracking open a Bud Light at the beach at night. Ryan Jaunzemis, right, smoking a fresh stog, Marlboro Red. El Segundo, California, 1999. I'd hobble around on my crutches down to his car, and we'd ride out to Doughboy's Donuts to grab coffee and catch up. Then, we'd pick up a few friends, grab some 40s, and throw bonfires down at Dockweiler Beach or kick it back at my pad. We'd chill from around 9 a.m. till 2 a.m., blowing through an ounce of weed on the daily paid for by my disability and unemployment checks. I figured it was like paying for special medication. Ryan Jaunzemis, smoking a giant 5 red acrylic bong at a house party. El Segundo, California, 1998. We'd get baked, drink beers, play video games, and make prank phone calls. We'd order pizza, Chinese food, or taxis to the neighbor's house just to keep ourselves entertained. One time, we took it up a notch, ordering a mobile petting zoo, a bunch of male strippers, and a flatbed tow truck to my neighbor's house, who had no idea what the hell was going on. Within half an hour, the entire street was transformed into absolute chaos. Trucks lined both sides of the road, some hauling horses, chickens, goats, and sheep, while others were stacked with pizza deliveries from Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Little Caesars. But that wasn't the wildest part, no. That was the procession of half-dressed male strippers wearing nothing but cheetah print thongs, strutting down the street like they owned it. The whole place looked like a fucking 3-ring circus. Animals, pizza boxes, strippers, and chaos everywhere you looked. It was like something out of a fever dream. Oh, the things one does when boredom strikes. Justin and I spent the next few weeks just dicking around, and after what seemed like an eternity, my ankle finally started getting better. When I was finally healed up, I felt like I'd been trapped in a prison for far too long, and now the gates were open. I took off that damn black orthopedic shoe, the one that had been my constant companion through weeks of limping, pain, and frustration. Holding it in my hands, I felt this surge of freedom course through me. I grabbed a bottle of Kingsford lighter fluid and, with a twisted sense of satisfaction, poured it all over the shoe, dousing it until it was drenched, soaked with the kind of finality only fire could bring. I struck the match, the flame catching quickly, and watched as the shoe ignited in a blazing, bright orange inferno. As it crackled and burned, I threw it in the dumpster out back, the sound of it landing with a loud clunk sound echoing through the alley. There, in that moment, watching the flames consume that symbol of my weakness, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. My ankle was healed, I could walk again. I could jump, move, and feel like myself once more. Thank God, it was over. That shoe, the constant reminder of my injury and limitation, was gone. What was left was freedom. Clunk, clunk! The sound of the now fiery, blazing black Velcro orthopedic shoe landing inside of the dumpster out back. Fuck you, you piece of shit, I thought. My ankle was never quite the same as it was before, but I was able to start grinding once again, and that was all I really cared about. The doctors had advised me that I would probably never be able to skate or soap as well as I could before, and that it would probably be in my best interest to, quote-unquote, quit doing those types of activities altogether. Yeah, I should probably just quit, huh? Maybe just get a regular 9 to 5 like everyone else? I said to the doctor sarcastically. Well, that would probably be a wise thing to do, son. The nerdy old white doctor replied. Psych, I shot back. The doctor didn't quite understand or appreciate my humor and proceeded to tell me that if I was going to continue soaping, or continue doing that, quote-unquote, crazy shoe sliding thingy I do, I should at least try to stay off my ankle as much as possible for the next few weeks. But I said, fuck that, as I knew I had a mission to accomplish. As soon as I got home from my final checkup at the doctor's office, I marched straight into my closet, ripped open a brand new box of white bolters, and laced up with a fire burning in my chest. I could feel the rush as I hit the fucking streets with a vengeance. I ran out a fat groove on a rough cement ledge. I was ready to lock in and make it happen. This was the moment. I was back, and the world better take notice. No more holding back, no more fear. This was my time. I wasn't just stepping out onto the streets, I was stepping into my destiny. It was time to reclaim what was rightfully mine, the keys to the soap shoe kingdom. The throne was waiting, and it was going to be mine. Every grind, every slide, every trick. This was my resurgence, my domination. Nothing was going to stop me now. I was on a mission, and I was going to take it all. Ryan Jaunzemis, front side down double kinked rail. Nob Hill, 801, Esplanade, The Strand, Redondo Beach, California, 1998. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop sole grind to rewind in broadsides. Down rail with two-story drop on the other side. Doubletree Hotel, El Segundo, California, 1999. Ryan Jaunzemis, drag king down slanted ledge. World Industries, El Segundo, California, 1998. 1998, Soap Shoes International Sales. Commercial. Digitally remastered, videocassette emoji, sparkles emoji. Broadcast in every soap retailer across America and Europe from 1998 to around 2002, this video played on an endless loop, television emoji, running 24/7 in stores like Journeys, Pacific Sunwear, and Gadzooks, etc. Every Soap Shoes display featured an embedded TV and VCR, ensuring shoppers couldn't miss it. Whether you were browsing, passing by, or lacing up a fresh pair, this video was always playing in the background. Beyond retail, it was also showcased at every major trade show, Africa emoji, shipped to global retailers, and viewed an estimated hundreds of millions of times. Now, this legendary video has been digitally remastered with enhanced visuals, cleaned up audio, and proper recognition for the featured pro soapers, Ryan Jaunzemis, Brendan Smith, Danny Lynch, Paul Cifuentes, Eddie Ramirez, and Ben Kelly. Watch it free on YouTube. A true piece of soap history, relive the era in high quality. Athletic shoe emoji, fire emoji. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v = UVB 4U6 Original video here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v = VD1 Wijmi 4B BC. Chapter 11. Soap stars. Soap started sending us to various trade shows all over the country. They created a small fleet of custom soap vans, each built and equipped with practice rails that folded down from the roof, and television monitors and VCRs embedded into the sides that played soap videos out into traffic. Soap was paying us $500 a week, plus $125 per day and per diem for travel expenses, which I later found out, in the world of touring, is just a fancy term for beer money. Our actual job was to set up soap booths at various trade shows and perform live demos on soaps at rail, a pretty small, 6-foot-long portable metal practice rail. After our demo, we'd let any trade show attendees try on a pair of shoes for themselves and attempt to grind the rail. The kids loved it. We were meeting thousands upon thousands of kids in every new city we toured each week. Some of the larger trade shows pulled in crowds of 20,000 to over 50,000 attendees over the course of a single weekend, so word on the street was spreading fast. Everywhere we stopped, schools, parks, YMCAs, or even random spots we just thought looked cool or felt like sessioning at, including handrails right in front of the hotels we were staying at. We were tossing out stacks of free soap t-shirts, hats, and stickers like candy. Now this is rock and roll. I thought. This was what I wanted to do for a living. Perform live, travel the world, meet beautiful women, get laid, and get paid for it. I knew it wasn't a 6 or 7-figure salary yet, but I could feel it. I was definitely on the right track. I know I can get these motherfuckers to see the light. I just know it. Maybe it'll take some more time, but as soon as they finally understand my vision, as soon as they realize how pro we really are, as soon as I can school them on how marketing actually works so this company can start pulling in some real profits, that's when it'll all click. They'll win. I'll win. And the customers will win too. That's what I call a real business strategy. Soap was covering all our hotel rooms, and I was using my per diem to keep my buzz going strong. Every day, I'd load up my ice chest with booze, along with a ton of snacks and goodies, and once the day's work was done, I'd crank the AC air conditioning to the max. Blast some gangsta rap, get faded as fuck in my free hotel room, and feast on free food with what felt like an endless supply of alcohol. It was total rock star, or should I say, soap star, living. And of course, I had to keep my soap skills sharp, so after getting properly lit, I'd practice my misty flips by launching myself from one hotel bed to the other. I'd always specifically request 2 king-sized beds in my hotel room, or, if that wasn't an option, I'd ask for 2 queen-sized beds instead. At the end of the night, I'd shove the fucking nightstand out of the way, or, if I was in full fucking douchebag mode, I'd flip it upside down and leave it in the bathtub for the maid to find the next morning, then push the 2 beds together to create one massive emperor-sized bed. And yeah, I'd trash the fuck out of every hotel room I stayed in. I'd splatter the walls and mirrors with fat, nasty spit wads just for shits and giggles. If I ended up hooking up with a random chick from the tour, I'd bring her back to the room since we always had booze flowing. After I railed her out, I'd hang the used condom over the lampshade like a sick little trophy. If we were staying on a higher floor, we'd grab an extension cord, drag the TV out onto the balcony, post up in a chair with a pack of smokes and a six-pack, and watch cable with the skyline glowing in the background, rocking a fresh shop shirt, clean kicks, and a branded hat, plastering soap stickers everywhere we went. I'd be chillin' with a can of Budweiser in one hand, a fat chronic joint in the other. It was wild, reckless, no rules, rockstar shit. Pure chaos, pure fun, pure freedom. I stayed mainly on the West Coast circuit, traveling back and forth to various cities throughout California, including San Diego, Los Angeles, Rancho Cucamonga, San Mateo, San Francisco, Sacramento, and more, with Brendan. This continued until later, when Soap flew Brendan over to Paris, France, to start Soap's international tour. Meanwhile, Danny and Paul toured the North, Midwest, and East Coast of the United States, visiting cities such as Las Vegas, Seattle, Portland, Cleveland, Atlanta, Cincinnati, New Jersey, and many, many others. I was asked if I wanted to do the Midwest tour, but since Sarah and I had just recently moved into our first apartment together and had been fighting all the time, always arguing, breaking up, and then getting back together again while still trying to work things out, I thought it wouldn't be the best time to separate for weeks, and possibly even months at a time. It was an early Sunday morning. I'd just finished resetting everything in the soap booth for a mega ASR trade show that Brendan and I were working that weekend in San Mateo, California. Apparently, one of the trade show attendees from the night before had enjoyed our demo so much that he went out and bought his own pair of soap shoes later that evening. I was sitting at the desk, half hungover, trying to fill out my soap journal, which I'd been neglecting for the past few days, as I'd been either getting wasted, flirting with girls, or working the trade show, when I was suddenly interrupted by a pair of shoes and a gold Sharpie being pushed toward me. "Can you do an autograph?" a young kid asked me. It was my first real autograph for soaping, though I thought I played it off rather nonchalantly. "Faux show, lil man. How you liking the shoes so far?" I asked him as I cracked open the lid of his Sharpie. "I love 'em, man," he replied. "I was grinding around all morning." The young boy was quite chipper for such an early hour in the day. I could tell he was being authentic, and I appreciated his enthusiasm. Ryan Jaunzemis signing autographs for soap fans. ASR Trade Show, San Mateo, California, 1999. I wrote, "Keep slidin' bro," in gold cursive letters, and then, underneath, I autographed it with Ryan J. number 1. J was a nickname given to me by Danny, who, even after 10 years of knowing me since the 3rd grade, still couldn't ever properly pronounce my last name properly, Jaunzemis, which is phonetically pronounced in English as Jaunzemis, shortened from its Latvian origin, Jaunzemis, pronounced Jaunzemis, meaning of the new land. The first time Danny called me Jay was when we were out skating, filming part of my sponsor video. Danny turned the camera around toward himself for a quick monologue. "Let me introduce you to my friend, Ryan Youn. John, Jay. Ryan J, ha ha," he said loudly, chuckling to himself. All of the other skaters around exploded into laughter, as even I know that my last name can be a bit difficult and confusing at first, though all the girls I've met seem to like it, as they say it's different and unique. I thought the joke was pretty funny myself, and after that, it just sort of stuck. Brendan wasn't there and didn't get the joke. He thought my last name really was just J, which is why my name appears as Ryan J, without the I in the Relate Soap videos O, Ni, and T, Wo. If I'd seen the rough cuts before the final copies were released, I would have had Brendan use my full name. Touring was great, and I was shredding it up more than ever. I'd made tons of new friends on the road, met lots of cute girls, and had many, many random drunken nights with the fellas. I'd fallen in love with the new blue and yellow suede and orange and gray Ordnance shoes with the new BBK grind plates. I thought they performed even better than the cleans. They were also lighter on my feet. Also, in my personal opinion, they had a much more stylish look. I was now fast sliding down super long handrails and was even able to backslide in Savannah through kinks. Things in my world of soaping felt like they were finally taking off, but unfortunately, everything seems to come with a price. On the home front, things were becoming rather dark. Soap shoes, Ordnance, blue and yellow. Note, Soap had been inventing all kinds of new grind shoe models, including the white bolters, the neon green and blue goes, and the new red and white ninjas. The designs were created by another company affiliated with Soap, known as Concept 21, a specialized shoe design firm. Soap shoes, bolters, white and gray. Soap shoes, ghosts, neon green and blue. Soap shoes, ninjas, white and red. Soap shoes grind plate refill pack, BBK plates. Designed with deeper grooves and hole to see the Soap-O logo. Soap shoe grind plate refill pack, Maxwell plates. Designed to replace standard grind plates, converting the shoes back to regular walking shoes for improved traction, especially on stairs, while featuring a hollowed-out cavity for discreet storage, earning them the nickname stash plates. Kids use stash plates to sneak things like small dime/nickel sacks of weed, small Bic lighters, or sneak a toke pipe into school. Featured shoes, Ordnance, black and gray. Note, if you're a die-hard soap shoes fanatic, the Concept 21 rabbit hole is a goldmine worth diving into. I can't legally reproduce the images in this book, the soap shoes patent is up for grabs, but who exactly owns the rights to Concept 21 images is anyone's guess. But let's just say, Google soap shoes Concept 21, or https://www.concept21.com/footwear design/3 steps to designing great footwear concepts/ and prepare to stumble upon a treasure trove of original blueprints, unreleased prototypes, and rough design sketches that most fans have never seen. It's like uncovering secret plans from a forgotten empire. Enjoy the deep dive. Sarah and I were constantly fighting and bickering about this, that, and everything else. I was on drugs, and the drama between us seemed to be escalating fast. After one last massive blowout, we finally both agreed to take a break for a while. We packed up. I moved back to my mom's house, and Sarah took her things to her dad's place before heading off on a vacation to England for a few weeks. I was kind of pissed. It made me regret not taking the tour through the Midwest. I would have rather gone all in and soaped across the country, but instead, I stayed back trying to salvage a relationship that was clearly falling apart. The stress of it all was wearing on me mentally. We'd been together for 2 years, and the breakup hit me hard. I wished we could have worked through our issues, found some kind of middle ground, but the truth was, we were two very different people, with very different ideas about what we wanted for the future. In the end, we both felt that some time apart was the best move. At least for now. We did, however, make up not long after. For a little while, anyway. Whatever. It is what it is. I thought, though I was still sad and heartbroken. Sarah Laurie, left. Ryan Jaunzemis, right. Arguing and moving out of Seabreeze Apartments, 1999. Packing up and moving out of Seabreeze Apartments. The place was in shambles, and the drama had reached its peak. I was constantly high on drugs, and the emotional pain of everything was becoming overwhelming. Brendan and I were wrapping up our tour, hitting the last few trade shows and demo spots. One of our final stops brought us back to Los Angeles. That week, Soap had sent the two of us to South Torrance High School to perform a demo during the students' lunch break. It was the usual small venue setup. Soap's hot rail, a 6-foot table, 2 chairs, our Soap banner, secured to the front with gaffer's tape, various models of tester shoes for students to try on, a guest book to collect emails and personal contact info, Soap business cards, and of course, plenty of Soap stickers. Ryan Jaunzemis on tour at the Soap booth. Sport Chalet grand opening. Rancho Cucamonga. CA 1999. Giving away soap stickers at these events and trade shows had always been one of my favorite pastimes. We quickly discovered that all the girls loathed soap stickers. Female soap fan gets sticker from Brendan on tour. San Mateo, California, 1999. Brendan and I would take turns demoing various tricks on the hot rail, showing off the full capabilities of the shoes. Afterward, we'd invite volunteers to try on a pair in their size and attempt to grind the rail themselves. I'd always open with something flashy, like a Unity to fast slide or a quick hat behind the back trick, grinding while grabbing your hat off your head, then switching hands with it behind your back, and then placing it back on your head. Then flash a grin at whatever attractive girls happened to be nearby. Without fail, they'd ask me to help them slide down the hot rail. Of course, I never minded. It was the perfect icebreaker. It instantly created physical contact, gave us both a natural reason to hold hands, and just as importantly, it subtly set the frame of a student/teacher dynamic. Women are often drawn to men who hold some kind of elevated status, whether it's power, skill, or perceived authority. Note: hat behind the back trick. This was a flashy little move that I loved to throw into my runs. While grinding the rail, I'd reach up, grab my hat off my head, pass it behind my back from one hand to the other, and then, without missing a beat, place it smoothly back onto my head, all while still sliding. It was part style, part showmanship, and always got a reaction. Sparkles, emoji. Cap emoji, sparkles, emoji. Ryan Jaunzemis helping female soap fans grind on the hot rail. ASR Trade Show, San Mateo, California, 1999. As soon as a girl smiled and returned my elongated look, I knew instantly it was on with her. Winking face emoji. Tag, you're up, dog? I'd say, slapping Brendan a high five to signal that it was his turn on the rail while I would go handle business with the ladies. I'd head back to our workstation and pre-write my name, phone number, and pager number on the backs of a few soap stickers, then stash them safely in my pocket. Throughout the event, I'd hand them out selectively to the girls I thought I might be interested in. 2 girls approached my desk near the end of our lunchtime session, a blonde and a brunette, Helene and Caroline. Wow, that was, really cool. That, sliding thing you did back there? Haha, the young brunette said. I looked up at her from my desk. Cute. You ain't seen nothing yet, I said, flashing my eyebrows and cracking a half smile from the right side of my mouth. The girls looked at each other and giggled. The brunette tucked a strand of hair behind one ear. It was totally on. I sighed. I can already tell, you girls look like trouble. The words rolled off my tongue like water. I'd used the line before, many times on tour, with many different groups of girls. The girls looked at each other and burst out laughing. We are trouble, haha, they both replied in unison. I don't know, I said. I don't know if you guys could handle me. What's the craziest thing you've ever done? I already had them eating out of the palm of my hand. But like a tiger, I had the urge to play with my prey for just a moment before devouring it. It gave me that feeling of power and control I always yearned for. Haha, I don't know, the young blonde said with a laugh. I put some vodka in my Slurpee and drank it in class once, said the brunette. Haha, laughed the blonde. Oh my God, I totally remember that day. Haha. Vodka Slurpee, I said, smiling. Very cool, I like that. High five. I raised both hands, and the girls reached out to give me a double high five back. You girls seem pretty cool. I don't have any more t-shirts, I said, as I stealthily slid the full, unopened box of soap t-shirts further under my desk with one foot. But I do have a few stickers, if you want some. I pulled a sticker from my pocket, my name and number already pre-written on the back, and handed it to the brunette. The brunette seemed far more fun and flirtatious than the blonde. She was just my type. If I'd been playing a game of darts, I couldn't have hit a more perfect bullseye. Haha, thanks, the girls said in unison. I autographed the back of that one for you. Hold on to it, it might be worth money someday, I said, playfully winking before quickly shifting my attention back to the guest book, trying to look busy. The brunette flipped the sticker over. I had written, Ryan, sexy soaper guy from school, 310-322-1276, in black Sharpie. She showed it to her friend, and the 2 girls giggled again. I caught them glancing at me out of the corner of my eye as the brunette tucked the sticker into her small purse, smiling and biting her lower lip. The fish had taken the bait. Yes, I thought, got one. At that point, I knew it was just a waiting game. 2 days later, I got a phone call, a sexy, young, feminine voice on the other end. "Hi, is this Ryan?" "Haha," the voice said. "Yeah, what up?" I replied, already having a good idea who it was. "Oh, this is Haylene. Remember that girl Caroline from the other day?" she asked. Who?" I said, pretending to have forgotten, though I knew exactly who it was. "You gave her a sticker," Haylene said. Oh yeah, hey, what's up?" I replied. "Well, we just wanted to call and say hi." We're pretty drunk." "Ha ha," Haylene said, laughing. A Grinch who stole Christmas-type smile slowly began emerging on my face. "These girls are so down." "Wow," I exclaimed. "I just walked in the door from work. Perfect timing. It's been a really long day. I could totally go for a drink." I'd been sitting around watching TV all day, but I wanted to appear as if I had other things going on, so they'd feel lucky to have had some of my valuable time. "But I can only hang out for a bit," I continued. "I've got to be up early for a meeting tomorrow." "Oh, that's okay," Haylene said. She gave me the directions to Caroline's house in South Torrance, but at that moment, I knew this was a 2 versus 1 situation, and I needed to even the score. I needed a wingman, someone who could keep Haylene occupied so I could more easily lure Caroline away to a more private setting without alienating Haylene. So I called up my friend Mike Bruss and filled him in on the situation. Mike's always been one of my most downest homies from the get-go. Mike Bruss smoking a stog and sipping on a 22 ounces of Corona. Redondo Beach, California, 2005. "Ha, hell yeah, BRO, Mike said, laughing. "You know I got your back. I'll be out front in 15, yo." I had to get pumped up, so I put on my Paula Abdul CD and started dancing around to her song, Opposites Attract. Then I grabbed a quick shower, got dressed, and gave myself a once-over in the mirror. I was all geared up in my brand new light gray Sopo hoodie, black Solo jeans, and rocking a fresh pair of brand new shiny white scabs, aka the polar bears, as pro soaper Chris Fox would call them. Soap shoes, white scabs, aka polar bears. Ryan Jaunzemis rocking the new light gray Sopo hoodie. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1998. "Yeah, boy, this is how pros do it," I said out loud to myself in the bathroom mirror as I sprayed a few blasts of Angel cologne onto my neck and wrists. "What's up, girl? You ready to meet the king?" "King Dingaling? Haha, yeah, boy." I was talking to myself in the mirror again. "I'm gonna get that puss say." After I finished getting ready, I snatched my mom's keys and headed upstairs to meet Mike. 27? Mike asked, holding out a Marlboro Special Blend 27 cigarette. Yeah. "It's gonna be one of those nights, dog," I said as I opened the moonroof of my mom's brand new white Toyota Avalon that I'd swanked for the evening. The burning embers of ash detached from the end of my cigarette, drifting silently into the night as Mike and I cruised down Pacific Coast Highway toward South Torrance, bumping some Bone Thugs in Harmony on the CD player while tactfully crafting a winning pickup strategy for the evening. We arrived at Caroline's house. The girls were drunk, laughing out loud, and rolling off the couch onto the living room floor. I needed to pawn Mike off on Haylene so he could keep her busy, freeing me up to try and take Caroline somewhere a little more private. Since Haylene had never met Mike before, the first thing I did was introduce him and hype him up so she'd feel more at ease. "This is my best friend Mike," I told her. "This guy is fucking awesome. Blah, blah, blah." I went on and on about Mike for the next 2 to 3 minutes, telling her things like, "This guy is so great, he volunteers part-time at the animal shelter. And he's the smartest guy I know," and so on, etc., etc., etc. You get the idea. I even told her he was in fucking med school. XD. Within just minutes, Haylene was swooning over him. I had no problem blatantly lying to the girls. I knew we'd most likely never see each other again after that night anyway. Sometimes, you just have to tell them whatever they want to hear. As Helene's attention shifted away from me and fully onto Mike, I stealthily ejected myself from the conversation and rejoined Caroline on the couch. I'm drunk," Caroline said with a drunken, dazed smirk. She was completely obliterated. "Perfect." I looked Caroline dead in the eyes, took her face gently in my hands, and began to kiss her. Slowly at first, as if just testing the waters. Then harder, more passionately a moment later. Pretty solid game if you ask me. Caroline seemed to enjoy it, and all of a sudden she straddled one leg over mine, then sat up in my lap and started kissing and nibbling on my neck. There was no more need for games at this point. It was obviously time to go seal the deal. "Come on, let's go," I told her as I stood up, taking her firmly by the hand. What? Where are we going?" she asked, slightly confused. "Adventure," I said. "Come on, let's go," I repeated enthusiastically. "You don't mind if I borrow your friend for a few minutes, do you? I just want to go show her my mixtape real quick," I asked Helene. "I don't mind," Helene answered. I took Caroline by the hand and led her straight out of Helene's front door, down the driveway, and right into the back seat of my mom's Avalon. Caroline climbed in right after me, and we continued making out as if no time had passed during the transition. I leaned back to relax a bit. The Avalon's gray leather seats were cool and comfortable. I've always loved the smell of new leather. "Go down on me," I said to her blatantly. It was almost cocky like when I said it, but still spoken with a playful, boyish charm, though I could tell by her vibe that it wouldn't really have mattered what I said, as this girl was down for whatever. Without hesitation, Caroline dropped down to her knees on the Avalon's freshly carpeted floor and began unzipping my pants. She pulled out my cock and took me into her mouth, balls deep. It was amazing. Yeah, now that's gangsta. I had started thinking to myself that I'd come there not just for a blowjob, but to fuck this girl, but I was paralyzed in my seat with pleasure and decided to just kick back, relax, and enjoy it. I brushed my palm against the foggy back window to check on Mike and Helene, just to make sure there wouldn't be any interruptions. I noticed the two of them sitting outside in the middle of Helene's driveway, smoking cigarettes. Perfect. Mike was talking Helene's ear off, not trying to impress her or spit any game, but simply keeping her occupied while I handled business. That, my friends, is a real wingman. Unselfish and unjust. "I love your cock," Caroline said. "Shh, don't talk with your mouth full," I said jokingly, as I ran my fingers through her silky brown hair. Caroline continued sucking my cock and licking my balls, then looked up into my eyes seductively as she continued stroking it. "Baby, I want to taste it," she told me. "Oh my God, this is fucking amazing." I ran my fingers through her hair, and she put her mouth back on my cock and started using her hand jacking me off now even harder. I was so turned on that I couldn't hold my load back another second and exploded down the back of her throat, though the fun didn't just stop there. "Where'd it go?" I asked her. I had to make sure she wasn't one of those weird girls that spits. I didn't want to have to explain to my mom why there were fucking cum stains all over her new carpet. Caroline raised her eyebrows at me while biting her lower lip flirtatiously and seductively. "You're not gonna find it," she told me. Apparently, Caroline had just swallowed every last drop of my huge, hot white load. I leaned back and blurted out a line from Neil Diamond's song, "Sweet Caroline." I just couldn't resist. "Sweet care, oh Livine," singing, "Oh, oh, oh. Good times never seem so good." Caroline burst out laughing. "So, you liked it, huh?" she asked me. "Oh my God," I replied. "That was amazing." After that, I thought she was going to have to get back to her friend, as we'd now been down in the car for about a good 20 minutes or so. But she stayed down on the floor of the car, as if feeling right at home, and continued to suck on my cock yet again for another 45 minutes until I came a second time. Back-to-back blowjobs on the first date? Damn, this chick is a keeper for sure. I was enjoying the rock star treatment, and afterward I smiled and leaned back, nestling deep into the Avalon's cool, comfortable, cushiony leather seats, interlacing my hands behind my head. Finally, this was where I wanted to be. This was how I wanted to be living, getting paid and getting laid. This was the life I'd been dreaming about. These were the moments I'd stayed up late at night, lying in bed, fantasizing about and yearning for. To me, this is what being pro was all about. And best of all, I knew that this was only the beginning. "I'd like to see you again," I told Caroline. "Sure, I'd love to," she replied happily. Caroline and I had made plans to meet up again later in the week, though this time it would be just the two of us, and I'd seal the deal then. I held her pretty face in my hands and kissed her passionately as we said our goodbyes for the evening. She had shocked the shit out of me. Not at all what I was expecting. I had to see her again. Not just to bang her, but to also see if there might be something more. The electric chemistry between us was just too strong to not at least try and explore any further possibilities. Mike shook both of the girls' hands to maintain his perfect gentlemanly persona and composure, then hopped into the passenger seat of the car. "My fade props, Jay," Mike told me as he pounded my fist. "Thanks, man," I replied, "and dude, I fucking owe ya one, bro. Haha, like oh my God, That bitch gave me some bomb-ass head, bro. She was fucking amazing, bro. Do you, ma'am, Jay? Replied Mike. That's fucking tight, bro. Man, she was being super nice to me, I said, slightly blushing. I kinda like her. She seemed really sweet. Nice, dude, Mike said. That's tight, bro. Most bitches these days ain't about shit. Good pull, man. I flipped on power 106 FM on my mom's stereo, 105.9 FM, to add a bit of background noise while Mike and I gossiped together about all the juicy details of the evening, like two giddy little middle school girls. We drove off into the night, smoking a few more of Mike's 27s, only to make one final stop at Ralph's Grocery Mart. I needed to pick up some Fabries to spray in my mom's car so she wouldn't know that, 1, I'd taken it without her permission for the evening, and 2, I'd been fucking smoking cigarettes in it. Once Mike and I got back to El Segundo, I called up Scott and gave him some money to buy Mike and me a case of beer from the liquor store by my house. Scott came through, but he had work early in the morning, so I blazed him a bowl as a kind and friendly thank you before he took off. After he left, Mike and I just hung out in my garage, got all fucked up, drinking beers, smoking bowls, playing darts, shooting the shit, and celebrating the night's success. Bullseye? For a full dose of nostalgia and next-level soap action, don't miss Oh Nee, a classic Soap Shoes film. Produced by Relate Video Productions and directed by Brendan Smith. Originally distributed on www.relatevideos.com, this 27-minute underground gem racked up several million views during the Wild West era of early 2000s internet, back when AOL chat rooms and dial-up tones still ruled the scene. Featuring pro popers Brendan Smith, Danny Lynch, Paul Cifuentes, Eddie Ramirez, myself, and others, this film captures the raw energy, tricks, and style of the golden era of soaping. You can now stream Oh Nee completely free on my YouTube channel. Play button emoji. Have fun and get your grind on, fellas. https://www.youtube.com/watch. $V=8, A, Spike, 6SX, 5K. Chapter 12. SK8RH8RZ. The corporate entity at Soap did not like nor respect my lifestyle choices, things like smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, or using marijuana, acid, mushrooms, or ecstasy in my spare time. One day, a few members of the executive staff asked if I could step outside with them for a moment. Oh God, what the fuck is this shit? We stepped out into the employee parking lot of the soap shoe factory off Lomita Boulevard in Torrance. My classic black 1983 Trans Am Pontiac Firebird, with the T-tops detached, was parked right out front of the side entrance. The car was fully tricked out with 5% limo tint on all the windows, an Alpine stereo system that pounded through two 12-inch subwoofers in the back, and a sticker slapped across the glove box that read, "Ass, gas, or grass. No one rides for free." Its brand new white California personalized plates gleamed in the sun, mounted to both the front and rear bumpers, proudly stamped with Soap Pro. There were a few moments of silence as I watched them sneer their corporate sneer amongst one another. The fumes of jealousy and hatred began to envelop the vicinity. I could feel it. They proceeded to warn me that they believed my drinking and drug use was unbecoming of the positive, happy, and playful image Soap wanted to project to children. My eyes began to glaze over, slowly rolling into the back of my head. "Oh my God," I blurted out. "What is this shit, a pep talk?" The suits continued to mindlessly blab on and on about their ridiculous philosophy that soaping was, quote-unquote, just for fun, and how the company envisioned a positive, beach-like vibe with little kids laughing, smiling, and sliding around just having fun. After that conversation, it became painfully clear why Soap had chosen Brendan as their perfect poster boy. I felt happy for him. He was set. In their eyes, he could do no wrong with his short, spiky hair, now tipped in blonde highlights, his tacky light blue Kmart Hawaiian shirts, beige cargo shorts, and puka shell necklaces. He was, without a doubt, the exact perfect image they were looking for. I pulled a fresh pack of Marlboro Reds from the pocket of my baggy pants, slapped it against the palm of my hand a few times, tore off the plastic wrapping, flipped 2 Luckies, I always flip 2, it makes me think of scoring threesomes with hot chicks, pulled one out, and lit up. These number-crunching desk jockeys obviously didn't know who the fuck they were talking to. I thought to myself. "I'm a rock star now," I said, taking a slow drag and inhaling the warm smoke deep into my lungs. I 270 degrees backside savannah'd through a kinked rail a few weeks ago, back on tour. I paused, exhaling smoke. Do you know anyone else on this planet who can do that shit? If so, fucking show me, 'cause I'll battle any motherfucker on soaps. I wasn't trying to be a dick, but if someone comes at me with static like that, best believe I'll throw it right back in their fucking face. These fools must not have realized they were fucking with a gangsta. I didn't appreciate that they couldn't see the value, or the raw talent, standing right in front of them. And I was pissed that they had the audacity to try this little scare tactic on me, which I immediately took as a personal attack. From their perspective, it wouldn't have mattered if I'd grinded the biggest rail in the fucking galaxy or landed the hardest, most impossible trick ever, because to them, I was just some guy they were paying to model their shoes and help them sell a product. The business entity behind soap had no real love for the sport, and after that little talk, my attitude simply became, fuck 'em. The people running soap, not the product itself. Eddie had tried to tell me before, but I guess I just didn't want to see it. Now, though, their true colors were shining brighter than ever, and I could no longer ignore the bullshit. The company was supposedly worth around $20 million? Who knows for certain? And sure, $200 an hour might sound like incredible money to some people, but compared to the kind of revenue soap was pulling in and Chris Morris was putting into his pockets, I felt like they weren't paying us fucking jack shit compared to what we were really worth. I told them straight up, the soap team members should be making at least six figures, $100,000 minimum, for the kind of value we were bringing to the company. The time, effort, and energy we all poured into this art form was no joke, and I believed, no, I knew, we all deserved to be compensated for our continuing loyal, unwavering commitment. But instead, they gave me that classic corporate deadpan, as if I was crazy, like I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. But I was dead serious. Time and time again, I told Soap they needed to include our full names in the lower thirds of the videos so people could recognize us as individuals, so we could get the proper respect we undoubtedly deserved. But no one listened. Over and over, they came back with the same tired bullshit line. Well, we don't really view walking from point A to point B as a sport, blah, blah, blah. It was as if they'd been specially trained in some kind of soap shoes brand unmarketing seminar, armed with pre-programmed bullshit responses and excuses designed to dodge the question and keep us in our place. Then they started lecturing me about how my drinking, smoking, drug use, and baggy pants weren't suitable for a corporate office environment. And at that point, they crossed a line. Now they were invading my fucking personal life, and that's when they really started pissing me the fuck off. I'm pro, motherfuckers. I ain't about to change for any of y'all. My fans respect me for who the fuck I am. I'm not doing this for some fucking company that hates me. I'm in this shit for me. I got my dick sucked the other night by a hot bitch because I'm a badass motherfucker, not because I kiss anyone's motherfucking ass. This is self-expression. This is my art form. This is my life. You don't tell me what to do. Ever. I couldn't believe it. These preppy ass, suit-wearing, paper-pushing, keyboard-jockeying motherfuckers, who don't even skate, nor soap, mind you, would have the fucking nerve and audacity to tell me, and every other soaper out there, how it is on our streets, in our world? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are you fucking for real with this fucking bullshit? Oh, hell no. You ever seen a rapper walk into a record label? I asked them. They wear baggy pants and hoodies among all you corporate suit-wearing motherfuckers. It's a statement. It's a division. You got workers, and then you've got fucking talent. So play your fucking part. I'm the realest motherfucker out here living this life. I am fucking Soap Shoes. Y'all are just the fucking machine. And I ain't even getting fucking paid to be here right now, so don't hit me with any of your bullshit. There was no arguing with me. They tried pleading, asking if I could at least grab some smaller size jeans without holes and maybe a button-up collar shirt. I had recently just started interning at Soap's corporate office, and they felt the more corporate look would be more suitable. I told them, fine. It was an office job, a corner office in fact, all to myself. Sure, I'd go buy some outfit specifically for that gig. But let me be perfectly clear. I wasn't happy about it. That wasn't me. I was a badass skater. I wore massive, baggy pants. I smoked, I drank, I used drugs, I listened to rap music, I cursed when I talked, and I had no shame hooking up with random young hotties. That's who I was, and I wasn't going to change for anyone. Ryan Jaunzemis, smoking a Marlboro Red, drinking a Budweiser beer. Rocking fresh white bolters, size 46, solo jeans, and Senate Ha logo hoodie. Sea Breeze Apartments, El Segundo, California, 1999. This is fucking bullshit, I muttered as I flicked my cigarette into the planter as I always did. That's when they hit me again with their little etiquette seminar. Yeah? And if you're gonna smoke, we'd like you to throw your cigarette butts over there in the trash. Or perhaps smoke somewhere off property. Apparently, my ritual of flicking butts into the planter by the front entrance wasn't appreciated. Not that I gave a shit. As far as I knew, I was the only one at the company who even smoked. They walked back into the building, quietly shaking their heads in pure disapproval. Corporate puppets trying to make sense of a creature they'd never understand. I just sat there for a minute, slipped my keys into the ignition of the Firebird, leaned back, and pressed play on my new Alpine CD player. Daz Dillinger's Retaliation, Revenge, and Get Back album came on, track, Oh No. There in the parking lot, I climbed up onto the trunk of the car, perched like a king surveying the ruins of a fake-ass empire, lit another cigarette, and tried to decompress. What the fuck, man? These dudes were just jealous. That's all this ever was. I'm fucking on TV now, pulling girls, getting my fucking dick sucked, rocking free gear and fresh-ass shoes. These clowns? They probably ain't seen a piece of pussy in years. I'm making more in one day than they do in a fucking week, and now they want to tell me how to act? Yeah, okay. Fuck 'em. I should have known some kind of hate would catch up eventually. It always does when you're leveling up. So, I caved. Just enough to keep the peace. Picked up a cheap-ass suit and tie from Walmart, figured I'd throw it on for work, let them think they won for a minute. Keep the wolves at bay. But real talk? Wearing that suit actually felt kinda dope. Cruising down the 405 in the morning traffic, I started noticing it. More girls smiling at me from the next lane over, waving. I'd catch their eye and think, "Sup, girl? Shit, I'd like to hit that." It was a vibe. I rolled into the office clean, suit and tie, yeah, but my way. Dress pants sagged just enough in the back, and instead of those played-out loafers they recommended, I laced up a brand new pair of all-black cleans. Surprisingly, that look seemed to satisfy them, for now. But that moment wasn't gonna last. Ryan Jaunzemis puffing on a cigar at a house party with friends. Brendan Smith, left, Nick Smith, right. Sea Breeze Apartments, El Segundo, California, 1999. Fire emoji? The history of soap shoes, athletic shoe emoji, fire emoji. Watch my personal section of Lords of Soaptown, free on YouTube. Courtesy of producer and director Jason Clam, you can now watch my exclusive 1900 Hours Minute, Ryan Jaunzemis, Rennie Castillo, and Soap Shoes section of Lords of Soaptown for free on YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=Giebert76 https://tubitree.com/movies/50859/Lords of Soaptown 2btv.com, free. But if you want the full story, the entire feature-length, 98-minute documentary is available on DVD on Amazon. Ever wondered where soap shoes came from? Before soaping, before parkour, there was freestyle walking. 4 innovators, Brandon Kennedy, Mike Rempert, Tom Maudier, and Brian White, created a sport that was first laughed off as a joke. But what started as a simple stunt exploded into a multi-million-dollar movement. Then came Chris Morris, the man who took their idea, patented it, and transformed it into soap shoes, an iconic phenomenon that would eventually make its way into Sonic the Hedgehog and leave its mark on extreme sports history. ? This is the unbelievable true story of freestyle walking, fire emoji. ? Own your copy of Lords of Soaptown today. On DVD, optical disc emoji. https://www.amazon.com/lords, Soaptown Jason, Michael Worden, /DP/B01N8P7F8Q. Lords of Soaptown, IMDb review. A Twitter post by producer/director Jason Clam, giving shoutouts to the interviewees, including yours truly, 2016. Ryan Jaunzemis, screenshot from film, 2016. Ben Kelly, screenshot from film, 2016. Chris Morris, CEO Soap Shoes, screenshot from film, 2016. Chapter 13. Canada representing. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound at the front door. Ugh, What the fuck is this shit, man? I thought. I shot up at the sound, still groggy, barely registering what time it was. The knocking persisted, so I shuffled to the window and peeled back the mini blinds to check the porch. Standing there was this young, nerdy-looking white kid, bright green shirt, reading glasses, and a big goofy-ass grin stretched across his face like he'd just won a contest. At first glance, I figured it was the paperboy again, probably coming to collect from my mom for the Daily Breeze, a local Los Angeles paper. I held up one finger, signaling, "Hang tight," threw on my black fuzzy suede bathrobe, and cracked open the front door. Sup, dog," I mumbled, nodding at him, still half asleep. "Are you Ryan J?" he asked. Last time I checked," I said, trying to place him. "Who the hell is this kid?" "Wanna go soaping?" he asked, just like that. I blinked, caught off guard. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I had a good feeling. "Oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna go with this." "Sure," I said, shrugging. I was down for the adventure. "I'm Greg," he exclaimed. "I just got here from Canada. I heard about you from the Relate Soap video. Canada? WTF? I'm gonna need some fucking coffee." "Come on in, man," I told Greg, motioning him inside. "What in the fuck is going on here?" His name was Greg Cumberford, and he explained that he and his buddy Atlee were huge fans of soap shoes. He'd seen the soap team in that VHS video, got hyped, and decided to look me up in the yellow pages to find my address. "You know you could have just called, bro." "Haha," I said, handing him an ice-cold wild cherry Pepsi from the fridge. I had to admit, I admired the initiative. Straight up ballsy. "Haha, my bad," he laughed, genuinely, then informed me that he was on vacation from Canada, finally living out his dream of visiting the California coast. He'd always wanted to hit up the beach, and figured while he was down here, he might as well go soaping and try to meet some of the guys from the team. Still half in disbelief, I walked over to the wall-mounted phone and dialed up Brendan. "Dude, guess what just showed up on my fucking doorstep, bro?" I said, trying to keep the excitement in check as I explained the situation. "Haha, what the hell? That's crazy, dude," Brendan shot back. "I gotta meet this kid." I told Brendan to come pick us up, and I also called up Danny and Paul. We took Greg down to El Porto in Manhattan Beach to give him a proper taste of California. Greg had never been outside of Canada before, and he was super excited. Once we all arrived at El Porto, Greg front sighted a small 10-stair handrail that led down toward the bike path. I hooked him up with a few soap shirts, a bunch of soap stickers, and a brand new pair of autographed white bolters, which had him jumping up and down with excitement. Ryan Jaunzemis left. Greg Cumberford from Canada, creator of www.soapshoe.com, right. Soaping at El Porto Rails, El Porto Beach, Manhattan Beach, California, 1999. Greg was only down for the weekend, but after he flew back home, he and I began emailing each other more regularly. I started telling Greg about all the drama going on with Soap, the company, and how they were straight up hating on me. Greg was a hardcore soaper and totally saw it from our point of view, that soaping was in fact a sport. He told me that he and his friend Atlee soaped every single day, along with a whole crew of other soapers up in Canada, and that they all felt the same way. He said it was total bullshit that soap wouldn't give us the respect or the compensation we deserved. Greg also told me that all the soapers from his scene up north thought our Relate crew had mad skills, so I decided to hook him and his friends up with a care package. A bunch of soap stickers, t-shirts, hats, and videos. Brendan even FedExed him a few copies of his new video "Oh Nee" to hand out to his close friends, who were all super appreciative. A few weeks later, Greg emailed me again and told me he was working on something with Atlee, something that could potentially change the entire soaping community. He asked if he could use my name and a few of my images for a special surprise he was putting together. I was genuinely grateful that someone was finally showing the soaping community some love, so I mailed him a few still shots Sarah had taken of me at the high school busting out. This, I thought, is what real friends do. They don't tell you what you can't do, they help you do the things you can do. A few weeks later, I got an email in my AOL inbox with a link. www.soapshoe.com/Ryan Jaunzemis. I clicked it, and there it was. My name, written in bold, all capital letters, Ryan Jaunzemis, blazing in green flames across the screen, complete with pictures, videos, and a full interview. Throwback to the 90s AOL era, this fan site was created by Greg Cumberford and Atlee from Canada, 1999. They built the page in tribute, featuring my name with green flames. The site included an interview, pictures, and multiple short video clips. www.soapshoe.com/Ryan. Jaunzemis. What the fuck? Sarah, come check this out, I shouted. Oh baby, I'm so proud of you, she said, throwing her arms around me and giving me a big hug and kiss. That night we went out to dinner at the Olive Garden to celebrate. Some rich, creamy chicken, Alfredo, and hot, buttery breadsticks were definitely in order. We toasted with creamy iced Italian-flavored sodas and laughed between bites, savoring that warm, carb-loaded comfort food like it was a holiday feast. Still technically separated at the time, but still friends. And still trying to work things out between us, once again. Greg had even sampled a few of my video clips from the original Soap Shoes international sales commercials from 1997 and 1998, the ones I had mailed him, and blended in some footage from Brendan's Oh Knee video. He also added a ton of photos and even wrote a full personal bio about me. Greg, you rock, I wrote him back in an email. The dude had heart. His loyalty and follow-through had genuinely earned my respect. In what felt like no time at all, Greg's SoapShoe.com started pulling more online traffic than Soap's official site, SoapShoes.com. And then it exploded. Fan sites started popping up left and right. And my inbox, straight up flooded with Soap Shoe fan mail. Soapers from all around the world were hitting me up on AOL, America Online, Instant Messenger, IM, asking every question imaginable. What's your favorite place to soap? What's your favorite soap shoe? Are you supposed to wax rails? Can you do flips in soaps? Stuff like that. And then came the female fans. High school girls, and even some middle school girls, would IM me completely out of nowhere the moment they saw my screen name light up. Hey QT, 90s slang for cutie, what's up? Hey hot. We saw you guys on tour, my name is... blah. Do you have a GF? Man, that shit had me cracking up. Some of them even sent me random fucking boob shots and naked pictures. Score. It turned out that some of the other guys on the team were getting similar kinds of fan mail too. The inside joke among us was that, apparently, when you're a pro soaper, all the 12-year-old girls suddenly want to marry you. One in particular had been emailing me obsessively, like 30 to 40 plus times a day, telling me she loved me, that we were married, and that I was her husband now. XD. At first, I thought it was kind of funny and even a little cute. But after a few days of getting hundreds and hundreds of fucking messages, literally flooding my inbox, it started getting out of hand. I finally had to block her and a bunch of others. I felt kind of bad doing it, but it was seriously getting ridiculous. People were even mailing their Soap Sponsor Me videos directly to Soap's corporate office, addressing the packages too. Soap Shoes, attention. Ryan J., care of Soap Shoes, 3109 Lomita Boulevard, Torrance, California, 90505. I'd come in to turn in my weekly soap journal or to do my internship training, and I'd always find a big box of yellow manila envelopes stacked in the mailroom, stuffed full of VHS tapes, sketches of new shoe designs, or handwritten letters from aspiring soapers trying to get noticed. Brendan's new video production company, Relate Video Productions, had begun selling his video Oh Knee on his new website, www.relatevideoproductions.com. Brendan had stepped up his game big time and was quickly becoming a worldwide soap star. Even though he was coming out on top, he still offered me my own section in his new soap video. Whoa. I knew that Brendan didn't have to put me in his video. He could have just locked me out and taken all of the glory for himself, but he didn't. All this time, I'd seen Brendan as my great soapy nemesis, my competition, my great adversary. But in the end, he turned out to be a kind and loyal friend with a good heart, who, ironically enough, had actually become one of my biggest supporters and assets. His video T-Woe was released live on the internet and found its way into the hands of soap fans around the world. Brendan ended up marketing me more than Soap ever did, or ever planned to. Although Brendan and I didn't see eye to eye on certain issues, I knew that he still had my back. So, I went to Hollywood and got my first tattoo of his Relate Videos logo on my arm, representing his company to the fullest. It was my way of showing mutual respect and offering a personal thank you. Later, I also got the Soap O logo on the outside of the Relate logo. Rare pic of my Soap O logo tattoo in green ink. Alongside the Relate Video Productions logo in blue, left shoulder. Clearwater Beach, Florida, 2005. Paul, Eddie, Justin and I had recently started our own hip-hop group called Lyrical Theory, Suspects in the War of Hip-Hop, and had just recorded our first single, Blunted, in a real studio. Brendan used that track as the musical accompaniment for my section in 2. This way, you can get your soaping and your music out to your peeps at the same time, bro, Brendan told me. Opening shot from my section in Relate Videos, T. Whoa. Hitting a Unity grind down a rail with a 2-story drop on the far side. Set to my new track, Blunted. Watch the full video here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=J55 9 Jude. Brendan was more into poppy, indie rock music, so the fact that he used my gangsta rap track, with me cursing and saying motherfucker in the lyrics, was definitely unexpected. I was excited though, because I knew it would be great exposure, not only for myself as a professional soaper and solo music artist, but also for our group as a whole. Brendan even took the time to teach me how to use Adobe Premiere Pro and Photoshop. He also helped me design new logos and CD covers for our group, as well as for a few of my solo projects I'd been working on at the time. Paul Cifuentes left. Ryan Jaunzemis right. Recording Blunted in the vocal booth at 6 Point Studios. Gardena, California, 2000. Lyrical theory. Suspects in the war of hip-hop. After Brendan taught me how to use Adobe Photoshop, I designed our new band logo. Justin and I had decided to celebrate, so we flew off to New York for a little mini vacation. On the flight back home, I was fast asleep, sprawled out across 3 seats in coach, when I was suddenly awakened by a male flight attendant gently tapping the sole of one of my shoes. "Oh, ha, you've got soaps," he said excitedly. I muttered, still half asleep. "Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you know about soap shoes?" I asked. "Yeah, are you Ryan J from that video oh nee?" he asked me. "No shit, this dude knows what's up." "Yeah, haha. Hell yeah, bro," I said, shaking his hand. "What's up, man?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, but I love soaps, man. My cousin showed me that video nee a few months ago, and I've been meaning to get a pair," he said. "Yeah, they're fun, man. You'll love them," I replied. "I'd love to hear more of your adventures. Do you and your friend want to come up to first class? I've got a bunch of open seats up there," he offered. "Fuck yeah," I said. "Thank you. That's fucking awesome, bro." The flight attendant brought Justin and I up to first class and hand-made us some freshly squeezed orange smoothies. The drinks were smooth, cool, and incredibly refreshing. "Haha, that's funny, man. You're like a celebrity now." "That's tight. Cheers, man. Congrats," Justin said from across the first-class aisle. We both lifted our armrests so we could fully stretch out and relax, each of us now taking up 2 seats like real pimps. Justin raised his smoothie glass in a toast. Ching, our smoothie glasses clinking. "Rock stars," I said, as our glasses touched. At that moment, I slowly reclined back into Delta's soft, cushiony, dark green first-class leather seat. "This is real life right here, man. Can I get a picture of you, bro?" the flight attendant asked. "I want to show my cousin. He'll trip out." "Sure, man, of course," I replied. "And if you guys are ever in Ella, holla at ya boy sometime. I'll show you guys some tricks to help you get good fast," I added as I wrote my contact info on the napkin he'd placed beneath my smoothie. Hey, look at all those suckers back in coach." I glanced back toward coach and released a silent thank you out into the universe. I felt genuinely appreciative of this new life I was living, and I began to feel like things were finally starting to fall into place. Today, soap. Tomorrow, the world. Flying high in first class, sipping an orange smoothie. And throwing up the west side, Delta Airlines leather seats. Courtesy of a soap fan flight attendant who hooked it up. On the way back from our New York New Year's Eve vacation. New York, 2000. Staring back at all the suckers in coach. A few months passed by when Brendan called to tell me that his new soap video, T-Woe, was finally done being edited, and was already on its way back from duplication. Justin and I drove over to Brendan's house to check it out. His living room was piled floor to ceiling with brown cardboard boxes containing hundreds of copies of T-Woe, which he planned to sell online alongside his first video, Oh Nee, through his new website. "Congratulations, man," I told him. The product and cover art looked clean. I was genuinely impressed. Well, other than the fact that he wrote, "Soaping is not a sport" on the back cover, in an effort to make the project more appealing to mainstream viewers. Personally, I wished he'd focused the message more toward our core audience, for soapers, by soapers kind of deal, but hey, it was all good. Brendan handed me a copy and poured us all a shot of Malibu rum to celebrate. "Cheers," he said. Cocklin clink. The sound of our shot glasses toasting. Cheers! Justin and I replied in unison. I popped the tape into the VCR, heart racing with excitement. Holding the finished product in my hands, my section inside was surreal. It felt like the culmination of years of sweat, hustle, and dreams. This wasn't just a video, it was legacy material. Something I'd want to keep forever. Something I'd one day pass down to my kids so they could be proud of what their pops built. We all kicked back and pressed play. When my section hit, my name appeared blazing in an animated flame, just like the green fire Greg had created for me on his soapshoe.com site. My track blunted, dropped hard in the background. It hit different. It felt fucking pimp. I did it. I finally made it. I'm fucking pro now for real. Haha, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Justin suddenly blurted out. Haha, what? What foo? I asked him, half laughing, half confused. I knew you were fucking flamin', bro. I just knew it. Haha. Justin cracked, trying to bust my balls again as usual. Haha, shut up, foo, I told him, flipping him the bird. Haha. That shit is funny though. Peast, fuck yeah, haha, Justin said, channeling that over-the-top gay-sounding Kenneth type voice. Yo mama, haha, I shot back. The three of us collapsed in laughter, kicking back on Brendan's little black folding futon bed/couch, the room echoing with jokes and joy. Good times, real ones. Screenshot of the animated title card from my personal section in Relate Videos TWO, my name in bold chrome lettering ignited in animated flames. A fiery intro for what was about to go down. Ryan Jaunzemis, Team Relate Pro Rider. Wearing a black hoodie with the blue Relate logo. Shoes featured, black and gray, ordnance with blue UHF plates. Ryan Jaunzemis, drop UFO to fakie, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale to fakie. Down rail with two-story drop on the other side. Beverly Hills High School, Beverly Hills, California. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale to fakie, on ledge inside of El Segundo High School. With two-story drop on the other side, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, 270 degrees backside Savannah to fakie. University of California, Irvine, UCI, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale to fakie down cement ledge. With two-story drop on the other side. University of California, Irvine, UCI, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, Pateau to fakie. University of California, Irvine, UCI, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, backslide to fakie. University of California, Irvine, UCI, CA. Ryan Jaunzemis, backside to fakie down heart attack kinked rail. Alta Vista Park, Redondo Beach, California. Ryan Jaunzemis, frontside to backflip off of cement ledge. Republic Bank, 23133 Hawthorne Boulevard, Torrance, California. Justin Elkins, beer in hand, and rocking the classic white soap hat. En route to tear up the night. Dude, we're throwing a fucking party, bro. Fuck it, Justin said, eyes wide with that chaotic spark. His dad, Bill, was out of town on business, but had left Justin the checkbook on the kitchen counter, just in case he needed some groceries or whatever. Justin saw that green light and sprinted through it. He grabbed the phone and called up Kinked-out, that sketchy little late-night home delivery joint that didn't ask too many questions. Within the hour, they pulled up with 12 cases of Heineken, 2 cartons of cigarettes, Marlboro Reds for me, Marlboro Lights for him, a whole-ass cheesecake, which, of course, we later launched off the balcony at unsuspecting pedestrians as the night devolved, some ice cream, a few 2 liters of Coke, bags of chips, and a dozen cans of whipped cream. For nitrous hits, naturally, just like in Night at the Roxbury. Then came the guest list. Justin dialed up a bunch of high school girls he'd met a few days earlier. They were already starry-eyed over his new car. He'd been cruising laps around the high school during lunch hour, bumping his system loud enough to make the ground thump. It was a ritual we'd watched the seniors and recent El Segundo alumni do when they got their rides, back when we were still wide-eyed freshmen. Now, it was our turn. The upperclassmen had set the blueprint. They'd floss their rides like royalty, revving engines at red lights. If it was a stick, they'd let the clutch growl. If it was automatic, they'd hold the brake with one foot and rhythmically punch the gas with the other, making the whole car shake with attitude. They'd stake out intersections like Main Street and Mariposa, or Main and West Palm, right in front of El Segundo High, and let the bass lines from their custom stereo systems thump like war drums. Heads turned. Girls noticed. So when we finally got our own cars, that was the first thing we had to do. Yo, let's make this party more official, I said, already envisioning hors d'oeuvres and stupid little decorations, leaning fully into the absurdity of it all. Fuck it, I'm down, Justin replied. Let's hit up Party City over in Hawthorne. It's off fucking Rosecrans, I said. Oh, and the bakery too. I want to get, like, a cake and shit. Cool, Justin replied. Justin paused and pointed. Hey, unclick the handle. Cha chic. The sound of the convertible top unlatching. We hopped into Justin's convertible, dropped the top like kings, and threw in Juvenile's 400 Degrees. The moment that beat from Back That Ass Up hit, we both started bouncing, the speakers thumping as we cruised down the boulevard. Wind in our faces, vibe on max, out to grab party supplies like we were prepping for a mini Vegas in El Segundo. Justin Elkins, rolling through in his red Pontiac Sunbird. Soap bumper sticker on the trunk, bumping 210, Sony X-Plod subs. With the bass turned all the way up. Justin burned through a few more of his dad's checks like a man on a mission. Party City didn't stand a chance. We left with a rented helium tank, a mountain of balloons, a piñata shaped like a donkey on ecstasy, and enough candy to fuel an elementary school riot. Later that night, Justin tacked on a fleet of pizzas to the growing tab, sealing the deal that this party was going to be stupid in all the right ways. Meanwhile, I made a solo mission to the bakery and went full custom order. This had to be a cake fit for a legend. I requested a multi-layer champagne cake with cream filling, topped with Soap's O logo meticulously frosted in blue icing with a black outline, dusted in edible glitter, and wrapped with a frilly blue border like it was ready for its own photo shoot. They told us it'd be ready by evening, and that was perfect. We had to go big time. Because for me, this wasn't just a party. It was a celebration of arrival. Every fiber in my being buzzed with anticipation, not from sugar or helium fumes, but from that six-figure paycheck I could practically feel waiting for me on Chris Morris's desk. $100,000? I wasn't just dreaming anymore. I was stepping into it. Custom white multi-layer champagne cake with cream filling and blue trim. And the classic Sopo logo on top, ordered to celebrate. As the bakery lady lifted the box, revealing the masterpiece we'd ordered, my eyes widened. Yeah, motherfucker, that's the shit right there. Uck, I blurted out, channeling some deep Master P energy, the noise escaping me in pure excitement. I turned toward Justin, already grinning, and said, I don't even know if I want to eat it, dude. I just think this thing's gonna make a dope centerpiece for the party, you know? It'll set the tone. The bitches are gonna be all about it. Haha, you're so gay, foo. Oh my god, Justin laughed, shaking his head. Ha ha, shut up, foo. Nah, for real though. I'm telling you, man, the bitches, they love a guy who knows how it do. You know what I'm saying, yo? I shot back, trying to keep my street cred intact, despite Justin's relentless teasing and ball-busting. Dude, what's with the fucking accent these days? You're not fucking black, dude. Ha. Dude starts listening to fucking Eminem and sells a dime bag of weed, and now he thinks he's a fucking gangster and shit. Aha, Justin said, laughing even harder. Shut up, foo. I know what I'm doing, dog, I muttered, shaking my head as if I wasn't taking the bait. Justin just stared at me, shaking his head. Wow. As the party kicked into gear, I leaned forward on the couch, breaking up some weed over Justin's dad's coffee table, rolling it into joints. I wasn't planning on smoking any myself. I needed to keep my head clear for the night and keep my game sharp. The goal was simple, get some attention from the girls. But at the same time, I wanted them to know that this was a real party, a gangsta vibe, and it was all good if they felt like getting wild and freaky. I always liked having a loaded bong sitting out, or a couple of lines of cocaine on a small mirror with a razor blade at the ready. It sets the tone right away, lets people know it's cool to be themselves, no judgments. Instantly, the vibe is established. This isn't just some random get-together where people sit around talking about work or the weather. No, this was a party. So this is my homie Ryan. Justin began as he started introducing me to the girls. He's a pro skater. He's about to sign a six-figure deal with a skate shoe company. That's what we're celebrating tonight. The cake over there is the company logo. The girls immediately started swooning, giving me those looks. A pro skater, huh? That's fucking hot, they said, all wide-eyed. Hell yeah. Justin's going to be my manager, I said, grinning at the girls. Once I sign these contracts, We're hitting Vegas to celebrate. We'll rent a limo, cruise the strip, and y'all better be there, for real. We're gonna be fucking balling, Justin added, getting up to pop and West Side Connection's Bow Down into the CD player. He cranked up the volume, and the bass rumbled through the room. The world is mine, nigga. Get back. Don't fuck with my stack. The gauge is racked. About to drop the bomb. I'm the motherfucking Don. Big fish in a small pond. The music bumped, vibrating the walls. We were all cracking jokes, laughing, toasting, and getting hammered. Some of the guys were hitting my red 5-foot bong in the bathroom, while Justin and I played spin the bottle with an empty Heineken, enjoying the random makeouts with the girls. I was getting seriously wasted, and, in a haze of drunken confidence, I pulled out a $100 bill from my wallet, knowing there would be plenty more where that came from. I rolled it up, then flicked open my Zippo and lit the end. Cha-chang, the familiar sound of the Zippo lighter opening. "Ha-ha, yo, check this shit out," I said as I started puffing the $100 bill like a cigar, like I was some kind of super baller. Puffing the burning $100 bill tasted fucking disgusting, but it was just something fun and spontaneous to do in the moment. The group then exploded into laughter. After that, Justin pulled some big-tittied girl from Mira Costa High School over to his couch and started macking out with her hard, and I ended up having a 4-way make-out session with 3 of the other girls there. Shit was fucking pimp as fuck. Later, I was down in the jacuzzi with 2 other hot girls, who I ended up taking back into the corner of the apartment complex underground garage, who both ended up giving me a double blowjob. Being pro is so fucking pimp, bro. Look at these fucking bitches sucking on my dick. By the end of the evening, I was fucking high and drunk. My plan to stay clear-headed had since flown out the window. By the end of the night, all I could remember was leaning up against someone's car, my swim trunks down around my ankles, a beer in one hand, and a Marlboro Red in the other, while these 2 hot chicks were lip-locked together, sliding their mouths up and down around my cock. "You like when we do that?" one of the girls asked me. "Do you right?" "Uck, hell yeah," I replied, enjoying the rock star treatment. The 2 girls would stop periodically just for a mere second or two, so as to kiss and make out with each other, which naturally began slowly teasing and turning me on even more. Minutes later, I exploded into both of their mouths and all over both of their faces. I was laughing out loud to myself hysterically, while both girls were still making out with each other, even after I'd busted a nut. I set my beer down on the trunk of a nearby car and was throwing up a West Side hand gesture, feeling like a straight-up G. Yo, this shit is so fucking gangsta. I was in complete awe as to what was happening. I was absolutely loving IT. And I wondered to myself, where will it go from here? Ryan Jaunzemis, left. Justin Elkins, right. Dropping acid and vibing out to music at Justin's house. Hermosa Beach, California, 2000. Relate videos. TWO, fire, emoji. The highly anticipated sequel to the original underground cult classic, Oh Ni Ti Wo, pushes the limits with more danger, more rails, and more rooftop chaos. Filmed and produced by Brendan Smith, Ti Wo raised the bar for soap videos forever. A must-own for any true fan of the movement. Featuring international pro soapers, Brendan Smith, Danny Lynch, Paul Cifuentes, Eddie Ramirez, Joey Barbera, E.J. Stüssy, Ryan Jaunzemis, and others. As seen worldwide on www.relatevideoproductions.com, 2001. Watch the full 35-minute movie free on my YouTube channel. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=J55 Jude. All I ever wanted was to soap, smoke bud, party, bang my chick, and have a good time. But life had other plans. Ryan Jaunzemis, poolside selfie. Shoes featured, white bolters. Sea Breeze Apartments, El Segundo, California, 1999. Chapter 14. Fired from Soap. Chris Morris, CEO, Soap Shoes. Soap Shoes Corporate Office, Torrance, California, 1999. The blue soap logo glinted above the glass entrance like a crown jewel. I'd grown tired of waiting for Soap's marketing team to get their fucking act together. These guys had a fucking gold mine sitting right in front of them. They'd staked their claim, but didn't have the tools or the know-how to mine it. They needed my help. So I thought to myself, what if I actually got a real job within the corporate entity of Soap? That way, I could work with them from the inside, as an equal, and maybe help shift their poor habitual patterns of thinking. I'd recently started interning at Soap's corporate office. I was volunteering to do paperwork, learning how they handled clients, filing random papers and sales reports for whoever needed it, taking shipping orders, filling out airway bills, basically anything that would help me better understand how the company really operated. I wanted the behind-the-scenes information, or any other useful tidbits of information that might help me leverage a more tactful advantage. For example, when was the next trade show? How could I submit ideas for new shoe concept designs? Who was the exact person to talk to about color or style changes on future shoes, and what was their contact information? Etc. The soap journals I'd been submitting didn't seem to be persuading them to change anything. Not a single suggestion from me or any of the other team members was ever implemented. Honestly, I started to wonder, what was even the fucking point of even turning them in if they weren't planning to use any of our fucking ideas anyway? So, I threw a resume together on Microsoft Word, suited up properly, and approached the company from an entirely new angle. Chris Morris hired me on the spot as a marketing assistant. "Sure, we'll give you a shot," Morris told me. I love signing big checks. Awesome. A marketing assistant. I thought, expecting a salary somewhere in the range of $50K, $80K, and of course, full benefits included. Hell yes. A moderately fair wage for what was now a multi-million-dollar, internationally run company. "I can start you at $8 an hour," Morris said excitedly. $8 an hour? What the fuck? "What do you think about that?" Morris asked me. "You?" I gasped. "The fuck is this shit?" "It would be part-time for now," Morris continued. "Probably 3 days a week, 8-hour shifts, 1-hour walk-away lunches. Go ahead and break whenever you want, man. Just don't forget to clock out and back in for lunch." What the fuck? You're not even going to pay me for fucking lunch break? I'd be making more money working at a fucking Walmart. I was furious. At $168 a week, $672 a month? I calculated that, after taxes, my take-home would be barely like $500 a month. WTF? Provided I even stayed sober long enough and actually showed up for all my little shitty scheduled shifts. What a fucking rip-off, man. I make more in one day on a fucking photo shoot. This is fucking bullshit. I was expecting at least somewhere between $17, $45 plus an hour for a quote-unquote corporate gig, so needless to say, I wasn't at all impressed. Still, I managed to suck it up, biting my tongue and holding on to high hopes that my ideas and marketing strategies would eventually generate real revenue for the company, and that, in turn, would hopefully result in me getting paid more. I was willing to take the chance. I figured the employees, though they seemed a bit unpolished and highly underqualified, couldn't possibly be so foolish and idiotic as to ignore my input. Especially since the marketing principles I intended to implement weren't just random gimmicks, they were scientifically grounded, backed by proven, tried and tested research and hard data, and guaranteed, with mathematical certainty, in my opinion, to increase profits. Not maybe, not hopefully, absolutely. I knew it was just a matter of getting my foot in the front door, then showing them what I could do. Still, I was rightfully pissed the fuck off, because in the meantime I was, now once again, going to have to get yet another fucking stupid side job just to supplement my damn near poverty level income. "You can either have that cubicle," Morris continued, pointing towards a small vacant workspace, "or you could take the corner office over that way. It has a door with a lock, gives you a little more privacy. It's better." "Oh, most def. I like that shit," I replied, nodding in agreement. Morris walked me over to the small vacant corner office. I was excited, at first. Not every 19-year-old has his own corner office in a corporate environment. And relaxing and reclining in a leather chair? That sure as hell beat the fuck out of scooping fucking ice cream or mopping motherfucking floors. But let's be real here. At $8 an hour, it still didn't feel like a real job. And in the end, it would later turn out to be one of the biggest fucking wastes of my time yet. The soap factory was one massive 2-story building divided into 2 main sections, the corporate offices and the warehouse. My corner office wasn't exactly a palace, only about in 7x6, perhaps a 7x7 room, about the size of a small bathroom. Definitely bigger than some people's setups or cubicles, sure, but still microscopic by my standards. It came furnished with a small desk, computer, printer, black leather swivel chair, small filing cabinet, and a small table along on the opposite wall, likely meant for sorting paperwork. One key feature, it had a window overlooking the 80,000 square foot warehouse. A vast storage space packed with thousands upon thousands of soap shoe pallets, constantly being loaded and shipped out internationally. The layout was just enough to type at the desk, then swivel around to sort papers on the table. That's it. Directly below my window to the left stood the giant 12-foot wooden half-pipe we'd all built by hand on another random weekend shift, still painted white, with rainbow tie-dye swirls left over from Danny's recent Austin Powers parody video, Shag This. I leaned my brand new shiny brown Chris Edwards chocolates against the desk. My new rollerblades at the time. Every lunch break I could, I'd lace up and hit the ramp, dropping in, grinding the coping, and launching a huge McTwist that thundered through the warehouse. God, it was a rush. Vert skating had been a love of mine ever since my very first drop-in at the Edge. The word-of-mouth marketing strategy Soap had chosen to implement? Completely fucking unrealistic. There was no way that tactic alone was going to bring in real, scalable revenue. I understood something they didn't, or wouldn't admit. To help myself, I first had to help them. That was a win-win. Hell, throw in the customer too and you've got a win-win-win. More money for Soap, more money for me, and a superior product for the consumer. I had a marketing blueprint that could take their $20 million brand and scale it to over $200 million overnight. And I meant that literally. But there was a deeper issue. The shoes didn't even work properly. Out of all the soap journals I'd submitted, suggesting things, such as adding resistors to the sides, altering the plastic polymer to help grind slower and more controlled and prevent falls and injuries, etc., re-engineering the sole for greater friction and control, etc., etc., and so on and so forth. Not a single suggestion had ever been implemented. They ignored it all. Soap seemed more focused on aesthetics, on how the shoes looked rather than how they performed. On day, during an afternoon boardroom meeting, I'd finally had enough. Dude, I began, measured but firm, aiming to hit that sweet spot between bluntness and persuasion. You can package shit in a nice box, tie a cutesy little bow on it, make it look real pretty, but it's still shit. Wouldn't it be better to deliver a fucking product that actually works, and also looks good? Why not do both? If we're gonna do this, let's do it right. Let's create something we can all really stand behind of and be proud of. Let's start by rolling out some brand new prototypes. Isn't that the whole point of having a testing team in the first place? Let's start with the chemistry of the plastic. It should be made to grind slower and more controlled. You should be focused on the functionality of the shoe first, and aesthetics afterwards. You can always change the fucking look or color later on once you know the shit actually works. And no, I wasn't literally calling their shoes shit, but come on. I was making a point. And seriously, if they couldn't grasp the fucking metaphor, then they had no fucking business at all in that fucking boardroom. Their response? Well, the product works. And really, it's more just about having fun. Urgig fuck. Not this fucking shit again. Of all the sales and marketing meetings I sat through, at least 99% of the time, if not more, I found myself silently asking the same question. What the actual fuck am I even doing here? These people didn't listen to a fucking word I said. Ever. The meetings were a circus. Half the staff just sat around stuffing their faces with donuts and Pringles, guzzling coffee like it was fucking rocket fuel, cracking half-baked jokes, and fantasizing about their next vacation. Then, like clockwork, they'd all start bitching about their 401ks and retirement plans. Like their pensions were just going to magically fucking manifest themselves out of thin air while they all sat there contributing absolutely nothing. Just random, lazy, hollow fluff talk. No urgency, no fire, no accountability, no real fucking work being done. God, what a bunch of fucking idiots. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there thinking, why? Why the fuck am I wasting my time in this goddamn zoo? I could be out grinding on the streets and getting good. Skating, training, working out, kicking it in a jacuzzi with a couple of hot bitches that I met on tour. Or sparking up a fatty joint, downloading music albums off the Pirate Bay, Bearshare, LimeWire. Chatting to bitches on AOL.com, maybe rewatching that new South Park movie again. Bigger, longer, and uncut. Actually living. But instead, I'm trapped in a fluorescent-lit room with a bunch of old out-of-touch clowns who talk about business like it's a fucking fantasy football league. Finally, I snapped. Hello, you who people? I said it loud enough to slice right through the room's glazed-over donut fog and pointless chatter. If you don't actually start selling some fucking shoes, that precious retirement plan you're all whining about? I leaned forward, letting it land. It's not gonna exist. I scanned the room, holding eye contact with no one and everyone. Hell, this whole company won't even be here in 20 years, the way you're all running shit. The white bolters, for example, in my opinion, looked awesome on the surface. Superficially, they were fire. But for actual street use? Total fucking nightmare. The leather and plastic on the outside were so slick, it felt like trying to grind on fucking glass, even with a huge fat, worn and groove. You could hit rails in them, but it was way more difficult. I'd compare it to trying to grind in brand new Roses-style skates. Possible, but sketchy as fuck. Now don't get me wrong, I loved wearing the bolters to school. I even had a pair I saved just for ledge tricks, and another brand new pair I kept crispy, strictly to show off to girls. But if I had the choice, no way I'd ever session a rail in bolters. They could have easily kept the same exact look and just swapped out the material. Boom. Problem solved. But nope. At one point, I had a room full of shoeboxes, every model, every colorway, every style. I used the cleans or the ordnance for rail work. Bolters and siphons were for ledges. The new green and blue Ghosts? Strictly walking shoes. Same with the white bolters and the white scabs. One grind on the white scabs and they were done. That white leather practically attracted dirt. Well, kiddo, they'd start, all smug and patronizing. When you get a little older and wiser like us, you'll realize that life's short. Don't work so hard, man, just have fun. Or even worse, this is a good company, kid. I mean, look, we're all just sitting around eating donuts and getting paid. What more do you want? You should consider yourself lucky to be working here. Man, these guys do not fucking get it. Eddie was right. These guys are definitely not skaters. They don't have a fucking clue what this culture's all about, and they definitely don't know a goddamn thing about fucking marketing either. So I took matters into my own hands. I started researching Soap's actual target demographic, mainly young boys between ages 8 to 14, some teenage girls, and younger guys in their early 20s. That's our audience, guys. That's who we need to speak to. If we want to move product, we have to speak their language. I told them. But of course, Soap refused to allocate budget for a real commercial, despite me pitching it again and again. Standard TV? Apparently off the table. So I had to scale back. Meet them halfway, compromise. Eventually, they said they might have budget for a single magazine ad. Fine, that's something, I guess. So I took initiative. Started researching ad space in the major youth and action sports magazines that actually spoke to our base market. If I couldn't sell them on vision, I'd sell them on data, on strategy. I wasn't going to sit around and wait for a miracle. I'd make something happen. Left, Chris Morris. Right, Brendan Smith. Soap Shoes, Corporate Office, Torrance, California, 1999. Screenshot from Soap Shoes, Clinic in a Can. Brendan glances directly at the camera mid-meeting, flashing a mischievous smirk as the rest of the marketing team fades into the background. Unintentionally photobombing corporate history. Soap had previously limited its advertising strictly to aggressive inline skating and skateboarding peripherals, publications such as Daily Bread, Roller Warehouse, Skateboarding Magazine, and a few others. That was their entire scope. But I knew, even back then, that simply wasn't enough. Those ads just weren't driving enough traffic, not to retail stores, and definitely not to the www.soapshoes.com main website. Soap was stuck preaching to the choir instead of converting new fans. It needed to break out. These were feature shoes, not just some generic skate kicks. We weren't just selling footwear, we were selling teachwear for kids. Something that sat squarely in that legendary lineage between Reebok Pumps, Louisiana Gearlights, and Nike Airs. And more recently, Heelys. That brand was just hitting the market, with wheels in the heels, letting kids literally roll down the street and spin tricks on the fly. Heelys was doing it right. They understood this was about fantasy, possibility. Soap should have been right there with them, a youth tech lifestyle brand. Not locked away in the back pages of niche zines nobody outside of hardcore skating even read. So I pivoted. If they wouldn't fund a national campaign, I'd map one out anyway. I started researching publications that actually hit with our true demographic, boys aged 8 to 14, teen skater girls, and early 20-somethings who were still living fast and chasing adrenaline. I dug into Nintendo Power, Boys Life, Teen Magazine, 17 Magazine, High Times, even Playboy, Sports Illustrated, Swimsuit Edition. Yeah, laugh if you want, but if we're talking aspirational lifestyle branding, sex sells. Period. Teenage boys in the early 2000s were definitely flipping through Sports Illustrated, Swimsuit Edition, whether they bought it, stole it, or borrowed it from dad. They were looking at chicks in bikinis and dreaming about the kind of life they wanted. So why the fuck would you not put a nice big soap shoes ad right there? Right in their faces. It's the perfect moment. You catch them when their defenses are down, their fantasies are up, and they're mentally living in the lifestyle you're trying to sell them. Throw in a clean photo, some cool dude, like yours truly, or anyone else on the soap team, wearing cool shades and grinding a huge handrail and a dope pair of white bolters, then have 2 hot bikini models lounging in the background. And then, boom! Sex, adrenaline, and status all in one single image. Product sold. Then leave a caption and website link. Ready to get your grind on, fellas? Visit www.soapshoes.com for more info. Let them go look it up on their own time. After the hormones calm down, the curiosity kicks in. That's how you embed a brand. That's how you create desire. To me, it was just, duh. This was about strategic cultural placement, getting the shoes into the hands and minds of the kids who wanted to feel futuristic, rebellious, and cool. Soap was a fantasy product. It should have been marketed as such. Left, Brendan Smith. Right, other sales associates/executives. Soap Shoes, Corporate Office, Torrance, California, 1999. Screenshot from Soap Shoes, Clinic in a Can. Captured mid-expression during a boardroom marketing meeting. Brendan caught making what can only be described as a poo face. Suited up among execs and corporate types, hilarious. I hit the phones like a man possessed, reaching out to the ad reps for every single magazine I knew my demographic even remotely glanced at. I told them about Soap Shoes, grind plates, street style, edge, etc. The reps? They were lit up, legit excited. Within days, I had my desk overflowing with media press kits, pricing quotes, and stacks of back issues. And yes, I even ordered a few for myself. Playboy, Penthouse, Hustler, Swank, Barely Legal, all mailed directly to my corner office at Soap's address, discreetly tucked in manila folders with a wink and a nod. The press kits came loaded with sample issues, ad rate cards, glossy photo sheets, and get this, some even mailed out VHS video sales letters, VSLs. I was swimming in media, data, and analytics, enough to research for months on end. Then came the gut punch. Nintendo Power wanted $12,000 for a half-page ad. Playboy? A jaw-dropping $80,000 for a 2-page spread. I thought I misread the damn thing, so I picked up the phone, called Playboy directly, and asked point blank, "Are you seriously telling me this Marlboro ad that runs multiple fucking times in every single issue costs this much?" The rep didn't flinch. Yes, they pay upwards of $250,000 a month. It just auto-deducts each month from their corporate account. I just sat there at my desk, staring at the numbers, thinking, this is how the real world works. Not the fake world these fucking dork-ass, donut-eating clowns keep pretending to run. This was the big leagues, corporate media, eyeballs for sale, and Soap Shoes was still stuck in the fucking kiddie pool trying to get a shout-out in Daily Bread magazine. What a bunch of fucking posers. It was fucking surreal. I started piecing together a business proposal on the absolute bare-bones budget Soap would even entertain. No frills, no fluff, just cold efficiency. Then, on my own initiative, I cracked open Photoshop, as Brendan had taught me how to use, and began building the ad myself. No agency, no design team. Just vision, caffeine, and fucking grit. What came out was absolute fucking fire. A tight, perfect quarter-page layout showcasing the Soap Shoes brand. I watermarked the iconic Soap O across a close-up of the sole, grind plate front and center. Silhouetted action shot mid-grind. The new tagline, play with yourself, bold, irreverent, magnetic. Exactly what would punch through the noise. I even included every damn contact line, sales, marketing, the 1-800 distribution number, because if someone got curious, I wanted no friction. Zero barriers. It was still a rough draft, sure, but it was real. A proof of concept, something they could iterate from, something that mattered. I bundled it all into a very well-written professional business proposal and requested a full company conference. I was locked in, laser-focused. I was ready to fucking deliver. But then, Erin Mills, my marketing manager, shut it down before it even got off the ground. Erin, blonde, late 20s, polished, corporate, the kind of woman who spoke fluent press release. She told me not to bother presenting it. It's not in the budget. She shrugged. And that's not the direction soap wants to go. What the fuck, I thought. Then she handed me a stack of sales reports. These need filing, she added, with that condescending little flick of her wrist that corporate types do when they think they put you in your place. And just like that, vision discarded. Creativity dismissed. I was back to being a warm body in a cubicle. Idiots. They didn't really want to build anything. They just wanted to preserve mediocrity. I left Aaron's office shaking my head, dazed by the sheer density of corporate stupidity masquerading as strategy. These people called themselves marketers. Yeah, sure. They were marketers the same way a can of dog food is gourmet cuisine. If you slap enough buzzwords on the label, someone will eat it. Back at my desk, I closed and locked my door, then dropped the giant stack of bullshit sales reports Aaron had handed me straight down into the bottom of my metal wastebasket. Clunk. The sound of her important paperwork getting filed, permanently. File that, I snapped, dropping the words like a razor. Bitch! Ryan Jaunzemis suited up and headed to work. At Soap Shoes corporate office, 1999. Unknowingly dressed for the execution. The last calm before the corporate storm. Snapped just days before being fired. I headed to the break room, cracked open a can of Coke, shoved a blueberry muffin into my mouth like it owed me fucking rent. And as I stood there, chewing half-heartedly under the seizure strobe of flickering fluorescent lights, one question clawed its way to the front of my mind. What the fuck are these idiots even paying me for? They'd all seen me on the phone. They'd seen the press kits piling up on my desk. I'd told them all, repeatedly, exactly what I was doing. In meetings, in casual conversations, in passing. So if they were just going to reject my proposals anyway, why not tell me from the start before I went through all the fucking trouble and effort? Everything I did at that office was just a goddamn huge waste of time. None of it made any logical fucking sense. Al fucking Bundy could have sold more shoes than any of these clowns. I was done, burnt, cooked from the inside out. Working at the corporate office was soul death. The fucking time they stole from me, time I could have spent out there on the streets, grinding rails, learning new tricks and getting good, and building and creating new content for future soaping videos, was time I'd never get back. These people, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Not in business, not in life. They were all just corporate drones, wind-up husks playing out some sad little simulation inside the Matrix. After that, I stopped seeing them as people. I started seeing them as just mindless, soulless robots. Fucking pathetic. All I ever remember any of them doing was pacing around the office in their cheap wrinkled suits and off-brand button-ups, sipping coffee, stuffing donuts in their faces, and gabbing on the phone to their moms, girlfriends, and college buddies. It was a revolving door of useless noise. The only people who ever actually looked productive in the entire grind shoe ecosystem were the research and development crew over at Concept 21. Their facility, tucked away in Manhattan Beach, was the original brain behind Soap Shoes, the place where the prototype models were first born. I'd end up over there every now and then, usually running errands for Aaron, dropping off blueprints, picking up something last minute. Corporate runner intern work, basically. But every time I walked into their building, it felt like actual innovation was happening. Diagrams, CAD drawings, sketches on drafting boards. They were always in motion. These guys didn't just exist in the grind culture. They engineered it. They were the ones behind the newly developed BBK plates, named after Ben B. Kelly, with a hole through the center. Cosmetic only, but it looks slick in promos. More than that, they'd also cooked up the Maxwell's, aka Stash plates, hollowed-out filler plates with rubberized bottoms that screwed into the concave area of the sole. With those installed, your soaps became stealth storage units. Condoms, lunch money, drugs, whatever. Suddenly, your grind shoes doubled as contraband carriers. Schools had started whining about safety, kids slipping down stairwells, so the Maxwells also served a second purpose, turning soaps into regular tennis shoes for when you needed to play it safe. But for me, they turned soap shoes into dope shoes. I smuggled ecstasy, LSD, and weed into raves, underground clubs, and 18-plus night spots from Los Angeles to San Diego, the San Fernando Valley to the Inland Empire, untouchable, undetectable, and always on brand. I think the final fucking straw came sometime around month 3. I was slouched at my desk, pissed off, frustrated, completely fed up, done with soap, done with their bullshit, done with the way they treated me and the rest of the crew. Something in me just snapped. They'd finally hit a nerve that couldn't be unhit. I needed to vent. So I fired up an email to Justin, screen name at the time, Hermosa, man@hotmail.com. It started off as a little steam release, but quickly snowballed into a full-on scorched earth manifesto. I tore into Soap as a company, dismantled Chris Morris by name, and dragged half the staff, fucking idiots, I believe was the phrase, through the verbal mud. I even questioned whether I should have just stuck to rollerblading, said fuck Soap, and moved on with my life. It was unfiltered, raw, cathartic, a real juicy little grenade of an email. And then, I made a mistake. I was using the company's Outlook Express, or whatever email service Soap was using for internal company communication, IDK, but instead of hitting reply to sender, i.e., in this case, Justin, I hit reply to all. Instant detonation. Somehow, that baby got blasted out to every single contact in my entire address book. Friends, family, my mom, my brother, colleagues, and yes, everyone at Soap's corporate office, including Chris Morris himself. Oops, not the exact email, but a damn good AI-generated ghost of it. Dramatizing the moment I cracked. Torrance, California, summer 1999. This was the digital equivalent of kicking the door off its hinges. I don't remember exactly what I wrote, but it was something along the lines of, "Fuck Soap, fuck Chris Morris, I should have just kept rollerblading. The staff are fucking idiots," etc. It went on and on. I accidentally hit reply all. I must have accidentally added all contacts. No one even knows how that was possible. Computer glitch? Outlook Express detonated? Or whatever email client the company was using. Everyone got it. Family, friends, the entire staff. Even Chris Morris himself. Oops. I didn't even realize what I'd done until about 15 minutes later when there was a knock at my office door. "Yo," I said, opening it. It was Erin Mills. Her expression told me everything. She let me know, politely, coldly, that Chris had received my little love letter. He told her to inform me that there wasn't enough room in the budget for my position anymore. I was welcome to collect my things. I was, quote-unquote, free to go at any time. I blinked. What? I didn't send him an email. She tilted her head, still composed. Well, we all got your email. I felt my throat tighten. Wait, what are you talking about? The one where you said, and I'm quoting, F this company and F Chris Morris. That email. She told me. My blood turned to ice. No. I didn't send that to anyone here. That was just something I wrote, invented, and sent to a friend. She gave a small nod, cool and corporate. Seems like it went to everyone in the office. And just like that, my stomach dropped out from under me. Cold sweat broke across my neck. Time didn't just slow, it stopped. It hung, thick and airless, like the moment before a car crash. My thoughts began to race. My brain kicked into rewind, hunting for what I did wrong. Then I saw it, the difference between send and reply all on the company's email interface. The faint, almost invisible distinction. The single-click misfire that meant the difference between a private vent and a professional execution. And then it hit me. Oh shit. I had just carpet-bombed my hate mail across the entire company, friends, co-workers, execs, even Chris Morris himself. Erin glanced at her watch, then looked back up, her voice still calm, still polished. So yeah, if you want to grab your things, you're free to go anytime. You're firing me? I asked, confused like. Well, more like a layoff, she mumbled. We already don't have it in the budget for your position, and your email kind of suggests you don't really want to be here anyway, so, yeah, I don't know. Yo, what the fuck? Are you at least giving me severance pay? I snapped. We don't really do that here, Erin said flatly. I immediately pivoted to my medical bills. Soap had been stringing me along for months, hinting that they might cover the costs for my broken ankle. An injury that I'd gotten on the fucking job. Yeah, probably not, she stated, squirming. You signed a model release and waiver, so technically, you released Soap from any liability. You're telling me this now? I shouted back, the rage boiling up. Y'all couldn't have just answered that the first fucking time I asked like fucking months ago. Yo, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't really know. Sorry, she replied. Bitch, everyone, friends, family, told me the same thing. Get a fucking lawyer, bro. Sue the fuck out of 'em. I thought about it, but I was too pissed off. Too burned. Fuck 'em, I thought. I shot my middle finger to the sky through the open T-tops of my black Trans Am Firebird as I tore off the soap lot for the last time. The engine roared like it knew I was done playing nice. "These fucking motherfuckers," I snarled, voice shaking with the kind of fury that burns from the inside out. "You got fired? Damn, dude, that sucks. And all because you don't know how to use a computer." "Haha," Justin said jokingly in a later conversation. "Fuck you, man. This is serious. This is my life," I replied. All that work, that whole entire grind, now felt fucking worthless. And now? Now I didn't even want their logo on my skin. I wasn't proud anymore. I was done. The soap tattoo had to go. I looked into laser removal. $8,000 fucking dollars, yo? I barked. "That's fucking bullshit, man. What the fuck? That's a fucking ripoff, Holmes." I practically screamed at the technician. Even the cheapest quote I could find averaged around $1,100 per square inch, and the combined skin retail on my shoulder for both the soap and Relate Videos logos covered almost 8 square inches. No way I could afford that. Not now. So I started digging online. Rabbit-holed my way into a blog written by some guy who'd claimed he'd burned off his tattoo with a hot spoon. Said it left him with just a slight scar. I figured, hell, a scar can be covered later. Ink over it. Something bold. Something unapologetic. Big and black, like a war banner. Maybe a silhouette of the downtown LA skyline stretched wide across my shoulder like a battlefield horizon, with a West Side hand sign throwing shadows over the city like it owns the night. Fuck healing. This was reinvention. A tribute to pain. A symbol of what happens when loyalty is betrayed and a man builds himself back from raw flame and scar tissue. And just like that, I made the decision. I wasn't just erasing a tattoo. I was incinerating a part of myself. After reading the blog, I crossed the street to the liquor store and handed a bum $20. "Vodka, whatever's strongest," I told him. He nodded back like he knew what was up. Back home, I cracked open the bottle. Cheap, biting pop-off vodka. I chased it with a warm-ass Coke. There was no more ice in my mom's freezer. Wincing at the taste, already feeling the heat crawl into my bloodstream. Then I went to the kitchen, pulled a spoon from my mom's drawer, and set it on the stove burner. The metal hissed and shimmered, slowly blooming red like a warning flare. Another swig, I thought. Holy fuck. The small silver spoon began glowing red like the fiery gates of hell. A ghostly reenactment of darker moments. A hot spoon over the flame, the visual shorthand. For what was never meant to be shown. Soap or Die, 2016. Dramatized scene, El Segundo, California, summer, 2005. Pain is temporary, victory is forever. The sound of Coach Parker's voice, my old high school wrestling coach, barking through my brain like it was regionals again. Then came the sickeningly vivid sound. TSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS hell's own kitchen. Arg fuck, fucking shit, I howled, stumbling back, shoulder smoking. But I wasn't done yet. I couldn't stop. This was exorcism. This was revenge. We like it. We love it. We want more of it. I bellowed out like a man possessed, trying to drown the pain with the echo of an old wrestling chant turned personal war cry. Another couple of swigs, it thought, I can do this. I downed the rest of the vodka, Coke splashing over my lips like syrupy gasoline. Fuck yeah, let's do this, I shouted, eyes bloodshot, heart pounding. Back to the stove. Reheat the spoon. Press, burn, repeat. Inch by inch, the soap logo slowly began to melt away. Flake, surrender. But something was wrong. The fire had only peeled the surface. The real ink was still much deeper. Still there, like a ghost in the skin. I stared at it, sweat pouring. I'll have to dig it out. Only one solution came to mind. Scrub. My stomach turned. God, I'm gonna need some more fucking vodka. I was starting to get fucking wasted, but I still wasn't done yet. I grabbed a small white washcloth and stepped into the shower. The water hit me like acid. The fresh burn lit up like a siren under the stream. I gritted my teeth so hard I thought I'd chip enamel. Pain is temporary. Victory is forever. Pain is temporary. Victory is forever. My inner monologue was glitching, repeating like a scratched-up old record, trying to retroactively justify the insanity. I balled up the washcloth in my fist and started scrubbing. Hard. Raw shoulder, blood, steam, and the rough fabric turning shades of green, blue, and black, colors bleeding out like ghosts of the tattoo. Like I was exorcising a demon embedded deep within in my skin. The vodka dulled the edges of the agony, but not enough. Never enough. I was bleeding everywhere, the water swirling red around my feet. It looked like I'd done most of the job. The logo was fading. Fading like a bad dream. Like a bad decision. But the pain had finally overtaken the anger. My vision blurred. My body trembled. This is it. I dropped the washcloth. It slapped the tile like a bloodied flag of surrender. Fuck it, I whispered. I'm done. I got out of the shower and dried off, but my arm was still burning like fire. I wondered to myself if there was some kind of cream I could rub onto the wound to numb the pain a bit, so I headed down to the local Rite Aid. To my surprise, I saw a can labeled pain spray. Fuck yeah, I said out loud. Without wasting a moment, I popped the cap off the bottle of pain spray, right there in the middle of the store aisle, and sprayed my arm all over. Within seconds, the pain slowly began to subside. Phew, I sighed. The spray lasted only a few hours, and I had to constantly reapply it, over and over again for the next few weeks. I figured the scar would just form and heal, and I'd just get a new fresh tattoo over the top of it later. Well, at least that's how it worked out in my mind. Unfortunately, though, it developed into what is known as a keloid scar, meaning the scar took on the shape of the scab, and the new skin memorized that uneven pattern. A few weeks later, I stepped into a local plastic surgeon's office, half desperate, half just curious, to ask if anything could be done to fix the damage. My mom had floated the idea of a skin graft, one of those surgeries where they take a piece of your own skin and lay it over the wound, possibly giving it a second chance. Haha, I wish it was that easy. The doctor chuckled, like I just asked him if duct tape could fix a giant bullet wound. He leaned back and gave me the rundown. Keloids can't be grafted. Scar tissue retains memory. Even with fresh skin, it'll just heal the same way. I don't fucking believe this, I snapped, my tone clipped, part defiance, part disbelief. What about plastic surgery? Well, that's going to cost you thousands of dollars. And since you're not insured, he trailed off, eyebrows raised like the price tag spoke for itself. I guess that's not happening. All right, fuck it, I said, standing up, already halfway to the door. I thanked him out of sheer courtesy, then walked out into the sun like it was just another fucking punch in the face. It is what it is, I guess. Fuck it. Keloid scar from my first tattoo. Burned off with a hot spoon in a moment of personal rebellion. Screenshot from Soap or Die, Summer, 2016. Now covered with a West Side hand sign and Thug Life Inc., punctuated by 3 small dots in the shape of a triangle, La Vida Loca. A permanent reminder of my crazy life, scar tissue and all. I started to realize I shouldn't have done it. Burning off the tattoo, the rage, all of it. I let Soap get the best of me. I let my pride take the wheel. It wasn't the shoes that fucked me. Hell, it wasn't even the company. It was the fucking clowns running it. Just a bunch of lemmings, marching to the beat of some faceless corporate drum. They didn't know any better. They were just following orders, doing their jobs like good little soldiers in a war they didn't understand. And Morris? He was off in his own sanitized bubble, perfectly content playing toy maker. He didn't care about the culture, the community, or the blood we put into building something real. He just wanted to make some goofy little shoes for suburban kids, slap a smiley face mascot on the box, and get parents to fork over the cash. To him, Brendan was the golden boy, clean-cut, smiling, harmless, Disney Channel energy. Someone who could sell a G-rated image to soccer moms in Middle America. That was the plan all along. But if Morris had really cared, if he had even a shred of love for the product, or for the people out there who gave it real soul, he would have seen what we were doing, and what we'd built. He would have recognized that we weren't just riding the wave of soaping, we were the ones generating it. He didn't want a movement, he wanted a market. In the end, it wouldn't have mattered how good I got. I could have launched myself out of a fucking hot air balloon with a 6-foot hot rail in hand and pulled off an insane base jump grind stunt that I used to daydream about. Hell, I could have strapped the shoes to my fucking hands and nailed an upside-down handstand grind on a busy fucking freeway divider. And still, it wouldn't have made a goddamn difference. It just wasn't the vision Morris had in his head. The man was stubborn, idealistic, blind to anything that didn't fit his cookie-cutter fantasy of what his company should be. Selfish, one-sided, and maybe, just maybe, I hated him so much because I saw parts of myself in him. I was looking into a cracked mirror. Same flaws, just on different sides of the glass. And that's when I knew they'd won. They finally broke me. They didn't kill my body, but they buried my spirit. Sure, I could have just kept skating or soaping on the side just for fun, but I wasn't that young 17-year-old kid anymore. The one who could grind ledges all day, chasing nothing but adrenaline and imagination. Life had shifted. Rent was due. Bills were piling up. And to top it all off, Sarah had just told me she was pregnant. Like a punch to the soul, reality hit. Now I had to get a real job. And yeah, I was fucking pissed. But before I surrendered completely, I made one last Hail Mary to the game. A new wave was rising. Small startup grind shoe companies were popping up, attempting to imitate soap. One of them was a fresh brand called Bizo, trying to carve its lane. Meanwhile, big names like Salomon, known for skis, started experimenting too, releasing Salomon grind shoes. Even Rollerblade, the inline giant, entered the scene with a hybrid. Grind shoes that combined plastic plates with two small silver metal rollers embedded underneath. The result? A new style of motion, half grinding, half gliding. A whole new frontier. So I gathered what little money I had on hand and quickly got my hands on everything I could. The new Bizo's grind shoes, the Salomons, even the new grind shoes from Rollerblade. But none of them could even hold a candle to soap. They didn't have the soul. They didn't have the speed, the control, the comfort, nothing. Still, I went all in. I cut together a new sponsor reel. Loaded it up with my best soap footage, new stunts, old classics, everything I had left in the tank. The revenge fantasy burned hot in my chest. To come back flying enemy colors. To be wanted again. I edited the new sponsor video myself. Full VHS treatment, packaged neatly in a manila envelope with a letter stating that I was currently the best soaper in the world. And that I was seeking sponsorship from an additional company to expand my career in grinding and shoe/fashion modeling. It opened with a raw pre-interview shot, right there on my couch, rocking my gray Senate hoodie, Marlboro Red in hand. Staring straight into the lens, I said, "I'm Ryan Jaunzemis. I'm 19 years old, from El Segundo, California. And you guys are about to see some serious shit." Then it cut to a 5-minute reel, my hardest tricks, all synced perfectly to music, with my full name in bold, all caps in the lower right-hand corner. The same interview/video overlay footage later sampled/reused in the documentary Lords of Soaptown, mentioned earlier. Bizo sponsorship intro VHS. Smoking a Marlboro Red on my couch, in my house. Staring into the lens, stating, "I'm Ryan Jaunzemis. I'm 19 years old, from El Segundo, California. And you guys are about to see some serious shit." El Segundo, California, summer, 1999. Ryan Jaunzemis, fast slide to fakie, with grab, down huge 12-step handrail. Nash Station, El Segundo Metro Green Line, 1998. Sliding 12 steps on my forward right foot. Executed with 100% perfect precision, slow, smooth, and fully controlled, landing backwards and walking away smoothly. Defying what everyone said was impossible. I sat on my couch, lost in thought, fantasizing about what it would feel like to get sponsored again. The lights, the attention, the ultimate comeback. The fantasy in my head went something like this. Picture it, Ryan J is back, and this time, he's sponsored by Bizo Shoes, a voiceover would say on a live breaking news sports update. I was imagining massive press conferences similar to a huge Mike Tyson boxing presser, but for shoe grinding. Camera flashes popping, reporters swarming. The energy was electric. Me, center of the table, spotlight on, a hot mic in front of me. Various branded microphones from Fox Sports, HBO, and Sports Illustrated crowding the desk. The room buzzing, every lens pointed my way. One of the interviewers asks, "So Ryan, you were the best soaper in the world. Then they fired you. What do you have to say to soap now?" Cut to me, covered head to toe in crisp, brand new Bizo gear. A Bizo hat cocked to the left side of my head with attitude, a matching Bizo shirt. Feet kicked up on the press conference table, fresh Bizo grind shoes glinting under the lights, leaning back in the chair like a rock star. I smirk, let the silence stretch. Then I drop the bomb. Fuck soap. And fuck that motherfucking punk, Chris Morris. I'm over here now, sliding for a new grind shoe company doing big things. And now, I'm gonna bury all you fucking little bitches. I could see the vision clearly in my head. But I never heard back. Nothing. Silence? What the fuck? Am I fucking blacklisted or something? A few weeks later, I got a call to shoot a commercial for Heelys shoes. They paid me a couple $100 to bomb, roll, down a monster-sized hill, and sketch the back of a car like some renegade Marty McFly stunt double. A couple weeks after that, Razor scooters rang. This time, it was a few $100 more to jump down a few sets of stairs, whip out some 360 degrees tail whips, frontside grind along a handful of little curbs at a local park, and stick a backflip on a halfpipe. Quick cash, fast thrills, but no real future. Neither company had a professional team yet. No contracts, no consistency, no security. Trying to get picked up by them felt just as unstable as my old gig where testing for soap. Except now, I was even apparently banned from that as well. Got any more gigs coming up soon? I asked the director as we all wrapped the Heelys shoot. We'll let you know, he told me and Brendan. That was it. No promises, no contracts, just a shrug wrapped in a maybe. That day, Brendan and I, along with some young kid who was insanely good on a razor and could hurl a double backflip off on half pipe like it was nothing, actually filmed the very first promo commercial for Heelys. The shoes had just recently dropped, barely hot off the production line, and we were already carving our names into the rollout. It wasn't meant for national television. It was more like the early soap stuff, those international sales reels they played at trade shows. Heelys was using a similar marketing and company launch blueprint. And in some twisted way, it felt kind of like déjà vu. Like I was helping launch another empire, again. It was pretty damn cool, honestly. To be there at the beginning of something brand new, to leave even a small dent or smudge on sneaker history. But after that day, again, nothing. Not a goddamn fucking thing. Fucking radio silence. Ryan Jaunzemis. The Heelys timeline. That could have been a creative shot from. Beneath a cement park drop-in, Heelys wheel gleaming. Beside the grind plate, as I gaze off into the sunset. A vision from the alternate timeline, fully sponsored, riding into history. As the world's greatest pro Heelys rider. Had I become sponsored, this is what I imagined it to look like. Las Vegas, Nevada, summer 2017. Unfortunately, Heelys never called back. Never checked in. Hell, they didn't even send me or Brendan a fucking dub of the footage the shot. Not a picture, not a DVD, not an internet link, not a file, not a goddamn thing. Another piece of history, lost in some corporate digital archive somewhere, collecting dust, while I was out in the real world, trying to keep my own story from ending in the gutter. I was stressed. I was pissed. I didn't want to go fucking job hunting. I just wanted to fucking grind. I needed to move, to blow off some steam, to just feel like my fucking self again. So I laced up my soaps, headed upstairs to session my little hot rail in the driveway, and let the fire take over. But midway through a backslide grind, I slipped out, my foot shot forward, and I came down hard on my left hand. Dislocated my ring finger. Just like that, I was back in the ER. Again. The burnout was real. The frustration, the pain, the exhaustion. After that, I just didn't have the fuel left in the tank. I was too tired, too overwhelmed with life coming at me from every single direction and every angle. Left ring finger, dislocated at a perfect right angle after a botched backslide on my 6-foot hot rail in the driveway. The fall happened about a year after I got fired. But I was still out there, hoping to get sponsored by another grind shoe company. I was pissed. I went out to blow off steam and ended up in the ER instead. This wasn't just a dislocation. It was the final snap. I had nothing left to lose after that. And here's the kicker, it was that finger, the ring finger. Sarah and I had recently decided to get married. That wipeout warped the knuckles so badly. The wedding band we'd bought would no longer fit. We had to buy another one just before I shipped off to the Navy. Could this have been fate warning me? A bad omen carved into flesh and bone, whispering that marriage might be a mistake? Fate doesn't always speak in words. Sometimes it screams through broken bones. El Segundo, California, fall, 2000. Weeks passed. No calls, no gigs, no lifelines, no miracles. The silence wasn't just quiet, it was cruel. It carved into me like a dull blade, slow and deliberate. And with every passing day, reality crept in with steel-toed boots. I couldn't keep soaping for free anymore. Not when I was dead broke. Not when I was 2 skipped rent payments from living out of my car. Again, Not with a newborn on the way and a whole life speeding toward me like an 18-wheeler with no brakes. That was it. That was the moment. The end of the line. In a final act of theatrical, angry surrender, I gathered every last remnant of my former self, 60-something pairs of soap shoes, scattered across my house like old artifacts from a fallen empire. I stuffed them all into a big black hefty bag, chucked the whole thing into the trunk, and drove west toward the coast with the stereo turned all the way up. Alanis Morissette's album, Jagged Little Pill, with the song Ironic, happened to come on the radio. Of course it did. You've got to be fucking kidding me, bro. I started making up my own lyrics to the ironic song in my head, replacing Alanis Morissette's lines with something like, I try to get sponsored by soap shoes. And then I get fired. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Unfucking believable, I thought to myself. Scanned journal entry. I wrote, got fired. They don't have it in the budget to pay my position. So Aaron said I'm free to go anytime. The fuck? Raw thoughts, scribbled the day it all fell apart. September 3rd, 1999. Late 90s America Online Instant Messenger, AIM, screenshot. A solemn digital echo from the golden era. Soap fans were confused, still sending praise and fan mail, unaware the chapter had quietly closed. Beaver Man 2, no joke man, you are the greatest. Zero Spin 1. I'm actually not even on the soap team anymore. I got laid off. Beaverman 2. Why? You are the best. Zero Spin 1 was my personal AIM screen name at the time. J for Jaunzemis, and Zero Spin, referencing a rare rollerblading trick. Where you're rolling backwards, i.e., fakie. Then jump, but without spinning, i.e., zero spin. And then land back fakie again and keep rolling. A pure style move. Subtle, technical, and very highly underrated, just like I felt. Summer, 1999. I pulled up to Dockweiler Beach at around dusk, the sky slowly bleeding shades of amber and violet. I dragged a small bundle of firewood and kindling to the pit, cracked open a 40 ounces Budweiser, lit up a fresh Marlboro Red, tore open a bag of nacho cheese Doritos, then threw all the shoes into the pit, doused the lot in lighter fluid, and lit the whole fucking pile on fire. I stood there as the flames quickly roared to life, watching the plastic and rubber slowly warp and liquefy, spewing thick black clouds of smoke up into the twilight sky. The sound was soft at first, pops and hisses like the shoes were whispering their last secrets. And then, nothing but crackling wood, rolling waves, and that voice in my head whispering, this is really it. A solemn calm began washing over me, strange and beautiful. It felt like a funeral, but also a release. I was heartbroken, not because I'd failed, but because the world would never get to see what I truly could have been. What I should have been, the raw potential I carried, burned out before it ever fully ignited. But then, something else emerged, a flood of bitter, sweet, and beautiful memories. The friends, the road trips, the late-night sessions, the bruises, the blood, the tricks we landed. The ones we almost did, the cameras rolling, the girls watching, the crowds cheering. The wind in my hair as I hit the perfect grind and execution of an amazing trick on a handrail or ledge. And suddenly, I wasn't mourning anymore. I was remembering and smiling. God, what a fucking ride. Not an actual photo, but a highly accurate AI-forged ghost. Of a real-life soap shoes bonfire. A lonely silhouette in black, hood drawn, head bowed. A small fire pit crackles with the plastic sweet scent of burning rubber and regret. About 60 pairs of soap shoes. A funeral pyre for a dream I couldn't carry any longer. Thick black smoke rose into the orange haze of the setting California sun. No crowd, no ceremony. Just me, a jug of Kingsford, and the slow hiss of ambition turning to ash. It was a sad, quiet protest. A solemn exorcism. The end of a chapter nobody else even knew was being written. But fate has a sense of humor. Just a few years later, soap shoes began to skyrocket in value. About $200 plus for a pair on eBay in the early 2000s. If I'd held on to all 60 plus pairs, that fire cost me possibly $12,000. Worth it? Maybe, but damn. Dockweiler State Beach, El Segundo, California, fall/winter, 2000. Not long after that bonfire at Dockweiler, I heard Soap's offices quietly close down. Gone. Just like that. Word on the street was that Morris had cashed out, sold the entire company for a cool $20 million. Out of the grind shoe game. Done. Finished. Meanwhile, the rest of us were left standing on the scorched pavement, still bleeding from the battle, wondering what the hell had just happened. And then came the kicker. Rumor had it, Chris sold the soap shoes patent to Heelys so they could create hybrid shoes. Heelys with both a rear wheel for rolling and a grind plate for sliding. And number 2? He sold my image and likeness to Sega. Sonic Adventure 2. That's right, Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Blue blur, golden rings, speed incarnate. And now? Grinding down handrails in soap shoes? Look close, as mentioned earlier, and you'll see it. His body language, his lean, the foot position, the arms and hands to the side. It's me. Every frame lifted straight from my videos. Nobody's been able to confirm how deep Morris's pockets got after that deal, but I'll tell you what I got. Nothing. Not a dime. A few weeks later, curiosity pulled me back to the soap factory one last time. I drove by, hoping maybe it was still standing. It was, but just barely. The iconic blue Soap O logo had been torn down, leaving behind nothing but a dusty, faded off-white outline. A ghost. The building looked empty, lifeless, like just another forgotten office and warehouse space on the rental market. A shell. A memory. I half expected a tumbleweed to slowly roll by and a crow to caw from the roof. What's left now? Not much. A few old, blurry, bent and torn 90s photographs. A few stacks of old rotting high, 8mm tapes. Some old grainy LQ mini DV clips. A scattering of fan-made YouTube edits. A couple of old, abandoned websites that you can only find using the Wayback Machine at www.archive.org. And maybe, just maybe, a handful of kids out there who still dream of what soap once was. Kids waiting quietly for a new leader to rise. A new company to reignite the spark. A phoenix to rise from the ashes and carry that flame into the next generation. Because I don't think it's a matter of if. It's a matter of when. A moment frozen in time. Die-hard soap fan, Daniel Gonzalez, stands in his backyard, holding a handmade sign that reads, "Bring back soap shoes." Pulled from the golden archives of the legendary underground site, www.solidgrind.com, this snapshot captures the raw passion and grassroots loyalty that keeps the dream of soaping alive. I believe that someone, somewhere, will eventually step back into the grind shoe world and do it right. Do it smart, do it open-minded, and when they do, they'll realize the full potential we all saw back then. The potential we tried to unleash before the world was ready for it. Because the market is still there. The hunger is still there. The culture never died. It just fell asleep. All it needs now is someone to wake it up. Scott Adam Campbell, at Air Dolphin, 777. Representing the next generation of shoe grinders in 2025. Rocking the newly launched Epic Grind shoes. A modern revival of the classic soap concept. Greg Krellin, aka The Collector, and creator of the Facebook group Melbourne Soapers. Repping the movement hard. A collage of chaos and passion, slides, grinds, his soap shoe collection. And stickering everything in sight. Melbourne, Australia, 2012. A digital shrine to the grind. A collage of soap shoe culture pulled from the legendary. www.solidgrind.com, created by pro soaper Derek Brooks. Late 90s to early 2000s, a golden era preserved in pixels. More relics from solidgrind.com. Among the legendary photos, a detention slip from Darrington High, Washington. Reason for detention. Checked box emoji, mischief, took rail out of pickup to grind during lunchtime. Filed under safety/liability concerns. Signed by the principal, March 2, 2001, lunchtime. Quinn Paget and Friends, legends in the making. 3 unknown female soapers tearing it up on a hot rail, Royale grind, at a high school soap shoes expo. Early 2000s. A rare gem submitted by pro soaper Derek Brooks, www.solidgrind.com. An unknown soaper braves the elements with a clean frontside. Down a snow-covered wooden rail. Submitted by pro soaper Derek Brooks via www.solidgrind.com. Dated March 2, 2002. An incredible photo capturing how soap shoes defied terrain. Where skateboards and blades would fail in multiple inches of snow, soapers could walk up and grind. No setup, no wheels, just pure grit and glide. A testament to the versatility and renegade spirit of the culture. The official Soap Girl promotional poster. Featuring a blonde female soaper mid-royale grind. Fire trailing from her Black Cleans model soap shoes with UHF plates. Fire emoji. This high-impact image was part of Soap's late 90s attempt to expand into the female skate/streetwear market, targeting teenage skater girls with edgy, rebellious visual branding. A rare artifact from the golden age of grind culture marketing. Meet the former Soap Shoes pro athlete, who became a Las Vegas pickup artist. Alicante, Vice, 2015. Ryan Jaunzemis became a poster boy for the 90s fad of soaping, where kids use special shoes to grind rails and ledges, without skateboarding. One of these legendary soapers was Ryan Jaunzemis, a Californian aggressive inline skater who was signed to Soap at 17, and immediately abandoned any thoughts of going to college, much to his mother's chagrin. This article went viral, racking up millions of views across social media, and broadcasting my story to the world. Read the full article here. https://www.vice.com/n/article/ the former Soap Shoes pro athlete who became a master pickup artist in Vegas 888/. The bizarre, lonely story of the world's best soap shoe pro. Alicante, Vice, 2017. In this follow-up piece, Vice reviewed my new film, Soap or Die, and shared it after its initial YouTube release, blasting it past 250,000 plus views overnight, eventually helping it surge to nearly 1 million now in 2025, 992K. Another tidal wave that carried my story to millions. Read the full article here. https://www.vice.com/n/article/ the bizarre lonely story of the world's only soap shoe pro/ one of the biggest soap shoe pros on earth. Now picks up women for a living. Lucas Wiesenthal, Ride Magazine, 2015. A spin-off from the original Vice piece. This skate culture-focused article reached millions across social media and helped introduce my story to a whole new audience. The life of a soap shoe pro in the 90s was as ridiculous as you'd think. A deep dive feature in Complex Sneakers Magazine, 2015. Written by Riley Jones, who opens with, "Remember soap shoes? The concave-equipped kicks? Which were hot for a brief period in the late 90s. Emulated the feel and fun of inline skating without the wheels. Now, one of the brand's former pro riders, Ryan Jaunzemis, is spilling the soap scene's secrets in a new interview with Vice. A second huge spin-off from the infamous Vice article that swept across social media, racking up hundreds of thousands of views. This piece offered a raw, behind-the-scenes glimpse into the underground world of soap shoes. Its meteoric rise, dramatic fall, and my own evolution as one of the movement's most iconic figures. The greatest YouTuber of all time. A reaction video by Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions, released in 2015. This viral YouTube video, now with over 8+ million views, introduced my soaping skills in the legendary 72-stair AVC rail grind in Redondo Beach, California, to an entirely new generation. Ethan's hilarious and fascinated reaction helped catapult my story into the mainstream once again, cementing my status as an iconic figure in internet culture and alternative sports history. Picking up strippers at Whole Foods. The follow-up video to The Greatest YouTuber of All Time, released on H3H3's second channel, Ethan and Hyla, in 2015. Also featuring my wingman, Christian Valentino. In this unforgettable sequel, Ethan and Hyla flew out to Las Vegas to film with me in person and paid me $500 for being featured. We hit a local park to go soaping, then headed to a local Whole Foods market, where I demonstrated some of my day game pickup techniques, giving Ethan live infield coaching on how to approach and seduce women. The video has currently reached over 2.6+ million views, giving audiences a deeper glimpse into my lifestyle. Memeing extreme sports, social dynamics, and pickup artistry in one of the internet's most unique character studies. At the end of the day, what really matters, what always matters, is that you can look yourself in the mirror and feel proud of what you see staring back. That you're happy, that you're whole, that you're satisfied with the life and legacy you left behind. And me? When I scroll through YouTube now and watch old clips uploaded by fans across the world, clips of us, and I see tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, even millions of views. Soap or dye gets the meme treatment. In a hilarious reaction video, YouTuber Penguin Zero, aka Moist CR1TCal, watched my film Soap or Dye, cracking jokes and spinning memes. For a new generation of fans. The video racked up over 1.8+ million views, introducing my story and the underground world of soap shoes to a younger, wildly engaged internet audience, shared by pro-soaper Derek Brooks on YouTube. A powerful repost that helped launch my story into the spotlight. This video racked up over 350,000+ views, amplifying the movement and spreading the legacy far beyond the core fan base. Shout out to Derek Brooks, creator of the legendary www.solidgrind.com, and a true archivist of the culture. His YouTube channel features rare, never-before-seen soap footage. A must-explore rabbit hole for any real soap shoe enthusiast. Derek Brooks's YouTube channel. https://www.youtube.com/@debrooks. Over the years, my soaping content has taken on a life of its own, remixed, re-edited, AI-boosted, and fan-reposted. Across literally hundreds of websites, YouTube channels, social media platforms, AI-generated playlists, and underground archives. From fun TikTok montages to algorithm-driven YouTube loops. From obscure international forums to futuristic AI video compilations. My original footage has been amplified into the digital ether, estimated to have now reached literally hundreds of millions of cumulative views worldwide. In 2017, Network A, a digital sports media platform, known for spotlighting action sports and youth culture, reposted a short throwback video titled #TBT to When Soap Shoes Were a Thing on Facebook. The clip went viral, amassing over 1.3+ million views and thousands of comments and shares. This unexpected resurgence introduced my story to a vast new audience, reigniting interest in the soap shoes movement and bringing it into the mainstream sports conversation. Network A also later wrote a full article on me for their online magazine titled, Who Remembers the 90s Fad Soap Shoes? Written by Francis Xavier. When I open Facebook and still, now 25+ years later, see a wave of fan messages still occasionally flooding my inbox. When I get emails from places like Israel, Europe, Australia, Poland, Iceland, the Philippines, all asking, what's new with soap? Or, how the hell did you grind that monster rail back in the day? To all the real ones, much love to every single one of you out there who's ever reached out over the years. I can't fit all the fan mail here. Otherwise, this book would be 10,000+ pages long. But I see it, I read it, and I save what I can. Messages like, you and Paul are my idol soapers, Anthoflex. Or, sincerely, your biggest fan, and thanks for everything you did to keep soap alive, Brandon Rodriguez, mean more than I can ever express. Your words keep the soaping movement alive. Stay soaping, fellas. Ryan. When I walk past my hallway and glance at the shadow boxes on my wall, framed moments in time, the magazine covers, the video stills, the raw pieces of history I carved with my own damn hands. When I see kids dressing like me for Halloween, Joseph Jersey Rika posts on Facebook, how's my Halloween costume? A die-hard soap shoes fan dressed up as me for Halloween. Peep the grind key stees around the neck. The fake #Jaunzemis, face tattoo sharpied above the right eye. El Segundo, cursive writing on the neck. Parted hair to the side. And yes, soap shoes on his feet, while trick or treating. La Mau Bro. Certified dedication. #SoapLife, 2015. When young fans, some not even born when I was in my prime, send messages calling me their idol, their inspiration, their reason for grinding. And most of all, when I look into the eyes of my two sons, Aaron and Aiden, my greatest legacy, born from a girl I met back when I was just some crazy kid in the 11th grade, chasing rails like they were the stairway to heaven. I can look into the mirror I can stare into it with no regrets. And I can say, loud and proud, hell yeah, I did that. I made that happen. My two boys, Aaron and Aiden Jaunzemis. Left, Raging Waters, San Bernardino, California, 2010. Center, Christmas, Newcastle upon Tyne, England, 2005. Right, El Segundo Beach, El Segundo, California, 2010. Much love to my two boys. Love always. Dad, I did the best I could, even when no one else at the company felt the spark, and you know what? That's fine. It doesn't matter. Because I wasn't put on this earth to make other people comfortable. I was put here to live loud, to break barriers, and to chase fire. And I'm proud. I'm happy. I'm grateful for every single win, every scar, and every wild twist of the adventure. In the beginning, all I wanted to do was to jump up and bust a clean little 360 degrees spin off of a picnic table. Just because it looked fun. But in the end, I did things most people only ever dream about. The difference? I didn't just dream it. I lived it. And no one can ever take that away from me. Ever. Ryan Jaunzemis sequence shot. Rolling up and jumping onto the top of a picnic table, rolling across the top of it, and then doing a 360 degrees spin off the end. El Segundo High School, El Segundo, California, 1996. I want you, whoever you are, wherever you are, to look back on your life one day and feel that same electric pride humming in your chest. That same deep, visceral sense of, damn, I really did that. Don't ever let anyone suppress or cage your light. If you've got a dream pulsing deep in your heart, don't wait. Chase it down with all your might, and make it happen right now. Because you only get one shot, one opportunity, one moment, one lifetime. And when your chance comes, don't wait. Don't hesitate. The world will always have haters. Always. But if you can learn to tune out the noise, block the venom, stay positive, stay focused, you'll become unstoppable. That's how I lived. And even now, in my late 40s rewriting this book, that's how I still live. And it has brought me more magic than I could have ever even imagined. Whatever your path, whether you're a soaper, a skater, a surfer, a snowboarder, a dancer, a dreamer, or anything in between, remember this: we're the same. We were all born to break out, to bust out. So when you see that perfect rail, that perfect wave, that once-in-a-lifetime moment or opportunity, whatever that may be for you, jump on it, stay on it, and ride that motherfucker all the way out to the end. In the end, life always comes down to two choices. You can either go big, or you can go the fuck home. The choice is yours. I wish you all the best. Frontside to dive, roll down the legendary 72-stair handrail. My most iconic grind of all time. From going viral on AOL.com in the late 90s, to fan reposts on both soapshoes.com and soapshoe.com, Canada fan site, to its inclusion in Relate Video Productions O, and T. Whoa, and Soap Shoes international sales commercials that played on loop. In every Journeys, Gadzooks, Pacific Sunwear, and numerous other soap shoe retail shops across malls worldwide. This clip was everywhere. Add in the tens of millions of views across YouTube, on my channel, plus countless reposts, plus viral shares across all social media platforms over the decades. And this single grind has been estimated to have reached now into the Tibor. Hundreds of millions of views between 1998 and 2025. EFC Stairs, 1010 Esplanade, Redondo Beach, California, 1998. There's no middle, no maybe, no do-overs. It's your moment, your mission. So now I'll leave you with just one final question. How bad do you want it? Thank you, truly, for giving me your time, your attention, and the space to share just a piece of my story with you. May your ride be wild. May your dreams be bold. And may your grind never stop, until you say it does. Much love, always. Stay soaping, fellas. Ryan Jaunzemis. The end. Or is it? Ryan Jaunzemis rocking a matching white hoodie and backwards white hat with the Soap O logo in blue, and a quick detachable Soap Shoes grind key lanyard around my neck. Lost in thought, staring off into the beautiful pink and blue cotton candy-colored Las Vegas sunset. Wondering to myself, what's next? Las Vegas, Nevada, 2014.
Part 2. Where is Ryan now? Where is Ryan now? HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, Royale to Fakey. Down rail on 7th story parking structure. A screenshot from my movie. Soap or Die. MGM Grand Hotel and Casio, parking structure. Las Vegas, NV, 2016. S. Shortly after all of the drama and chaos with soap had died down, Sarah told me she was pregnant. And just like that, the last flicker of my dream to become a professional athlete, at least for now, was extinguished. It was time to face reality. Time to get a real job. But I wasn't ready. Not mentally. Not emotionally. My mom had kicked me out, again. I was broke, directionless, and now fucking homeless. I spent days walking the streets of the South Bay, just drifting. At night, I crashed wherever I could, bus benches, rooftops of public park restrooms, any place that offered a small sliver of shelter. Brendan threw me a lifeline, offering me a spot on his couch for a few weeks. Not only that, but he also fronted me $800 in cash so I could pick up a brick of weed and get back into the game. I scored a quarter-pound brick of stress weed, laced up my rollerblades, and hit the corner of Main Street and Mariposa Avenue in El Segundo like a straight-up gangster. I was slanging nickel and dime bags to high school kids walking by, quick flips, fast cash. Within days, I actually made the $800 back and paid Brendan in full. After that, everything was mine, pure profit. But no matter how many bricks I moved, I couldn't shake the weight of survival mode. The money trickled in, but the stability never came. I was still sleeping on random friends' couches. Still living like a shadow. Some nights I'd crash at Brendan's. Other nights at Rob's or Marissa's, sometime Daddy's or Paul's, or wherever. It was musical chairs but with no music. I was numbing myself the only way I knew how, drugs and alcohol. I was killing off entire 30-pack of Budweiser beer solo like it was a sport. The weight piled on fast. I ballooned from a lean 152 to over 225 plus pounds, a full 70 plus pounds of fat clinging to me like the guilt, stress, and failure I was trying to outrun. I was in terrible shape, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I'd hit a wall. So I did something I hadn't done in a long time. I made amends with my mom. She agreed to let me move back in, but only on one condition. I had to shape up and finally go out and get a real job, or at least something that was 40 hours a week. The moment I moved back into her place, something shifted in me. I knew this might be my last shot at pulling myself out of the spiral. And if I was going to take my music seriously, really seriously, then I had to start immersing myself in the world I wanted to eventually dominate. So I set my sights on Guitar Center in Lawndale, right across from the Galleria Mall. It seemed like the perfect entry point, a job that would teach me the tools of the trade, get me around the gear I'd need to master, and maybe, just maybe, introduce me to the right people. Plus, the paycheck could help support Sarah and the baby on the way. Maybe even get us our own studio or one-bedroom apartment. I filled out an application. Got the job. But I didn't last a month. They fired me, said I was too distracted, too disconnected from the actual selling part of the job. And they weren't wrong. I wasn't there to push guitars and cables. I was there dissecting every synth, every mixer, every mic preamp. I was soaking up knowledge like a sponge, laser focused on how to build my future hip-hop studio. I wasn't trying to be a sales associate, I was trying to become Dr. Dre and Eminem. A super grandmaster record producer and the ultimate gangsta rapper from Los Angeles. While other employees were working the sales floor, I was working the network, asking coworkers and customers about their setups, who had home studios, who had Pro Tools rigs, who had connections, and who was down to collaborate. I wasn't playing the role of retail associate. I was already playing the role of artist. And my method was actually working. I was meeting real players, people who owned studios. I even got invited up to the Hollywood Hills for a free recording session. A producer, in a full-blown, multi-million-dollar studio, laid down one of my tracks, On the House. Then he introduced me to Be Real from Cypress Hill, and the three of us lit up a fatty blunt together outside on the patio of the Rainbow, right there on Sunset Boulevard. Hollywood, baby. I truly thought I was on the verge, about to be rubbing shoulders with the industry's elite. Death row legends, West Coast icons. I imagined soon getting featured on major tracks, climbing the charts, and finally blowing up. It felt like the stars were finally aligning. But that's not how it played out. I started calling in sick to work constantly, once, sometimes twice a week. Why? Because by night, I was holed up in my bedroom, deep into building my hot new underground demo CD. I'd finally scraped together a makeshift production setup, a low-budget studio packed into the corner of my room. That space had become my world. I was recording, mixing, mastering, learning new software, and practicing my freestyle flows into the early hours of the morning. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, Studio Selfie. Rocking a backwards visor and blue tee with a giant acrylic bomb graphic, my new gangsta steez. Some new tools of the trade, $2,000 Cord Triton synthesizer, outboard gear, amps, and Event 2020 monitors flanking a $3,000 silver leather love seat for clients, and a black leather reclining producer's chair. Cordless studio phone on deck for Jaunzemis entertainment. Mostly paid for by various credit cards that I never paid back. And added to my Chapter 7 bankruptcy, eliminating $50,000 worth of debt. Early 2000s West Coast gangster vibes in full effect. El Segundo, CA, 2001. Most nights, I was high. Buzzed. Surrounded by homies, bottles, blunts, and beats. Sleep was an afterthought. So when I finally did actually show up to a shift at Guitar Center, I was only half conscious, floating through the day on fumes and a weed haze, taking 30+ minute shit breaks just to catch a few Z's while sitting upright on the toilet. Eventually, the store manager, Mick, pulled me aside. Said my sales numbers were trash. Said my performance was slipping. Said he had to let me go. I was pissed, but not surprised. Now, broke and jobless again, I had to figure something out fast. My mom was shopping at Costco, but it felt like she only brought home half the ingredients for survival. There was peanut butter, but no jelly. Cereal, but no milk. I wasn't eating right, and the malnourishment only amplified my daily exhaustion. I couldn't wait around for some bullshit minimum wage job at $6 an hour. And I definitely wasn't going to wait 3 more fucking weeks just to see my first paycheck. I needed money now, and fast. So I took to the streets. I started jacking strangers, old folks mostly, throughout Los Angeles, snatching cash, pickpocketing, swiping purses. At night, I broke into random warehouses, back kitchens, anywhere with a lock I thought I could break. This was survival, so if it wasn't bolted down, it was fair game, anything I could flip at a pawn shop for fast cash. I even robbed a local bar inside a restaurant I knew had no security, and got away clean. I literally snuck behind the bar while the bartender was gone, pressed the "no sale" button on the register, the same one I'd seen him hit before to open the drawer, and sure enough, it popped right open. I grabbed the cash, stuffed it into my pockets, and walked straight out the front door. Then I bolted down the road and hopped on the next bus back home to count my loot. I was still hustling weed on the side, but I now smoked a lot more than I sold. The hustle was failing, and so was I. I was riding back and forth to downtown LA on the Metro Rail, Green Line to the Blue Line, to the Red Line, scooping up bricks of weed from one of my homies out there. I kept them wrapped tight in tin foil, tucked deep in my black Jansport backpack, half convinced the foil might throw off any K9s sniffing around. I was moving paranoid, sure, but smart. I'd even copped an old used 9mm Beretta for $300 cash from some gangbangers I met in Hawthorne. I kept it pressed to my waistline under my hoodie, just in case someone tried to jack me for my herb while I was out grinding in the gutter. These weren't friendly exchanges, I was moving weight through the back streets and boulevards, dealing with some really shady characters. Not long before, a couple of dudes named Adron and Ricky, claiming they were banging from a different set, jumped me at a party with a few of their other homies. They smashed in the windshield of Justin's ride with bats and snatched his Sony Splod CD deck and subwoofers. The heat started getting to me too. I'd heard whispers that the piece I'd bought might have had bodies on it. One night, paranoia kicked in full force. I put on some black neoprene gloves, disassembled the Beretta, scrubbed it clean, hit the metal with a blowtorch, then tossed the pieces into different dumpsters around the neighborhood. Some of it ended up in the ocean. I couldn't keep rolling around on my blade strapped with something that might trace back to a murder. At first, carrying the piece made me feel like a boss. After a while, it just made me feel watched. A few weeks later, still salty about getting fired from Guitar Center, I came up with a plan. I cut a small mini tour pillowcase in half, stitched some Velcro to it, and rigged the inside of my bulk cross-culture jean jacket into a giant hidden compartment, my makeshift heist rig. I called it the jacket so I could jack shit with it. The goal: slide in, swipe a small mixer or effects processor off the sales floor, scratch off the serial number with a razor blade, and flip it for quick cash at the pawn shop on Hawthorne Boulevard to help score some more dope to slang. That day, I slipped through the store like a ghost, eyeing the shelves. Eventually, I spotted it, a red Line 6 pod, a guitar effects processor worth around $300. I could easily flip it for a quick bill. It was just sitting there in the accessories section. Unwatched. Vulnerable. Perfect size for the jacket. I snagged it clean. No noise. No hesitation. Slid it right into the giant pocket inside my jacket and walked out like I'd just come in to use the restroom. But someone had seen me. One of the employees recognized me from when I used to work there and snitched. I thought I'd gotten away with it. But as I got back home and was walking down the stairs to my mom's apartment, 2 Los Angeles County sheriffs were already there, waiting for me, shotguns drawn. My stomach dropped. Oh shit, I thought. I was back home within 45 minutes, an hour tops. In that short window, someone must have spotted me, told Mick, who apparently wasted no time calling the cops and handing over my address from my employee file. Now they were already outside, waiting. I couldn't believe how fast it all went down. That was the moment it hit me, I was cooked. It was game over for me. Just minutes earlier, I'd called up a few of my homies, Rob and Anthony from the payphone out front of Bill's Liquor on Center Street, hyped as hell, telling them I'd just scored big on a jack move. We were supposed to meet up and hit an after party at Rob's to celebrate. Drinks, laughs, flexin' a little victory. But instead, I was thrown in cuffs right there, right in front of my mom. Frisked on the pavement while she stood frozen in the doorway, watching. Eyes wide. Face twisted in shock and disbelief. She didn't say a word. But her silence screamed. I could see the disgust radiating off her. That hurt more than the metal biting into my wrists. The Line 6 pod was seized from me on the spot. I was hauled off to LA County Jail, aka Twin Towers, and booked on two felony counts, grand theft and burglary, and $40,000 bail. Turns out the item was reported at over $400 plus, which pushed it straight into felony territory. I spent the next week locked up, cold concrete, stale food, and too much time to think. About my choices. About the look on my mom's face. About the celebration that never happened. About the fact that my girlfriend was now 8 months pregnant, and how the hell was I supposed to be a father in the middle of this fucked up life? This chaos. This mess. What kind of future could I possibly offer? Luckily, Sarah showed up at my court hearing, Guitar Center sales ad in hand. She came through with a miracle. The ad showed both the regular Line 6 pod and the Pod Pro model side by side. The regular pod, the one I jacked, was listed at $349 retail, on sale for just $249. The Pod Pro, the rack-mounted version, was the one valued at $499. That distinction made all the difference. Because the item I stole fell under the $400 threshold, the judge downgraded my charges from felony grand theft and burglary, which would have been 2 felony strikes, down to just misdemeanor petty theft. Just like that, I caught a lifeline. I was released on my own recognizance, OR, with time served. The judge hit me with a $945 restitution fee, and gave me 3 years of summary probation. I walked out of court, trading my county blues for a clean white jumpsuit, breathing easier, but not exactly changed. Over the next few weeks, I was back to the same old shit, chillin' with the homies, puffin' weed, drinking beer like water. I knew I wasn't supposed to be smoking, it was a probation violation, but unless I caught another case, I wasn't getting tested. So I didn't give a fuck. I picked up a part-time gig as a bouncer at a local strip club called Nude Nudes, aka Carolina Century Lounge, at the LAX airport, graveyard shifts, low pay, bullshit hours. It was something, but it wasn't enough. I was itching to get into the music industry and become a signed rapper, but nothing was happening. I felt stuck. I'd recently sold my old Trans AM Firebird for $60 just to get some quick cash, and was now stuck taking the bus everywhere. But then, out of nowhere, my mom came through. She surprised me with a used white Chevy Lumina she'd bought for $1,500. Not only that, she insured it and told me I could pay her back later. I was floored. Finally, I had wheels. Independence. Motion. For the first time in a long time, it felt like life was giving me a green light. And then I blew it. Not even a week later, Sarah and I were having brunch at the Proud Bird, this beautiful little spot near the docks in Marina del Rey, with ocean air and sunlight bouncing off the water. She was now 9 months pregnant at the time. It all started off innocent enough, just a few glasses of complimentary champagne, for me, not her. Then came the Jack Daniels. Then a couple of adios motherfuckers. Next thing I knew, I was getting completely fucking hammered. I drove Sarah home, dropped her off without incident. No hiccups, no drama. Just a quiet goodbye as she waddled her way toward the front door of her dad's house on the west side of El Segundo. But as I pulled out of her driveway, I looked over and noticed the passenger side of my car was trashed, like, seriously trashed. About 20-something, or more, empty brown McDonald's bags, napkins balled up all over the place, crumpled Starbucks cups, ketchup packets bleeding onto old receipts and ground into the carpet. It was a fucking mess. Without thinking, still cruising northbound down Hillcrest Street, I reached over and started grabbing the garbage and chucking it out the window. Just cleaning house. No big deal. My left hand stayed glued to the steering wheel while my right arm played janitor. I literally was leaving a breadcrumb trail of litter and wadded up McDonald's bags all the way down the block like some cracked out Hansel and Gretel. And then, Boom. Out of nowhere. I smashed, full speed, asterisk at about 30 to 40 miles per hour, right into the back corner of a parked brand new black Ford F-150. No brakes. No seatbelt. Just a split second of oh shit and then glass. My head slammed forward and blasted through the windshield. My face lit up with pain, and my right eyelid tore open like a paper napkin. There was blood. There was small chunks of glass in my eye. There was the smell of burned rubber and cheap fast food. I crawled out of the wreckage slowly and sat down on the curb, bleeding and dazed. The steering wheel was crushed in. Surprisingly, I wasn't dead and still walking. Somehow, Sarah and her family heard the crash from down the block. She came running, panic in her eyes, her dad and stepmom trailing behind. The neighbors poured out of their homes like ants from a kicked mound. The family who owned the truck immediately called 911. Minutes later, the cops showed up. And here's where the universe decided to cut me a break, 3 breaks, in fact. 1. I wasn't seriously injured. A few stitches, some ice, a couple bong rips, and I'd walk it off. 2. The cops completely missed the giant trail of garbage I'd left behind me. No littering fines or reckless driving tickets, etc. 3. Most importantly, no one tested me. No breathalyzer. No blood draw. No urine test. No DUI. One of the officers leaned in, flashlight up, checking my pupils. "You been drinking tonight?" he asked me, inquisitively. I snapped, full-blown theater mode. "I got fucking glass in my eye. Stop wasting my fucking time and call a fucking ambulance." That was enough. They all backed off, called the paramedics. Next thing I knew, I was strapped to a stretcher and being wheeled into an ambulance headed for Robert F. Kennedy Hospital. No DUI. No jail. No fines. But my car was totaled. I should have counted my blessings. But I wasn't in that kind of headspace yet. A day that could have been my last. Just a week before, my mom had bought me a Chevy Lumina. And thankfully, had bought the insurance. The car was totaled, but I walked away from the crash, lucky to be alive. A week later, on October 5, 2001, my son, Aaron, would be born. A new chapter about to begin. Life's fragile, and this moment was a reminder of just how close we can come to losing it all in an instant. Dated, September 30, 2001. A few days later, I was posted up at Mike's new pad in Monrovia, still in recovery mode, a chill spot with rooftop access where we could smoke and overlook the city lights like we owned the skyline. It was one of those low-key house parties that starts with good vibes and ends in empty Grey Goose bottles, $100 quarter-ounce chronic blunts, and someone passed out on the couch. We were all getting drunk, stoned, and vibing while working on new music. I brought my Korg Triton and speakers for a new hip-hop group we were forming called Aphasia, myself, Mike, and a few other friends, Chris Dorn and Chris Blanchard. We even made a cool little demo album that summer. That's when the phone rang. It was Sarah. She was going into labor. Suddenly the night flipped. Just like that, the haze lifted, at least enough for me to recognize that this was real now. Mike and I, still blasted, somehow managed to crawl into his car and make the drive back down to El Segundo. I needed my mom's car to pick up Sarah. Running on adrenaline more than anything else, I grabbed the keys and made my way over to get her. Torrance Memorial Hospital. Delivery room. Blood pressure cuffs and soft blue lights. Sarah, crunching on ice chips, bracing for the epidural, and screaming through waves of labor pain. A few hours later, Aaron was born. My son. I should have been filled with pride, joy, purpose, whatever they write in Hallmark greeting cards. And I was. But underneath all that was this heavy, suffocating guilt. I was still beat up from the crash, fresh scars where the stitches had been, a bruised eyelid, and a gash healing above my temple. I looked like a cautionary tale. Holding my newborn in my arms, I couldn't shake the thought, I'm not ready for this. I'm broke. I've got no plan. What kind of life can I offer this kid? I went into the hospital bathroom and stared into the mirror. The fluorescent light cut harsh shadows across my busted face. That's when it hit me, it's time to grow up. No more just drifting. No more burning rubber down life's highway with no destination in mind. Less than 24 hours into fatherhood. And already off to a wild start. Fresh out of a car wreck, stitches just removed from my face. Tux and bow tie on, getting ready for my minimum wage job. At a strip club, still hungover, bruised, and now also officially carless again. Pretty sure the Father of the Year award wasn't going to be in my cards that year. Dated, October 6, 2001. I started looking into the military. Word was, they'd pay for college. That was the hook. I had dreams of getting into Musicians Institute in Hollywood, specifically their recording/engineering program. I wanted the technical chops. Not just to make music, but to speak the language, to be able to sit across from another producer and actually understand their world. To earn their respect. To be able to say, here's what I want, and have them get it. So I took the ASFOB and crushed it. I had my sights set on the Marines first. If I was going to do this military shit, I was going to go all in. Hardcore. No shortcuts. But the Marines weren't having it. Arrest record. Probation. I was a liability. I figured the Air Force might be more forgiving and easier in the long run. Nope. Same problem. My file had red flags. The Army? Not a chance. Not my thing. I had no interest in marching through the mud for 4 years. And the Navy? Just the thought of being stuck on some floating prison surrounded by salt water and psychotic gung-ho lifers made my stomach churn. But that's when Eddie, the only person who could talk any kind of sense into me during those days, said, "Look man, let's just go down there and talk to a Navy recruiter. We ain't doing shit with our lives right now other than hustlin' and making music, and it's not paying the fucking bills. You don't gotta sign nothing, man. Let's just go down there and find out what our options are." Eddie and Justin were both interested in joining as well. Eddie never joined, while Justin enlisted but decided it wasn't for him and left before completing basic training. I ran into him a few months later one morning at medical. He was being discharged and getting a bus ticket back home to his mom's house in Madison, Wisconsin. Sarah and I eventually made our way down to the recruiting office together, still wide-eyed, still half believing that maybe the military could be the reset button our lives so desperately needed. That's where we met Ken Aguilar and Mickey, both recruiters, salesmen, and professional dream dealers. Both Ken and Mickey looked us dead in the eyes and told us everything we wanted to hear. They both swore up and down that the Navy had what they called shore duty billets, that I could stay off the ships if I wanted to. You don't have to go to sea if you don't want to, bro. You can get shore duty. After boot camp it's basically just like a regular 9-to-5 job, but you'll get commissary, free medical and dental, and the Navy is going to buy you a car, and give you 40 grand in cash for college. They told us, all smooth confidence. A car. I questioned them. I was confused. Was the Navy really going to buy me a brand new car if I joined? Anything I wanted. They promised $40,000 in cash, through the Montgomery GI Bill, whatever that was. I didn't read the fine print. They told me that after my 4 years of service, it would definitely pay for Musicians Institute in full, no problem, and even have cash left over. They said the Navy would give us a house, a brand new car, even drop the phrase, brand new Escalade, or whatever I wanted, like we were picking from a menu. Yeah man, haven't you ever seen those cars with government plates before? That's military, bro. We have to make sure you're able to get to work. So yeah, the Navy's gonna buy you a car, a brand new Cadillac Escalade with government plates. Whatever you want, man. They told us. Wow. That would be sick. I replied, having bought their little scam hook, line, and sinker. They painted the life, security, respect, a future with a bow on top. What I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that none of it was true. Not all out lies maybe, but the kind of monumental exaggerations that live in the gray zone between truth and fantasy. The kind of half-truths designed to fill monthly quotas. These guys were military recruiters, and a recruiter's real job isn't actually to help you, it's to find out if you're fit and qualified for duty, and then to get you into uniform, period. What the recruiters meant when they told me, the Navy is going to buy you a car, was this: you'll get a paycheck every 2 weeks, and with that money, you can save up and then go out and buy any brand new car you want. If you want an Escalade, save up your paychecks, and eventually, you'll get that Escalade. So by that logic, the Navy is in fact buying you the car, just not in the way it originally sounded. I was duped, but at the time, it all sounded like salvation. They then went on to tell us that, since we had a baby, we might as well just get married, because the Navy would pay us double compared to if I joined as a single sailor. Yeah, bro, if you join right now as a single sailor, you're gonna end up living in the barracks, one small room, and only get paid half as much, like $800 a month. But if you get married and show us the marriage certificate and license, the Navy will pay you double, and you'll get base housing, like a big-ass full 2-bedroom house and backyard. They want to make sure your home life and family are secure. Plus, you'll get medical, dental, and vision coverage for you, your wife, and your kid. You'll never have doctor bills again. It's way better in the long run, you'll be making twice as much money. They told us. Sarah and I looked at each other, and we made the decision right then: if we're gonna do this Navy thing, let's go all in. Let's become a real family. Start fresh. Do it right. No further research. No second opinions. Just blind faith. I signed the papers. In March of 2002, we packed up the baby, grabbed my friend Danny to stand as my best man, and Marissa as the bridesmaid, then hit the I-15 to Las Vegas. There, at a small church on the Strip, Sarah and I tied the knot and make it official. New marriage. New baby. New life. A week later, I shipped out to Great Lakes, Chicago, to begin Navy boot camp. HTTPS. Ryan and Sarah Jaunzemis, wedding night pic. Las Vegas Strip, March 9, 2002. I arrived at Great Lakes, Chicago, ready to begin Navy boot camp, thinking maybe this would be the place that turned boys into men. But what I found instead was a complete and utter joke. This wasn't combat training. This wasn't preparation for war. Hell, it wasn't even orientation for the actual job I'd signed up for, lithographer, which in civilian terms meant graphic designer. Nope. Boot camp was all mind games. Every day was a theater of absurdity. Drill instructors would hype us up, bark orders to get ready for some mission-critical task, then have us line up in height formation and vanish. Literally disappear. Leaving us to stand there, sometimes for hours on end, in the freezing Chicago wind, or worse, under sheets of cold Midwestern rain. No explanation. No logic. Just control for the sake of control. And when they did show up, it wasn't to teach us tactics or survival, it was to obsess over how we folded our underwear. If your clothes weren't folded exactly to spec, creased like origami, starched and pressed to military perfection, they'd make you drop. Push-ups. 8-count bodybuilders. What they proudly called getting beat. They'd micromanage our bed making, lecture us on the art of sweeping, mopping, or as they like to call it, swabbing the deck. And of course, waxing floors like we were training to be janitors on a cruise ship. I wasn't learning discipline. I was learning how to pretend. For the next grueling 8 weeks, every single day, 7 days a week, was a different kind of madness. We were shuffled through medical, getting jabbed with every shot and vaccine imaginable until my arm felt like a pincushion. Dental lined us up to drill, scrape, and patch whatever teeth they could. Human resources hit us with an avalanche of paperwork, form after form, signature after signature. We learned how to fight fires, how to fire rifles, how to tie every kind of knot they could think of. We got thrown into cleaning crews with mops, buckets, and loud industrial waxing machines, stripping, waxing, stripping again. The bathrooms, what they called the head, had to be scrubbed until they sparkled. Toilets, too. No mercy. We folded laundry like machines and marched everywhere in formation, belting out, anchors away, in freezing wind while wearing navy peacoats, knit beanies, and scarves wrapped tight around our faces. We held flags high, circling what they called the grinder, a bleak, open expanse of asphalt that felt like a stage of endless repetition. We swam in cold pools, jumped off towering platform diving boards, and did daily PT till our bodies ached. They even tear-gassed us, on purpose. Locked us in a chamber, filled it with CS gas, and made us stay until our eyes burned, our throats seized up, and half of us were puking our guts out. Just so we'd know what it felt like, and how to stay calm, react, and respond under pressure. Then came battle stations, the grand finale at the end of 8 brutal weeks. The ultimate test. We had to stay awake for nearly 36 straight hours. It started with a full day of marching, inspections, and non-stop tasks that felt designed more to break us than to train us. And then, just when we thought it was over, just as night fell, it hit. At exactly 10 p.m., a siren screamed through the base. The PA system crackled to life, battle stations. Red alert. Missile inbound, starboard side. All hands to battle stations. Suddenly, the entire place turned into chaos. We were thrown into a fully immersive simulation inside a warehouse-sized mock ship. For the rest of the night, we ran through everything we had learned, putting out fires, sealing off flooding compartments, moving through obstacle courses in blackout conditions, conducting live drills, even simulating live weapons fire. And then, without pause, we powered through the next day, more drills, more orders, more chaos. Sleep-deprived, stressed, and pushed past our limits, marching around all the next day in steel-toed boots, we kept going. Because quitting wasn't an option. Not there. Not in the Navy. Sunday was the only breath of relief. That's when they gave us mail. Sarah would write me letters, sometimes send photos of the baby. Those little moments were gold. If I was lucky, I'd get a chance to line up outside the ship's door and use the pay phone. I'd punch in my 1-800-COLLECT code just to hear Sarah's voice. Sometimes I'd call my mom, too. Just to feel something familiar. Ryan Jaunzemis, HTTP. Looking like a military thug. Standing in blue dungarees and a recruit cap. Beside my rack and locker. Naval Training Center. Great Lakes, Illinois. Spring, 2002. But amidst the monotony, I found a spark, freestyle rap. In the little downtime we had, I'd spit bars, raw, sharp, real, for the other recruits, or shipmates, as the Navy called them. It was my escape. My expression. And word got around quick. Soon I had a captive audience. I would either freestyle rap or spit rehearsed lyrics from one of my songs from my hip-hop group, Lyrical Theory. This one's from a track I wrote called The Poet's Corner. I start from the underground, here's my sound, profound. Lyrical bound theory for only one round. Contest, place your bets, nevertheless. Address the best with all total success. I make beats, with discrete levels of heat. My sweet lyrics defeat your brief words beneath. One cosmic verse dispersed heroic suspense. I dispense rhyme schemes, more than clean, they're intense. Ones who complain can't maintain the strain of fame. Drained, anguished faces depart with shame. Corner of poets complete, never meet my demise. This elite fleet's concrete, no need for disguise. I'd spit a verse, standing there in my blue navy dungarees, posted up in front of my rack, while my fellow shipmates bobbed their heads and vibed out. Some would beatbox, dropping a rhythm so I had a beat to flow to. Every one of them said the same thing, unanimously. Even the drill instructors took notice. One of them, Petty Officer Smith, completely out of character, paused after hearing me flow and asked, dead serious, Recruit Jaunzemis, with that kind of talent, what in the hell are you even doing here? And I felt it, right there in my gut, they were right. I didn't belong here. Not because I couldn't handle it, but because this wasn't my world. I was a gangsta rapper and hip-hop producer. My path was spitting bars on stage, live under colorful moving lights, in front of giant video walls and arena-sized stages with massive catwalks, hot bitches in bikinis, and stripper poles lit up on stage, fans screaming my name, singing along with my songs. Not starch, stripes, and standing out in the Chicago rain waiting for someone to bark orders at me. Even with all the bullshit, I told myself I was doing it for a greater cause. I didn't care if I ended up homeless, I was in this for my son. I wanted him to have a better life, and if that meant putting up with the Navy's nonsense and bullshit for 4 years, so be it. But when I started telling everyone I was going to get shore duty, and not ever be stationed on a ship, they looked at me like I'd lost my damn mind. Even the drill instructors laughed it off. Your recruiter lied to you, man. They said. Yes, there are shore duty billets, but not for first-term sailors. According to them, everybody was going to a ship after A school. No exceptions. I was outraged. Fuming. And I didn't keep quiet about it. For the rest of boot camp, and straight through A school, I made my voice heard. I complained, filed grievances, and cornered any senior enlisted personnel or officer who'd give me 10 seconds. I even wrote a detailed, blistering 9-page letter, 9 pages, addressed directly to my senior chief and commanding officer at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, in Washington, D.C., where I was sent after boot camp. In it, I broke down every single promise my recruiters had made to me and my wife. Then, something unexpected happened. At the end of A school, against all odds, I was one of only 3 people to be granted shore duty. I got my official orders, Fallon, Nevada. 2 years. Monday through Friday, working 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. with an hour-and-a-half lunch from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Reaper Graphics Division Print Shop. The Navy's version of Kinko's copies. Seaman Apprentice Ryan Jaunzemis, attention to orders. Said Petty Officer White, the first-class petty officer in charge of our A school class. He announced, congratulations. You're going to Top Gun Naval Air Station in Fallon, Nevada. Top Gun. I replied. Like in the movie. Isn't that place in San Diego or something like that? He chuckled and said, that's just Hollywood. The real Top Gun is in northern Nevada, where they practice flying jets. There's a bombing area out there for training. You'll be working in the base print shop, probably printing business cards on Photoshop, or something like that. I couldn't believe it, I'd done it. I'd actually beaten the system. HTTPS/ Or so I'd thought. Ryan Jaunzemis, full dress whites. With navy raincoat. Holding an M16. In front of the U.S. Navy flag. March, 2002. Sure, the job itself wasn't bad. Compared to working 12-plus hour shifts on a ship, 7 days a week, what I was getting was a cakewalk. But the politics at Naval Air Station Fallon, Nevada, aka Top Gun. The red tape. The relentless micromanagement. Still there. Still toxic. I was continuously volunteered, or rather yet, voluntold to do all kinds of stupid shit there, Navy slang for being forced into things under the illusion of choice. I thought I'd be off by 3 p.m., free to work on my beats and keep building my freestyle craft. But no. I'd get thrown on random 4-hour watch shifts, or 12-hour stints at the front gate checking IDs like a glorified security guard. Sometimes they'd stick me out in 110 degrees heat, poking at trash with a stick down pasture road, like some kind of base-level janitor. Sweep. Mop. Rinse. Repeat. And anytime I asked, why the hell am I doing this? Why am I picking up trash and moping a fucking floor? They'd hit me with the same line, the Navy is not a job, it's a lifestyle. 24/7. Ryan Jaunzemis, HTTPS. Representing the Ceremonial Honor Guard in full dress blues. Rifle in hand, wearing a freshly earned lithographer, 3rd class, Crow. With a single red chevron. A proud moment in uniform. At a special event far from the sea. Reno, NV, 2004. NAS Fallon, 2002 to 2004. Naval Air Station Fallon, the place where Top Gun pilots train. A bombing range in the absolute middle of nowhere. Fallon itself. A one-stoplight town with just enough civilization to fake the appearance of a life. You had the base. A Walmart. A couple of dusty-ass bars with small wannabe nightclubs, the Depot and Sandwinds. A scattering of farms. Some half-sunk houses. And then, nothing. 80 miles of raw, unforgiving desert until you hit Reno. The only thing in between. A blink-and-you-miss-it town called Fernley. Smaller than Fallon, if you can believe that. The Navy did give Sarah, myself, and baby Aaron base housing, but for the next 2 years, I lived mostly in my garage. I'd set up a tiny music production studio, my sanctuary. Just me, my gear, and a head full of rhymes. I made beats. Wrote lyrics. Burned demo CDs and dubbed cassette tapes. I freestyled verses that dripped with frustration, loneliness, and the dream of going back to Cali, because that's what I missed most, California. In a song titled Missin' L.A. that I released later in 2006 on my album What I'm About, I wrote, have you ever had to leave the place that you grew up? The city where you were raised, and all that you knew of? Have you ever been forced to move away from home? Away from all your family and everyone you know? Have you ever had to think you'd be out on your own? Starting out from scratch, with all your money gone. The days turn into months, the months turn into years. It's hard to watch the seasons change, but you keep your vision clear. I'm missin' LA. I'm missin' my friends. I'm missin' the ocean and the time we'd spend on the sand, catchin' them rays. Livin' it up from day to day. In the city of angels. I missed real life. I missed getting high, chilling with my homies, skating down Venice with the ocean breeze in my face and not a care in the world. And then somewhere deep in that haze of sweat and solitude, I found myself asking, where the fuck is my Escalade? The recruiter promised me one. Remember that. Instead, I was stranded out here in bumfuck Egypt, caught between two conflicting identities. On one side, I was a Navy pawn, bound by orders and obligation. On the other, I was an artist, chasing a vision of West Coast freedom. It was a constant tug of war between duty and desire, and the weight of that duality pressed on me every single day. Working 5 days a week, sometimes with an extra 12-hour bonus bullshit watch shift on top of that, left me fucking exhausted. Then came the weekends, stuck at home with fatherly duties, babysitting Aaron while he played with Legos and watched Bear in the Big Blue House or The Wiggles. Just me, Sarah, the kid, my studio, and my fully stocked mini bar. Other than that, nowhere to go. No friends to kick it with. I wasn't allowed to smoke weed or do drugs. Some of the guys made the trip out to visit. I managed to sneak away to Cali a couple times on leave. But those were just flashes, moments of light swallowed by a lonely desert. Ryan Jaunzemis, in my garage studio. Rocking a black and gray puffy LA jacket and black LA hat. Korg Triton, Event 2020 SS, Shure KSM 44, a new Pentium 3. With flat screen monitor, and Pro Tools. A fresh new drum set behind me. A vision board tacked on the wall with all the studio gear. I was saving up to buy MPC 4000, rack gear, etc. Fallon, NV, 2003. In the middle of all this, Sarah and I had another baby. We named him Aiden. A tiny spark of purpose in the midst of the madness. On leave. A short 2-week escape back home, away from the Navy. Manhattan Beach Pier, Manhattan Beach, CA, winter, 2002. I was drowning in credit card debt. Sarah and I needed the basics, furniture, food, and everyday survival stuff, and over time, I'd slowly racked up more than $50,000 plus in charges. It added up quick: couches, TVs, alcohol, pizza, groceries, music gear, and a stream of ATM withdrawals from Visa, Washington Mutual, Bank of America, you name it. Eventually, I filed for a Chapter 7 bankruptcy to wipe the slate clean. And for a while, it felt like a huge win, until the Navy found out. They said my financial history was quote-unquote unbecoming of a U.S. sailor, and just like that, I was hauled into some bullshit ongoing military court hearing. they revoked my top secret security level clearance, something I needed to stay working as a lithographer, LI3, in the print shop, since we occasionally handled classified material. With my clearance gone and time approaching to transfer duty stations, the Navy gave me two options. Option number 1, stay in, but get stripped down in rank from lithographer 3 RD class petty officer, E4, to E3 and work as an undesignated bosun's mate, the guys who hang over the ship's side chipping paint and mopping the flight deck in 100-degree+ sun. I'd be stationed on some aircraft carrier in San Diego to finish out my 4-year enlistment. Option number 2, take an early out, leave the Navy 18 months ahead off schedule with an -1 rupee honorable discharge, keep my full $40,000 GI Bill, and retain lifetime medical benefits, medical and vision only, no dental. It was a no-brainer. I chose the second. 1 month later, I was honorably discharged with a -1 rupee code, meaning I could have re-enlisted someday. But that window slammed shut the moment I got out. I covered my neck, arms, hands, and face in tattoos, a clear violation of Navy regulations. That chapter of my life was now officially closed. Musicians Institute, Hollywood, CA, 2005. We drove back to stay with my mom for a while. Sarah had recently found out that in England, the government provided food and housing for low-income families, what they called council housing, so we decided to make the move overseas. Sarah and the kids flew out first. I stayed behind to go to school for 6 months, with the plan to rejoin them once I graduated. My goal was to earn a recording and engineering degree, land a higher-paying job at a studio in England, and eventually launch my own label, Jaunzemis Entertainment. For the next 6 months, I lived at my mom's place. I was pulling in about $1,400 a month from unemployment and another $1,200 from the GI Bill. That GI Bill, though, that was another government bait and switch. They'd promised me, quote-unquote, $40,000 in cash for college. What they actually meant was $1,200 a month, stretched out over 36 months, if I was going to full-time school. It felt like a total scam. Sarah and I had expected a lump sum, $40,000 in crisp $100 bills or direct deposit, just like they'd advertised. But when I asked about it, they hit me with, Petty Officer Jaunzemis, didn't you read the fine print? I was going to class 5 nights a week and living like a bachelor again, chilling in my mom's garage, drinking 40s, smoking weed, and mixing music with my homie, Dave Soto. Dave was, without question, one of the most insanely skilled guitarists I've ever known. In my opinion, easily one of the best of all time. We had a full crew of musicians and rappers vibing out in that garage at all hours of the night well into the early morning, working off my new Pro Tools rig. It was electric. The energy, the music, it was alive. Ryan Jaunzemis, mixing a tracks, //www.youtube.com/watch, V equals INLINE 82 and list equals PLZHSDGX10WKDP_SVCVDJK5H9VSCC6L. On the legendary SSL console. Musicians Institute, Hollywood, CA, Summer 2005. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.youtube.com/watch, V equals INLINE 82 and list equals PLZHSDGX10WKDP_SVCVDJK5H9VSCC6L. Writing lyrics for a new track. I was recording. With the homie. And fellow classmate. Bars to left. On a Chord Triton. And Pro Tools rig. Musicians Institute. Hollywood, CA. Summer 2005. Full Musicians Institute playlist, vlogs, behind-the-scenes footage. And more, watch it all here. https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals INQR the 82 he ampersand list equals PLZHSDGX10WK. https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals INQR the 82 he ampersand list equals PLZHSDGX10WK. ADP_SVCVDJK5H9VSCC6L. I even treated myself to 2 separate vacations to Florida to visit Jose, who now lived in Tampa Bay. We were laid out on the white sand beaches checking out beautiful tanned asses, smoking hydro, and getting ice-cold tiki drinks delivered to our towels by beautiful cocktail waitresses. It was paradise, brief moments of bliss carved out from the chaos. https://www.youtube.com/watch, V equals LEWQR10BGYG and list equals PLZHSDGX10UYCES3XYG JOA J2C2 outfin. Life in the Dirty South playlist, 11 of the most gangsta vlogs on YouTube. Raw, real, and unfiltered. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign luqr10bgYG ampersand list=sign plzhstigxy1m0uyc https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign luqr10bgYG ampersand list=sign plzhstigxy1m0uyc ES3XYG JOOJ2C2 Aupfen. England, late 2005, August 2006. After graduating from Musicians Institute, I packed my bags and moved to England, but we were broke as fuck. We were living in Sarah's mom's tiny little 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom flat, in a high-rise building in the middle of Newcastle. It was barely enough space for one person, let alone Sarah, myself, our 2 kids, her mom, Barbara, and Sarah's brother, David. It was claustrophobic. And Barbara and I didn't see eye to eye on anything. The tension in that apartment was thick enough to cut with a knife. For 4 straight months, Sarah, the kids, and I, all slept in a single bed. It was straight-up poverty. There were no recording studios hiring in the area, so I was working several temp jobs just to keep some damn food on the table. I landed a bartending and catering gig at Blue Arrow Catering that paid £5 an hour, no tips. In the UK, tipping culture isn't like in the States. 5 measly pounds an hour, and that was it. But the work experience was golden. They sent me all over Newcastle to serve drinks at high-profile events, including major sports matches at Kingston Park, home of the Newcastle Falcons rugby team, and St James Park, the iconic stadium of Newcastle United. I was pouring pints and mixing cocktails beneath the roaring energy of tens of thousands of fans, soaking up the prestige of these legendary venues. I also worked professional tennis matches and various entertainment events around the city. My second job was at the Marks & Spencer Bakery, M&S, baking bread and pastries in the early mornings, followed by another bartending gig at a local spot called Dobson's Bar. I was grinding hard, juggling 3 jobs, just trying to make it happen. After my shifts at M&S, every night after closing, I'd fill huge trash bags with leftover food, loaves of bread, donuts, perishable goods from the store, whatever they were going to throw out anyway, just to have something to feed my family. We were so broke I was even stealing rolls of fucking toilet paper from public restrooms just so I'd have something to wipe my fucking ass with. It was also during this time that I developed a passion for cooking and enrolled in night classes at Kenton College in Newcastle, where I earned a degree in culinary arts. This later led me to become a master chef. I also took courses in Swedish massage and aromatherapy, eventually becoming a certified masseuse. Eventually, the city council gave us our own place. Sarah had done all she could. She'd been on the council housing waiting list for over 10+ months, since before I'd even started at MI. Unfortunately, the only property they had available was an old, run-down, borderline condemned 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath unit in West Denton with a small backyard. But at that point, anything was better than being packed like sardines in her mom's flat. So we signed the papers and took it. An old council house with metal plates boarding up the windows. The absolute ghetto, British edition. West Denton, Newcastle upon Tyne, England, 2005. Sarah and I did what we could to fix the place up. Fortunately, my mom came through with a lifeline. She wired us $3,000. After the exchange rate, it came out to about £1,500, just enough to buy a new refrigerator, a stove, a washer, a dryer, and some other bare necessities. The council house had come completely unfurnished, no appliances, no nothing. But even with the basics in place, the financial pressure and 10,000+ other issues kept mounting. Sarah and I were at each other's throats, constantly fighting. One night, I punched a hole through a door. And that was just the beginning. Things escalated, fast. Eventually, the cops showed up. I got beat down with billy clubs, pepper sprayed, vertically handcuffed, and arrested on seven different charges, including 1. Assault. 2. Battery. 3. Drug possession. 4. Possession of drug paraphernalia. 5. Destruction of council property. 6. Disturbing the peace. 7. Resisting arrest. They threw me in solitary confinement for the rest of the week. No food other than a few slices of bread, just water, English tea packets, and vegetable broth soup. I asked the guard for cream and sugar for my tea, and he looked at me like I was crazy and said, "This ain't the Hilton, mate." When I was finally released, the court slapped me with a restraining order. I was legally banned from setting foot within 150 feet of the West Denton city limits. I wasn't even allowed to return to the house to collect my belongings. On top of that, I was then also ordered to reappear again in court weeks later for yet another hearing. But where the fuck was I supposed to go for the next 2 weeks? I wasn't allowed to return back to my house. Did they expect me to just be homeless and sleep on the streets? Sarah filed for divorce. I was now fucking homeless in Newcastle, wandering aimlessly throughout the city with nowhere to go. I found refuge, if you could call it that, at a decaying YMCA hostel in Jesmond, where I stayed for the next 2 weeks until my mom could wire enough money for a plane ticket back to the States. Before I left, I managed to contact Sarah. She snuck me into the house so I could say goodbye to the kids and grab what little I could, my computer hard drive, with all my music on it, a backpack with a change of clothes, and that was it. I skipped my court date, boarded a plane, and left the country, violating my probation terms and effectively exiling myself. The result? I am now banned from the entire United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Northern Wales. I'm considered a fugitive. If I ever attempt to re-enter, I will be subject to arrest on sight. To this day, Sarah tells me the West Denton police still make occasional random visits to that old address, asking for me, almost 20 years later. We laugh about it now, during our occasional Skype or FaceTime calls. She always tells them the truth, he's been gone since 2006. But they still keep showing up. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, rocking a white G-Unit hoodie. With matching hat and shoes. Helping my youngest son, Aiden, walk along a brick wall. On a cold, overcast morning in West Denton. Taking him to catch the public bus to Jesmond, across town. Was England a total loss? Yes and no. There were some beautiful moments. Quiet victories, bittersweet family memories. And while it all ended in complete and total disaster, it gave me the perspective, hunger, and pain necessary to fuel the next chapter of my life in Las Vegas. And to ultimately achieve greatness. West Denton, Newcastle upon Tyne, England, winter, apps Jan/February, 2006. Las Vegas, NV, August, 2006. My mom didn't want me back at her house after the whole England ordeal, and honestly, I didn't blame her. I'd burned too many bridges by then. But I still had a few friends scattered across the country, each offering a possible new beginning. Justin was now living up in San Francisco, my Navy buddy, Jeff, was in DC, Jose was down in Florida, and Dave Soto had just moved to Las Vegas, Nevada. Back at the Jesmond hostel, in the cafeteria, there was an old world map tacked up on the wall on one side of the room, and an old beat-up dartboard on the other. One night, I was eating dinner and wondering where in the world I'd end up next, so I randomly threw a dart towards America, and it hit right smack in the middle of Nevada. A bullseye perhaps. At first, it was a joke. I laughed at the image that popped into my head, me cruising down the Las Vegas Strip in a badass convertible bumping my system, flanked by beautiful women, living like some kind of flashy underworld kingpin, the biggest Vegas pimp ever. Funny enough, the vision wasn't that far from what would soon unfold. But it wasn't just a fantasy. I started really thinking about Vegas. In 2006, the city was electric, cranes dotted the skyline, high-rises were going up left and right, and the Strip was alive with construction. Opportunity was everywhere. The economy was booming, and if you had a pulse and could hold a hammer or show up on time, you could find work. It felt like a place where someone like me, scarred, determined, and hungry, could disappear into the chaos and rebuild. Still, I was emotionally gutted. Losing my kids had shattered something inside me. I was walking into a new city with a bleeding heart and a head full of unresolved pain. The adjustment was brutal. To make matters worse, when I landed in Las Vegas, Delta had lost my luggage. All I had were the clothes on my back, my music hard drive, thank God I'd carried it on, a $50 bill, and a few leftover euros jangling around in my pocket from my layover in Paris, France. I was supposed to be staying at Dave's place. He told me he had a spare room, but when I showed up, I found out he'd already rented it out. So I crashed on the floor of his living room, curled up with nothing but my backpack, a jacket for a pillow, and the buzzing neon glow of Vegas bleeding through the blinds. Ryan Jaunzemis, sleeping on the floor. Leaning over to take a quick selfie. Just to remember how shitty staying at Dave's place was. In this instance, one of the roommates used the restroom in the middle of the night and left the light on, just to wake me up. I just landed in town after Delta lost my luggage. All I had were the clothes on my back, $50 in my pocket, my music hard drive, and 2 half-slit wrists. No job. No car. No sleep. Emotionally wrecked after losing my kids. And being banned from the United Kingdom. Already clashing with Dave's roommates, Kenny and Kelvin, 2 loud, stupid, obnoxious, drunk, PlayStation-addicted ironworkers. Who partied all night long while I tried to get even a moment of rest. I was hoping to job hunt at sunrise. And start rebuilding my life from absolute zero. This is how my story begins. Copper Creek Apartments, near South Point Hotel and Casino. South Las Vegas, NV, August 2006. I didn't get along with Dave's new roommate, Kenny. The guy was a loudmouth, and tensions escalated fast. We almost came to blows right there in the middle of Dave's living room floor. On top of that, Dave had turned the place into a flophouse for his iron worker buddies. They were either hammered, shouting over video games all night, or passed out snoring like freight trains. Between the chaos and the claustrophobia, I knew I couldn't last there long. Fortunately, I found out that a cousin of mine, Janelle, was living nearby in West Las Vegas. She let me crash at her place for a couple of weeks, but then out of nowhere she started screaming and demanding that I needed to start paying her at least $400 a month for rent, which I thought was fucking ridiculous considering the couch wasn't even comfortable. As soon as I scraped together some money, I bounced. My first real hustle in Vegas was at a grimy little gas station called Jay's Market. The pay was crap, $8 an hour to cashier and stock shelves, but it got some cash in my pocket. I used it to buy groceries, a new Verizon flip phone, and, yeah, an ounce of weed, the good shit. Tourists were everywhere, and I started walking around and slanging dubs, $20 sacks, 1 gram, on the strip at night, just to keep my head above water. Ryan Jaunzemis, to left, and homie, bandanas on, west side up. And an ounce of hydrochronic in hand. About to slang weed. On the Vegas Strip. With that 2000s outlaw energy. Las Vegas, NV, August 2006. During the day, I camped out at the Clark County Library or hit Dave's Community Housing Center to take advantage of the free Wi-Fi and loaner computer. I was firing off resumes and applications to anything even remotely related to the music industry. Studios weren't hiring, and that killed me. It was getting up to 105 to 115 degrees outside that summer, and I needed to be inside an ice-cold, air-conditioned studio, smoking a blunt and making beats, not pouring sweat under the desert sun. Then one night, I found it, a listing at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino for a position called stagehand in The Joint, their concert venue. I had no idea what a stagehand was, I'd never even heard the term before, and I almost overlooked it while scrolling through job listings. But the word stage caught my eye, and beneath it was a subtext that read, put microphones on instruments, set up stage lights, speakers, and house audio, etc. That piqued my curiosity, so I clicked. It wasn't a recording engineer position, it was more about setting up stages for artists. The pay was $19 an hour to start, more than double my $8 an hour rate at Jay's Market and gas station, so I jumped on it. I filled out the application and emailed it back immediately. I didn't know it yet, but this wasn't just a job. This was a move and would become my bread and butter career for years to come. Working at the Joint would put me in the front row, literally, for performances by some of the best musicians on the planet. I saw it as a backstage pass not just to the shows, but to the music game itself. I wanted to watch the greats, study how they moved, how they performed, how they commanded energy from the stage. Maybe, just maybe, I'd get the chance to talk to some of them, ask a few questions, pick up secrets that don't come in books or YouTube video tutorials. For the first time since landing in Vegas with nothing but a hard drive and $50, I felt something crackle inside me again, purpose. The Hard Rock called me in for an interview and hired me on the spot. No hoops. No waiting. No corporate runaround. No bullshit. Just a firm handshake, a crisp new uniform, and a time card to punch in, along with access to the employee dining room, EDR. What most people don't know is that hotel employees in Vegas have their own private kitchen and chef, unlimited free food while you're on the clock. Cheeseburgers, chicken quesadillas, omelets made to order, steak, whatever you want, all paid for. Every major hotel in Las Vegas has one. That perk alone ended up saving me thousands on groceries over the next 14 years I worked there. That first paycheck hit like a freight train, over $1,700 take home for just 2 weeks. I pulled 3 brutal 17-hour shifts back to back, working the setup and teardown for a Tool concert, outdoors, beneath the Vegas sky, 47000 plus screaming fans. They called it the theater under the stars. We unloaded truck after truck packed with stage decking, steel trussing, intelligent lighting, line array speaker towers, mixing boards, and cabling by the mile. I was out there some days from 6 a.m. to sometimes well past midnight, some days catching only a few hours of sleep before clocking right back in. Dressed head to toe in all black, with a crescent wrench, flashlight, and multi-tool clip to my belt, I was on stage rigging pyrotechnics, wiring up mics to instruments, threading audio snakes through cable troughs, and setting up front of house gear, FOH, elbows deep in the blood and guts of the show. Setting up for a Tool concert at this huge outdoor stage build. In the Hard Rock parking lot in Paradise Road. 47000 plus fans. In this shot, we're mid-load in. Flying the PA system. Beneath a blue tarp roof, surrounded by trussing towers and gear. Deep into one of my 17+ hour shifts. About 100 to 105 degrees outside. The theater under the stars, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Las Vegas, NV, September 1, 2006. After barely scraping by for so long, that paycheck felt like a small fortune. I packed my stuff, got the fuck out of Janelle's place, and got my own room at a budget Suites of America on Tropicana Avenue on the west side of town. It wasn't at all glamorous, but it was mine. And it was a start. The place. Shady as hell. It was $250 a week for what barely passed as a room, a shoebox with stained carpets, flickering lights, and cigarette burns on everything. The complex was overrun with addicts, hookers, and the kind of people who looked like they hadn't seen a mirror, or mercy, in years. But it was mine. I had a roof, a key card, a pool outside, a laundry facility, and finally a place to call my own. It was the start of something new. Still, I knew damn well this wasn't the kind of place you could bring a woman back to without her running for the hills. So I kept grinding. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, rocking a puffy gray and black LA jacket. Matching LA hat, white bandana tucked clean underneath. White gold and crystal square earrings catching the light. Fresh LA tattoo gleaming behind the ear. El Segundo, scripted across my neck. Repping my hometown in Los Angeles by the LAX airport with pride. Staring into the bathroom mirror, soaking in the look. Full gangster mode. No filter. No apologies. Just raw Los Angeles energy. In the middle of a Vegas hustle. Budget Suites of America, West Las Vegas, NV, Fall, 2006. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=v=sign eq5 of 9 fan 8 ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0vccwu0nrz jnkdklt6lftx. Moving into Budget Suites, video playlist. 10 raw, unfiltered vlogs straight out of the ghettos of West Las Vegas. Witness the struggle, the hustle, and the lifestyle. From late-night studio sessions to moments of silence and smoke. This is how real ones survive when the odds are stacked. I'm talking pain, pressure, and power moves, all from a one-room suite. Watch how gangstas really get through hard times. Full playlist here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=v=sign eq5 of 9 fan 8 ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0vcc. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign eq5 of 9 fan 8 ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0vcc. WUU0NRZJNKDKLT6LFTX. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign 5RT1KAD01GI ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0u. What I'm Bout, full album. Produced by Ryan Jaunzemis. Written in the darkest chapter of my life. What I'm Bout is more than an album, it's a war cry from the edge. Raw, ruthless, and unapologetically real. These are the most savage, pain-soaked gangster lyrics I've ever written. Every track bleeds with anger, heartbreak, and survival. No filter. No hope. Just truth, fire. And the sound of a man clawing his way out of hell. Listen to the full album here. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign 5RT1KAD01GI ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0u. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign 5RT1KAD01GI ampersand list=plzhsdgx1m0u. YSD8TLFXJ136BMPFNTZ2. Regency Place Apartments. For the next few months, I stacked every dollar I could. No luxuries. No distractions. Just the mission. Eventually, I upgraded, finally, or so I thought. A 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment with a giant walk-in closet that was big enough for a 3rd bedroom or home gym, etc., at a complex called Regency Place, off Sahara and Decatur. Rent was $775 a month, which felt like a steal compared to the motel hustle. The master bedroom for me, the other one for my music studio, and a living room for house parties and guests. During the day, the place looked halfway decent. A little rough, maybe, but manageable. But after dark, it turned into something out of a war zone. The cockroaches were mutant-sized, crawling through cabinets like they owned the place. Gunshots and police sirens rang out, echoing in the distance, and sometimes not in the distance. One night, someone was shot and killed right downstairs in front of my unit, right by the damn mailbox. It didn't take long before I realized I wasn't just in a bad neighborhood, I was deep in the heart of the West Side Las Vegas Mexican barrio. Tweakers and crackheads would knock on my door or tap on my window in the middle of the night, randomly asking to use my bathroom or borrow a toothbrush, like that was normal. Homeless people roamed the complex selling corn on the cob from pushcarts, or bootlegged porno DVDs or movies, and that sparkling blue pool they advertised. The water looked like it came from the bottom of the Hoover Dam. Thick, black algae coated the surface like an oil slick. I couldn't sleep, not from insomnia this time, but because of the loud blaring bass-heavy mariachi music blasting from the Mexicans, both downstairs and next door. It wasn't your usual 4/4 repetitive hip-hop beat. No, this was a chaotic boom, boom, boom boom, boom boom boom, boom 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 boom, followed by loud random blah blah, trumpet blasts, bump bump, bass thumps, and then, out of nowhere, you'd hear ayyyiyyi. AAAYHAAAHHH. AHHAHA. That classic party wail that only Mexican families seem to master at full volume. What in the actual fuck? I thought, staring up at the ceiling from my air mattress like a hostage. Fuck my life. I felt trapped. But even in all that madness, I kept my head down and stayed focused. Work, stack, build. I kept grinding at the hard rock, putting in long hours behind the scenes, studying every soundcheck, every set, every act that came through the joint. By then, I'd also picked up several more on-call jobs through other staging companies, Rhino Staging, and later Union, IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, Local 720. On the side, I started landing freelance audio mixing gigs for local bands, cash jobs, paying around $300 to $400 plus a day to mix their shows at small nightclubs or pool parties. And at night, I worked on my music, refining my sound, carving out my identity. When I could, I'd hit the bars to do open mics or sing karaoke. Always on the lookout for a good conversation, a nice girl, a spark. Something real in a city full of plastic. Vegas was testing me. But I was starting to learn how to pass the test. HTTPS. Cashed out, cashed up, just got a $2,000 plus check for the week, paid my rent, lit the lights. Stocked the bar with that Remy XO and Henny XO, $115 a bottle, each. And still had bands in my pocket. Wearing my black Rhino staging tee and biting down on $1,000 in cash. I snapped this shot to let em know, Vegas is hard, but I'm harder. This became my default MySpace pick for the next few months. Proof that even in the struggle, I was making it work. Even with all odds against me. It was also around this time that I got my first lessons in pimping. The ghetto area I lived in had hookers walking around left and right, and these weren't the high-class escorts from Vegas brothels. These were mostly crack whores and $20 streetwalkers, just trying to get some quick cash to smoke meth, feed their kids, or get through the night. One day, a white girl named Candy randomly showed up, walking across my property. We got to talking. She tried to pitch herself to me for $20, but I told her straight up, I don't pay for pussy. She shrugged and said, well, I'm just trying to make some money. Do you know anybody around here? I don't speak Spanish. Now, I spoke enough Spanish to get by, especially to close a deal. So I told her, yeah, I know a few guys. But if you're charging $20, I want $5 off the top. Fair. She agreed. I told her my noisy neighbors, a house full of like 5 dudes who all party and smoke dope, would probably be down. Candy nodded and said, sure, I'd be down for a little blowbang or whatever. So I walked her upstairs and said to one of the guys in Spanish, hola Mario, ¿quieres panocha? Hey Mario, you want some pussy? He asked, ¿cuánto cuesta? How much? I replied, $20. $20. Turns out his roommate and 3 friends were there too. I said, 5 personas, $100. 5 people, $100. Mario nodded. He went inside and came back with 5 $20 bills, one from each guy. I pocketed my $20 cut, handed Candy the other $80, and took a seat in the corner to act as security, just in case anything foul or shady went down. The guys formed a circle around her, dropped their pants, and she pulled condoms out of her purse, putting them on with her teeth. Then she went around the room, blowing each one until they finished into the condoms. I just sat back and enjoyed the show. Damn, I'm such a pimp. I wonder what I should go buy with my free $20 bucks. I thought to myself. When it was done, we laughed, chatted a bit, and went our separate ways. We ended up doing this a few more times around the area for the next few months until she eventually left town to move back east with her family. So yeah, I was basically her pimp and interpreter whenever she, or a few of her hooker friends were trying to hustle over on my side of town. This experience became important later, because it gave me my first real education in the pimp game. It taught me a lot about women, human behavior, power dynamics, and how to read the game as it unfolds in real time. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, The Darkest of Times. Imagine waking up Christmas morning, alone. No power. No heat. No hot water. No food, just a half-pack of beef-flavored ramen noodles. No tree. No gifts. No family. No kids. Just me. In an empty living room. Wrapped in silence and dead cockroaches. Surrounded by nothing but cold air. and darker thoughts of possibly ending it all. Regency Place Apartments, West Las Vegas, NV, December 25, 2006. I moved into Regency Place in December of 2006. The first month was hell. No hot water. No power. Not even a damn warning before I signed the lease. The leasing office smiled and handed me the keys, knowing full well the place was running on life support. A blown power transistor had knocked out the entire grid on my side of the complex. I was fumbling around by candlelight or using the pathetic flashlight on my flip phone to navigate the darkness. Mornings meant ice-cold showers that made my chest lock up like I was being waterboarded. Nights meant surviving on nothing but beef-flavored ramen noodle. Hard times had just gotten harder. I was alone, truly alone. I barely knew anyone in Vegas. I had a few casual acquaintances from work, but nothing solid. No inner circle. No one to lean on. I was now loosely dating a young, sexy 18-year-old blonde named Katie. She was about a 7 out of 10. She was cool to kick it with, but she lived far out on the south side of town, clear over by the South Point, close to Dave, and our paths were already diverging, and I wanted 8s, 9s, and 10s. Supermodel quality women. At that time, my entire existence was reduced to working long shifts, scraping by for rent, and trying to hold myself together as a man. I didn't even have a couch yet. No TV. No microwave. Just a cheap $20 air mattress on the floor, an old metal folding chair, and shitty wooden desk I found outside by the dumpster, and my music setup, my Korg Triton, my Pro Tools rig, and my computer. That was my entire world. Studio by day, survival at night. And it only got colder. Vegas winters are no joke. That year it dropped to 8 degrees. No heat. No insulation. I woke up Christmas morning shivering under a thin blanket, the kind you find at a swap meet for $5. No lights. No hot water. No tree. No gifts. No family. No kids. Just silence, frostbite, and dead cockroaches stiff on the hardwood floor like ornaments from hell. I heated up a pot of water on the stove just to pretend I had a routine. My Christmas dinner was top ramen. I sat on the floor with it, staring at the empty walls. Fuck this shit. I shouldn't have to deal with this shit. I growled out loud, launching my ramen noodles across the room, bowl shattering against the floor like my last ounce of patience. I pulled the blanket over my face and tried to sleep, just to escape it all for a few hours. But the emptiness was loud. That was around the time I'd reached my breaking point. I took a kitchen knife to my wrist, again, not deep, not really to kill myself, but just to feel something. Or maybe to stop feeling. It wasn't about ending it. It was about trying to quiet the hurt and pain in my chest. My life had become a slow-burning living nightmare, and I didn't know how to wake up. Living through those dark days would eventually become the spark for 2 of my most celebrated tracks. Hard Times and Leap of Faith. I'd wrote them and recorded them years later, but they were both born in that frozen silence, those ramen dinners, those candlelit breakdowns. Both songs are now available on iTunes, and their stories live on in music videos I released on YouTube. Art, after all, is pain turned into product. https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals zx rcvk4y. Hard Times, single, 2008. Written and performed by Jaunzemis. Produced by Jaunzemis and Jose Ruiz. These aren't just lyrics, they're scars. This is my real life, immortalized in a song. No fiction. No filters. Just raw survival, from the underbelly of Las Vegas. A sample from verse 3. Now let's go through the checklist of my life in hell. I've been homeless, left hungry, and locked in the jailhouse. I've been broke, fired, and kicked out the Navy. Sold drugs, pimped hoes, and robbed old ladies. I've been divorced, bankrupt, beaten, and robbed. I've been pepper sprayed, shot at, and thrown out the club. I had my head through the windshield after a night of drinking. And I've been barred from all 4 countries in the United Kingdom. The list goes on. Man, you know these times are hard. I half-ass slit my wrists, now forever I'm scarred. They say the shit that don't kill you, gon' make you stronger. But I don't know if I can hold on much longer. I'm getting tired, lonely, and colder. And as the years continue to pass by, I'm getting older. Before I crash, I pray for strength to get me through this. And when I wake up in the morn, I tell myself I gotta do this. I'm gonna get up through these hard times. Available for MP3 download on iTunes and Amazon. Watch the full music video now on YouTube. https Jaunzemis, https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals m6x r4 chi5a. Behind the scenes. Studio selfie. Locked in. Pissed off. Ready to spit flame. This wasn't just music. This was my life in hell. On wax. Spare bedroom. Turned war zone. Regency Place Apartments, West Las Vegas, NV. Spring, 2006. Leap of Faith, single, 2008. Written and produced by Jaunzemis. This isn't a song, it's a breakdown on tape. A desperate cry from the edge, all heart, no filter. A sample from verse 1. I'm walking through hell. I'm trapped in this life that I live. Every day is a struggle, a fight till the end. I worked my ass to the bone, but despite what I did, I lost my whole fucking family, my wife and my kids. I'm at the end of my rope. I don't know where to turn. I'm caught dead in the water, all my bridges are burned. I ain't just down on my luck, I've been stuck in the mud. Between a rock and a hard place, where nothing will budge. I'm so stressed all I do is smoke bud. All by myself, so depressed I cry blood. I push it to the limit, cause I still got something to prove. And I ain't scared of death, nigga, I got nothing to lose. Everyone and they mama been trying to tell me, have patience. I'm climbing out on this limb and I'm feeling the branch breaking. I'm pacing and pacing, stressed with the struggles I'm facing. Alive and well, burning in hell and damnation. Available for MP3 download on iTunes and Amazon. Watch the full music video now on YouTube. Time passed. I kept grinding. Vegas is the kind of city where, as a stagehand, one weekend you're working side stage for Linkin Park, Korn, or Guns N' Roses, etc., hauling rigging and lights under $1 million production budgets, making $500 a day, and the next, you're ghosted by the industry, with 0 gigs and 0 certainty. Feast or famine, that's the unwritten law of the stagehand life. It's an inside joke among roadies, but when you're in the famine, it's no joke at all. Still, I saved whatever I could. Now to someone who's not in the industry and has no idea what the fuck a stagehand is, let me break it down as simply as possible. A stagehand is basically a roadie, except we don't go on the road. Okay, maybe that still doesn't make sense. Let me explain so you get a clearer idea of what I was going through. When a band comes to town, regardless of genre, whether it's rock and roll, hip-hop, pop, EDM, whatever, they're usually on a tour. These tours operate like clockwork. Artists and their management decide which cities to hit, sign contracts with venues, and travel with a core team of stage technicians, the roadies. These include experts in audio, video, lighting, pyrotechnics, scenic design, wardrobe, and more. But even that team isn't enough to mount a full-scale arena or stadium-sized show. Take Taylor Swift, for example. She rolls with a crew of 300 roadies. But every time she lands in a new city, she still needs to hire local crew, stagehands from that area to fill in the gaps. Maybe they need people to build the stage decking. Maybe they need extra hands for rigging, lighting, or gear setup. That's where I came in. As a stagehand, I'm part of the crew setting up whatever major concerts or special events are coming through Las Vegas. Once I started working for Rhino Staging, I wasn't just tied to a single venue, I was no longer what's called a house stagehand for a specific location like the Hard Rock Hotel. Rhino was more like a specialized temp agency for the entertainment industry. They dispatched local crew to wherever help was needed across the city, AV techs, riggers, lighting designers, pyrotechnic specialists, camera operators, spotlight technicians, scenic carpenters, you name it. Hired staff for any/all special events. Through Rhino, and several other agencies I'd now been hired by, I became what was effectively house crew at every major hotel and venue in Las Vegas, MGM Grand, the Mirage, Mandalay Bay, City Center, and as the city grew, so did the opportunities. I eventually became house crew at T-Mobile Arena, where I ran spotlights for the Vegas Golden Knights, and later at Allegiant Stadium. I was even there for the Super Bowl in 2024, perched 200 feet up in the air in the catwalks, running spotlight during Usher's halftime show. And the best part? It was on call. Not full-time. Not part-time. Just when there's work. And in Las Vegas, the city of lights, music, spectacle, entertainment, and sin, there's generally always work somewhere. Unlike a 9 to 5, this job let you choose your own schedule. You worked when you wanted to work. If I wanted to stack 120+ hours in a week and bring in $2,000 to $3,000, sometimes even $5,000 plus, all I had to do was be ready and accept every call. A dispatcher might ring and say, "Hey Ryan, what's up? Are you available this week? We've got an 8 a.m. call at T-Mobile Arena for Katy Perry. She's coming in with 20 trucks of gear. We need you for load-in, lighting, stage setup, and then to stay through the show to run spotlight. And then help strike the stage afterward. You'll probably be out by 3 or 4 a.m. The purse is $26 per hour. That shift might look like this. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., load in, rigging, building the stage, setting up lights, 8 p.m. to midnight, run spotlight during the show, openers and headliner, midnight to 4 a.m., tear down and repack all 20+ trucks. That's a 20-hour shift in one day, and every hour after 8 pays overtime, with double time after 12. Bank. Here's the pay breakdown. Shift, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m., 20 hours total. First 8 hours, regular time 8 hours times $26 equals $208, next 4 hours, hours 9 to 12. Time and a half, 1.5 times, 4 hours times $39 equals $156. Final 8 hours, hours 13 to 20 double time, 2 times, 8 hours times $52 equals $416. Total pay for this 20-hour shift, $208 plus $156 plus $416 equals $780 for the day. But then, I might get another call for the next morning at 8 a.m. to do a corporate event at MGM Grand, setting up podiums, microphones, and video walls for some tech conference like Google or Dell. I'd go home, nap for a few hours, then head right back in. I could literally hit 40 hours in 2 days, easy. Then, I'd take the rest of the week off. Because like I said, you work when you want to. When they'd call again and say, "Hey Ryan, we've got a 12-hour shift at the Cosmopolitan. They're building an ice rink for the holidays and need support. This gig pays $19 an hour, you'll probably be driving a scissor lift and hanging ornaments on a giant Christmas tree. Are you available?" I could just say, "Nah, sorry, I've got another gig." No consequences. You can't get fired. No drug tests. You could party on your off time, take as much time off as you needed. Take a 2-week vacation, etc. And when you're ready to work again, you just call the office, the hall, as we call it, and say, "Put me back in rotation." At first, I thought it was just a hustle. A side thing. But it turned into a 6-figure income when you do it right. There were stretches when I pulled back-to-back 18-hour shifts, sometimes with just 4 to 6 hours of rest in between. But I had an edge. I had full medical coverage from my time in the Navy, and that included free Ambien. Like the movie Limitless, it became my new secret weapon. While others would stumble home, have a few beers, crash on the couch, and drag themselves into work exhausted the next morning, I had a system. I'd get home, whether it was midnight, 2 a.m., or even 11 a.m. the next morning, etc., and immediately pop a 10 milligrams Ambien. I'd step into the shower, rinse off the sweat and smoke and sawdust of the day. By the time I dried off, the Ambien would start kicking in, bringing the euphoric buzz. I'd put on an ASMR video, melt into my mattress, and drift off. Ambien works like a switch, 30 minutes in, you're gone. And 6 to 8 hours later, or whenever your alarm goes off, you're back, refreshed, functional, focused. Then I'd do it all over again. Eventually, I structured my life around it, grinding hard for 2 or 3 days straight, stacking hours and cash, then disappearing into a long weekend of solitude, creative work, music, going out to bars and clubs trying to meet women and get lucky, or whatever else was going on in my world. That became my rhythm. But even with all the hustle, the money just wasn't coming fast enough. I was still living in poverty. I just wanted my house set up so I could finally live like a normal fucking human being, and have a nice place I could bring a hot woman back to and get a fucking girlfriend. So I did something really drastic. One weekend while drunk, stoned, depressed, and fed up with everything, I borrowed my mom's American Express and ran up over $16,000 plus in chargesh, a brand new black Italian leather couch and love seat, a proper desk, a real bed, a new computer, and the basic furniture I needed just to feel human. I was desperate to escape the trap. My mom was livid, the phone call that followed was volcanic. But I knew I couldn't climb out of the gutter sitting on a $20 air mattress and typing beats into a cracked cord Triton screen. Sometimes you have to risk love in order to survive yourself. By the end of the following year, I'd slowly saved up enough to get out of the ghetto and move to a better apartment over in Henderson. The upgrade was incredible. https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals xeqxf5qwode and list equals plzhsdgx1m0vacx1i3wpqqajo7zlvjtu. Ryan Jaunzemis, sipping on a 22-ounce Corona in a brown ghetto liquor bag. Dripped head to toe in Echo Unlimited. Matching hoodie, shirt, hat, pants, and kicks. Fully pimped out, strutting through the barrios of West Las Vegas. With a few homies posted in front of the Circle K off Sahara and Decatur. Las Vegas, NV, January, 2006. Watch my full series of Living at Regency Place on YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=xeqxf5qwode & list =plzhsdgx1m0vac. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign xcqxf5qwoad &list $PLZHSDGX1M0vac X1I3WPQQAGO7ZLVJTU. The Palm Villas. At the beginning of 2008 I moved into the Palm Villas in Henderson, an upscale apartment complex that felt like I'd teleported into another life. I leased a luxury 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo on the second floor for $1,050 a month, and for the first time, I could breathe. The place was a vibe. Imagine this, my brand new black Italian leather sofas in the living room. Black and gold mirror top tables that shimmered under the ambient lighting. A white and gray gas marble fireplace. A painter's easel stocked with oils and brushes. A wall-mounted 50-inch Pioneer plasma TV wired into a full 5.1 Sony Dolby Digital surround sound system. Every cable channel. A disco ball spinning from the ceiling. And that was just the warm-up. There was a fully stocked XO bar, anchored by a $700 chrome Budweiser keg aerator, a crystal decanter of French cognac, an ice bucket with backup bottles of Grey Goose, and a silver VIP-style platter with iced Valencia orange juice, cranberry juice, Evian bottled water, Red Bull, and silver sparklers, just like the bottle service at the hottest nightclubs on the Strip. I wasn't just living. I was curating an environment of high-end indulgence, a mirror image of the life I once watched from behind velvet ropes. The kitchen. Brand new platinum-rimmed Noritake china. A blue LED Breville coffee and espresso machine, complete with bean grinder. A deep fryer, a Jack Lalande juicer, professional-grade cutlery, and every premium utensil imaginable, including a blowtorch for crafting perfect creme brulee. I had baking trays, cupcake molds, copper pans, and chef knives so sharp they'd slice through frozen steak like butter. The whole nine. In the smaller second bedroom, I'd built a small but full-scale music production studio, Pro Tools rigged up and ready, an Ibanez guitar and bass, a drum set, and a pristine Shure KSM-44 condenser microphone standing like a sentinel in the center. 2 6-foot-tall red lava lamps flowed softly and rhythmically on opposite sides of the room, casting warm, hypnotic glows that added that extra drop of studio soul and ambience. Both bathrooms were unapologetically pimped out, electric blue LED motion-activated soap dispensers, black, silver, white, and electric blue tasseled towels and linen straight from Bed Bath & Beyond, the good shit. A brand new black bathrobe hung luxuriously from the door, my signature Ryan J embroidered in shimmering gold across the back. The added jacuzzi jetliner sat in my master bathroom Roman tub under wall-mounted LCD TVs with DVD players, ice bucket with Moët champagne in reach. In the fridge was an extra bottle of $225 Louis Roederer's Cristal champagne just chillin', because indulgence wasn't optional, it was mandatory. In the bedroom. A whole other level. Another 50-inch LG wall-mounted TV and entertainment center lit up the space, complete with its own full 5.1 Dolby Digital surround sound. A Brookstone king-size Tempur-Pedic bed and mattress sat at the heart, crowned with Tempur-Pedic memory foam pillows, ultra-soft 1,500 thread count white sheets, and topped with a jet black Panther fur bedspread that screamed power and seduction. Across from it, another workstation. Like a real boss. Nearby, an electronic smokeless ashtray silently pulled the smoke from my cigarettes, letting me light up inside the condo with zero trace. In the closet, hidden behind racks of high-end threads, was a $300 steel floor safe, stockpiled. Medical-grade marijuana, courtesy of a good friend at the time who had a marijuana prescription in California. Motorola ecstasy pills. Cocaine. Every party ingredient sealed, stacked, and ready. Out on the balcony, I'd built a second bar, fully stocked. Leather upright bar stools faced a gleaming mirror counter, lined with premium bottles. Tiki torches danced in the desert breeze, casting gold and shadow under a remote-controlled rainbow color-changing RGB porch light. The garage. Transformed. A personal dojo of sweat and steel. Full Olympic-sized bench press. Treadmill. Heavy bag. Yoga mats. And mounted on the walls, every piece of ninja weaponry I could find, displayed like sacred relics of a warrior lifestyle. It wasn't just a gym, it was now a temple. The apartment complex itself looked like something out of a high-end resort, 2 blue sparkling pools, 2 jacuzzis, a full weight room, a hot sauna, a tennis court, and a white sand volleyball court. The whole place was pimped the fuck out. For the first time in a long time, I was finally living like a normal fucking human being, on my own terms. My car. A 1997 green Toyota Camry, a hand-me-down from my grandmother after she passed away. It might have started basic, but I gave it a second life, custom chrome spinning rims, a blue LED Sony/Infinity CD player wired into 2 amps, 4 6x9s, 2 tweeters, 2 12-inch Sony Splod subs in the trunk, and a capacitor to keep the power pumping clean. A humble ride turned street king. Life was finally getting better, but still, I was just a working stiff. I wasn't flexing for MySpace. I was rebuilding a life. Creating a sanctuary worthy of bringing a beautiful woman home to, and maybe, just maybe, laying the foundation for a new family. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, Living Room Flex. Serving upscale posh delusion in a button-up and a Yachtmaster replica. Noritake platinum-rimmed china teacup and saucer. Black Italian leather to my left, Dolly melting clock behind me. Grey goose chillin' in an ice bucket. Next to Waterford crystal decanter and wine glasses. $3,000 50-inch Pioneer Plasma TV, 5.1 Sony Dolby Surround. Palm Villas, Henderson, NV, 2008. I was now casually dating a few different girls at the time, courtesy of my newfound skills as a PUA, pickup artist, a 24-year-old sexy little Latina named Jackie, and a hot 23-year-old blonde nurse named Crystal. I'd been talking to a few others as well, but nothing even remotely serious. All in all, I still felt profoundly alone, and deeply depressed. I started cutting myself. I began painting my nails black. I found myself quickly drawn into the gothic and emo subcultures, like they understood me in a way no one else did. I was pissed off, sitting by myself in this awesome, pimped-out sanctuary I'd created, and yet, I was more suicidal now than ever. I drank straight vodka, at least it was Grey Goose at this point, and I cut myself, trying anything to distract my mind from the emotional pain. You'd think that with that kind of pimped-out setup, I'd be banging hot chicks left and right. But that just wasn't the case. As I later came to realize, none of that material stuff really mattered. You can't bring your house or your car into the nightclubs to show what you're worth as a man. By then, I'd become an independent contractor, highly trained in every element of studio recording, live music, and theatrical production. Audio. Lighting. Videography. Photography. Projection. Backline and instrument teching. Spotlight. Rigging. Scenic. Floral. Catering. Mixing. Mastering. Wardrobe. Etc., etc., etc. I was an entertainment virtuoso. And I was working everywhere, all over Las Vegas, at some of the biggest rock and roll shows and music festivals in the world. Over the next decade I worked residency tours with Guns N' Roses, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Tiesto, Journey, Incubus, and Carlos Santana. I worked for Ozzy Osbourne, Miley Cyrus, Justin Bieber, Madonna, Britney Spears, Paramore, Tool, Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube, 9 Inch Nails, Imagine Dragons, and literally thousands of others. I watched all their shows, studying their performances meticulously. I took notes on everything, how they moved, how they interacted with their audiences. I memorized all their cues, the way they'd vanish and reappear in new outfits like magic, their dietary rituals, and the kinds of foods they'd special order for backstage, which were almost always worlds apart from what the average person eats. One example that really stuck with me, a particular artist, who shall remain unnamed for legal reasons, sponsored by Corona. He'd have banners and posters of Corona beer plastered all over his concerts. He'd hold up a Corona to the crowd, which we'd filled with water and yellow food coloring, fake beer for show, take a swig, smile, and the audience would cheer. Social proof in its purest form. But behind the scenes up in his dressing room or green room, this guy would only drink organic coconut water or pure spring or alkaline water from glass bottles. The beer drinking. It was all just part of the act to help sell alcohol and make money. All these stars are fake as fuck. I thought to myself. I observed how these music artists did meet and greets, how they spoke to fans. I paid close attention to anything that set them apart from everyday people, anything that gave off that elusive star quality. I broke down their behaviors, isolated their patterns, and began compiling my observations into my phone. Over the years, I discovered some very specific, very predictable behavioral blueprints shared by these individuals, and I started modeling myself after them. I even later wrote an entire book on it called 10 Steps to Success. Any spare time I had, which wasn't much, I poured into working on my own music. I began putting everything I'd learned into my sound, into my presence, and into my lifestyle. And the research. It stepped my game up 1,000%. It was during this period that I began taking my pickup training seriously. I invested thousands more into boot camps, seminars, and an endless stream of video lectures, devouring literally hundreds of hours of psychology, seduction theory, and dating advice. When I wasn't working, I was either studying or suiting up and hitting the clubs alone, practicing approach techniques and refining my game in real time. Slowly but surely, the methods started to work. I was generating attraction, getting phone numbers, and finally building real confidence. Realizing I needed a tribe, I took to Craigslist and Meetup.com and founded the Las Vegas Lair, a local pickup artist group where I began teaching what I'd learned. What started as informal meetups soon evolved into coordinated outings. I used my AV skills to convert my living room into a mini conference center, projector, screen, and PowerPoint presentations breaking down the very techniques I was using to get results. I wired the room with my studio audio gear, turning my mic and speakers into a proper PA system, and charged $5 a head for weekly meetings. After each session, we'd roll out as a team to local nightclubs, putting the strategies into action and sharpening our skills in the field. This marked the genesis of my rise to soon becoming Las Vegas's #1 dating coach, an ascent that would happen in just a short time. HTTPS. The living room transformed into a $5 PUA mini bootcamp. Black backdrop, whiteboard, mic, and a crowd of eager students. From Craigslist.org and Meetup.com, new wingman, Charles, and I breaking down the primal code. Survival and reproduction value, SNRV. Women seek strength, survival value, men seek beauty, reproductive value. Laying out the blueprint, get sharper, earn more, build presence. This was the birth of the Las Vegas lair. The journey begins. Palm Villas, Henderson, NV, 2008. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=9 7fl5g1 ria & list =PLZHSDGX10VKKNTSDEDHRCGUXGMELXS. Living at a raw, hilarious 7-part glimpse into life at my luxury condo in Henderson, stagehand by day, dating strategist by night, vlogging the grind. House tours, and the early sparks of my PUA journey. Real talk. Real hustle. Real evolution. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=9 7fl5g1 ria & list =PLZHSDGX10VKK. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=9 7fl5g1 ria & list =PLZHSDGX10VKK. NSTEDHRCGUXGMILXS. Enter the game, i.e. the dating game, and PUA, pickup artist. Las Vegas, winter, 2006. Let's take a short trip back in time. One day, while browsing the aisles of Barnes & Noble, holding in my mind the idea to look for possible books on how to get better at dating or understanding women, etc., I stumbled across a book that would alter the entire trajectory of my life. The title: The Game by Neil Strauss, a gateway into a mysterious, underground subculture I'd never heard of before, the PUA community, also known as the pickup artist and seduction community. It was there that I first read about a man who called himself Mystery, a self-proclaimed master pickup artist, MPUA. He was the author of The Mystery Method and the star of VH1's hit reality TV series, The Pickup Artist. According to him, he'd cracked the code of attraction, developed a step-by-step seduction formula that, if followed precisely, would enable a man to pick up any woman he desired and sleep with her within approximately 7 to 10 hours. My mind exploded. I had to know this secret, immediately. I began devouring Mystery's secret teachings. I hunted down every piece of content, every forum post, every obscure PDF. I soon discovered other names in the community, like David D'Angelo, the author of Double Your Dating. I was so captivated that I spent over $3,000 plus of my own money on his books, DVDs, and seminars. These so-called dating gurus, or PUAs, had taken the chaos of human courtship and broken it down, elegantly, into pure logic, a behavioral blueprint. It was no longer about going out and randomly getting lucky. They treated human attraction and approaching women like a science. Everything from the approach to the close, getting laid, was dissected, analyzed, and reduced into linear sequences. Human behavior was no longer mysterious, it was predictable. Programmed. Hackable. And using these methods, it felt like gaining access to cheat codes for the human mind. These systems were engineered so any average guy could learn and deploy them. Everything had structure. Everything had a purpose. Every move was calculated. Every word intentional. I started attending live trainings and PUA bootcamps, where you get live, in-field, instruction from master PUAs on exactly how to approach women in bars and nightclubs, create instant attraction, and get their phone numbers, and learn how to set up dates and get laid, and soon realize the subculture had a global network. It reminded me a lot of the skating and soaping scenes I grew up in, with their wild lingo and terminology, and insular language. That same electric underground energy. Except now, instead of walking up and busting out grinds on handrails and then dismounting and walking away smoothly, I was now walking up to random women, approaching, and busting open sets, groups of people, number closing, getting phone numbers, then ejecting from set, walking away. Now, instead of busting tricks on skates or soaps, I was picking up women, using scripted, rehearsed lines scientifically designed and engineered to create attraction and a deep, instant emotional connection. For example, back in the day, I might have approached a rail fakie, busted out a half-cab royale to rewind, or hit a backslide to farfignugen, to fakie. Now, I was approaching sets of girls in the club. A set is PUA slang for a person or a group of people. 1 set equals 1 person. 2 set equals 2 people. 3 set equals 3 people, etc. Opening the set, starting a conversation, e.g. the target, calibrating IOIs versus IODs, DHVing, microcalibrating, palm reading, performing cold reads, extracting, isolating, forward merging, number closing, and time bridging for the day 2. From there, it was all about multiple venue looping, establishing TCC, trust, comfort, and connection, and running classic PUA routines, the cube, the 5 questions game, strawberry fields, before bouncing the target to a seduction location, bypassing LMR, last-minute resistance, and going for the F-close, fuck close. Then, set the frame. Was she an SNL, same night lay? AFWB, friend with benefits? Or maybe a LTR, long-term relationship? It was structured madness, a thrilling mix of social engineering and street performance. And what fascinated me even more was the language. The same way skaters would geek out over trick combos, like 270 degrees backside royale to 270 degrees mute out, PUAs had a technical lexicon just as intricate. Take the NEG, or NEGing, for example, a classic tool in the PUA's arsenal. It's short for negative, and it's a kind of backhanded compliment or veiled insult. The purpose? To subtly and quickly undermine a woman's self-esteem just enough to disarm her, while withholding the full validation that most guys throw at beautiful women like loose change. An example of a NEG. Saying, "Those are nice nails. Are they real?" It sounds like a compliment at first, until the implication lands. If she says, no, she's exposed. You casually follow up with something like, "Oh, well, that's okay. So, anyways, check this out," and just move the conversation forward. You've baited engagement without groveling or acting thirsty or desperate. It's subtle psychology, a power move disguised as banter. While the average guy is tripping over himself to say, "Wow, your nails are so beautiful," and then only getting a half-hearted, "Gee, thanks," you've just flipped the dynamic. Now thinks to herself, "Hey, I didn't win this guy over. Why? This guy must be a challenge." And now she wants your approval. It was genius. And I was hooked. You see, you have to understand, my whole life, I was under the impression that I had to do something to get a girl. I had to impress her. I had to grind some big huge massive handrail just to get her attention. Or I had to be some big-time marriage famous rapper with albums out, standing in front of a huge mixing board like a super producer, in order for girls to even fucking notice me. But PUA taught me something different. It taught me that with real confidence, that I didn't have to do anything anymore. All I had to do was follow a simple script, a script scientifically designed to instantly trigger attraction in women, by doing what's called, demonstrating high value, DHVING. You see, women all want a man of high value, high survival value. Every guy is chasing them, but they're only interested in the top-tier men, the ones with money, options, status, and presence. But here's the key, and I've said this before, you can't roll into a nightclub with your house or your car. What pickup teaches is how to use your words, your verbal game, aka your mouthpiece, or just verbals, to demonstrate value. In other words, spitting game, letting a woman know exactly what you bring to the table as a man, and what you can do or offer for her. Instead of showing her your car or flat out saying, "Check out my new Lumbo," which just comes off as bragging, which would be unattractive, you drop something smooth and understated into the conversation. For example, I made a few really good investments this year, and they finally paid off. I was able to buy my dream car. She may never even see the car. In fact, you might not even have a car. But that's not the point. It's the way you say it, the confidence behind it, the implication, that demonstrates high value. And that creates attraction. And once you create the attraction, then just isolate her, in your bedroom, or even a nearby public toilet to seal the deal and achieve the lay. Sometimes it only takes 5-15 plus minutes. It doesn't matter if the woman is single, married, or already taken, when you demonstrate high value, attraction gets triggered. Period. There was no more waiting around for a girl to walk by so I could then jump up onto some massive handrail and pray she'd see me and be impressed. Now, all I had to do was stick to the script. If I saw a woman I was interested in, I simply walked up to her, confidently, ran the material I was taught, line by line, and got results. With this new secret knowledge I'd acquired, I was soon racking up multiple no-lays each week, ultimately seducing hundreds of women across the Las Vegas scene over the course of the next decade. Using targeted psychological techniques to meet, attract, seduce, and sleep with over 300+ women by 2025, I found myself operating in a whole new dimension. By 2010, I'd successfully bedded over 100+ women via cold approach pickup, kapu, pure, unapologetic street-level pickup. It was a numbers game back then, and I played it with precision. By December of 2014, that number had doubled to 200+. Fast forward to 2025, and I've long since passed 300+. At this point now, the actual count has become a blur. For a time, I kept meticulous records, documenting everything in Excel spreadsheets. I tracked interactions, dates, and outcomes with obsessive accuracy to show my dating coaching clients my personal results, proof that I was 100% the real deal. But as the years went on, between the endless nights of partying, drugs, alcohol, gambling, the women, and the wild momentum of my stagehand and PUA lifestyle, a laptop hard drive crash wiped out all those records. I was somewhere in the low 220s in 2015. They were lost with that PC. Eventually, though, the numbers stopped matching. The experiences, the lessons, the internal confidence and self-esteem I'd built, the emotional highs and lows, those became the real currency. What began as a pursuit of statistics evolved into a journey of self-mastery, energy exchange, and deep psychological insight into human connection and desire. And these weren't just average women either, these were high-value, attractive women. Catwalk models, actresses, strippers, go-go dancers, porn stars, restaurant hostesses, baristas, doctors, lawyers, etc. One woman I dated was a model and astrophysicist, both beautiful, 9/10, and Intel legend. I was engineering wild, mind-blowing threesomes with women who were not only bisexual but open, uninhibited, and eager to play. This wasn't dating, this was domination. What I tapped into felt like a PUA superpower that shattered the rules of conventional attraction. Things I once thought impossible, I now executed with calculated ease. Suddenly, the paradigm reversed, they were taking me out. They were buying me dinner and drinks. They were spoiling me. The tables had turned completely. Now, women were showing up with gifts, chocolates, flowers, balloons. They were inviting me on shopping sprees, dropping thousands to buy me designer clothes, watches, jewelry. I was living like a fucking rock star, but better, because this was real life, not a fake-ass stage act or music video. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis and a smoking hot young blonde sitting on my lap. Kissing me on the cheek. Her older sister watching us make out, giving me that look. Moments before I scored a badass three-way with both of them. Halloween house party, Las Vegas, NV, October 31, 2009. This was master-level game. By 2009 I was slowly mastering the art of seduction and becoming a master pickup artist in my own right. I'd stay over at one girl's place, she'd cook us dinner, worship me sexually, massage my back, do things for me erotically that bordered on fantasy, and then, the next morning, I'd be with a completely different woman who would give me the same royal treatment. We'd hit the strip, she'd toss me the keys to her BMW or Mercedes, hand me her credit card, and give me roadhead while I cruised through Vegas like a king surveying his domain. It was beyond pimp, it was surreal. One tourist girl I met was so into me that she bought me a plane ticket and flew me out of state for a full week, paid for my round-trip airfare, hotel, and all expenses, just to spend time with me. Another woman whisked me away to Disneyland for the weekend, spoiling me with VIP treatment, park privileges, and a luxury suite complete with French champagne, whipped cream, and chocolate-covered strawberries. And the cherry on top. A girl I ended up dating seriously for 2 years flew me on an all-inclusive, luxury trip to Cancun. All paid. All hers. All for me. For the first time in my life, I was being treated the way I always knew I should be treated. I didn't feel like a player anymore. I felt like a king. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, what game looks like in Sin City. Picking up women left and right. Sometimes smashing 2 to 3 new girls a week. No apps. No filters. Just raw street game, real-time seduction. And pure Vegas debauchery. Las Vegas, NV, 2009/2010 era. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=youth jm6lq667% list=sign plzhsdgx100wl5vdsbxslekid6th6Y6sc. Ryan Jaunzemis, the master pickup artist, MPUA. Posted up like a Vegas king, lounging in a crimson velvet throne. Glass of Hennessy and Coke on the rocks in hand. My girl, Michelle, seated beside me. Big player energy. Just another wild night out in the city of sin. The Artisan Hotel, Las Vegas, NV, Halloween, 2010. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis and a catwalk tier beauty, couch locked on April 20th. Joint smoked, cigarettes lit, using a Noritake china bowl as an ashtray because, well, we were that high. I approached her at the bar using PUA techniques. 6 hours later, I railed her out back at my place. This wasn't just pickup artistry. This was ultimate mastery of the game. Broadstone Agave Apartments, Las Vegas, NV, April 20th, 2010. I became obsessed, not with women, but with evolution. What began with a spark of curiosity turned into a full-blown intellectual firestorm. I fell in love with the self-help section at Barnes & Noble, spending hours lost among the great minds of psychology, persuasion, seduction, spirituality, and metaphysics. At this point, 2025, I've now devoured well over 10,000 plus books, tearing through every page with the hunger of a man rebuilding himself from the ground up. Add to that thousands of audiobooks, podcasts, lectures, and seminars, etc. I became like Conan the Barbarian in the early montage scene, sharpening both sword and mind, preparing for the empire I was destined to build. Armed with this knowledge, I mastered the Las Vegas club scene. I became so lethal at picking up women in high-pressure, high-turnover environments. High-volume nightclubs, daytime pool parties, lounges, casino bars, that I hit a natural next step. I began teaching pickup artistry myself. The scene was saturated with outdated material. Most of the so-called pickup techniques in circulation were recycled, irrelevant, or simply not optimized for the unique pressure cooker environment of Vegas nightlife, where you're often racing against time. People are usually only in town for a couple of days, sometimes just hours. There's generally no room for slow game or drawn-out rapport. If you don't escalate quickly and master your logistics, you'll be left with nothing but a new Facebook friend and a missed opportunity. To me, it was like playing Super Mario Bros. With a countdown clock ticking in the corner of the screen. So, I opened PowerPoint, and I started writing my own rules. I ultimately developed an entire new method and pickup structure, radically different than the traditional mystery method or the game. A hybrid. A system born of pure field experience, academic research, spiritual insights, and raw, real-world results. I called it Real Game. I launched ads on Craigslist and Meetup.com. By 2009, over 215+ students had signed up for my training, both men and women, meetup. I began teaching live in-field boot camps, leading live sessions inside real Las Vegas venues, coaching students on how to approach, attract, and close high-value women. These weren't theoretical seminars. This was war room training for the nightlife battlefield. My method taught more than just how to get the number, it helped students identify what they truly wanted. For some, it was more sex. For others, it was finding a real relationship. And for many, it was simply building the kind of bulletproof confidence that could carry over into every other area and aspect of life. Pickup is a skill set, and like any skill set, it takes time, correction, and deliberate practice to master. Within the seduction community, my influence grew rapidly. By the end of 2010, with now well over 100+ women etched into my bedpost, I was making international headlines and ranked as an MPUA, Master Pickup Artist, and later honored with the title PUG, Pickup Guru. My name started appearing alongside the elite on PUA forums and ranking sites around the world. One review on PUAlingo.com read, "Ryan is one of the most dangerous and in-your-face/take no prisoners pickup gurus in the world right now." Casual, www.pualingo.com. https. PUAlingo.com feature, 2010. Ryan is one of the most dangerous and in-your-face/take no prisoners pickup gurus in the world right now. Casual, PUAlingo.com. Featured on one of the most respected international PUA forums of its time, this article helped catapult my visibility, bringing massive views, followers, and solidifying my legacy. The site may be gone, but the impact remains. But the highest point wasn't public recognition. It was personal. Using the very techniques I developed, I met an amazing woman named Michelle Willow. We were together on and off for the next 2 years, 2010-2012, and it was an amazing time full of awesome endless adventures. https. Ryan Jaunzemis and Michelle Willow, King and Queen Roleplay. A decadent night out in full royal fantasy for my 42nd birthday. Red velvet, champagne, sugar-tipped lemon drop shots, and a luxury suite. Luxor Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, NV, February 5, 2012. My rise didn't go unnoticed. Soon, I was contacted for interviews by both Las Vegas 7 and City Life magazine, two of Las Vegas' most influential lifestyle publications. The editors had caught wind of my growing reputation as a pickup guru, but they weren't satisfied with mere stories, they wanted proof. And they wanted it on camera. The challenge was laid out clearly. I would be followed by a reporter from 7 magazine with a handheld camcorder, live on the Las Vegas Strip. No warm-ups. No plans. No second takes. My task: approach a random woman, cold, and get her phone number within 5 minutes. The cameras rolled. And I switched on. I approached at 2 women, and instantly had them both laughing, dancing with me right there on the sidewalk outside of Carnival Court. Within a minute and a half I was entering my target's number into my phone, a beautiful young blonde girl. Objective achieved. Real results. Https. Pick up hot blonde on Las Vegas Strip. 10,000+ views. Raw footage from my YouTube channel. Captured by a Las Vegas 7 reporter and cameraman. Showing me approach a classic 2 set in front of Harrah's Carnival Court. In just 90 seconds, I number closed the blonde with master-level game. And surgical precision, open to number close. No gimmicks. No fluff. Just real game and skill, live on the strip. This clip landed me the cover of Las Vegas 7 the following week. And earned me the title, Las Vegas #1 dating coach. Proof. Hard evidence. Legacy. The real deal. Harrah's Carnival Court, Las Vegas Strip, Las Vegas, NV, September, 2010. The reporter was stunned. He stopped filming and said, "I've never seen anything like that." That moment went viral, clips hit YouTube, and my name started spreading through PUA forums like wildfire. After that, 7 Magazine booked a full photo shoot the following week. I didn't just make the article, I landed the fucking cover story. HTTPS. Around this time, my YouTube channel shifted from mostly childhood footage and skate/soaping videos to a full-scale PUA and dating coaching hub. It became the central drop point for all my new content. Weekly advice videos, how-tos on approaching women, attraction, self-improvement, and mastering every facet of the game. I uploaded full-length multi-hour seminars, published DVDs, and audiobooks, all free for fans to watch, study, and share. That exposure lit the spark. My phone started ringing with coaching requests from men all over the world. This was the beginning of my global reach. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zzw0q5jgasa. Cover feature, Las Vegas 7 Magazine. September 30th to October 6th, 2010 issue. Written by David Davis, reporter, 7 Magazine. The most interesting men in the world. Maybe not. But thanks to the science of the pickup, there's no resisting the lair, ladies. I made the cover of Las Vegas 7 Magazine in the fall of 2010. Ranked the #1 pickup artist and dating coach in the city. Ryan Jaunzemis is unstoppable. Writes reporter David Davis in the feature article, The Lady Killers. This moment marked one of my biggest public triumphs in the PUA community. Read the full article here. https://issu.com/vegas7/docs/issue_34. https://is. *use Wayback Machine. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zzw0q5jgasa. Audio version, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zzw0q5jgasa. https. Las Vegas City Life Magazine, The Lust Issue. Hotel sex. Pickup artists. Gay bars. Sugar daddies. Choking. Valentine's Day Special, February 2011. Written by Christy Totten, who interviewed me and followed me around the Las Vegas Strip, documenting me inside and outside of nightclubs as I approached women of supermodel quality and pulled phone numbers with precision and results. Another huge milestone in the rise of my PUA legacy. A second follow-up article would also be released a few weeks later. Ryan Jaunzemis, leading a Q&A session at a seminars for dating coaching clients. Teaching guys how to pick up women. And sharing the secrets of a Las Vegas, NV, Summer, 2010. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=q1rwgbxwisa. Ryan Jaunzemis, featured on the cover of PUA Magazine, Spring, 2015. Captured mid-seminar, demonstrating live techniques on how to approach and attract women. Originally published on PUAmagazine.com and dpickup-artist.com. Two of the top international online platforms for seduction at the time. Later, during a high-stakes infield coaching session, I was filmed live at the iconic fashion show mall in Las Vegas, where I executed what many still call the fastest cold approach number close ever recorded, securing a woman's digits in just 15 seconds flat. The cameras turned as I walked up wearing a formal business suit and approached a young woman at the mall who was with her friend, a two-set, *PUA slang for a group of two women, and said, "Hey, real quick, super random, I saw you from over there and thought you were super cute, and just wanted to come meet you real quick. My name's Ryan." We shook hands, and I went straight from opening to a number close with something like, "I'm actually in a rush for a big business meeting right now, but you seem cool. We should keep in touch, do you text?" She said yes, and we exchanged numbers. Boom. Phone number secured in under 15 seconds. Unbelievable. Master level game. Not long after, I broke even that benchmark, using a refined, razor-sharp tactic I'd engineered myself. The result? A flawless phone number close in a record 2.7 seconds. That moment sent shockwaves through the community and remains one of the most talked about feats in pickup history. Imagine this. 2.7 seconds. One word. One number. A hot girl is walking through the mall. I'm walking toward her. Our paths cross for just a flicker in time. I look at her, lock eyes, the stopwatch starts, and I say one word, digits. 1 second. She glances at me, smiles, 2 seconds, and instantly replies, sure. Just under 3 seconds, boom. Stopwatch stops. 2.7 seconds. Flat. From the moment I opened my mouth to the moment she agreed, 2.7 seconds to secure the number. Fast. Clean. Lethal. Ultimate mastery of the game. This wasn't just game. This was psychological sleight of hand. To the untrained eye, it looked like magic. To me, it was muscle memory. What others saw as a jaw-dropping pickup. For me, it was just another Tuesday. And fans and students absolutely loved it. Shortly afterward, I was invited by Bad Boy Lifestyle, a global seduction brand created by Dan, aka Bad Boy, widely regarded as Europe's most elite pickup artist. He'd become famous for developing Direct Game, a direct, no-nonsense formula he claimed could escalate from hello to sex in just 7 minutes. The formula wasn't theory, it was field-tested, raw, and real. But I didn't just learn from the best. I later surpassed him. In a consensual, adult environment during a house party, I executed my own streamlined version of the system, completing a full close interaction, meet to sex, in just 5 minutes from first approach. That moment earned me a place in the record books among seduction's most elite tacticians. Imagine having the skill set to walk up to a woman at a house party, on the dance floor, and create instant attraction. Moments later, you pull her into a nearby spare bedroom and fuck her on the bed. Or picture this, you meet a woman in a bar or nightclub, lock eyes on the dance floor, the chemistry ignites instantly, and minutes later, you're sneaking off together into a nearby public toilet stall, usually the women's restroom, slipping off her panties, rolling a condom over your dick and sealing the deal. No more wasting money on stupid dinners or playing the nice guy role on pointless dates. I'd now mastered the craft to the point where I could walk up to a random woman, drop a few razor-sharp PUA lines, generate raw sexual tension, and isolate her, a public toilet, the backseat of a car, or the stairwell of some dimly lit casino parking garage. Panties off. Game on. I'd rail these bitches out in an average time of about 5-45 plus minutes, from open to close, without spending a single fucking dime. This was god-tier level game. Myself, Bad Boy, Nathan PUA, tour manager, lifestyle coach, and leader of New York's PUA lair, and a small group of elite dating coaches hit the road, embarking on a 22-city U.S. tour where we brought our transformational systems to tens of thousands of single men and women across the country. Our mission wasn't just to teach dating and approaching techniques, it was to ignite full life transformation. From confidence calibration and social magnetism, to fitness, fashion, nutrition, and high-level wealth-building strategies, we shared the full spectrum of success. We introduced cutting-edge lifestyle architecture, blending the metaphysical insights of The Secret with the classic principles of Think and Grow Rich, helping attendees align mindset, lifestyle, and magnetism into one unstoppable force. When I returned to Las Vegas, word of my results had already gone viral in underground circles. Demand for my coaching exploded. I began hosting private seminars, in-field boot camps, and one-on-one intensives, charging over $2,000 plus per day, cash, for elite clients who wanted hands-on training in real-world environments. Whether it was bars, nightclubs, or even grocery store aisles, I showed them firsthand how to become attractive to women. But I wasn't teaching generic pickup lines or shallow tricks. I'd engineered an entire tactical system built on psychological scripting, neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, and real-time behavioral feedback. Clients were even outfitted with hidden cameras, lavalier microphones, and earbuds, allowing me to monitor and coach them from the shadows, feeding them precise, surgically crafted language live, in the moment. Think of it like the movie Hitch, but 1000x more aggressive, with military-grade precision and psychological depth. Using techniques drawn from hypnosis, embedded suggestion, and behavioral psychology, I crafted pre-scripted conversational routines that embedded subliminal commands within casual banter, language engineered to bypass conscious resistance and tap directly into emotional triggers. If a client got tongue-tied or froze, I was right there in their ear, guiding them like a social GPS. And when the session ended, we didn't just debrief, we deconstructed. Over drinks, I'd replay their footage recorded via my secret spycam glasses like game film. Every subtle cue was analyzed. Were his hands in his pockets? Lack of confidence. Poor/negative body language. Was his voice shaky or flat? Emotional incongruence. Did he fidget or avoid eye contact? Subconscious fear. We fixed everything. Now, for someone who's not fluent in the world of pickup artistry or doesn't have a fucking clue what a PUA bootcamp is, let me break it down in simple, real-world terms so you can really understand exactly what I do. Imagine a client finds me online, maybe through my website. www.ryanjonzemislifestylecoaching.com. Social media, or referral, etc. We start with a free 15-minute phone consultation. During that call, I get a general sense of what the guy is struggling with. Maybe he wants to learn how to approach women, create attraction, build confidence, overcome fear, or completely reinvent his dating life. Whatever the issue is, I custom tailor a full game plan for him or her. If he's a beginner, like ground zero, no clue how to even talk to women, then I usually recommend what I call the Diamond Package, $2,000 for 8 hours of live coaching. It's an immersive, transformational session designed to give him tools, strategies, and real-world experience. Once the client agrees, he sends payment, usually through PayPal, Zelle, or direct deposit. We lock in a date and time, and then the real work begins. For example, let's say we're scheduled to meet on a Saturday at noon, 12 p.m., at the Fashion Show Mall on the Las Vegas Strip. Noon to 4 p.m., this is the daytime session. We start with lunch. I sit down with him, pull out my tablet or notebook, and walk him through the fundamentals of attraction, mindset, body language, approach dynamics, how to open conversations, pick up lines, how to spike emotional engagement, and how to create sexual tension without being creepy. It's part lecture, part workshop. Think of it like a classroom on seduction psychology, but in the real world. Now, when I say pick up lines, I'm not talking about cheesy one-liners like, "Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" I'm talking about calibrated openers, rehearsed conversation starters that sound natural, confident, and real. Something like, "Hey, I just wanted to meet you real quick, my name's Ryan." Or a disarming question like, "Hey, I just need a quick female opinion, do you think kissing counts as cheating?" It's not about gimmicks. It's about sparking curiosity, flying under the radar, and then turning up the heat. Once the client understands the theory, we hit the field. We start walking the mall. I'll literally point to a woman or group of women and say, "Go talk to her." This is where most people freeze. But this is also where the transformation begins. He's being pushed outside of his comfort zone, forced to approach women in real time. Not in theory. Not in a seminar. In real life. I give him lines like, "Hey, real quick, I saw you from over there and I thought you were super cute. I just wanted to meet you. My name's X." We're not just winging it. There's strategy. I teach things like the false time constraint, FTC, which is a psychological technique to reduce pressure and increase comfort. You might say something like, "I can't stay long, I'm on my way to meet a friend." Or, "I've only got a minute, I'm on my way to a big business meeting." Etc. That line alone disarms people. It signals that you're not going to hang around awkwardly, and that your presence is temporary. You came in smooth, confident, direct, and you're already halfway out the door. That preserves social comfort and creates a sense of natural timing. It also makes you seem busy, confident, and non-needy, traits women are biologically wired to respond to. Then comes the number close. You might then transition to something like, "So like I said, I've got to get going, but do you text? We should keep in touch, or we should trade information, etc. Shoot me your digits real quick, and I might text you later on and try to convince you to come out and have a drink." Simple. Clear. Low pressure. Confident. And effective. After each single approach, I coach the client on the spot. I give him real-time feedback. Was his posture confident? Did he speak clearly? Did he make strong eye contact? Did he keep his hands out of his pockets? I act as a second pair of eyes, catching everything he can't see. We refine, recalibrate, and improve with each interaction. After the 4-hour afternoon session wraps, we break for dinner, off the clock. He gets a chance to rest, process, and recalibrate. Later that evening, we hit the nightclub scene. Usually XS at the Wynn, or Marquee, Omnia, Encore Beach Club at night. Now we're transitioning from the low-pressure daylight environment of a mall or grocery store to the high-stakes, high-energy world of Las Vegas nightlife. The lights are low. The music's loud. The girls are done up. The pressure is on. This is where all that earlier training gets put to the test. He's approaching girls in tight dresses, standing in VIP areas with bottle service. This is where confidence either cracks or evolves. We run drills. I coach him from the sidelines. He executes in real time. A lot of people on social media assume that during a dating coaching session, I'm the one out there approaching women or collecting numbers, but that's not the case at all. I've already achieved my own results. The focus isn't on me, it's on the client. My role is to guide, instruct, and strategize with them. I'm there to teach them the ropes, troubleshoot their sticking points, and help them get the results they came for. In reality, I'm usually just standing there in jeans and a t-shirt, holding a tablet, telling them to approach. Then I observe the interaction, give feedback, what they did right, what they did wrong, what they could improve in, and then send them right back in to try again on another woman. Sometimes I'm off to the side taking photos or video so they can review it later. But honestly, for most of the session, I'm basically a ghost. It's kind of like a fitness coach during a bench press session. The client is the one lifting the weight. I'm just there to guide their form, give instruction, and if they start to struggle, I step in like a spotter. That's the role of a dating coach: teach the technique, let them practice it in real time, and be ready to assist if needed, like a wingman with a plan. After the full 8 hours are up, usually around 2 or 3 in the morning, we step outside, decompress, and do a debrief. I walk him through what worked, what didn't, what to focus on next. We summarize the breakthroughs, document his sticking points, and I send him off with a game plan for continued growth. That's essentially what a typical PUA bootcamp or one-on-one infield dating coaching session looks like. It's part psychology, part lifestyle coaching, part exposure therapy, and part real-world immersion. It's not a seminar. It's not a pep talk. It's combat training for your dating life, in the trenches of the real world. I even took it to the next level, outfitting myself with a full tactical vest, night vision or video recording goggles, and radio surveillance gear, hiding in strategic vantage points on the Las Vegas Strip like a covert field general. From there, I orchestrated my clients' approaches with military precision, all for $350 per hour, an investment in transforming a shy techie into a confident, high-value man ready to date the women of his dreams. It wasn't about tricks or gimmicks. It was about rewiring identity, mastering state, and unlocking magnetic charisma, on demand. Ryan Jaunzemis, Las Vegas #1 dating coach. Outfitted in full tactical gear, vest, spy-cam glasses, walkie-talkie, and an earpiece, executing covert infield training. Some clients paid up to $2,000 plus per day for this elite, private service. I'd stay hidden, feeding them real-time pickup lines. As they approached women. Word-for-word instructions to spark attraction and get results. Imagine a man who's already now slept with over 100 plus women. A true master of the game, guiding your every move to get the girl. Las Vegas, NV, 2010. As my client's skills grew, so did the intensity of our sessions. I began issuing live challenges: who could get the number the fastest, with the most style, or who could land the quickest makeout. I even sabotaged their sets on purpose, interrupting, distracting, or throwing off their rhythm, just to test their composure and train their recovery game under real-world pressure. My mission wasn't just results, it was resilience. However, I didn't just stop with seduction. I had to learn more. I had to become better. I had to evolve. In 2011 I immersed myself in the teachings of Kevin Trudeau, whose work in Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About, and the audio series Your Wish Is Your Command, reshaped how I thought about health, energy, influence, and the law of attraction, LOA. That knowledge became foundational. I took it further. I took classes and became a certified personal trainer, 2012, a fitness coach, and began studying biomechanics, detoxification protocols, endocrine system regulation, and the biochemical effects of nutrition on confidence, testosterone, and mental clarity. I lost 50 plus pounds on a custom fitness and detox program I personally developed, combining strength training and hypertrophy protocols, aerobic and anaerobic conditioning, cellular exercise techniques for mitochondrial optimization, a strict regime of various whole, raw, organic, wild, non-GMO foods and alkaline water, and full organ detoxification to eliminate internal blockages. The result? I didn't just feel better, I became limitless. I became a marathon runner, 2012, and then beyond traditional marathon running, I ventured into the intense and often misunderstood world of ultra running, an underground endurance community where the standard 26.2-mile marathon is just the beginning. In ultra running, distances start at 31 miles, 50 kilometers, and scale upward through grueling milestones such as the 50-miler, the 100K, 62 miles, and the legendary 100-mile ultramarathon. I'm proud to say I've successfully completed a 62-mile run, 2017, an ultra-distance journey that spanned the entirety of Clark County and back. The 22-hour non-stop running, walking, and jogging experience was both physically brutal and spiritually transformative. It pushed me beyond perceived limits and revealed a whole new realm of what's possible when the mind, body, and will are aligned in perfect stride. https. Ryan Jaunzemis, mid-ultra marathon. Running 62 miles across Las Vegas and back. Pushing physical and mental limits through the expanse of Clark County. Las Vegas, NV, 2017. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=v=EE-EUUAHKM. Ryan Jaunzemis, 1,000 Pound Club Achievement Award. Officially earned my spot in the 1,000 Pounds Club. Bench press, 250 pounds. Deadlift, 425 pounds. Squat, 335 pounds. Posted up in front of the Smith machine afterwards. Rocking the red 1,000-pound club hoodie and matching red cap. UNLV Student Recreation and Wellness Center. Strength. Discipline. Legacy. Las Vegas, NV, 2017. My physical transformation supercharged my game. I had more energy, sharper focus, magnetic presence, and emotional resilience that radiated through every social interaction. And the long-term stamina. Insane. I could smash all night long, bust a nut, and keep pumping like a pro until the next nut, no breaks, no problem. Straight up beast mode. At this point, I'd evolved from pickup artist to lifestyle guru, a man engineering and teaching the full spectrum of self-mastery, mental, physical, emotional, and social. I wasn't just teaching men how to get girls. I was teaching them how to become high-value, high-performance human beings who attract effortlessly because they embody power, clarity, and purpose at every level. It was no longer about just approaching women or racking up lays. This had evolved into something far greater. It became a relentless pursuit of transformation, mastering every area and aspect of life to become a true high-value man. Total control. Total dominance. From fully sculpting your physique into peak form and maximizing physical attractiveness, to stacking paper and commanding income with ruthless efficiency. From becoming smooth, magnetic, and effortlessly charismatic in any room, to dressing with razor-sharp precision, curating elite-level social media that radiates power and status. This was now about building the ultimate best version of yourself, living proof of what's possible when you stop chasing and start embodying the dream. This wasn't game anymore. This was lifestyle warfare. A full-blown, high-octane evolution into legend. Ryan Jaunzemis, pressing out reps on the hyperextension machine with a 45 pounds plate. Rocking a red 1,000 pounds club hoodie. Game was no longer just about picking up women, it became everything you bring to the table. As a man, your health and fitness, bank account, mindset, confidence, style, swagger, house, car, mouthpiece, vibe, lifestyle, social media, etc. Everything you bring is your game. And my game was becoming October 10th. University of Las Vegas, Nevada, UNLV. Student Recreation and Wellness Center, Las Vegas, NV, 2017. By around 2015 or so, I'd made well over $1 million between the music game and my dating coaching empire. But I'd also spent every damn cent of it living like a Vegas playboy king. We're talking thousands blown in a single night, limousine arrivals, penthouse suites, cabanas at the hottest pool parties in town. Bottles popped, sparklers lit. Champagne chilled. Chocolate-covered strawberries by the dozen, delivered poolside while I flirted with bikini-clad goddesses before taking them back upstairs to smash in my suite. The lifestyle wasn't just luxury, it was a weapon. My look, my entrance, my energy, it opened doors. It created moments most men only fantasize about. I lived at full throttle. And yeah, half the time, my bank account was negative in the red. Did I care? Not even for a second. When the funds ran dry, I'd call up the hall, lock in another week-long AV gig, grind out a few grand, or get a $2,000 per day dating coaching client, or make a beat for a local rapper and slang it to him for $800 to $2,000 cash, then flip it right back into the experience. Rinse. Repeat. Run it back. For years, that became the rhythm. Every paycheck became an investment in myself, my image, my momentum. A new car. New system. Custom-tailored suits. $1,500 bottles of Louis XIII Remy Martin cognac. Prime rib and lobster buffets. Night drives on the strip, top down, leaned back in the leather, hot girls giving me roadhead. Milkshakes at 4 a.m. Strip club VIP champagne rooms. After-hours clubs. More tech. More terabyte hard drives. Another watch. Another chain. Another pair of earrings. Another big screen TVs, fitness equipment. Trips to Cali to rage with my crew. Spontaneous luxury cruises. Real-life moments that felt like cinema. People talk. They say I'm reckless. They say I should have saved more. Maybe they're right. But I'll tell you this. I've lived like a legend. I've chased happiness in the now. I've built real-life memories that would take most men 10 or more lifetimes. No regrets. No apologies. Just experience, legacy, and fire in my veins. How many people can say they truly lived their best life? I can. And I'll say it loud. Looking back, if I did regret anything, it's that I didn't take more pictures while in the action. But I was too busy being in the movie. But I'll live. Ryan Jaunzemis, on my way to deliver a dating coaching seminar. Teaching guys how to pick up chicks. Suited up in a crisp new black suit with red power tie. Riding out in my convertible dark red Mercedes-Benz CLK. With custom gray leather, new CD deck, and 12-inch subs bumping in the trunk. This wasn't just a ride, it was a statement. A moving throne. Teaching men how to level up their game. Approach women with bulletproof confidence. And live life on their own terms, just like I was doing. The lifestyle wasn't theory. I lived it. With hard proof and evidence. Las Vegas, NV, 2010. The Master Entrepreneur and Prolific Author, Las Vegas, NV, 2012. The Master Entrepreneur and Prolific Author. At a certain point, I realized that mastering social dynamics wasn't enough, I needed to master money. So I began training with financiers and high-level entrepreneurs who taught me what the wealthy have always known: you don't trade time for money. You create multiple sources of passive income. They introduced me to one of the most powerful wealth-building strategies on the planet, something virtually every millionaire and billionaire uses, yet the average person overlooks. Multiple sources of income. This philosophy is simple yet revolutionary. Instead of grinding hours for a paycheck, you create multiple monetizable assets, products that sell themselves, even while you sleep. For example, with this very book alone, I created not one, but four distinct revenue streams. 1. A deluxe full-color second edition paperback book, * full price, 2. A black and white paperback version, * less expensive, 3. Digital ebook and Kindle versions for mobile users. 4. An audiobook, MP3 and YouTube text-to-speech version, TTS. 5. And possibly soon to be created, a text-to-screen or script-to-screen AI-generated cinematic adaptation. 1. Body of work. 4. Streams of cash flow. But it doesn't stop there. If you record a single piece of content, a lesson, a speech, a technique, a course, etc., you've got a video product for sale. * DVD or downloadable MP4, or both. Etc. Strip the visuals, and now you've got an audio/CD/MP3 download. Strip the audio, and now you've got a transcript, which can be turned into a paperback, hardcover, or ebook version, etc. Now you've turned one idea into five or more, plus, separate income streams. And if you build a series or a brand around it, multiply that by 10, 20, or more. This is the art of product proliferation, monetizing what you already know, what you've already lived, and what you're passionate about, using media and marketing as multipliers. Try this technique. Use it. Scale it. Band watch as money starts coming to you from every direction, day or night, weekdays or weekends, actively or passively. In fact, I even wrote an entire book on this principle titled Unlimited Wealth, Understanding How to Create Multiple Sources of Income, available now on Amazon in paperback, Kindle ebook, and a TTS version on YouTube, * again, 1 book, 3 separate streams of income. This book teaches you exactly how to build multiple income streams from the ground up. I highly recommend checking it out. HTTPS. Ryan Jaunzemis, the Master Entrepreneur. No holidays. No distractions. Just hustle while the world was wrapped in tinsel and wasting time. I was suited up at Starbucks, sipping a venti mocha frappuccino. Writing and publishing new books and flipping stocks and crypto. On the Coinbase and Robinhood apps. Like a Wall Street wolf in desert camo. Entrepreneurship isn't seasonal, it's relentless. While others celebrated, I was doing big things and building my empire. Starbucks, Las Vegas, NV, Christmas season, 2016. https://a.co/d/dgin583. Unlimited Wealth. Understanding How to Create Multiple Sources of Income. Written by Ryan Jaunzemis. Buy now. On Amazon. Available in both paperback and Kindle ebook editions. https://a.co/d/dgin583. Once you create a product, whether it's a book, a CD, a DVD, a t-shirt design, a monetized YouTube video, etc., and it's out there, you can literally sell it and make money while you sleep, for the rest of your life. Personally, I now have well over 10,000 plus products available for sale online. You can check some of them out on this short video, https. Over the years, I've created more than 10,000 plus products. Available for sale online, 24/7. This includes over 70+ books in various formats. Color, black and white, paperback, ebook, audiobook, etc. Plus merch like hats, backpacks, t-shirts, custom Zippo lighters, necklaces, coffee mugs, phone/tablet covers, posters, wall art, etc. As well as music CDs, MP3 downloads, DVDs, dating and lifestyle coaching courses, and more. All of these generate income, and you can do it too. This is how empires are built. Not through hustle alone, but through intelligent leverage. Create systems that work for you. Turn your ideas into profit. Direct deposit your genius straight into your bank account. This is what I teach. This is how I live. I don't just talk success, I've systematized it, monetized it, and branded it. Whether it's writing, branding, product development, or passive income creation, I show clients and followers how to build streams of income so diversified and strategically automated, they flow even while you sleep. This isn't just entrepreneurship. This is lifestyle monetization at the highest level. Welcome to the world of Ryan Jaunzemis, where vision becomes value, and ideas pay rent. https://www.amazon.com/stores/author/b00ms7mn3u?mark ccs_id=sign037. Ryan Jaunzemis, author of over 70+ books on dating, attraction, lifestyle mastery, and other various subjects. While many titles are reserved exclusively for only high-ticket dating coaching clients, a select few are now available to the public. Check out some of my work here. https://www.amazon.com/stores/author/b00ms7mn3u?ingress=sign0 https://www.amazon.com/stores/author/b00ms7mn3u?ingress=sign0 5419C2E867C46AFBD74522567E4096B and CCS_ID=6F6470E594F43995BFC5A546714714C8F42. https://www.amazon.com/ryan-jaunzemis-classic-fire-t. Ryan Jaunzemis Signature Series Clothing Line. One of my all-time best-selling designs, the Classic Fire logo, T. Available on Amazon for just $19.99 in multiple sizes and colors. https://www.amazon.com/ryan-jaunzemis-classic-fire-t. https://www.amazon.com/ryan-jaunzemis-classic-fire-t. Shirt/DP/B07ZMWX616, custom@B0752XJYNL and customization token =MC_S shirt/DP/B07ZMWX616. Custom@B0752XJYNL and customization token =MC_assembly_1% 23B0752XJYNL and PSC=1. For more designs from the Ryan Jaunzemis collection, check out my full apparel lineup on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/S?mark RH=N%(3A714112301%(2CP_4%)(3) https://www.amazon.com/S?mark RH=N%(3A714112301%(2CP_4%)(3) Unzemis. More designs on www.zazilo.com. www.zazilo.com. https://www.zazilo.com/s/ryan+jaunzemis. https://www.zazilo.com/s/ryan+jaunzemis. More designs on www.redbubble.com. www.redbubble.com. https://www.redbubble.com/shop??ryan%(Ryan%20 Jaunzemis. Deeper Levels of Mastery, Las Vegas, NV, 2012. As my knowledge expanded, so did my access. I found myself being pulled deeper into hidden worlds, private networks, subcultures, and elite underground societies, through exclusive invitations from private clients I had once coached. Many were millionaires, moguls, and power players, brilliant in business, but lost in how to find love or attract beautiful women. These men, despite their massive success, lacked inner game, outer game, and seductive mastery. They brought me in not only to teach them, but to learn from them. And what I discovered behind closed doors took my evolution to another level. These were not just business masterminds. They were gatekeepers of arcane knowledge, spiritual, psychological, financial, even metaphysical. I was shown models of the world, success, and reality that went far beyond what's taught in public spaces. Some were even high-ranking Freemasons who invited me into their Masonic temple, where they shared secret esoteric knowledge and ancient wisdom from their hidden world. I'm not a religious man, but at that point, I became obsessed with history, with the architecture of power, belief, influence, and where everything truly stemmed from, the haves and the have-nots, and the mechanics in between. I began devouring every religious and philosophical text I could get my hands on. No bias. No filters. Just a raw, relentless hunger for truth, total truth. I read the Bible cover to cover. Then, in deliberate contrast, the Satanic Bible, which, surprisingly, had some amazing powerful insights. I tore through the Quran, the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, Nietzsche, Machiavelli, Gandhi, Mein Kampf, the Anarchist's Cookbook, and hundreds of other ancient, dangerous, and even banned books and texts found only in personal home libraries of the super rich, the black market, and even the darknet, cross-referencing ideas, contradictions, and strategies from the world's most influential minds. Why? Because I wasn't just searching for answers. I was building something, a super philosophy. A master framework for life, seduction, power, money, spirit, and mind. A formula for total success, no matter the context. And I was studying how they wrote, how they shaped ideas, so that one day I could forge my own new world religion and philosophy, built not on guilt, fear, or submission, but on success, love, happiness, and the unapologetic pursuit of achieving your dreams. Current projects. Right now, I'm immersed in multiple verticals of various content creation and lifestyle branding. Here's a quick snapshot of some current and other legacy ventures over the years available online. Music. I continue producing and performing music, something that's always been in my blood. Even now in 2025, I'm still writing, recording, and publishing my own tracks. I'm proudly signed to Tatanicor.com, an independent distribution platform that gets my music onto Amazon, iTunes, and across the major streaming networks and social platforms. I run my own label, Tune. Jaunzemis. Entertainment, right out of my home studio. While I no longer label myself strictly a rapper or hip-hop artist, etc., I've evolved into something more fluid, a non-genre specific music artist, guided purely by creative instinct in the moment. My sound isn't defined by boundaries but by mood. One day it's rap, the next it's a hypnotic soft pop or R&B single, the next it's foreign language cover single for fun, or a moody ambient score for a 15-second cinematic TikTok. Whether it's lo-fi, club, synth/vaporwave, or orchestral, etc., I create whatever the moment demands, fusing lifestyle, emotion, and audio into a signature sound that's uniquely mine, or producing for a client. Ryan Jaunzemis in the lab, dialing in EQ, https://www.youtube.com/watch, V equals N61CQI_GXEG. Fine-tuning faders. Mixing and mastering, etc. Helping a client bring his vision to life. Turning dreams into reality. Jaunzemis Entertainment. Las Vegas, NV, 2019. https. Throwback to www.ryanjaunzemismusic.com. The official hub for any of my new music, tour dates, music videos, fan updates, behind-the-scenes exclusive content, and more while this site is no longer active. I'm currently building something even bigger. In the meantime, you can find all my latest music on my YouTube channel. Stay tuned for more. Back in 2006, I teamed up with my homeboy, Greg, aka Young G, to form the hip-hop duo Dem New Boys. In 2008, we dropped our debut album, Rockstars/No Guitars, featuring our new hit song, Rockstar, featuring David Soto on live guitar. We performed live across Las Vegas, clubs, house parties, open mics, and built a small loyal underground following. The album is still available on iTunes, Amazon.com, and other digital platforms worldwide. https. Owning my own record label and home recording studio. Jaunzemis Entertainment, Las Vegas, Nevada. This flyer was one of the early promos I created to promote my brand and studio services. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign who1xbrx9y ampersand list=sign plz hsdgx1m0 or lxsb6kmxe1tf6klqy ampersand index=sign 12. Dem New Boys, Rockstars/No Guitars. Executive Producer, Ryan Jaunzemis. Featuring DNB's hit single, Rockstar, featuring David Soto. Sample from verse 2. Yo, this some neck-breaking music with some gangsta roots. No long hair, no eyeliner, no biker boots. We some rap/rock stars trying to party hard. DNB downstage. Yo. We talkin' charge. Rockin' the skull belt buckle, keep it crowned with ice. Got that Bob Barker money, see, the price is right. Watch the fans mosh hard till they down to fight. And we'll jump up off this bitch if the crowd get hype. Come on. Available for MP3 download on iTunes and Amazon. Listen to the full album on YouTube free. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign who1xbrx9y ampersand list=sign plz hsdgx1m0 or https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign who1xbrx9y ampersand list=sign plz hsdgx1m0 or elxsp6kmxe1tf 6klqy and index=12. I kept dropping more singles on iTunes. Building momentum, feeding the streets, and leveling up my catalog. My biggest hit. Poppin' Dem Motorola's. 2014, featured on H3H3 with over 8+ million views, alongside bangers like Tonight We Gon' Make It Happen, Moneyed Up, and some of my earlier anthems like Leap of Faith, Hard Times, and Blunted. I hit the stage whenever and wherever I can, live shows, house parties, open mic nights, underground sets, and pop-ups across the city. And I'm deep in the lab working on multiple new albums and music videos. Coming soon. I'm still rocking the mic, live and in the studio, grinding harder than ever in 2025 and beyond. But this time, it's different. I've developed an entirely new system, leveled up with a fresh DAW, digital audio workstation, upgraded gear, and a full suite of cutting-edge plugins. The game has changed, and so have I. As mentioned, I'm expanding far beyond just rap and hip-hop. I've been experimenting with cover songs, exploring different languages, genres, and sonic textures. From high-energy party anthems and dance floor bangers, to ambient soundscapes, cinematic instrumentals, and lo-fi hip-hop with chill, hypnotic vibes, I'm creating it all. The new vision is this: Ryan Jaunzemis isn't just a gangsta rapper anymore. He's a full-spectrum music artist. A shapeshifter. A genre bender. A mood-based creator who lets his emotions dictate the sound. Stay tuned, because this next chapter is going to be legendary. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.youtube.com/watch v=cg by pw tazi. Performing. Poppin' Dem Motorola's. Live at Vinyl, Hard Rock Hotel, and Casino, Las Vegas, NV, 2019. The Legacy of Soap. And yes, I still rock soaps. The game's in my blood. The shoes may come and go, but the style, the finesse, the reactions. Timeless. Even now, I'll find a fresh pair of size 11s on eBay. Or via social media, etc., lace up, and hit the streets for fun. Still getting the same energy. That's cool. How the hell did you slide like that on your shoes? Did you put soap on the bottoms of them or something? Yo, where's your skateboard? For example, one time in 2014 I was just out and about and hit a quick frontside grind to fakie on a handrail in the Miracle Mile Mall at Planet Hollywood. Landed clean. A hot girl walks up, all curious, how'd you do that slidey thing? I smiled, did the classic SHHH finger to my lips and said, it's a secret, but if you give me your number, I might just call you later and tell you. She cracked up laughing and replied, you better. I handed her my phone. She typed it in. Did I hit it later that week? Yes, I did. Easy. Breezy. Legendary. Ryan Jaunzemis, https. Looking fresh in a custom white Soap O logo hoodie. Complete with logo print on the hood. And a crisp white bandana. Geared up to shred some handrails. Las Vegas, NV, 2016. https://www.instagram.com/Jaunzemis. Ryan Jaunzemis. Strapped with rollerblades and a backwards hat. Ready to shred. Silverado Ranch Skate Park. Las Vegas, NV, 2013. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.instagram.com/Jaunzemis/. Lacing up a fresh pair of USD white Ians. Rocking a MGTOW shirt that reads, "No wife. Happy life. Living the single life. About to hit some jumps, transitions, and hot rails. Silverado Ranch Skate Park, South Las Vegas, NV. Spring, 2020. https. Ryan Jaunzemis, rocking a throwback black Senate logo shirt with matching hat and mirror reflection shades. Posted up on the coping of a half-pipe, mid-session. Desert Breeze Skate Park. West Las Vegas, NV, Summer 2020. https://www.instagram.com/Jaunzemis. Ryan Jaunzemis, practicing at the skate park. And getting good secretly during the pandemic. Rocking a throwback red Senate logo shirt. And chain wallet swaying with a black Senate lowrider wheel hanging. Holding a fresh pair of USD white Ians with a fat groove. Silverado Ranch Skate Park, Las Vegas, NV, Summer, 2020. https. Soap Shoes, Not Dead Underground, Ryan Jaunzemis, 2016. A hard-hitting underground video. I hit the streets of Las Vegas at night. Grinding the fountains of Caesar's Palace. Even skating across the top of a newsstand like a ghost in the night. This is raw, real, and straight out of the underground. https://www.youtube.com/watch v=v_w7pfwbyy. Soap Shoes, Instagrind, Ryan Jaunzemis, 2016. A fresh, fun montage that's racked up nearly 200k views. From grinding shelves at Target, hopping curbs at Chevron, sliding rails at Burger King, and tearing up the Las Vegas Strip. This video goes hard. Pure chaos, pure style, pure throwback. https. Soap Shoes, Fire on My Feet, Ryan Jaunzemis, 2016. This hard-hitting montage blends my most iconic old-school tricks with my sharpest, cleanest new-school grinds, giving you the full spectrum of elite-level precision, balance, and street-born finesse. This is my full arsenal on fire. https://www.youtube.com/watch v=il1bformnsq. Soap Shoes, Ryan Jaunzemis Classic Clips. The ultimate raw footage. A pure, unfiltered montage of my hardest-hitting tricks from 1997 to 1999. No names. No overlays. No ads. No music. No credits. Just the pure sound of plastic sliding across steel and ledge. This is pure soap history, uncut. The original soap team, Brendan, Danny, Paul, Eddie, and I, still get together from time to time. A few years back, Brendan was in town and we hit up the MGM Grand, where he pulled off a sick fast slide to fakie down a rail at the front of the hotel. Of course, we got kicked out by security just 2 minutes later, but it was worth it. https. Ryan Jaunzemis, pulling the Rattlesnake Royale. Grinding down the massive serpent-shaped slide at Craig Ranch. Like it was built for soap. Climbed to the top, locked in, and shredded that beast all the way down, rocking my Soap or Die movie poster tee and matching hat. Craig Ranch. North Las Vegas, NV, Summer, 2020. Soap or Die movie, 201. In 2015, two California filmmakers, Gray Keith and Logan Schilling Law 4, reached out to collaborate on a short documentary titled Soap or Die. Over the course of 3 adrenaline-fueled days, we hit the streets of Las Vegas hard. We captured high-octane footage as I soaped some of the city's most iconic and dangerous rails. From the bustling sidewalks of the Las Vegas Strip to a legendary grind on a rail at the MGM Grand parking structure, where one side dropped off 7 stories, it was a visual testament to the raw intensity and risk of the soaping lifestyle. After 8 months of meticulous editing, Soap or Die was released on YouTube, and it caught fire. The video amassed nearly 1 million views on my personal channel and an additional 2 million views on Penguin Zero's channel, where it went viral after a feature on Reddit sparked massive online buzz. The impact was explosive. It earned a feature on the cover of Vice magazine. Myth Advice cover, spotlighting not just my work in soaping, but also my presence in the dating and relationship coaching industry. https://www.youtube.com/watch v equals W29LXCU0BG8. Vegas Indie Film Festival, VIFF, 2017. Our film. Soap or Die. Hit the big screen in an open-air theater. Under the desert sky. On stage, Gray Keith, left, Ryan Jaunzemis, center. And Logan Schillinglaw 4, right. I'm holding the Soap or Die VHS. Custom pressed with red and orange flame graphics. For that raw, nostalgic 90s kick. Now a collector's item sold online. Fremont Street Arts District, North Las Vegas, NV, 2017. Left, Ryan Jaunzemis, https. Fun post-film fest vibes. Capping off the Vegas Indie Film Festival, VIFF. With gold ink and gratitude. Autographing a Soap or Die. VHS cover for a fan using a gold Sharpie. Personal touch, hard plastic. Cursive, Ryan J. Fremont Street Arts District. North Las Vegas, NV, 2017. Below, one of my favorite action shots. Logan Schillinglaw 4 captures me. Mid-royale to fakie down a 15-step rail. In front of Starbucks on the Vegas Strip. Gray Keith filming from the bottom. With a gimbal. Starbucks coffee. Las Vegas Strip. Las Vegas, NV, 2016. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals sign 7n6x49asw2. https. A screenshot from IMDb, Internet Movie Database. This isn't just a random YouTube upload, this is the real deal. Soap or Die is now officially listed on IMDb, the industry standard platform where Hollywood films, actors, and directors are archived and recognized. The caption reads, Soap or Die chronicles the story of Ryan Jaunzemis, a Las Vegas hustler whose meteoric rise as king of the 90s soap scene was met with a similarly spectacular downfall. Now, Ryan is back in the shoes. Living and grinding by his motto, Soap or Die. IMDb, 2016. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals sign 7n6x49asw2 & list equals sign plzhsdgx10vm6vzj3kbdenxrw73 chun6. Soap or Die, full VHS playlist. This is the director's cut VHS, not just the full Soap or Die movie, but also four never-before-seen deleted scenes. Plus director's commentary for the true die-hard soap fans. Catch the full experience, free on YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals sign 7n6x49asw2 & list equals sign plzhsdgx10vm. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v equals sign 7n6x49asw2 & list equals sign plzhsdgx10vm. 6vzj3kbdenxrw73 chun6. Off days. I'm still active in the rave scene and partying, but I also make time for fitness. I work out daily, practice martial arts, rhythmic gymnastics, boxing, train at various MMA gyms around town. I also do some drawing and tattooing. I even turned professional tattoo artist in 2014 and wrote a book titled Tattoo Aftercare, the full guide for the freshly inked. And when the weather is not 122 degrees outside, you can find me at the skate park, usually fall or winter time, doing some fun vert workouts. On hot Vegas days, my favorite spot to cool off is at the Las Vegas Ice Center. I practice figure skating, a passion I've always had. Pair skating, if I have a girl with me, in particular, is a beautiful and romantic art form, and I'm addicted to hot cocoa and the smell of the ice. My game sharpens daily. As I write this book, 2025, at 45 years old, I'm casually messaging with some of the hottest women on the planet. Most days, I'm clocking hours on high-paying AV gigs, coaching clients over Zoom, or deep in creative mode, writing, filming, editing, and building my empire one project at a time. I spend the majority of my time at home, where I've built a full-scale production studio, green screens, blue screens, lights, mics, everything dialed in. My daily life is a rotation of content creation, influencer work, fashion modeling, dating incredible women, lifting at the gym, and living like a king in Las Vegas. People often ask if I'll ever settle down. Honestly, probably not. I'm married to my mission. With the level of game I possess, why limit myself to one woman when I can have any woman, anytime, especially in a city that never sleeps? If I feel like meeting someone new, I throw on a crisp shirt, hit a nightclub, make a connection, take her home, and after she leaves, I'm right back to business, crafting content, building assets, or maybe just posted up in my king-size bed, ordering Domino's, watching old 90s Star Trek reruns on my 75-inch 4K screen in full comfort and opulence. It's the lifestyle of a modern Las Vegas playboy, built, not bought. Ryan Jaunzemis, beautiful high commercial fashion photography shoots. Inside my personal studio. Draped in a $300 long black cashmere coat. Silk-lined. And sharp as a razor. The texture. The tailoring. The lighting. Feels like a dream carved in fabric. Las Vegas, NV. June 30th, 2020. Ryan Jaunzemis, posted on the roofs, //www.youtube.com/watch, V equals GSTZ9B20B0A. Of my 2014 white C300 4MATIC. Mercedes-Benz. Like a boss. 5% limo tint. Rainbow RGB. LED in-dash lighting. Navigation. 9x speaker. Bose sound system. With plus 2x 12-inch. Subs in the trunk. This is real firepower. Henderson, NV. April 30th, 2021. Ryan Jaunzemis, https. Crystal tones. And hypnotic textures. Welcome to my ASMR lab. Where luxury meets sonic artistry. And even relaxation is a form of performance. Las Vegas, NV. March, 2021. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=TV1JFQ9_HFY_LST_P-LZHSDGX1M0W9L7Y0She5LHDJHTXBVWCBD. Sensei Ryan Jaunzemis. Practicing sword forms deep in the Nevada desert. Fully ninja robed. Plus masked. Fully focused. Brand new, $400. Razor sharp steel katana. In hand. Desert Scenic Loop. Red Rock Canyon. Las Vegas, NV, 2012. Ryan Jaunzemis, https. Working, making money. Running long shot camera for a concert. With the best view. In the house. T-Mobile Arena. Las Vegas, NV, 2024. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.instagram.com/jaunzemis/. Fun shopping day. Snapped a selfie. Mid-spree. In the dressing room. Dropped stacks. On a blinged out rhinestone iPhone case. Big metallic silver. Sean John puffy jacket. With hood plus hat plus jeans. And fresh Nike gray/green. Air more money. With the diamond detail. BMF, blowing money fast. Cashing fat AV. And dating coaching checks. And living the dream. Because I work hard. And I spend harder. Las Vegas, NV, 2019. Ryan Jaunzemis. High above the crowd. Rigging a high angle. Motion capture stage cam. For an outdoor DJ pool concert. Perched high on the truss. Vegas sky and clouds at my back. Stage rigging at its finest. Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Las Vegas, NV, 2012. https. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.instagram.com/jaunzemis/. Deep in vinyas. Mastering the art of yoga. Not for profit. But for passion. Training toward instructor certification. Not as a career move. But as a personal milestone. Rocking a holographic Flower of Life shirt. Rainbow chakra plush blanket. And sipping tea from my Aum symbol namaste mug. In my home yoga gym. Just another side of me. Most wouldn't expect. But this is what real balance looks like. Las Vegas, NV, 2023. Ryan Jaunzemis, https. Fully geared up. In rhythmic gymnastics attire. Rocking black knee pads. Beige toe shoes. And holding all 5 RG apparatuses, RG. Ribbon, ball, clubs, hoop. And rope. Because at the end of the day, exercise is just moving the body around. And this is one of the most fun ways to burn calories while blasting your favorite music, spinning, jumping, and tossing clubs into the air, and then catching them to the rhythm. Las Vegas, NV, November, 2020. Ryan Jaunzemis, https://www.instagram.com/jaunzemis/ Hitting the exercise bike. In full black. Nike warm-up. With matching hat. And shoes, overlooking the serene indoor pool. At UNLV Gym. University of Las Vegas. Student Recreation and Wellness Center, Las Vegas, NV, 2017. Ryan Jaunzemis, studying chess in style. Suited up. Sipping tea, surrounded by Grandmaster-level strategy books. Chess is a gym. For your mind. It keeps you sharp. By 2025. I've reached advanced level. Join the UNLV Chess Club. Beat 2,000 rated bots and compete in local tournaments. I now offer private lessons, teaching beginners how to play on Zoom. Starting at just $50 per hour. Las Vegas, NV, May, 20203. https. Ryan Jaunzemis //www.instagram.com/jaunzemis/. One of my all-time favorite photo shoots. Captured in my private home photography studio. Rocking a star-studded cowboy hat. Matching star shades. Black nail polish. Rings, accessories. And a feather boa. With purple neon lightning striking behind me. Snapping selfies. Before hitting the Vegas nightclubs. To approach beautiful women. This is how real players do it in the 702. Las Vegas, NV, May, 2021. In 2021, I released the flagship cornerstone of my dating and lifestyle coaching empire. How to Pick Up Hot Women. Second edition, full color version, a 600-page tactical manual and seduction encyclopedia engineered for those who demand real results in the arena of women, dating, attraction, and modern relationships. This isn't theory. This is real-world, battle-tested, algorithmic seduction science designed for high-efficiency results. Inside, you'll get original flowcharts and decision trees, know exactly what move to make in any seduction scenario, mapped step by step. Visual escalation diagrams, real-time blueprints for advancing physically without guesswork. Plug-and-play message scripts, copy/paste sequences for instant traction with women on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Instagram, and more. Psychological breakdowns, decode female behavior and subtext with surgical clarity. Alpha male behavioral modules, master body language, voice tonality, and dominant presence. Targeting frameworks, rapidly locate, identify, and approach your ideal archetype of woman, anytime, anywhere. And more, tools, tactics, and mindsets forged in the field. Built for results. This book is not for everyone. It's for elite men ready to execute. Men who want to date with intentionality. Men who don't want to just to get lucky, but want to engineer success in their love life, consistently. It's not just a book. It's a system. A weapon. A blueprint for sexual and relational dominance in the 21st century. https://a.co/d/4xs3008. How to Pick Up Hot Women, second edition, full color version. Now available on Amazon. Paperback, $97. Kindle ebook, $6.99. https://a.co/d/4xs3008. Watch the video breakdown on my YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=v=youth JM6LQ66Q&list=PLZHSDGX1M0WL5 https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign youth jm6lq662&list=v list.youth.jm6lq6xq&list VDSPXSLECUD6TH6Y6SC. The sequel to How to Pick Up Hot Women is called The Ultimate Guide to Picking Up Girls with a Wingman. Teaches guys secret strategies to be a great wingman and help their buddies get laid. If you like going out with your friends and meeting beautiful women, I highly recommend checking it out. The info will take your game to an entirely new level. Why did I write this book? Because most guys don't go out alone, they go out in teams. And if you're rolling with the boys, wouldn't it make sense for all of you to be tactical, coordinated, and lethal at the game? Unlike my solo seduction manual, How to Pick Up Hot Women. This book is your battle plan for full-on wingman warfare, a field guide for team-based seduction. Inside you'll get full-color wingman playbook, like xenotype football strategies with arrows, zones, and real diagrams showing how to move in perfect formation. Group entry patterns and synchronized roles. The primary runs game on his target, the wingman neutralizes any/all obstacles, and any additional auxiliary wings support the mission objective. Tactics for dealing with multi-girl sets, distractions, diversions, and seamless social choreography to aid the primary in getting the phone number. Color-coded diagrams, strategy grids, and visual breakdowns. Exact positioning and conversation timing so you can split, isolate, and conquer. Psychological insights into female group dynamics, how they vibe, test, and protect each other. Alpha coordination training, how to lead as a team, dominate without clashing, and ensure every man eats. This isn't theory. It's seduction science, mapped, visualized, and field-tested for squad-based success. https://a.co/d/hik7gb4. The Ultimate Guide to Picking Up Girls with a Wingman. Second edition, full-color version. Now available on Amazon. Paperback, $97. Kindle ebook, $6.99. https://a.co/d/hik7gb4. https://a.co/d/hik7gb4. Watch the video breakdown on my YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign youth jm6lq662&list=v list.youth.jm6lq6xq&list=v https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=sign youth jm6lq662&list=v list.youth.jm6lq662&list=v VDSPXSLECUD6TH6Y6SC. I've been offered my own reality television series, centered around giving dating advice to both single men and women, on numerous occasions. However, every time the opportunity has presented itself, the producers and networks involved have taken issue with the subject matter. More importantly, they failed to grant me the creative freedom and expressive control that I demand. For that reason, I've continued to turn down these deals, holding out for the right offer, one that aligns with my vision. Hopefully, that offer will come in the near future. At present, I'm also working on a new book and developing what I can only describe as a philosophy, or possibly a new world religion, or rather, a new way of being or viewing reality, etc. This movement is designed to educate people about what's really happening in the world today. Many of my students have told me that my research and teachings transcend traditional categories like science, religion, and philosophy. With this venture, my goal is nothing short of revolutionary: to enlighten, awaken, and elevate consciousness, to raise awareness, and to help bring an end to the systemic oppression of people everywhere. I envision a world without borders, without arbitrary rules or imposed limitations, a world defined instead by peace, joy, freedom, happiness, fulfillment, and creative expression. A world where people are empowered, not controlled. I don't know how far I'll go, but I'm fully committed to doing everything in my power to help make this world a happier, brighter, more vibrant, more elegant, and more colorful place to live. https://www.youtube.com/watch v=k/AAUs3ZZJU. https://www.youtube.com/watch v=k/AAUs3ZZJU. Woven together by the fabrics of thought and emotion, is sewn the tapestry of man's physical experience. Understanding the Law of Attraction. Written by Jaunzemis. A small selection of powerful quotes paired with images, drawn from multiple diverse bodies of work I've produced over the years. For more, explore my full philosophy and the core teachings of Jaunzemis on my YouTube channel. Explore the hashtag Jaunzemis quotes, or check out my new best-selling book, 10 Steps to Success. https://a.co/d/b6rebpi https://a.co/d/b6rebpi https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=7n6x49asw2ampersand list=sign 7n6xv7c3kbdenxrw737 https://a.co/d/4xs30008 https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=k-aaus3zzju https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=k-aaus3zzju https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=k-aaus3zzju 10 Steps to Success. One of my greatest creations, and a consistent bestseller on Amazon, is my book, 10 Steps to Success. Also featured on H3H3 with over 8+ million views. This isn't just another motivational read filled with fluffy theories and generic advice. 10 Steps to Success is a blueprint, a direct transmission of the principles that define what success actually is and, more importantly, how to achieve it. Designed for entrepreneurs, dreamers, and anyone hungry for more out of life, this book dives deep into the core pillars of real-world success: finances, health, fitness, relationships, mindset, motivation, productivity, diet, nutrition, lifestyle design, and much more. Get success in all areas of life. https://a.co/d/b6rebpi. Success isn't just about making money. It's about achieving ultimate mastery in all areas/aspects of life. Health, wealth, relationships, lifestyle, business, social media, and more. What will you do today that is going to bring you closer to achieving your dreams? My new book, 10 Steps to Success, gives you all the strategies. https://a.co/d/b6rebpi. 10 Steps to Success. Written by Jaunzemis. Now available on Amazon. Paperback, $14.95. Kindle ebook, $2.99. https://a.co/d/b6rebpi. Prefer to listen? Stream the full text-to-speech audio version free on my YouTube. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=nasi___nqtf0. I've now evolved beyond just teaching men how to pick up women. I've expanded into coaching women on dating as well. Most people assume women don't need dating advice to get laid, but that perspective completely overlooks the deeper dynamics at play. Dating is fundamentally different for women. For men, the goal is often clear: sex, companionship, maybe a relationship. But for women, the challenge isn't in getting attention, it's in filtering through the flood of attention to find the right kind of man. Every man might want her, but she only wants the top 10 to 20% of men, the high-value ones. The top-tier men, these are the dominant, confident, good-looking, tall, wealthy, powerful men. The true dominant alpha males who have it all. The reality is that while most men are willing to settle for a wide range of women, most women are holding out for the absolute very best. That's where I come in. As a dating coach for women, my job is to help women become high-value, mentally, physically, emotionally, and socially. I teach them how to level up their attraction game so they can connect with, and keep, the kind of high-value, high-caliber men they truly desire. It's about transformation, not just technique. And it's about helping women design and attract the relationships they actually want, not just settle for what shows up. I've also recently restructured my entire dating coaching business to incorporate a powerful new element: global/travel-based coaching. Instead of limiting the transformation to virtual Zoom calls or Las Vegas seminars, I now bring the game directly to the client, no matter where they are in the world. Picture this: an ambitious, high-performing professional in New York. Let's say he's a successful accountant, smart, financially stable, respected in his field, but unlucky in love. For an investment of just $5,500, he can now book an all-inclusive, in-person coaching experience with me. That fee covers my round-trip flights, hotel, and all travel expenses. I fly directly to his city and spend an entire day, 8 to 10 hours, guiding him through the dating jungle of his own environment. Whether it's a rooftop bar in Manhattan or a lounge in Brooklyn, I join him in real time, live in the field, and walk him step by step through the process of approaching women, sparking attraction, getting phone numbers, and mastering the energy of connection. Then, just like that, I'm on a return flight back home to Las Vegas. This model has gone global. I now offer international travel coaching to clients around the world, ranging from the $5,500 one-day intensive to full luxury 7-day immersive packages priced at $20,000 to $35,000, which include full coaching, lifestyle optimization, and a complete social transformation experience. This is not just about dating anymore, it's about elevating identity. And I bring that elevation straight to your doorstep. In addition to dating and relationship coaching, I've expanded into comprehensive personal development coaching, offering expertise across multiple domains including health and fitness, business and entrepreneurship, financial independence, and lifestyle design. I've developed a full 100% client-centric model, a flexible, customizable coaching structure that's tailored around one core principle. It's all about what you, the client, wants. Clients can now book one-on-one video coaching sessions with me, typically starting at just $99 per hour, to discuss any area of their life they want to improve. Whether it's attracting high-quality partners, starting a business, scaling income, getting fit, or simply gaining clarity on their next life move, I serve as a personal strategist, mentor, and motivator. www.ryanjonzemislifestylecoaching.com www.ryanjonzemislifestylecoaching. Think of it like having your own personal ChatGPT AI to brainstorm and mastermind with, but with real-world experience. You're talking directly to someone who's been there, done that, lived it, and got the t-shirt. This isn't therapy. It's not just motivation. It's real-world, street-smart, high-level life optimization, guided by someone who's made it work across multiple dimensions of success. Whatever your goals may be, Ryan Jaunzemis Lifestyle Coaching is here to help you strategize, execute, and elevate. Threesome Mastery Book. https://a.co/d/69vr90. At the time of writing this book, 2025, I've now had more threesomes with attractive women than I can even remember. One of my newest and most significant works. Threesome Mastery, The Art and Science of Seducing Two Women at the same time, dives into a topic that many would consider taboo, yet for me, it's a fundamental part of understanding the dynamics of attraction. This book takes the pursuit of threesomes and dissects it into an exact science, outlining how to specifically attract bisexual or open-minded women, those who are intrigued by the idea of exploring sex with another woman or are already living that experience. I don't just stop at theory. I detail exactly where to meet these women, the places they frequent, and the environments where you'll most likely find them. From there, I provide specific scripts, techniques, and strategies, tools that can help you build genuine attraction, foster comfort, and, ultimately, seduce. But it doesn't end there. I walk the reader through the delicate process of actually engaging in a threesome, offering direct insights into exactly how to manage the dynamics of such an encounter. The book also explores the possibility of stepping into polyamorous relationships, or what I like to call a throuple, a triad relationship between yourself and two bisexual women. This dynamic, when approached with care and respect, offers the potential to not only deepen connections but also expand them, bringing more women into your life, if all parties are open to it. Essentially giving you options to acquire unlimited/infinite pussy. For those serious about becoming a true playboy, this book is an absolute essential guide. It's not just about getting threesomes, it's about understanding the art of attraction, connection, and seduction at the highest possible level. https://a.co/d/69vr90. Written by Ryan Jaunzemis. Now available on Amazon. Paperback, $97. Kindle ebook, $6.99. https://a.co/d/69vr90. https://a.co/d/69vr90. Watch the free informational video on my YouTube channel. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=JMSCPPIRX2 https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=JMSCPPIRX2 Take your threesome game to the next level. Day Game Mastery Book. https://a.co/d/6cJNCO. One of my most recent projects that has just been published is a book titled Day Game Mastery, The Ultimate Guide to Approaching and Seducing Women in Broad Daylight. Unlike the typical dating books that focus on the high-energy, late-night atmosphere of bars and nightclubs, this one offers a completely different approach, an art form that's most often overlooked: daytime pickup. This book is built around a specific formula tailored strictly to daytime interactions. We're talking about the middle of the day, when the sun is shining, and life is unfolding in everyday, casual places, grocery stores, the beach, coffee shops, even the local mall or a fast food joint. Picture this: you're at a bus stop, walking through a park, or grabbing a smoothie at a water park. These are all prime locations for daytime game, i.e. day game, and in. Day game mastery. I show you how to instantly seize opportunities that most people would never even imagine, and turn ordinary moments into extraordinary encounters. Day game, unlike nightclub, night game, or bar game, etc., isn't about high energy or fast-paced moves. It's a far more relaxed, a more watered-down approach, smooth, natural, and easygoing. I walk you through exact sequences and strategies for approaching beautiful women in these everyday settings. With practical conversation ideas and subtle cues, I give you the tools to start meaningful interactions and get phone numbers and dates. One of the most powerful techniques I share is the concept of the instant date. In contrast to the typical approach of asking for a woman's phone number and then hoping she'll take your call later, the instant date flips the script. Imagine approaching a woman at the mall and, instead of exchanging numbers, suggesting, "I'm kind of thirsty, let's go grab a smoothie over at Jamba Juice in the food court." Or, "I can't stay too long, but how about we go grab a quick coffee at Starbucks across the street?" The beauty of this approach is that it doesn't just keep the interaction going, it immediately escalates to a mini date. No waiting, no games. No bullshit. Just genuine, relaxed connection right there in the moment. From there, I guide you through how to smoothly transition to taking the interaction further, whether that's bringing the woman, i.e. your target, back to your place, or even going for what I like to call an insta-fuck right then and there, perhaps taking her to smash in a nearby public toilet or railing her out in the back seat of your car in a secluded corner of a parking lot, etc. https://a.co/d/6cJNCO. Day Game Mastery. The Ultimate Guide to Approaching and Seducing Women in Broad Daylight. Written by Jaunzemis. Now available on Amazon. Paperback, $97. Kindle ebook, $6.99. https://a.co/d/6cJNCO. https://a.co/d/6cJNCO. Watch the free informational video on YouTube channel. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=vbkzjba6wws. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=vbkzjba6wws. Dominate the Daylight. Stroke, 2021. Shortly after the release of my book, How to Pick Up Hot Women, something happened that no one could have seen coming, not even me. Just a month after celebrating one of the biggest milestones of my career, I suffered a major stroke. It started subtly, a slow, creeping dizziness that quickly escalated into something far more terrifying. A blood clot had blocked an artery in my brain. One moment, I was perfectly fine. The next, I was in a stroke center hospital bed, paralyzed, disoriented, unable to move, unable to even see clearly. Statistically, most people don't walk away from something like that. But somehow, I did. By some miracle, the symptoms slowly began to ease, after about 2 weeks of being completely laid out. I could finally start moving again. I could speak again. I could see the world slowly returning to me, piece by piece. But I had to start over from literally ground zero. The next month was spent in a rehabilitation unit, slowly relearning how to walk. Even the most basic tasks, like putting away dishes, had to be retrained, forging new neural pathways one movement at a time. The hospital bill. Over $400,000 plus, luckily fully covered by the US Navy thanks to my veteran status. Each step was a battle. Each new movement, a victory. There I was, strapped into a full-body harness, suspended over a slow-moving treadmill in the heart of the rehab center. Padded straps tightened across my chest and thighs, securing me in place like I was dangling in zero gravity. Around me, machines beeped and monitors flickered, tracking every twitch and tremor. Therapists in scrubs stood by with clipboards, their eyes sharp, documenting each hesitant step. The air was thick with antiseptic and tension, a hush of clinical silence broken only by the soft hum of motors and the rhythmic sound of my shoes dragging across the belt. My legs felt distant and heavy, like trying to pilot a machine you'd never used before. Sweat gathered at my temples. Every movement demanded absolute focus and concentration, as if I were manually rerouting the electrical wiring of my own nervous system. One slow step. Pause. Another. Each one a small miracle, a battle won in the war to reclaim my body. My legs felt like foreign objects, unfamiliar, unreliable. Every adjustment demanded full concentration. My brain had to rewire itself, forming new dendrites, building new connections. Nothing came automatically. I had to fight for it. Relearn it. There were moments of deep frustration where I questioned everything, my strength, my identity, my future. But I kept going. Trying to hold it together. I refused to give in to fear. Reclaiming my mobility wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. It was a war for my dignity, my purpose, and the life I was determined to return to. I was on a new mission now, to rebuild myself as a new man. For years, I was known for my energy, my grind, my hustle, my unwavering determination and presence. Always in motion, working out, skating, soaping, filming content, picking up women, lighting up the Vegas streets. Then suddenly, all of it went silent. And that silence was brutal. But I never stopped pushing. Since then, I've exercised every day. I've trained. I've fought back. I've tried to claw back every inch of what was stolen from me. I refuse to accept that my story would end in a hospital bed. Even now, almost 5 years later, I'm still recovering. I'm not at 100% yet. But I'm stronger. I'm sharper. I'm rising. Every day, I move a little closer to the man I was. And even closer to the man I'm becoming. The grind has changed, but the mission hasn't. Soon, I'll be back. Not just walking, but running. Soaping. Grinding. Creating again, with a vengeance. 2025 and beyond. I call this the year of resurgence. Not just because I'm back on my feet, running, lifting, grinding, and skating, but because this is the year the story changes. The year the world remembers who I am, and maybe even discovers me for the first time. 4 years ago, I could barely walk. I couldn't see. A blood clot nearly ended my life, and for a time, it felt like the lights had gone out for good. But the comeback for me has been relentless. Now, I train every day, pushing myself to new limits. My body is sharpening again. My vision is clear, literally and metaphorically. I've stepped back into the spotlight with purpose and precision. And with the release of this new book, Pro Soaper, second edit in full color. Version, the movement is Reb. This time, we're not just reliving the past, we're redefining it. Beyond this, I'm taking all the raw, gritty VHS footage from the 90s, every jump, every slip, every trick, every grind, and resurrecting it in glorious upscaled 4K at 60 frames per second, FPS. The world will see our history the way it was always meant to be seen, crisp, cinematic, unforgettable. But I'm not just stopping there. The grind is alive again. I'm talking about new age, real-deal street sessions, with advanced drone cinematography, high-speed cameras, and possible international locations. Imagine footage so beautiful, so surreal, it looks like a dream, because in many ways, it is. HTTPS. Not a real photo, but an AI-generated glimpse I created. Into a possible future of soaping in 2026, and beyond. Imagine, RGB-lit clothing pulsing in rhythm with the night. Neon-laced grind shoes glowing under the stars. 4K drones hover like sentinels, capturing every cinematic frame. In buttery smooth 60 frames per second. Rails drenched in lighter fluid ignite with flame. As you slide across them in defiance of gravity. Beautiful women glance over, intrigued by the spectacle. High-end gimbals and tripods stand like monuments of tech. Filming each shot with absolute clarity and precision. Vegas glows in the background like a digital oasis. This is not just a sport. It's not just nostalgia. This is a vision. A movement. A revolution. A cinematic future. This is Soaping 2.0. The tech is here. The vision is here. The grind is here. And with new grind shoe brands like Epic Grind Shoes and others slowly reviving the original soaping patent and forging new pathways, other companies are following suit. We're witnessing the rebirth of an underground culture, a global community ready to lace up and bust out once again. One of the biggest questions I get is, Ryan, why don't you make your own version of soap/grind shoes? Simple, I'm not a shoe salesman, I'm an athlete. It's two completely different things. Building a shoe means patents, meetings, and sitting at a desk. I'd rather be out on the streets, in front of the camera, shredding, and living it up, not stuck in a cubicle in business mode. To the skeptics, I say this, it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. The cameras are ready. The drones are charged. The rails are waiting. And the next generation is watching. The world doesn't need another passive trend. It needs a movement. It needs momentum. It needs a total resurgence. And I'm here for it. This isn't the end of the story. It's the launch sequence. So let's go, full send. No breaks. No apologies. No looking back. See you in 4K and beyond. See you on the rails. See you in the future. Thank you for reading and getting to know me and my sport. Much love, fellas. Keep sliding, keep grinding, keep living that hashtag soap life. Ryan Jaunzemis. Hashtag Jaunzemis. Hashtag soap shoes. HTTP. Ryan Jaunzemis, lounging in front of the Omni rig. The ultimate content creation station. A fully custom-built, all-purpose multimedia command center. Anchored by a powerful AI-driven MSI computer. The system links a central 75-inch 4K display. Flanked by 43-inch 4K monitors. A 55-inch 4K mobile satellite TV on a tripod stand. And multiple laptops and alternate satellite computers. Fully loaded with all new cutting-edge audio-visual editing gear. This immersive hub is engineered for total digital domination. Across all media platforms. From music and film to writing books. Generating AI-created content creation, entertainment, and more. Moving into 2025 and beyond. Las Vegas, NV, May, 2025. HTTP. Ryan Jaunzemis, Studio Configuration 2. Locked in at the helm of my Omni rig. This time reconfigured for full-scale audio production. The lab is now optimized for music. Arturia 88 Keylab at my side, Presona Studio 1. Running across a panoramic control center, main DAW on a 75-inch 4K display, flanked by dual 43, expand mode screens for drag and drop flexibility, floating mixers, faders, synths, and plugins all live across a full visual array. To my right, a brand new condenser mic in a fully soundproof chamber. 2-inch black pyramid foam-lined walls turning the entire room into a dedicated vocal booth. The engine behind it all, a powerhouse MSI rig, built for serious AV warfare. Expect new music. New visuals. New energy. Las Vegas, NV, May, 2025. A letter from Ryan. To all the soap fans worldwide. Thank you for riding with me, whether you've been down since the 80s and 90s or you've just now discovered the movement. If you've made it through this book, then you already understand, whether you're soaping, belading, skating, surfing, riding BMX, or chasing that next adrenaline high, at our core, we're all just artists on wheels. We push limits, break norms, and carve our signature into the world beneath our feet. My journey's been wild. And even now, deep into my 40s, as of this 2025 rewrite, I'm still out there, hitting Vegas streets and skate parks, chasing that same rush I felt decades ago. This isn't just a hobby. It's a lifestyle. A mindset. A living form of expression that I'll ride out as long as my body will let me. Never settle. Never stop. Stay grinding. Stay shining. If you vibe with my work, check out my YouTube channel. For more raw soaping footage and deep dives into other sides of my life. I've got books, videos, and projects spanning far more than just the grind rails. Let's stay connected. Hit me up on Instagram or find me on my public Facebook page. Much love, much respect, stay legendary. Ryan Jaunzemis. 7024177714. YouTube.com/RyanJaunzemis. P.S. If you'd like high-resolution versions of any of my photos, feel free to reach out, I'll email them to you directly if possible. P.S. Feel free to share my material, all I ask is that you give proper credit by linking back to my Instagram. At Jaunzemis. Or YouTube. www.youtube.com/RyanJaunzemis. www.youtube.com/RyanJaunzemis. Etc. Much appreciated. About the author. Ryan Christopher Jaunzemis, born February 5, 1980, in Inglewood, California, also known to his fans as Ryan J., is an American multidisciplinary virtuoso. His career spans roles as a music artist, executive producer and director, professional inline skater, soaper, soap shoes, male fashion model and influencer, best-selling author, and master pickup artist. Ryan is a lifestyle, dating, success, relationship, and self-help coach, as well as an accomplished internet marketer, photographer, videographer, graphic designer, tattoo artist, black belt martial arts master, and audiovisual engineer. He is the founder and chief organizer of the Las Vegas PUA Lair, pickup artist and seduction community, recognized as the #1 dating coach in Las Vegas by the local seduction community. His expertise reaches men and women worldwide through hundreds of videos, websites, DVDs, and other media. Ryan is the author and producer of over 70+ books, CDs, DVDs, and other publications, with several new projects currently in development. He currently resides in Las Vegas, Nevada. For more about my journey and career, visit my Wikipedia page. Ryan Jaunzemis on Wikipedia. Contact information. Contact Ryan Jaunzemis. iPhone 16 Pro Max, Zoom, FaceTime, Skype, etc. 7024177714. Please text or leave a detailed message. Email. ryan.jaunzemis@yahoo.com. Ryan Jaunzemis at. Social media and online. Facebook. Facebook.com/RyanJaunzemis. Facebook.com/RyanJaunzemis. YouTube. YouTube.com/RyanJaunzemis. YouTube.com/RyanJaunzemis. Instagram. Instagram.com/JaunZemis. Instagram.com/JaunZemis. @Jaunzemis. Twitter. Twitter.com/RyanJaunzemis. Twitter.com/RyanJaunzemis. @RyanJaunzemis //RyanJaunzemi Also available by this author, https://a.co/d/J96C36V. Soap Shoes, Secret Tips and Tricks. Written by Ryan Jaunzemis. Available on Amazon, $97 paperback, $2.99 Kindle. Visit Amazon.com for more details. Also available by this author, https. The New Soap Shoes Trictionary, version 2.0. Written by Ryan Jaunzemis. Available on Amazon, $29.95 paperback, $2.99 Kindle. Visit Amazon.com for more details. Also available by this author, https://a.co/d/b6rebpi. 10 Steps to Success. Written by Ryan Jaunzemis. Available on Amazon, $14.95 paperback, $2.99 Kindle. Visit Amazon.com for more details. Also available by this author, HTT. The Las Vegas Lair, the mini-movie. Produced and directed by Ryan Jaunzemis. Watch free on YouTube. This concludes this audiobook.